of the D-Day landings, and we'll be celebrating this historic event with a spectacle of over 100 vehicles, including cars, planes, tanks, and even a boat.
Yes, this very site acted as a base for fighter aircraft that provided support and protection for Allied forces 80 years ago. And just 4 years later, the perimeter road of the airfield will be transformed into the Goodwood motor circuit that we know today.
And we've already had the first of those incredible 80th D-Day landing celebrations with an array of historic aircraft that is taken to the skies this morning over the beautiful Goodwood motor circuit.
Yeah, you don't need coffee on a morning at the Revival here. You can just take in those sights. I look forward to every morning at Revival. You see them planes coming up, gets your hairs on the back of your neck up, really wakes you up, and it's the perfect start, especially when we're celebrating such a big day today with the D-Day celebrations.
It is. So let's take a look at what's coming up on today's schedule then. We'll be kicking off once again with a track parade for those Myers Manx beach buggies at 9 a.m. That will be followed by the first race of the day at 9:35 with the Earl of March trophy. The Richmond and Gordon trophies will be at 10:30. Then the kids will take to the line once again for the second part of the Setrington Cup at 11:20. And then we'll be seeing another track parade for the 75 years of the Jaguar XK engine at 10:12. And the motorbikes will see us into the afternoon at 12:20 for the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy.
And then into the afternoon, we have those big anniversary celebrations. A track parade for the D-Day at 1:30, followed by one of the big races of the weekend, the RAC TT celebration, coming up at 2:30. That's followed by the Glover Trophy at 3:55. And then we'll be paying tribute again to John Surtees at 4:30 with the track parade. 5:10 sees the second part of the St Mary's Trophy, presented by Moto. And then we'll cap off the racing festivities at Revival this year with the 6 p.m. Freddy March Memorial Trophy.
Well, it's early morning and the celebrations have already started with those incredible aircraft going over the top of the motor circuit. As you saw from those shots there, we had a Spitfire, Thunderbolt, a Mustang, and we're actually stood where lots more of those historic planes are landed at the moment. It's a beautiful setting. So we had our first day yesterday that was jam-packed full of racing, and Alice, you were in the commentary box. Did you have a favourite race from yesterday? Which one really excited you?
Oh, that's a tough question, guys. I mean, the St Mary's has to be the highlight. I said yesterday at the start of the show it's going to be the St Mary's for me, and it didn't disappoint. It was such close racing throughout, and we've got the second part of that coming today with the lesser pro drivers, even though Max Chilton is in that race because he's racing in his own Cortina. But no, there's so many highlights. It's so hard to pick one, but yeah, some great racing all round.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to that St Mary's yesterday. It really did deliver. I reckon if Romain Dumas had one more lap, maybe he might have been on the top step, but it was absolutely fantastic to see him coming through the field. What about today, though? What are you looking forward to today?
I would say the TT, star-studded lineup that we have, some fantastic cars, and it's actually the Newey family that are lining up at the front row of the grid. They're in their Jag E-Type, and they've got some tough competition behind them. Well, there's tough competition throughout the whole field. They've got Tom Ingram, who's not only fighting for the British Touring Car Championship at the moment, he's going to be looking to try and put the Neweys under pressure. But we've got Jake Hill and Oliver Bryant. They're starting at the back row of the grid, so they'll be looking to come through as well.
It's certainly going to be an exciting day of racing, isn't it? Especially if yesterday was anything to go by. We had skids burnouts, overtakes, all sorts. So today we are going to be in for a treat. And down on the start line is our Ed Foster, who unfortunately, I don't think he's wearing his Hawaiian get-up today, but you're still looking as smart as ever, Ed. What's going on down there?
Well, thank you so much. My mother always told me you can have too much of a good thing. So I've ditched the see-through Hawaiian outfit and I've got a less see-through tweed number on for the final day of racing here. I'm just above the assembly area. This is where I get to talk to all the drivers before they go out on the circuit. It's such a privilege to do it because they're a bundle of nerves. Having done a few amateur races myself, I know the worst bit of racing is the wait in the assembly area. So it's lovely chatting to them here. And then, of course, I get to interview the top 3 finishers on the podium, which, again, you have such an array of emotions, and it's a real privilege. We've got so many cars coming through here today. We've got the Earl of March trophy cars, the 500cc Formula 3 machines coming through first. We've got GT cars, touring cars, we've got bikes, and, of course, as you've already mentioned, those wonderful tributes and anniversaries, which are also celebrating. So I'm going to do some grid walks. I'm going to be in the assembly area. I'll be on the start-finish straight for the podium. So I'll be with you pretty much throughout the day.
Well, thanks, Ed. We look forward to that, even though it was a shame not to see you in that Hawaiian outfit. Well, Alistair's gone off to commentary now, where we're going to enjoy the rest of the day, I think. Those Mayor's Manx, I'd love to see them one more time today. That's coming up straight after this. They've been a real fan favourite, haven't they? I've really enjoyed seeing those cars. It's a real sort of bright start to the day, don't you think?
Yeah.
What about yourself, Grace? What are you looking forward to?
Well, like you say, all those colourful Myers Manx beach buggies going around is a brilliant start to the day. But of course, I've been keeping a close eye on the bikes. So yesterday's race was full of a bit of everything. James Hillier had a brilliant start off the line, but didn't quite make the podium. Some of the names that we're used to seeing at the top, like Michael Dunlop, the greatest TT rider of all time, DNF'd. The same with Jenny Tinmouth, the fastest woman around the TT course. She also had a DNF, so I'm sure they'll be fighting for a place, a better position than that today. But congratulations to Michael Rutter's team, who took the win yesterday, so I'll be keeping a close eye on that one. So,
and didn't you get a chance to sit on John Surtees' championship-winning bike yesterday as well?
I did, and that was, yeah, a really spine-tingling moment for me. It was brilliant just to think what that bike had achieved, where it's been, and to sort of transport you back to the past, which is what Revival is all about, isn't it?
Absolutely. We'll be seeing that John Surtees track parade again today, after which the D-Day celebrations, and that's going to be really incredible. The most amount of World War II vehicles ever assembled here at Goodwood, which will be absolutely unbelievable. Half tracks and even a boat, as you say.
It's going to be a fantastic day for sure. Well, those Myers Manx buggies are now lining up on the start-finish line, so we'll get up to our commentary box now, who's going to talk us through it.
Well, thank you very much, Grace. It's Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones starting off the commentary here, and we're looking forward to seeing the third of the parades for the Myers Manx buggies, the dune buggies, beach buggies, a mix of Myers Manx and other machines from the UK as well, but the Myers Manx based in the USA, and there are a great number of them. I think we've been very impressed by the sheer numbers coming out this weekend, and of course this is lovely to see. These are modified machines from the 1960s basically. A lot of them have been built much more recently, but so many were built in the late 1960s, early 1970s, and there's still a path for these, and in fact the the Myers Manx company now creating an electric version as well. But there's so much history, and I was chatting to some of the people down there earlier, Bruce, and they were saying, you know, they're loving it. They're loving this opportunity to get out on the track, but they're getting so many smiles and enjoyment from other people seeing them.
They are, and they're just the bon ami. They do go to many shows together, and they always call someone, look at what I've got this weekend. It might be a new pair of shorts, it might be a little badge on the bonnet that says Baby Manx, or someone was shouting about that. That's one with the flower power roof. But it's the passion. These cars were made to be fun. They're made to do fun things. Even driving it to the shop would be entertaining. But it's the little detail that keeps all these drivers and owners on their toes, because they're always trying to refine them a little bit more. And we have, from the very oldest and from the mid-60s, as you say, the more modern iterations, the versions that weren't the knockoffs. They were the sort of, I suppose it's people just accepting it was a brilliant thing to have, and just creating their own versions. But every colour you want, and some we will get down to at the very front of the field with very unusual features, including one with 4 wicker seats, which I really rather like.
Yeah, and actually the new company that has sort of taken over, Bruce Mayer's actually sold it off, but it's the company is continuing, and it's creating that electric vehicle. They're also creating another 4-seater nowadays. Bruce Mayers originally created them for kind of hotels to transport people around. He didn't build them initially. He built the shorter two-seater ones, which are based on the VW Beetle. You see a VW Beetle towards the back of that grid, actually. That's one of the sort of originals before they started making the buggies. And I was talking, there you are. It's a guy called Michael. He's an Austrian who owns that. He found that in Texas, and he got it sent to him. And when he got it, he said that it didn't even have a floor. It had all rotted away. And he only had a month and a half to try and restore it, which he did. And he managed to get it back out there. And he said that was built for fun. And it's worked very, very well. Apparently, that's the oil cooler on the roof.
Oil cooler. Okay, good. I thought it was just an extraneous nod to mid-70s single-seater cars with that great big air scoop. But I wonder what he put in for his eBay search when she ended up with something in Texas. What was he looking for? But here we go. The sound is what really counts here, because of course they're short wheelbase. That's why they're called Manx, like the Manx cat. But it's that VW Thrub at the back, and good to see a few have brought their surfboards just in case the tide comes in high today.
As you say, VW, crucial part of it. Not all of them are VW Beetle powered, but nearly all. The engine you're looking at the back, which is over the rear wheels, and then you've got that VW Beetle. It's not so modified. That one's more standard. It's got some fiberglass bodywork at front and rear with the original metal bodywork sort of around the driver. That's the normal, not long wheelbase, but that's the normal wheelbase of a VW Beetle. But most of those that you're looking at have shorter versions of the VW Beetle chassis. But what works so well is the suspension, the engine sitting over the rear wheels. When you get it onto sand or onto dunes, great traction, and it was able to win the Baja. That's part of what Bruce Mayers did with these things.
Yeah, that incredible race down the race over the dunes and the rocks and the dirt down through Baja, Mexico, just south of California. But it then just, competition does always spawn an element, but it was the sight of, American vehicles tended to be powerful but very, very heavy. But these are light with the engine over the rear, as you say, perfect traction for them. And the sight of the buggy with Steve McQueen on board in the Thomas Crown Affair, a fantastic film from the 60s, firing himself over the dunes, that would have boosted sales enormously. And that buggy is very near the front. It's it's the third of the cars coming towards us with their headlights faired in on the nose of that car. A very, very famous car.
Yeah, there it is. You're just looking at it. The third one, as you say, the sort of orangey red coloured car. Very different windscreen as well. When that was out the other day, when Charlie March was driving it and it was raining, he was getting very, very wet. But thankfully, it's a little bit drier out there.
Yeah, Thursday, the rain was absolutely biblical, and Friday it was very wet with all that water just accumulated. But it didn't wipe the smiles off their faces. You just gave them a shower as they went.
Absolutely. And for everybody who's here this morning at Goodwood Revival for the final day of this 2024 Goodwood Revival, it's lovely to have you with us, whether you're actually at the event or whether you're watching us online. Thank you for joining us. And this is a bit of a smile for everybody. I was talking to a couple in one of these buggies that's going around right now. They only met a year ago. They're now together. And she was saying she absolutely loves the buggy. And they go off to various events all over the country. They were up in Yorkshire last week. They do events all over the country, and it's a really sociable thing. And she said also what's fun is when they just take it down the road on a normal day, they get people just laughing and smiling at them, seeing these buggies out.
Letting them out at junctions,
yeah,
just to get a better look. No, I think there are certain strains of vehicle that just do that. And the buggy, and just watching people who you never would have thought on a month of Sundays would be interested, stopping to look at them in the paddock, in the collection area just before they came out. And as they go around, you can sense the fun. What I would really love if they come here again is a dune for them to jump over and show what they could really do.
Yeah, and the guy who was with her, who's actually been to Goodwood many times, he said this is this moment for him is the moment of the year, because he has come to Goodwood as a visitor to enjoy being at Goodwood, to enjoy the revival and the cars, but to be able to drive round the track in his beach buggy that he's now had for 25 years, he is delighted. I tell you, he's not the only one. You can see a lot of smiles from people out there right now.
You can. A lot of people have had to adjust their fashion accordingly, and so it's all a good thing. We've got cowboy boots, we've got hats, we've got, the European representatives. A lot of these buggies on German plates, Austrian plates, French plates. Not everybody's driven them across to Goodwood. Some have actually slightly cheated and put them on trailers, but now they're here. It's great to see them, and also a lot of quite psychedelic colour schemes for a lot of these cars.
It is amazing, and we're very much celebrating the Mayer Manx and Bruce Mayers, who was the Californian who came up with the idea of creating beach buggies in the 1960s. And then, as we mentioned, he went on to compete with it on the Baja, the 500 to 1,000 miles long, very brutal competition, and beating the motorbikes by a huge margin with these rear-wheel drive VW-powered machines. But in the UK, at one point in the early 1970s, as we were saying, there were a lot of manufacturers. It went up to 15 manufacturers at one point. Amazing, really, some bizarre names. We've got a few of them here, and of course, all of the Bruce Mayers cars, that's the majority of them, the Manx Mayers. They have a particular logo on the front that you can well spot out. But as I say, there are others. There was one, the one I was looking at with the VW sign on it as well earlier. There was a UK name called the Volksrod. That was one of them.
I actually rather sadly remember that from probably reading a review in Motor or Autocar when I was a nipper, consuming everything I could about things with four wheels. But I just think it's so much fun. The fashion element, the social element is truly enormous. And do you know this connection between Aston Martin in the 1970s and these? Victor Gauntlet, who saved Aston Martin, his son Richard is now on the European board of Myers Manx. They just had the global launch on Friday in Earl's Court. That's Earl's Court here on the Goodwood circuit. Go and see them. Their latest and greatest, the electric model, and several others, all on show in Earl's Court. There is even a tiki bar, there's Hawaiian music. If it starts raining, that's probably not the worst place to go.
No, that's good news. And yes, that's a good point about Richard Gauntlet being involved. Philip Sarafilm and the designer Freeman Thomas are the others involved in the new business. And it's lovely to see that the Mayer Manx business is sort of continuing. And actually, from what I've gathered, after Bruce Mayers sadly died a few years ago, but he was a good age. He'd lived a wonderful life, and in a way, now that he's passed away and the company's been taken on, and they're doing things very professionally, and there's a lot of interest in what they're producing.
Oh, and I think listening to their words on Friday, they were really blown away just the level of interest this side of the Atlantic, and the fact that people have come from across Europe just to be part of the display. I think they might have just put their finger on the new pulse.
Yeah, I think you're right. This could be something for the future, so we shall see. In the UK, of course, we don't always have the sunshine. That you might want to be out in one of the buggies, but nonetheless, the smiles that everybody brings us, whether they're watching from the outside or sitting on board, and there's a lot of families. As I've noticed, there's a couple of little kids as well out there. That one I'm looking at, FKP 699L, with the flag flying up high. That was the couple I was talking to earlier on. They're in that beach buggy, and they're the ones that just some of the ones who've told me how much they're enjoying it. There you are. You can see them there. They've been together for a year, these two, and they're having a lovely time. I think he's listening to us as well. He's got one of those. He has.
He's got the earwig on board, so good to have it. So there we are. Earl, that makes it a 1972, 73 vintage vehicle, so it's still out there having fun. But the good thing about it, to be honest, these cars don't appear to have aged. The dune buggies, beach buggies, call them what you will, they're just fun. They've got a smiley face.
Absolutely. It's a bit rainy now, sadly, for them, just as we're getting down to the latter stage of the run. It is a bit damp, but yeah, those earpieces, by the way, if you want to, there you are, we're looking at them again. If you want to hear us, these earpieces are with the programmes when you come into to the Goodwood weekend, and they're wearing them and they're listening to us. And it'd be lovely if you, wherever you are around the track, if you pick up one of those and you can listen to us as well.
Well, that's very multi-sensory for those involved out there. So great to have them. Shame about the little flurry of rain, but come on, your smiles are wide. That's all we care about. But just 60 years since this concept was created by Bruce Mayers, and well, it makes people smile. I'm thumbs up for this one.
It is. It's lovely. It's lovely to see, and all these different events that they do go along to. But this is one of the big collections. There's no doubt. There's a collection in Europe that happens in different parts of Europe every summer. They usually get up to nearly 300 apparently in Europe, and they were in the Netherlands this year, but often it goes to Germany, Belgium, wherever. So that's something that these owners all love to go along to, something like that. And as I mentioned yesterday, talking to a guy from California who's out here, he's driving one of these this weekend. He says they can get about 300 together in California as well.
But presumably they normally do them by a beach.
Yes, I think they can, although even he said in America it's not always that easy to get on the beaches. Lots of deserts and other kind of runs they can do, but nowadays with sort of modern culture of driving things on beaches, it's not always seen to be a popular answer.
No, there are a few beaches in the UK you can do, but probably not
few
in the summer season. But Pendine Sands is one we were discussing in South Wales. That's a fantastic stretch of beach. And I guess if you could do it up the west coast of Wales as well, there are plenty of good long strands up there.
One of the drivers I was talking to the other day is actually going to the Pendine soon to do some filming, apparently. I'm not quite sure what it's all about, but yeah, it's something that they've officially been allowed to do. But
Is it the Thomas Crown Affair 2?
I
The sequel?
know. Yes, maybe. But yeah, that is one of the beaches in the UK they can run. And there are some in the US, of course. But it's just lovely to see these machines out on track here at Goodwood. And this is their final parade of the weekend. Remember, this is their third and final day here. So they really are absorbing every moment of it, taking it on board. And you're seeing these lovely machines. Some of them have been very much restored. Some of these fiberglass bodies, and that's what they are there, it's a fiberglass bodywork. Some of those have been recreated over the years. It's still being made nowadays. There are still manufacturers that create that kind of work.
And as with so many parades at Goodwood, a lot of these vehicles were fettled just to come to this parade, and some were finished last week in true sort of motorsport style, go right to the last moment. But great to see, and I really actually do admire someone who can go all the way from Europe to Texas to pick up something of sort of unknown provenance in so many ways, and certainly can't compare it against anything else.
No, it is fun to see that one, that original sort of VW Beetle version that's less modified, but it does give you the view of the cars that all of these others are actually based on. That's what they were based on. This is the chassis is taken but cut down in terms of its length, but keeping the front and rear suspension, and that has all stayed the same.
And it's always good to see our famous Goodwood Char ladies out taking every opportunity to get out on the circuit and to entertain. They're part of the cast of many hundreds of actors, or more than 100 actors, who take roles around the Goodwood circuit and just entertain you. You never know who they may be, but they're there to entertain, and they come in surprising shapes and sizes.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right, and the kit that people are wearing is wonderful too, of course. And Ed Foster, as he said, he's done it really well the last 2 days. He's gone for the more typical Goodwood revival, beautiful outfit today. But yeah, it's been fun seeing him in those different outfits during the course of the weekend.
Yeah, he'll learn not to take those bets in future and come out the wrong side. He, in fact, was dressed in a similar style to that, but with shorts, of course, and a matching hat. But that's Ed Foster for you.
It is indeed. Some of these people have owned their beach buggies for many, many, many years. Some are still involved in the work on them, the restoration of them, repairing them, making new parts, as I say. So it is very much a theme. And if you're here at Goodwood and you rather love them, then do go along and talk to some of these people. They'd love to tell you about them, and you can go and have a look at the cars. And I'm sure there'll always be one or two on the market, so it's something that you can get involved in.
Yes, as paraded at Goodwood. So if one comes into the infield, you turn right at the motorbikes, keep going past the the 500cc Formula 3 cars, which actually will not be there now because they should be in the assembly area, and then go out onto the grass on the inside of the Lavant Straight, on the inside of Woodcote, and you will find that multicolour array of 60 buggies.
I hope they're there. They weren't there this morning. Actually, funnily enough, when I went over there to have a quick look, they were not there. They came from another side.
They looped them round and brought them in.
Maybe they let them free earlier this time, but you're right. I'm pretty sure it is over to the right-hand side as you come across the track. That's certainly where they have been out on the grass. They're not far away from a lot of the military vehicles that we'll be seeing later. So a little bit of highlights from the Mayor's Manx parade. Last one of those for this weekend, and the wonderful stuff that people are wearing. Those sunglasses that look like guitars. I rather enjoyed those.
Yeah, some might have dressed up, some might dress like that the whole time, but every shape and size. 60 years celebrating since the first Mayor's Manx buggy was made. Californian style. This was one of the ones with the wicker seats. These were the ones that was actually part of the Hilton group. They used to have it at some of their hotels in sunnier climes to take their guests around.
Absolutely, yes. It was something that was created back in the period and which has been recreated to a certain extent by the revised Mayor Manx company. So it's been wonderful to see the beach buggies, the dune buggies out on track, and I'm glad they've all had such a wonderful time.
gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
You know, I see it Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
That multicoloured array of Myers Manx beach buggies always looks so much fun to kickstart our day. And someone else who looked like they had a lot of fun yesterday, Imi Barkley, has joined us. You've been over at the Revive and Thrive area yesterday, and we saw a fabulous shot of you dancing yesterday. Did you have a lot of fun?
That's nice of you to say it was a fabulous shot. I certainly was having fun. You know, it is funny how your self-consciousness and inhibitions do fly away as soon as you hit that floor, you're around the music, and just the buzz of everyone else having a good time. I'd like to see you two out there at some point, please. Come on, gotta get you away from the racetrack onto the dance floor a little bit. I think this floor here is quite good for it. Up here on top of this pavilion wouldn't be so bad.
I think we'll leave the dancing to you, Amy, but what have you got in store today? You're sort of our guide to the, you know, over the road, the festival, the fairground, the cinema, the Sky Cinema, the Revival Cinema. What are you going to be doing today?
That Sky Cinema is something I'm going to go and check out, because don't we all love the idea of a drive-through, drive-in cinema? It's so nostalgic, so perfect. I've been seeing it on the big screen actually from here, and they're playing Grease, and it really does bring alive what we're doing here in that sense of revival and fun. And even looking at the costumes they're using in the movie, you go, oh my goodness, okay, we are on theme here, it's great. So definitely a little bit of that, the fairground if we can get over there, but really more of seeing everyone's costumes and talking to them to find out the real stories behind what they're wearing, because it's so fun to be able to have that connection with everyone here and the excuse to have that little bit of a moment and where'd you get this, where'd you get that, and everything's coming really from grandparents' wardrobes and so on. So it's a really fun discovery here at Revive and Thrive where I am.
Yeah, we've really enjoyed hearing those stories and hearing from the people that you've been speaking to, Imi. So we'll let you get back over the road because you're going to be exploring a lot more today. And we'll see someone else later in the day, our own Crun Shandhook, who will be around the Goodwood site. But for now, he's going to talk us through the track guide.
Let's take a look at the Goodwood circuit, largely unchanged since its heyday back in the 1960s. 2.36 miles of an unforgiving circuit. The grass banks are close, the grass verges are even closer. Heading off the start, you head first towards Madgwick, an off-camber tricky right-hander with a bump at the apex. It is so important to get the line right and get a good exit as you charge up towards Fordwater. A daunting right-hander, again off-camber, slightly dropping downhill at the exit as well. It is incredibly high speed. Up towards St. Mary's, first goes right, then go left. Don't be too greedy with a curb on the left-hand side, and that'll put you offline. The track drops slightly downhill and then back up again towards a double right-hander of Lavin. Getting a good exit and traction out of here is hugely important because that leads you onto the fastest part of the track, through the little kink heading towards Woodcut. A long, long right-hand over the apex seems to take an age to get to. The back of the car always edgy, and then you get hard on the brakes for the chicane. We've seen many an incident there with drivers getting just a bit too greedy with the curbs and the walls on the inside line. Get all of this right and you will be the winner across the line.
Thanks for that, Karun. Yeah, I think some of the drivers and riders would probably have wanted to borrow a surfboard from those beach buggies on Friday. It was that wet around the track. Yesterday and today, it's spitting a little bit with rain today, but interestingly I was speaking to Josh Brooks, a superbike rider in the Barry Sheen Trophy yesterday, and I was asking him a bit about the conditions, and he said it was very patchy and he needed a lap or two to work out where the wet patches were. You know, there's a lot for them to handle with these classic machines, thinking about that alone. Then they've got the conditions on top of that. At the moment, we can see that the track is patchy. So our first race is lining up in the assembly area, and they're going to have to work that out when they get out there.
Absolutely. With racing, you know, you want it to be one or the other, really. Ideally, you want it to be super dry in a perfect situation, or just wet, and then you know it's wet. What we've had over the last couple of days is that in-between, so you don't quite know where the grip is, so you have to, it's a voyage of discovery. And we're going to find out soon enough, because I can hear those historic Formula 3 cars revving up in the background, because we've got our first race of today, the Earl of March Trophy. And let's hear a little bit more about it.
Tom, you've put your car on pole, and I never thought I'd say this at Goodwood, by I think 4 seconds to second and 11 seconds to third. You obviously had a wonderful time in practice.
Well, yeah, I really enjoy the wet, and the car's just great. You've got to really throw it about and get it sideways and be comfortable with it when it's sliding, but once it's there, it's just like dancing it.
So, I mean, there's a couple of drips of rain, but it looks like it's going to be a reasonably dry race. Do you think this order's going to stay similar, or is it all going to be mixed up?
I think there's going to be a lot of interesting racing going on, because it's all a little bit out of order for a dry race. And there are some quick cars that will definitely come back through, but it's not fully dry yet, so changing conditions will keep it. I think it'll be quite interesting the whole way through.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Enjoy it.
Cheers.
So we are looking forward to this first race getting underway in just a few moments' time. The Earl of March Trophy on these wonderful 500cc machines. They are tiny, they are motorbike powered with their Jap or Norton engines mostly, but they are very, very entertaining little machines from the post-war period. They really came about very much at the same time, especially as a championship, when Goodwood appeared in 1948, because that's when the 500cc championship really got underway. Turned into Formula 3, of course, so that Formula 3 term is used. It was a junior championship for single-seater racers, and we're going to be seeing plenty of them out there.
Yeah, there weren't many steps on the motor racing ladder back then, and a lot of drivers went very quickly from there up through the Formula E to get to become Grand Prix drivers, thinking of Stirling Moss and others. But when you look at the cars, they are absolutely minute. You talked of Norton engines, Jap engines, also Vincent engines in the tail of some of them. Every single car, we've got quite a few Coopers, but the sheer array of constructors who produce cars. Some weren't even given names particularly, it was just what they built in their garage to come racing. It was very simplistic, and the suspension is something that really you need to look at. It's very, very individual, and some of them even use bungee cords as part of their suspension strapped over the nose of the car.
Lovely. We were just looking at the number 60 car, Tom, that Ed was speaking to just a moment ago, and he will be starting from pole position, the youngster who is certainly very, very rapid in wet conditions. And as we have been talking about with the others as well, it is a bit damp out on circuit. I think we could be in for some quite interesting lines around the track just to try and find where the grip is and where it isn't. So there's some patches patches that look drier than others. Quite often the actual traditional racing line can be the wetter bit because it's the smoother bit where it gets a lot of tyre surfacing across it. Sometimes you want to be off that line.
Yeah, definitely. And just when they had the fantastic flying display early this morning, there was some high up shots giving me a good chance to look down on the circuit, and looking from above you can actually see quite a lot better than when you're down at surface level. And certainly at Lavant there were parts that were very dark, i.e. wet, very light down the middle, but always we've had that little flurry of rain when the Manx buggies were out there, the Myers Manx buggies, but I would suggest these cars are going to want to go 2 or 3 wide into corners, and some may be lucky in finding the line that hasn't got too much oil or whatever down on it, but it's going to be a very slippery, tricky circuit. Now this is going to be a 20-minute race, but with a rolling start. That's going to be fantastic, something very different.
Yeah, so they've got this green flag lap now from out of the assembly area. They will come round, gather up, and as they come to the grid, they will not stop. They will actually get the start of the race, and that's very sensible, because I was talking to a friend of mine who's doing a bit of mechanicking. He says they're really quite difficult to get started, so if you do that on the grid, it's quite hard work.
Yeah, over the years there have been quite a few that all has been fine until they've been required to get going. And again, so many little shapes to take a look at. Car number 64, for example, look and find, and that's Richard Kelly. That's a Cooper Norton. So Cooper is the predominant manufacturer. One of the interesting cars for me is the car in 3rd place is the Maxon, actually 4th place on the grid. And let's take a look at the grid.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. There is some interesting machines. Let's take a look at the grid. Tom Waterfield on that pole position with Harry Painter and Alex Wilson alongside on the front row. Then we've got Michael Russell and Richard de la Roche, Andrew Turner, Stuart Wright and George Shackleton. Keep an eye on George Shackleton in his Cooper Norton. He had a rear bodywork flap up. He had to pull out of qualifying a bit early. He's done well here in the past. Andy Rayner is 9th. Richard Kelly is 10th. And as you can see, there's quite a lot of Coopers, as you mentioned, that brand that was made at that period. But a lot of other names, the Petty Norton, the Martin Norton, the Norton engine, of course, from motorbikes, a Triumph engine, that's quite rare as well. And as we head down the 19th place, the Effie Jap, that sounds great, doesn't it? Peter Cumlin starting from 19th, Xavier Kingsland in 20th in the Erskine Star Ride. And then further down the list, Duncan Rabagliati. There's a man who's got tremendous history of 500s. He's been competing in them for many, many, many years, and he's part of the history putting together many of these packs. So it's lovely to see that. He starts down in 21st. Mike Wood and Mike Doodman down towards the back of the grid in their machines as well. So they're all getting a bit of a feel for what the track's like at the moment.
Yeah, here they are coming into Lavant. It looks uniformly dry there, but I would guarantee that at some parts of the circuit... Oh dear, this is the car that was Vernon Williamson's car, but it's actually got...
Jack Bond.
Jack Bond at the wheel. That hasn't made it to the start of the race. And by the way, I talked about the Maxon with Michael Russell, the motorbike racer, but he's in fact in a Heitzer, an American made car with a Jap engine from 1959. We'll see that. That's starting on the second row of the grid. But really disappointing for the car in a Curiacos blue, pushed off the circuit there. So that is a big shame for Jack Bond. He'd have really enjoyed the crack in this race. Yeah. Have to come back another year, the young driver.
That is a pity. But then reliability with cars from this period, not always as great. And remember, Stirling Moss won the first ever 500cc race here back in 1948 when Goodwood first opened up as a racetrack. Moss with so much history at this track. Today, it's going to be a different story, and I don't think we're going to have the same winner because as we've had in just the last few years, because he's not actually doing it. Peter de la Roche has taken a few wins, but not entered today.
Now, not all the Coopers are uniform because, of course, they evolved. The front two cars are Mark 7 and Mark 8. The Mark 10 is just behind the white, red and yellow car with Alex Wilson. And the Heitzer, the one I was talking about, car number 68, Michael Russell, outside of the second row. It's the mid-blue car. That's rather late, 1959. Lower front end on that. Look at that nose, chisel nose. Great looking car, actually.
It is. It's a later one. It looks like a real proper racing car from later on in the period. I mean, the first ones, they were with the engines behind, of course, but then the aerodynamics started to come in. But that was late 50s, as you say. That car that's starting in 4th place with bike rider Michael Russell.
And look back to the 5th car on the grid. It's pale blue. That's a Smith Butler. That's earlier. That's 1951. It just looks larger, but it was about getting smaller and smaller. Not just the cars, the drivers too. That's what the designers wanted anyhow. But so the rolling start is upon us. The Jaguar E-Type will pull to one side, and then this packed field of 30 cars will come out to play with the rolling start.
Here we go then, all ready for the start of the Earl of March Trophy here at Goodwood. And let's see how it goes. It's Tom Waterfield on the left-hand side, Harry Painter on the right. They're taking it nice and easy for the rolling start as they come up towards the line. Once they get the flag, they'll be going to full throttle over the line. The flag waves, they're underway now. Remember, these are not hugely powerful. These are 500cc motorbike engine machines. in light single-seaters. That's a good start by the pole man. Tom Waterfield has got away well. That was a bad start by Michael Russell, funnily enough. Number 66, he's dropped back several places.
Yeah, he's gone back 2 or 3 places, but certainly Tom Waterfield did everything right from the outside the front row. Harry Painter in his Cooper tucks in behind, but already Waterfield getting a bit of air between.
George Shackleton, look, he's moved up very quickly.
He had trouble before. He qualified only 8th, but we knew beforehand he'd be quick, but he's got past Harry Painter and is not hanging around his Cooper 11.
George is a very rapid racer in the 500s, and he's up into that second place. I notice his rear engine bodywork is not on there anymore. It flew off in qualifying, and it made him have to pull off at one stage, but he's still battling for second.
Is Harry Painter taking a very, very wide line through St Mary's, and hopefully has got around the corner, because it's a corner that keeps on turning. A lot of drivers run a little wide, get a wheel on the grass and go round, but it seems all is okay. Fantastic shot. Just echoing, Ben, how small these cars are.
Yeah, they are tiny, aren't they? But the great thing is, it's a bit like riding motorbikes around Goodwood. You can get a few more alongside each other. Not quite as many as the motorbikes, but it does make for overtaking perhaps a little more possible when you've got that narrower car. One of the things about modern Formula One is they're so wide, when you take them to a track like Monaco, they can't overtake each other.
So wide and so long. We've got a little bit of a grass visitation there. I'm trying to work out which that one is. Is that Simon Hughes? No, his car is white. Oh, it says JB Jones in the Cousy. Look out for that one. The little teeth and eyes painted on that. Yeah. Certainly George Shackleton, having got into second place, is going very well indeed, and looking for others making moves up the order. Smith Buckler going very well. That's car number 9, Richard de la Roche.
Yeah,
it's one of the older cars.
Simon Frost, who's battling away there, managing to get into that position. As you say, Richard de la Roche, part of the family that has done so well here. He's the father of Peter, who's taken various victories here.
By the handful. So at the end of the opening lap, pole starter Tom Waterfield leading by 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Well, we knew he was way ahead in practice, but that was in very wet conditions. George Shackleton from 8th up to 2nd. That's very good. He's got ahead of Harry Painter, who's gone from 2nd back to 3rd. And 4th at the end of the opening lap, Alex Wilson in his Cooper.
See, there's a yellow flag. That's why we've got a yellow flag, because we've got a car off, and driver seems to be okay, just popping out. And is that Chris Wilson? Just trying to spot exactly that number, because it's just hidden a little bit.
Marginally obscured.
Yeah, marginally obscured. But let's take a look and see what happened here. So this was coming out of the chicane. Oh no, it's 20. I think it's 29, isn't it? So it is Chris Wilson. He's just lost it on the exit.
Yeah, it's just marginal error, just getting the back wheel onto that wet grass. Round he goes, and he's parked it on the opposite side of the track, on the left hand from the driver's point of view. He's out of the car. Right, this is a battle for second place. George Shackleton, Harry Painter. Harry having a little bit of a twitch on a bit of track that looked dry and clearly didn't have as much. And we're hearing the rain is picking up, but as I look to my left from the commentary position, there is sun on the South Downs, so it's going to be coming in and out through the course of the morning.
What fun. Hands up. What was that about? He's saying, what's going on almost? Yeah, we still got some good... we've got safety car, right. Okay, so the safety car has been called out. They are getting the safety car sign. That may well have been what that was about. And I think that as a result of Chris Wilson going off, they probably have brought the safety car out to be able to recover that car safely. So everyone's going to have to drop behind. Yeah, there we are. So this is Chris Wilson. This is actually a key car. It's a shame it's gone off, because this is one of the very earliest Coopers of the 500s cc brand, and they've managed to get this car back together again. It's been restored quite recently, this car, but it's a 1948 machine that went to New Zealand and was raced in New Zealand for many, many years, and not that long ago it's been brought back to the UK. It's been restored, and I do feel for Chris Wilson, who's a good 500cc racer. He's had a second place here in the Don Parker. He was 3rd in the Earl of March not so long ago. He's had other victories here at Goodwood, so he'll be a bit frustrated to have gone out.
I just heard a sound beneath us. Harry Painter's come out of... He's just been demoted from 3rd place. I was desperately trying to see if I could see from the commentary position, but well done to the cameras for picking it up. So while the safety car is waiting to pick up the leaders, just remember, at the end of the opening lap, Tom Waterfield from pole was leading by 4 seconds. Now the rain is really, really coming down. But then he's listed as 8 seconds clear from George Shackleton. But we can see George Shackleton in number 23 is closed right up behind the safety car. In 3rd place, we've got Alex Wilson, the white car with the red-yellow cross of Guernsey on its nose, is sitting there. They'll be waiting, but it's good to see that already Chris Wilson's car has been removed from where it had been parked on the Exeter's chicane on the other side of the track, the grandstand side of the track. But look, we're talking about the rain, we're getting flurries of rain, the cars around the back of the circuit approaching St Mary's, it's bright over there, there will be a little bit of spray, but it appears to have stopped raining at that part.
It's funny, isn't it? Alex Wilson, who, as you said, is now up into third place, he's busy wiping his helmet at the moment. He's really trying to get some vision. It's not easy with that very light rain. And actually, we were speaking to Keith Arles a minute ago about when he was out in qualifying the other day. On Friday, it was even wetter, but he said the spray made it almost impossible to see where you were going. I mean, this is slightly different rain we've got now. Less water on track, but even so.
Yes, I think it's safe to say these 500cc cars with their very narrow tyres wouldn't put up as much spray as the unlimited sports cars, the Can-Am cars, if you will, that he was out there competing with. But right now, if you didn't remember to do that, well, there we are, another part of the track, and it is raining properly. Sunshine in the background, illuminating the umbrellas, but for the drivers, this is the trickiest of tricky. If they went on a full wet track, they'd know what they're doing. And with this sunshine also onto a greasy wet visor, visibility is going to be very, very difficult at certain points on the circuit.
Well, we know that Tom Waterfield, who was on pole and has got the lead at this race, does enjoy driving in the wet. And he said it's just something he enjoys doing. We shall have to see. But this section, you can see this section, there's still a few dry patches, in fact, into the last corner down into Woodcote. But when they come up towards Madgwick, the first corner, it's going to be very, very wet up there. So, it's, as you said, it's a bizarre mix at the moment. But Tom Waterfield's already going to be opening it up, of course. Second place now is George Shackleton, having made that excellent getaway earlier on. George Shackleton up into second place. Alex Wilson in third place. So here we go, back to racing once again, and it's a good getaway for our race leader. Tom Waterfield has opened up the gap already. Let's see if there are going to be some more fights. And there's a bit of sunshine there, but let's just see how slippery it is, how cautious they have to be. Everybody dealing with it pretty well at this point. Rush just coming through, and then there's the rain. Right, so it's right on the exit of Madgwick. It's bizarre, isn't it?
Well, Madgwick's very much a two-part corner. It really is a two-part corner now. Dry on the way into the first apex. As you look at the second apex and think, I'll run wide, do not run wide because you're going to be on the grass. Very, very tricky. Few autumnal leaves falling in front of the camera, so a little bit of wind blowing through as well. But so far, so good for the field. But certainly Tom Waterfield is likely to escape because when the track was dry at the start, he very quickly put 4 seconds between him and the best. The rest at that point, it was Harry Painter. Then George Shackleton moved up into second place. Of course, we've had the field closed up by the safety car, but no one is told that Tom Waterfield to hang back. Out of St Mary's, up to Lavant he goes, but he'll be just trying to use every part of his body to get a feel for how much grip there is, or more to the point, how much there isn't when he goes into Lavant.
Absolutely right. Tom Waterfield's driving beautifully in these conditions, I have to say. He's definitely setting the fastest sector times and pulling away a little bit at the moment, again out in front. He just has a technique in the wet that makes it look very, very good indeed. Number 3 just coming through, that's running down in 13th place, slightly bigger machine. That's the JBS Norton. Actually, that started down towards the back of the field, but it's doing a little better now. And everybody staying on track for now, which is not easy in these conditions at all. But hopefully they can all hold it together. Now, we've got a little bit of a battle. This is for third place. You've still got Alex Wilson in third place at the moment, being chased down a little bit more by Andrew Turner. Andrew in another of the Coopers. This is also the Cooper as our race leader comes over the line, Tom Waterfield in the Cooper Norton Mark 8. It's a very unique sound as well. When you hear at Goodwood and you're hearing this, it's a very deep, rich sound from these 500cc engines.
Far deeper than you'd think. You look at the specification of the engine, but hold on, it's a single cylinder. It's more likely to be deep, punchy through. Now, this is a great little battle between Wilson and Turner, but as, again, they're on the dry part of the track, turning into Madgwick, still dry, but they knew from last time around the rain is falling at the second part. We're looking at that now. George Shackleton being a little bit more cautious, not going quite out towards the edge as well he can. But a little bit of rain on the exit of Madgwick, an awful lot at the approach to St Mary's, possibly the trickiest part of the track, just where you really don't want it. But wow, hanging the tail out, our race leader Tom Waterfield, he said he loved the rain. I wondered if that was bluff. Clearly it isn't. He's absolutely making that car work so well for him.
Beautiful control. I mean, they run on almost on motorbike tyres. They are so narrow, those tyres, so there's very, very little grip. But those shots, those pictures there's our third place man, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's Wilson. Alex Wilson has just pulled off, so don't know what's remiss, but
something's dangling down at the back. Oh, it's the chain. I think it's the chain that's come off. That's the drive chain, I think, that's come off.
I think that's a very good spot. So imagine that you're just approaching Ford Water and suddenly you have no more drive. You want a bit of drive because you need to get around the corner. But good spot from Ben. Really unfortunate there. One of the better looking cars in the field there, Alex Wilson's Cooper, but it's not going anywhere right now. So right in the mix there he was, but now at the side of the track. By the way, the lead for Tom Waterfield after that first flying lap on the restart, 8 seconds.
Wow. That's amazing. Yeah, so we're talking about they run motorbike engines, so that's why, you know, you're running a drivetrain just like a motorbike, and we do have safety car back out once again. No surprise. And in some ways, I feel, you know, there's a bit of a relief for them because some of those parts of the track now are so slippery.
Yeah, and I mean, anytime you have a car parked by the side of the track, it's a potential danger. But when you're on the outside at the approach to St Mary's and Ford Water, quite a fearsome corner in the dry, but it's so wet. But here we are on the start finish straight. Bright sunshine, dry out. You're going to get wet when you get to the second part of Madgewick, but that also emphasises the lead that Tom Waterfield has almost the entirety of the start finish race. Here comes George Shackleton. Just see what the increment, 15, nearly 16 seconds down in second place. Of course, that will close up behind the safety car. Car number 86 is next in line, the yellow and blue Cooper of Andrew Turner. And this high up shot from the person who's probably closest to the weather, up on the enormously high cherry picker, looking down over Woodcote, the circuit. And it's what's beyond. It's the rain pouring down beyond where we can see the trees in the background. That's St Mary's and Ford Water, and those are the corners where the rain is absolutely the heaviest. There is the person who deserves at least 2 Mars bars with their coffee.
Indeed, thank you so much to our camera guys, doing a fantastic, look at the height up there, and in the rain. That is not easy, doing that all day long. Fantastic job, and thanks to all of our camera crews for putting it out when this kind of weather. I mean, it's just, this isn't going to last long, thankfully, I don't think anyway. Hopefully it's not going to last too long. We've still got a bit of blue sky in certain parts around us, but it's dark in other parts, and the rain down at that end is massive.
Also got to think about people getting out of the car parks later today. There's a little, the Heitzer.
That's the first of them, that's not a Cooper. So we've got a Cooper cars 1, 2, 3 at the moment. He's running in 4th place. So the fastest of the cars, look at that. You can see that Turner's saying, look, we should barrel out of this race. He's basically saying, we can't continue, Andrew Turner. He was waving his arms as if to say, no, come on. And I do understand, because
I think he was just doing breaststroke, Ben.
Do you reckon? Is that what he was doing? Okay. It certainly gave me the feeling that he doesn't want to carry on much longer. That section is so wet.
But even Lavant, two laps ago, was only marginally wet, is now properly wet. But the worst bit is just before St Mary's. You could say going into the deep end now, into the water splash. Who was that? Car number 55, I think it was. It might be... it was 53. It was the Erskine Star Ride with Simon Deadman, who's made decent progress in this race.
Yeah, and we can't even spot them now. Look at this. I mean, you know, trying to identify them through the sort of misty rain.
But just refer back to what Keith Arles was saying when he came up to the commentary box. He said, I looked at the replay, you know, on TV, it seemed wet, but for us on the track, it was the hanging spray that's coming back. And right now, these cars, such small wheels, they won't really be aquaplaning, but that rain, the way it's bouncing back off the track, that shows you just how hard it's coming down.
And when you're in a 500cc single-seater with no windscreen, and you sit high in the car, you've got no seat belts, of course, because they didn't exist in those days, and you are just getting whacked by the rain, basically. Some of them sit very high, as you can see. So you see a lot of the drivers' head, the shoulders, their arms, which, of course, in modern Formula 1 cars, you barely see at all. And let's just have a little look here at what's been going on.
Well, let's hope they've got holes in the floor, because the rain may need to be dropped out of the bottom of their bathtubs. But here's our race leader, Tom Waterfield, named for the occasion. Every time he builds a lead, the safety car comes out, but with good reason, because we need Alex Wilson's Cooper to be cleared from just before St Mary's. George Shackleton. But again, it really is a circuit of 2 halves. It is dry here on the start-finish straight.
That's a gentleman who's enjoying the view, and he's got the proper umbrella to experience it. Yeah, perfect size. Look at that.
And he's listening, and he's paid his 2 bob, but he's not going to relinquish that deck chair. But that is the true spirit. And we had horrendous rain on Thursday, on the Saturday, and on Friday, but people were still having great fun. A fair few shoes, I think, have been popped in the bin when people left the circuit, never to be worn again because of the mud. But right now, it's going to blow in, it's going to blow out, but the weather forecast said light rain. That looked like heavy rain, but luckily it was, I think, it's ebbing. But Ben, whatever you do, do not look over your left shoulder towards Lavant, because it's completely black over that part of the circuit.
Yeah, and it's certainly worrying some of them. It's a bit of a shame that this race for them has gone so quiet for a while and in such difficult conditions. 500cc club that are involved in this championship for historic races. They really do a lot of stuff. They do a lot of hill climbs as well. There's a couple more to come this year. They're going to Shelsley in September, middle of September. They go to Prescott in early October, the 5th of October. They'll be competing up the Prescott hill climb. This is number 36. There's one of those that's had enough by the looks of things. He's pulled off. That's Kerry Horan in another of the less common ones. That's the Trenberth with Vincent Power. And it's actually an Australian 500cc. So it's quite a rare one. But as I was saying, there are some other events still to go on. There's another sprint event actually at Castle Combe later in October.
Well, the flag is red, and I think that's totally the sensible decision. I mean, we have just over 4 minutes left on the clock. Just a lovely little story about the car splashing its way around in third place. Andrew Turner, his father John, bought that yellow and blue Cooper back in 1967 for £260. In fact, it was raced, and he raced it all the way through until he died, a year before he died last year at the age of 84. So talk about getting something in the family and keeping it. But right now the family will take it back, wring it out, dry it down, and enjoy the rest of the day. But alas, you know, that was a sensible decision.
I do. I think it's a sensible decision. I totally understand it. But I feel sorry for them because they qualified Friday. They had a day off yesterday, which is lovely. They could enjoy Goodwood. But they were looking forward to their race this morning. And we weren't expecting this kind of rain. And suddenly, look, they've had a much shortened race, and they've got absolutely drenched. And of course, tidying these cars up is not going to be that easy. Mind you, my friend was telling me these engines chuck out quite a lot of oil sometimes, so that will hopefully protect them from the rain a bit.
They're light enough to be popped up onto their sides to tip the water out from the cockpits. But yeah, a real shame. But Tom Waterfield, bear in mind, the track was all but dry when the race started. A little blurry when the Myers Manx buggies were out, but
those buggies are always lucky. Those buggies were always going out here, and it's pretty much dry. We had a little bit of rain at the end of the first run on Friday, but the buggies seem to be able to get out here in the dry. But these poor 500s, they're in the wet both times they've been out.
And this low shot is fantastic. This is on the inside of Woodcote, and just you can imagine how slippery it is on that slick Hayden.
So this will be a result. The 5 laps of racing is what's counted as the result, and it is. There's no real doubt about the winner because Tom Waterfield, who started from pole position with a major advantage in qualifying, he certainly deserved that victory. It's just a shame that we didn't get to see a little bit more racing down the field as well, because these are enthusiasts who love these 500cc machines. Very early cars from post-World War II. It was the beginning of a lot of British success in motorsport, actually, because the Cooper company that we've been talking about is one of those racing companies that, you know, a bit like Lotus went on and BRM, but they were a company that started so early in this particular style of racing, and it built up a huge British manufacturer group in motor racing.
And it really did, and of course the fact we had Coopers of many marks, but they counted up through the numbers. So each year a little bit of a modification, a little bit of an improvement. So do you want to keep your old car? Do you bring a new one? Do you sell your old car to someone who's just starting? And it did help create the industry that just became massive and so creative, and then of course went on to change the face of Formula One.
Absolutely. And yeah, it has all changed over the years, of course. The spirits of the 750 Motor Club, in a way, took on a lot of that, because they took on making their own cars, coming up with sort of designs of single-seaters that you could make yourself. And of course, that's how Colin Chapman and many others got involved in, isn't it?
Yeah, that, and then the Clubman's Formula as well, people like Patrick Head, the greats of Formula One design. But the results have been declared after 5 racing laps. No doubt, Ben, it was Tom Waterfield at the top of the chart. Yeah,
and officially he's taken that win by 15 seconds. So that was sort of taken back to just before the safety car period. So Tom Waterfield taking a very dominant win, and he's gone well here in the past. He's taken the victory from George Shackleton. It's a Cooper 1-2-3 with Andrew Turner in third, but Michael Russell with that Heiser, the 1959 lower car, very immaculate little machine, that finished fourth. Richard de la Roche in fifth, ahead of Simon Frost. Stuart Wright in another Cooper, and then Richard Kelly. Xavier Kingsland in the Erskine Star Ride. That's fun to see that got into the top 10. And Gordon Russell in the Petty Norton. He finished in 10th place. Lots of other names coming through. Andy Rayner in the JBS Norton. He finished in 11th, ahead of John Chisholm and Mark Fulmer. Simon Deadman, another of the Erskine Star Rides. JB Jones in the Cozy Triumph. And Kerry Horan, who actually did pull off, but did get, because they've gone back a lap before he came in, does get 16th position. 17th position. Simon Hughes in 18th, Mike Wood in 19th, and Roy Wright in the Flash Norton in 20th. And then outside that, we had Nigel Challis, Peter Cumlin, Duncan Rabagliati, who does so much with these cars, Hans Sears and Ches Reynolds bringing up the back. So there we go. That was a little bit disappointing that we didn't get more racing in the Earl of March trophy from the 500s. They had their rolling start in on a track that was actually relatively dry in quite a few places. A great start, as ever, from Tom Waterfield with the golden stripe down the centre of his number 60 car. Had some great battles in the middle, but they really look after each other. What I love watching is they don't do crazy stuff. When you're in a 500cc, you give each other space.
You are exposed to one of those, and Harry Painter held down second place to start, but George Shackleton up from 8th after a problem in qualifying. He was soon going towards the front, and also going well was Richard De Roche, the number 9, Smith Butler in the background of the shot. JB Jones took his Tiger Tooth koozie out to see the fans. Eventually got back on the track. He thought it was damp then. He had much more to come his way.
Yeah, and very sadly, Chris Wilson went off with that number 29 car, that early Cooper, very pretty little Cooper. You notice as Coopers, some of them look like they got radiators at the front, which of course they don't do because they've got air-cooled motorbike engines in them, but it was a lovely sort of design that Cooper did. But then we got the rain coming in more.
Yeah, the safety car was out, and then Chris Wilson's car was removed from the track, so it was racing again, and Tom Waterfield blasted off to build another lead. But then the rain came down. It wasn't uniform. It wasn't on the start-finish straight, but certainly when the drivers left the second part of Madgewick, it was fully wet. And by the time they got to St Mary's, oh my word, there was little they could do.
And we had one or two little offs, but I'm surprised in many ways that we didn't see more go off. We just had a quick look there at Chaz Reynolds in one of the Kieft cars, which are also very pretty machines. But then going off, sadly, was Alex Wilson when the chain separated, and he couldn't go anywhere with that. And then we had the safety car back out once again, and then that really was the end of the race, because with the rain falling even more, there wasn't an opportunity to go racing, and several of them felt there really wasn't any chance to continue. But well done to Tom Waterfield for taking victory.
Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Cunnington from Backers devoured the run towards the line. It's Cunnington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
As the official luxury cruise partner of Goodwood Revival, visit our spacious cruise ship at Gate 2A as we celebrate the romance and glamour of luxury travel. We'll capture you looking your very best. You can chat with the crew and enter to win an unrivaled VIP experience with Regent 7 Seas Cruises aboard the world's most luxurious fleet. Come on board and discover why Regent is the best luxury cruise experience on the 7 Seas.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Revival's official charity partner for 2024 is St Wilfrid's Hospice, which for 35 years has been providing palliative care for people with terminal illnesses in both West Sussex and Hampshire.
I think every patient we see comes with a very different story, a very different medical history, and we take a lot of care and a lot of time to really pull out the history that that patient has, what's important to them, what their background is. It's really about them as a person and their family, because we're here to support them as well as their loved ones.
We can build up a strong relationship, and for many of our patients there will come a turning point where they're not well enough, but we know them as a person by that point, and I think that makes a huge difference, not just for them but also their families.
There's always smiles, there's always laughter, there's always a degree of happiness around, even when we're working in such a difficult sort of area.
Sadly, most of us know of someone in need of this support, so I am confident the Revival will make a significant contribution to such an important charity. So please do all you can to help us support such a good cause this year.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
Come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
All of the things which we live for, what we love.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see it, Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house. Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
Well, the rain is still falling here at the Goodwood Revival, so we are getting a little bit of a pause at the moment. They're going to check out the track and see what the conditions are like before we get cars back out to race. So we are due to see the Richmond and Gordon Trophy next, but there is going to be a little delay. So an opportunity for us to look back at some of the exciting action from yesterday. And Alice Powell, who's with me in the commentary box now, was commentating with Harry Benjamin on a race that was absolutely superb. It was part one of the St Mary's Trophy. We're going to get part two again later today. But let's take a look back at some of the highlights of the St Mary's Trophy from yesterday.
That will be the one leading them away, Alex Buncombe, who will head the field, followed by Steve Soper in the Cooper behind, and then Frank Stippler will be the Alfa Romeo Giulia. All lining up on that front row. Look out for Jake Hill behind in the Plymouth Barracuda, and Alex Brundle as well. We have the flag and we are racing, and it's a poor start from our pole sitter Alex Buncombe. Steve Soper roars into the lead. Can Frank Stippler round the outside and the Alfa Romeo do anything about it? Watch out for Jake Hill as well, who's trying to shuffle his way through in the Galaxy 500. Jake Hill has slotted into third, but the man who didn't think he stood a chance of racing it out of the top has taken the lead. Frank Stippler now leads coming out of Madwick.
Yeah, Alex Brundle
Earl's having a little look down the inside of Steve Soper as well in the number 76 Mini, but at the moment it's the 1.6 litre Alfa Romeo Giulia which is up against the Plymouth Barracuda, 4.6 litre V8 underneath that number 1 car driven by Jake Hill. But Alex Brundle, take a look, he's framing it around the outside of Jake Hill, and he's done it.
Nice
what a
move from Brundle versus the Plymouth Barracuda of Jake Hill. The Morris Mini getting the better of the Plymouth, but it's still the Alfa Romeo out in front. Now coming under pressure, though, from Alex Brundle. Can Brundle challenge for the lead here? Bunkum had a poor start from pole, has fallen back a few places, and this is your battle for the lead between Frank Stippler in the Alfa Romeo ahead of Alex Brundle, but Jake Hill is coming back at them and roars past Brundle, roars past the Alfa Romeo and into the lead for Jake Hill. Can he hold it though? Stippler's going to be late on the brakes. Try it down the inside. Brundle's coming back at Hill as well. Can he fit a mini-size shape down the side of the Plymouth on the inside? Not on that occasion. Into the final chicane. Stippler holds on in that Alfa Romeo. Jake Hill, mighty in the Plymouth Barracuda, and Brundle proving that you can be nimble in that Morris Mini Cooper. That's one of his advantages. Holds on to third as we end lap 1. Further back in the pack, this will be Romain Dumas charging his way through the field. Indeed, from last, he's already worked his way up to 19th and taking spots. Puts a wheel onto the grass, though, as he battles with the 99 of Gordon Shedden, another Galaxy 500, trying to go round the outside of one of the Jaguars further back in the pack. Epic battling. Can you fit a Galaxy 500 in between there? I don't think you can. Has to bail out of it.
Alex Brundle is now under immense pressure from Andy Prio, and he just about manages to get in front of Alex Brundle into the first part of Fordwater. They now charge all the way up the hill into the first part of St Mary's. It's still quite smoky is the rear, and look at the roll on that Ford Galaxy. A lot of very different compared to the Mini of Brundle. And a dive down the inside from our pole sitter. He gets sideways. Did he keep it on? Keep it on track? Just about does. The number 20 slides back through.
Right now, it's Hill who's challenging for the lead again, having had to be looking in his mirrors the last couple of laps at Andy Prue behind. Now Hill in that Plymouth Barracuda. Looks like he is on the advance to try and take away the lead of this race from that Alfa Romeo of Frank Stippler, which currently leads. Bit of smoke coming off the back of one of the Galaxy 500s. A lot of smoke coming out the back. That is Andy Prue, though, who's falling down, losing positions, having to pull off the road. Problems then for Andy Prue and his Ford Galaxy 500.
There is the moment that Prio's Ford Galaxy gave up, and he was able to pull it off. So that promotes Andrew Jordan up into the final podium spot. Right now, we're on the long straight, and there we go. As before, Dumas foot to the floor and sails past yet another car up into the podium spot. Let's have a little look. Alex Bunkum, what's he getting up to again? He had that spin at Woodcourt. Oh, bit of avoiding action. Christian Horner, I think there was some contact there and a bit of a wave from Alex Bunkum as he's trying to filter his way through the lapped cars.
This will be the final lap as the clock times down. Can he find a way through? Romain Dumas down late on the inside through the chicane. No, he's too far back. And while they do battle for second, nothing could stop Frank Stippler and the Alfa Romeo from third on the grid to take the lead into the line. Jake Hill in the Plymouth Barracuda just seals second place from a heroic drive from Romain Dumas. A last-minute entry lined up at the back of the field, but the power, the grunt of that Ford Galaxy 500 powering him up through the ranks, almost getting second, will have to settle for third.
Frank, at the beginning of the race, you said if it's wet, I won't keep up with the Minis, and if it's dry, you won't keep up with the Galaxies. But it's turned out it was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I was lucky. Somehow it was slight raindrops for the whole time, and I think in that conditions we were strong. The car was well prepared as usual from Furiani Racing, and yeah, thanks a lot to the crowd as well. I never mentioned that the last 10 years. The crowd is, I mean, very much part of the whole event, and I'm very thankful that I can be part of it.
Oh, fantastic drive, well done.
So the situation here at the Goodwood Revival is still rather damp, I'm afraid. We've still got some rather heavy rain coming down onto the track. The track is being inspected as we talk, but it's some big puddles building up. So there is still going to be a little bit more of a delay, I'm afraid, until we get into the next batch of racing for the Richmond and Gordon Trophy for Formula One cars from the 1950s, which we're very much looking forward to. But of course, getting those early cars out in conditions like this, in cars particularly that don't have seat belts and not much in the way of roll hoops. Sometimes they have an added roll hoop, but often they have no roll cages as such from the safety days. You can see the cars down there in the assembly area, and of course they're waiting to go out, but unfortunately the rain is just so heavy at the moment, it's not safe to let them out. So I'm sorry if you're here at Goodwood and you're waiting to see a bit more action, but of course there is always plenty to enjoy having a wander around. But if you're in the grandstands, I can totally understand how you're going to keep out of the rain and enjoy a slightly different view, a slightly drier view of what's going on. We are hoping that the rain will ease off after a while, but for now we do have a bit of a delay in terms of what's going on today. So it's a chance for us to look back over some of the events that have been going on over the course of the weekend. John Surtees has been celebrated, lots of tributes to him this weekend, and we can look back at some of that.
To this testing session. Going in great style is the Ferrari, number 7, John Surtees. Surtees drives a flawless race and wins in record time, 2 hours, 12 minutes. Little doubt he'll one day be world champion.
I'm Jimmy Flint, and I'm on the board of directors here at the Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum. The car is important to me because it's important to Mr. Barber and to the museum. And he had a very special friendship with John Surtees. The car itself is kind of the crown jewel here at the museum, so I know how important it is. And I won't say it's fragile, but you know, it's old. So I knew I had to be very, very careful with it. And there are no parts to fix. So if I wrecked it, you know, I'd be in trouble. But it was terrifying just getting in it. And once they started it up, the car kind of vibrated and I could hear the engine behind me. And when I'd rev the engine, it's like it came alive. It was roaring like a big beast.
We live in a world of replicas and continuation pieces, but this is the actual car. And it won the world title. And this year is the 60th anniversary of that win. And so all over the world, we're seeing celebrations pop up for John Surtees.
To this testing session. Going in great style is the Ferrari, number 7, John Surtees. John Surtees, by being second, becomes world champion.
It gives me chills, and even more so now that I've had some seat time and driven this particular machine. The way I explain it or interpret it in my mind is like shrinking my body down inside of an Italian mechanical watch and driving that watch. Like, it's just so exacting and analog, and it gives me chills.
The world's top drivers are all here. The up-and-coming John Surtees, proclaimed Driver of the Year, Ferrari.
Well, it means quite a bit. He was a marvelous man. He's been here several times and drove the Ferrari and drove his motorcycles around the track. And to just see him mount the motorcycle and swing his foot around, his leg around it, and just kind of disappear into it, it's just amazing to see. Well, the world champion on 4 wheels and 2 wheels, and the only man to have done that. And it's very important with our motorcycle collection to have him with us and having his bikes here. And it's been quite an experience for him to have them and verify them that they are the ones he used to win the world title. Every car here will start in a matter of minutes with gasoline and oil. And we check it. We try to check them, golly, on a yearly basis. But some things have been here in 10 years and not been checked, but when we pull them down and check them, they start and they go. So it's been good. You have to put them up good in the first place.
Well, I spent a lot of time with John on the road over the years when he's raced.
13 weeks one year I was on the road with him cumulatively. Well, we, quote, found this car in Switzerland. He'd been looking for it. And Mr. Barber got a great satisfaction of calling up from little old Alabama and saying, John, we found your car. We had him go look at it, and he determined it was his because he had taken the hammer and made little marks in the tub where he get his hips in. He was not a tall guy, but he had wide hips. So that cinched it for us, and it was a real car. And he was glad to see us get it. I'm sure he would love to have had it. But we let him borrow it anytime he wanted. So I think it was a good deal. For us, we pride ourselves in keeping all these cars and bikes able to be run at some short notice. In our mind, if it doesn't run, it might as well just be a piece of art. We like to think about the people that made it. You know, they made it to hear it, feel it, taste it, and use it. And to us, that's the same thing. Otherwise, it's collecting dust in a museum would be tough for us to live with.
Well, you join me here in the champagne tent, away from the rain, with this wonderful mother-daughter duo who we were just chatting. You've been here for 3 days already, Rona and Izzy. Rona?
Yes, we've been here for 3 days. It's been a little wet, but we've stuck with the outfits, covered all three sort of year groups, if you like, so 1940s, 50s, up to the 60s. So yesterday, Isabel wore an outfit from the 60s with the white leather boots, and it came from charity shops, basically. Whose is this, though?
My great-grandmother's. I don't know what it's called. What's it called?
Mink stole. So that's the mink stole, and actually this is a piece from her grandmother. She's got my mum's pearls on. The hat is from a charity shop. So yeah, it's all, bits and pieces, charity shops, things we've acquired.
Well, Izzy, for you then, going from the 60s to coming now, are you in a 30s, 40s look?
I don't really know. I'm just kind of, this dress it's just like a little wrap dress. I really like it. Yeah, the shoes are kind of not really going with it, but yeah, we had to make do with the rain and everything.
We have to make do. But I'm wondering, how does it make you feel sort of coming into the different character from the 60s into this more vintage 40s look? Does it actually make you feel different coming into Sunday?
Yeah, I think so. I really enjoy the different styles and the different kind of outfits that I'm wearing, and it's just, I like dressing up and just having fun. It's really good.
So lovely. You've got pieces from the family as well. And Rona, for you, stepping into Revival, what does that magic mean to you?
Well, it's for me, I've been able to do the sort of the slightly younger look with the sort of 1950s, 60s. Yesterday I was very much sort of Greta with a very large hat, a black and white off the shoulder. So, and they're just pieces that we just pick up and enjoy. It's good fun.
Well, we spotted you in this tent because you're both looking so glamorous and gorgeous, so enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to Goodwood, the spiritual home of British motorsport. And the epicentre of this motoring paradise is the Goodwood Road Racing Club. From the thrill of the Festival of Speed to the charm of the Revival and the exclusivity of the members' meeting. the club grants you privileged access to events that really set Goodwood apart. Not to mention a host of splendid enclosures where you can kick back and relax. Look at this chap, enjoying some shade. Joining the club also works for your wallet, with special prices for your event tickets. This gentleman has managed to save enough to buy himself a spiffing new suit. With the GRRC, you won't just experience the best of Goodwood, you can even embark on extraordinary journeys across the globe. And enjoy exclusive access to social events, track days and tours with people who share your passion for motoring. These ladies and gents are having a smashing time. So, what are you waiting for? Embrace the spirit of adventure, the thrill of the race and the camaraderie of the GRRC. Join the fellowship today and go further with Goodwood.
There's a Lee Miller to see you.
Beautiful. Only non-military access for women.
We're getting ready, aren't we, for the invasion of Europe?
I'm heading to the front.
I stay away from that window. They got snipers.
Bad things do happen to some of us girls. Once you've seen it, you'll never unsee it.
Lee. Only in cinemas September 13th.
Been quite life-changing, really.
Welcome to Goodwood, the spiritual home of British motorsport. And the epicenter of this motoring paradise is the Goodwood Road Racing Club. From the thrill of the Festival of Speed to the charm of the revival and the exclusivity of the members' meeting. The club grants you privileged access to events that really set Goodwood apart. Not to mention a host of splendid enclosures where you can kick back and relax. Look at this chap, enjoying some shade. Joining the club also works for your wallet, with special prices for your event tickets. This gentleman has managed to save enough to buy himself a spiffing new suit. With the GRRC, you won't just experience the best of Goodwood, you can even embark on extraordinary journeys across the globe. And enjoy exclusive access to social events, track days and tours with people who share your passion for motoring. These ladies and gents are having a smashing time. So, what are you waiting for? Embrace the spirit of adventure, the thrill of the race and the camaraderie of the GRRC. Join the fellowship today and go further with Goodwood.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
Come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
All of the things which we live for, what we love.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year, with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
Well, Cheryl and Claire, it was the hair and the bags and the whole look all together that made us notice you first of all. And Claire, talk us through your look. You were just saying how you built everything around this delightful straw bag.
The bag, loved the bag, and had to match everything in around it. So.
And also the stole, it looks like it's been bought from another time.
Yes, this is about 3 years old from me, but obviously originally a lot older. So like to wear again if we can and keep everything.
Well, everything looks so authentic and beautiful, and a real shout out for the hair at Betty's Salon. Cheryl, how was that in there this morning?
Betty's they're such talented stylists in there. They're amazing. They really, really know their stuff. So yeah, it's good. We look forward to going there every year.
And what is it about the vintage fashion, the retro look that's giving you a buzz?
I love it. I love the elegance of it, and the fact that women back then went out their way every day to make themselves look glamorous, you know, and fine details of everything. Yeah, it's great.
And for you, Claire, stepping out in an outfit like this, how does it make you feel?
I feel like I was born in the wrong year, definitely.
We always say that, don't we?
Always. Love this era. 40s, 50s, definitely.
And what are you making of the weekend here? I know we're under the rain, but there is such a positive atmosphere, don't you think?
Oh, it's great. It's great. We look forward to it. It's our highlight of our year coming.
We have butterflies for weeks in advance. I mean, the outfits take months to organise, but the excitement comes in waves. So we've been so excited this morning.
Yeah, just the music, the dancing, everything.
It's such a nice way to connect with other people too. I'm sure you've had other people come up to you about your outfits, and you've noticed some good looks out there too.
Here is so lovely. Everybody's happy. Everybody's friendly. It's amazing. It's so good.
Never no trouble, is it? Never. All the years we've been coming, never no trouble. Just everyone's happy, aren't they? It's lovely.
Well, it's been worth the year putting it together. You look absolutely glamorous and gorgeous, so really nice to chat to you. Thank you.
Goodwood sets the standard. On September 18th, 1948, Goodwood Motor Circuit hosts Britain's first professionally organised post-war motor race meeting. At the 2023 Goodwood Revival, the Ford Water Trophy was the first historic race in the world to run on sustainable fuel. And now the 2024 Revival, all cars will race on sustainable fuel. Another significant first for the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Goodwood, racing green.
Indeed, Goodwood Racing Green, although it's rather wet at the moment, but Goodwood Racing Green, it is a very important part actually of what's going on at the Goodwood Revival this weekend, the sustainable fuel mandate, which means that all of the cars that are actually competing out there this weekend are on sustainable fuel from renewable resources, reducing the carbon emissions. And there's more information throughout that we can discover about sustainable fuel.
Well, sat here in the assembly area, you can see the big screen, and you know exactly kind of what's going on weather-wise. But it's going to be a voyage of discovery, isn't it?
Yeah, this morning when we were hoping for the best weather-wise, but seems to have gone for the worst. At least we know it's wet.
It is definitely wet, and it was very, very wet in practice. So I guess you guys sort of know they've got the right setup, and you've got all that nailed.
I hope so. We went okay in practice. As with always when it's raining like this, the best place to be is at the front, and luckily that's where I am at the minute, so hopefully I'll be able to see where I'm going, at least for the first lap.
Right, well, look, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, Will Nuttall talking to Ed Foster there, Will, who is due to start from pole position. And we're just taking a little view around the track, and you can see there's machinery out there doing a bit of drying out some of the bigger puddles. There are some big puddles just on the exit of the chicane. In fact, those vehicles are coming up towards the chicane because that is one of the areas where we do have quite a lot of deep water, so that's what they will be trying to clear out. You can see the marshals, as ever, doing an absolutely fantastic job of trying to get rid of some of that deep water. And it is these deep water sections that are always the problem when we get rain like this. I was up at Snetterton earlier this year commentating on the touring cars. We had some very deep puddles of water for a while, but they managed to clear them out and get us back to racing, and hopefully we can get that done here at Goodwood as well. A little bit difficult to know exactly how much more rain we're going to get over the next couple of hours, but hopefully we will be able to get some racing underway relatively soon. But we've got some very good images here, some pictures of how deep some of those puddles are, and that's why there is this delay on the racing. And safety is an important part, of course. We are expecting to see coming out shortly those older Formula One cars, the mixture of front-engined and mid-engine Formula One cars from the 1950s. But of course it was a period where, not like nowadays, where Formula One, even in these conditions, they wouldn't run either, of course, a modern Formula One car, because they run so low to the ground that they would just aquaplane over water like this. But at least the drivers have a slightly safer position in a modern Formula One car than they do in older Formula One cars. So it is important that this deep water is dealt with before we send the cars out on circuit, and we've just got to be hopeful that this rain easing off will give us a chance to go back to some racing soon. Always good plans here to try and sort that out. Yes, so what we will have a chance to see later on, we've got some machinery here this weekend that will be very used to water, because what we will be seeing is the D-Day display later on, and a lot of these machines are amphibious, and of course the odd special boat that was used to try and take out submarines. But there are some amphibious machines there, many jeeps, of course, tanks as well, other equipment. The Spitfire, always beautiful to see, a key part of the war, slightly earlier than D-Day, of course. The Battle of Britain took place in the earlier part of World War II. D-Day was the crucial part when the re-invasion of France, taking out the Nazis that had invaded France so early on in the war, and the Americans and the British troops that headed over there. It was an incredibly well-organized part to get them over there and to make it happen. And that's something that we will be getting into a little bit later on today with that 80 years since D-Day took place. Right, let's rejoin Ed Foster. He's chatting a little bit earlier on to Andy Willis.
Andy, it was obviously monsoon conditions in practice, but even though it's soaking wet now, I guess the track is going to be completely different.
Yeah, I imagine it will be, but I think the nice thing is we're going to probably have a little bit of depth of water, which actually gives it some bite, whereas yesterday afternoon it was very greasy. So I'm actually quite looking forward to it, but this is a rear engine car and I've just got to try and concentrate on keeping the engine behind me.
Will was saying that obviously the best place to be is at the front, because spray is, I guess, the biggest issue.
Well, he would say that because he's one place ahead of me, but yeah, I'll be doing my best to make sure that I can see where I'm going as well.
So really, when it's this wet, your wheels are more rudders than wheels.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be quite interesting for those first few laps, figuring out where the standing water is and where they're just small puddles. So we'll see how we go.
Well, look, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
advantage, but how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the toe, it's going to go to the line.
Welcome to Goodwood, the spiritual home of British motorsport. And the epicentre of this motoring paradise is the Goodwood Road Racing Club. From the thrill of the Festival of Speed to the charm of the revival and the exclusivity of the members' meeting. The club grants you privileged access to events that really set Goodwood apart. Not to mention a host of splendid enclosures where you can kick back and relax. Look at this chap, enjoying some shade. Joining the club also works for your wallet, with special prices for your event tickets. This gentleman has managed to save enough to buy himself a spiffing new suit. With the GRRC, you won't just experience the best of Goodwood, you can even embark on extraordinary journeys across the globe. And enjoy exclusive access to social events, track days and tours with people who share your passion for motoring. These ladies and gents are having a smashing time. So, what are you waiting for? Embrace the spirit of adventure, the thrill of the race and the camaraderie of the GRRC. Join the fellowship today and go further with Goodwood.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
Come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
All of the things which we live for, what we love.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see it, Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
Yoo-hoo! We have got
got a break in the rain, and I am delighted by this extravagant beauty in red and your partner in this 1930s, 40s twist. Tell us about how your day is looking.
Really good, yeah, we're enjoying it. We've been looking around the shops, we're going to go and watch the races, having a drink. Yeah, enjoying it.
Hoping the rain stays away so we can have a look at a few more things, but it doesn't matter anyway. It's going to be great fun. It always is every year.
I think it's so fun to see the gentleman dressed up with the hat on top of the head. I really miss that from our modern day fashion, that it was just something that you always wore. How does it feel for you to be stepping around in this wonderful three-piece suit?
Do you know what? It makes a difference because obviously you wear a normal modern suit to work, but I love getting dressed up for this type of thing. And every year we try and find a different outfit. And this is a real bargain for once, and it fits. So that's really good news. But no, I'm really happy to wear something a little bit different and a hat.
Absolutely. And the bag, it's vintage, it's stunning. And you must have worked the outfit a little bit around this piece, or was it the dress that struck your attention the most?
Actually the dress. So everything I'm wearing is from Vinted. I've been like eBaying and vinting it, and so yeah, everything is kind of either original or like this bag I got on Vinted. I think I paid about £12 for it, and then when I looked it up, it looked at the brand and things like that. It's quite a nice sort of 1950s bag. So yeah, I just did a lot of research and hunting.
So it's been a real treasure hunt, hasn't it? And so this is the first day that you've come to Revival this weekend, and talk me through the itinerary, what you'll really want to be picking out over today.
I think you want to look around the vintage shops, that's the key, but for me, obviously, it's the cars. I want to go and see some cars, see how we get on, meet Dieter Von Teers, like you said. Just have some fun. You know, we love looking at other people's outfits, but it's going to be a great day.
Loving the other people's outfits. There's some stunning people with their gorgeous outfits.
We're such people watchers, we really are.
Well, this is the place for it, and you're right. Dieter is going to be around later doing a talk here too, so that'll be great to see her. Thank you so much for stopping by, and enjoy your Revival weekend. Thank you.
So we are looking forward to seeing some cars out relatively soon. They will be heading out in a little while. There will be a few minutes just yet, but the likelihood is that the Richmond and Gordon Trophy Formula One cars from the 1950s will be heading out behind the safety car, and they may well run behind the safety car for a couple of laps initially in the race to get a feel for the track conditions. We'll wait to see if the track conditions are then at the safe state, and then of course the safety car will be released and the race will get underway. So that's the sort of thinking at the moment that is going on. We will be seeing those cars come out relatively soon. As I said, it's a mixture of mid-engine, front-engine Formula One cars from the 1950s, when that period of going from front engine to putting the engine behind the drivers proved to be the way to go. But one of the most successful cars in the early part of the 1950s was the Maserati 250F. That was a front-engine magical machine, and man who's starting from the front row in front of a lot of the mid-engined cars for the race today is the very experienced racer who had some wonderful results yesterday, John Spears. He's been talking to Ed.
John, it's another circuit and another soaking wet day, and you putting this Maserati 250F right up there with all the rear-engine cars. You're obviously loving it.
Yeah, half an hour ago I was worried we wouldn't have enough rain, but it's gone the other way. But as always, yeah, I just want to be safe and have fun out there, and you know, the results sort of come or don't come. But yeah, as long as we can see and there's not too much standing water, we're going to have a lot of fun.
What makes this 250F so good in the wet?
It's nicely balanced. It's a much heavier car than the Coopers, so it kind of and it's on narrower tyres, so you kind of getting more pressure to squeeze the water out. And you know, the Cooper's got the engine quite near the centre, so it's pretty, you know, it's quite twitchy as a car anyway. So these are more predictable, which for an old guy like me with slow reactions is just what I need.
I think your reactions are anything but slow. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Ed.
Well, lovely to hear from John, who is due to start from the outside of the front row. So what we are looking forward to is the Richmond and Gordon Trophies race. Let's look into it. So there we are. That's the build-up that we've got for this race, the Richmond and Gordon Trophies race, and we will be seeing the cars come out behind the safety car in just a few minutes' time. Alice Powell is alongside me in the commentary box as we look forward to seeing the competition going on between these 1950s Formula One cars, very much this mixture between the front-engine cars, as John Spears was saying, in the wet, Alice. Sometimes having that front-engined car with these narrow tyres, you've got a bit more stability to play with in the wet than the mid-engine cars, which in the dry do have the extra pace.
Yeah, they certainly do, and clearly it's not dry here at the moment, but it's more predictable with the front engines, with that better balance, certainly in these conditions. So hopefully we do get underway soon, and let's see if John Spears, he says that he's out there to have some fun, stay safe, which of course is the most important thing, but he's gonna have a good go, I'm sure, at William Nuttall, who's starting on pole in the Cooper Climax T53, and then alongside him he's got Andy Willis in the BRM P48. We're just looking at the puddles at the bottom there at the chicane. It looks like the sweeper has done a very good job, and the marshals as well, clearing quite a lot of water that was down there.
You're looking basically at the front row. It'll be the other way around when they're on the... Well, actually, I think they're going to be doing a rolling start, actually, behind the safety car, so you won't see them sitting on the front row. On the right, number 4 is the pole position car. That's Will Nuttall. In the middle there, number 2, that's Andy Willis, the BRM P48 you mentioned. And then there's John Spears, who we heard from talking to Ed Foster a moment ago in that gorgeous Maserati 250F. The Maserati 250F, as I mentioned, during its period, the 250s won 8 Grand Prix. They were a very key car to Juan Manuel Fangio, winning the World Championship in 1954 and again in 1957, amazingly. That was the remarkable thing in a way about the Maserati 250F. It was a successful car, not just for 1 year like we tend to see nowadays. It was successful over several seasons.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got the starter, you can see there on that whiteboard will be a countdown, so usually you get a 1-minute board and then a 30-second board. The drivers, some of them have opted to put down their visors. That's usually a good indication that we're ready to come out onto the track. You see the Andy Willis ex Gurney and Bonnier car, and the number 4 pulls out. That is our pole sitter, the McLaren car from 1960, which supported Brabham's championship winning year. So William pulls out. He'll be behind the safety car. There we go. So they're all cars out on track. This is due to be a 25-minute race, and already you can see the green flag in the background.
Oh, there's a problem with the Scarab that hasn't got going properly. That's Mark Shaw in the number 99 Scarab that's stalled on the exit of the assembly area. Let's hope the marshals can help out.
That unfortunately means that he's going to drop all the way down to the field, because I was just about to explain, the green flag is being waved there. The timer has started, so we've already had a minute of the race so far. So unfortunately for the Mark Shaw and the Scarab, he's going to drop all the way down if he can get going. That is the Scarab Offenhauser American open wheel sports car constructor. This car only, the Scarabs only competed in 5 F1 Grand Prix. They didn't have much success, did they?
No, they came along a bit late as a front-engine car, to be honest. That was the problem. It might have worked if they'd got it together quicker, but they didn't, and by the time they got it out, we were into the very rapid Coopers, etc., mid-engine machinery. So here's the lineup, but they're not going to be stopped on the grid. This is the starting order, though. Will Nuttall ahead of Andy Willis in the BRM and John Spears, as we've mentioned. Then Charlie Martin in another Cooper, and Eddie Williams, another Cooper, the T43. Mark Shaw in that Scarab was due to start from 6th place. Richard Wilson in the Ferrari from 7th, and Rudy Friedrichs in another Cooper, and then another Cooper, the T51 of Tom Dark, and the Lotus Climax 16, that's the front-engined Lotus, Joachim Falk, who's in that one. And then you've got more Coopers, Manuel Elicab, Cameron Gillis, Brad Baker, Nigel Batchelor and Thomas Lereth. And as we go down the back, 1 or 2 other more unusual cars, which is lovely to see. The Ferguson, that's 4-wheel drive. You'd think that would work well in the wet. Not necessarily, but it was a winner with Sterling Moss up at Alton Park. Aston Martin DBR4, that was a front-engine car that didn't work so well. And the Connaughts, they were in the mid-1950s. Didn't last long in Formula One, but they did bring some good cars along to the world of Formula One before, sadly, it sort of ended a little bit earlier. And they're down in 18th and 20th places for Malcolm Cook and Michael Birch. So that's further down the list. And then we've got a few more cars. The Maserati 250F of Michael Peet. That's another Maserati 250F, like the one we've got on the front row. The Lotus Climax 18, Maxime Castellane. That's the mid-engine Lotus that was very effective when it came along as well. And we've got the very rare JBW Maserati of Marshall Bailey on the back row. The car created for Brian Naylor by his chief mechanic Fred Wilkinson in 1959. It was following the Cooper design, but that has starting at the back. So the Scarab has got going. He has stayed down at the back, as you said, Alice. You felt that that's how he's got to do it, because we're effectively under race rules now. Even though they're behind the safety car, he has not overtaken anybody. He stayed down at the back. So he had qualified in 6th place, Mark Shaw. So it's sort of something we will have to keep a little bit of an eye on when we... there he is, number 99. Down towards the back. He's not actually the last car, but he is down at the back at the moment.
That's a really big shame for Mark having to start, because that car did such a good job in qualifying to try and make its way and fight. They're much more competitive back in the day anyway. The Cooper Climaxes, the BRM, the Maserati that we saw earlier on as well. So really unfortunate for him. He'll be hoping, desperately hoping, that we do get some racing laps. There's still quite a lot of standing water, almost down the straight there out of Ford Water. You can see the cars will then come into St Mary's. There's only really, it's going to be difficult to get 2-3 cars side by side, which we often get to see here at Revival. There's a lot of standing water. But there they go through St Mary's now, which doesn't look too bad. A little bit of standing water on the exit, certainly a large puddle actually. They'll then bleed up the hill, then onto a flat approach where the safety car is at the moment, into Lavant Corner. And there is our beautiful drone shot that we've been having all weekend. Great shots from our drone driver, our drone flyer, pilot.
Indeed, yes. No, doing a lovely job and getting some great images from that area. But it's good to see, as you say, that the track is definitely not as deep in the water as it was early on. Now there is the four-wheel drive Formula 1 car. That's a rather rare thing, isn't it? The front engine four-wheel drive machine, the Ferguson, the four-wheel drive Ferguson. They started work on it in the late 1940s, but it was a bit later on that it actually appeared. And it was debuted in 1961 at Silverstone, driven by Jack Fairman. So we'll see what it can do. The lights are clear on the safety car. We are going to get back into racing. Hooray! We've had a bit of a delay. Thank you for staying with us and enjoying what we've been showing here at Goodwood, but we are ready to go racing now. And the safety car is out of the way. William Nuttall, Andy Willis and John Spears, the top 3, and they all need to be nice and close to each other, we hope, before they get underway. But they'll be full on the throttle, I'm sure, on the exit of the chicane. The race is underway, and Will Nuttall under pressure from Andy Willis, but Will actually gets away very quickly. And if anything, Andy Willis might have got a bit of wheel spin, because he's not got away particularly well. And of course, they've got to be a bit cautious here, Alice, to know how much they can go to full throttle with these 2.5-litre Formula 1 engines.
Oh yeah, that is 100% right. Is it slightly further down the order, a few drivers having a look at the inside, but it's all fairly clean as expected. Now keep an eye on the 34 Maserati. We spoke to John Spears, or Ed did, down in the assembly area. The front engines is more predictable in these tricky conditions. So John said he's going to take his time, he's going to enjoy and keep safe, but he's creeping up, he's dropped back a little bit now through St Mary's, coming into Lavant Corner now. He has, actually, so we're through to St Mary's now. We've got to fight for the lead already, Ben.
Yeah, look at this down the inside. Willis makes a move down the inside, but round the outside it maybe there's a little more grip, and Will Nuttall just held on to the lead there. That was nice to see. The Cooper number 4 versus the BRM number 2. Classic cars from the period, no doubt about it. They were some of the later cars into the 1960s as this sort of brand of Formula 1 car started to change. Yeah, kicking up the water a little bit more, but these two are still fighting hard at the moment. Will Nuttall in that Cooper T53 that Jack Brabham won the second title, the World Championship, 2 years in a row, and it was in that second year that he won it in a Cooper T53. And it's working very well here at the moment at Goodwood, but Andy Willis is not giving up, is he?
No, he's having a look all over. He's going to go for a dive down the inside of Woodcote. That's brave. Does he get it stopped? Yes, he does. Will he have the traction on the exit? Nuttall's going to get the cutback. They're going to be side by side, heading down into the chicane. William has a little check over his left-hand shoulder and through nicely. This is going to allow the Maserati that made a mistake on the exit 11th corner to draft all the way back up. You can see, though, the Maserati struggling for traction on the exit.
Definitely, yeah, wheel spin, as you saw. John Spears was having to correct that. That's a lovely battle going on between these two. The Cooper versus the BRM. The BRM is back up the inside once again, and Will Nuttall is on the outside. That inside line is working well. Andy Willis, is he going to retake it? No, he's not, because that outside line working perfectly for Will Nuttall. He's found a bit more grit there once again, and he's maintained the lead. And if anything, as you say, John Spears has got a little closer in the Maserati 250F, the big front-engine machine, the driver sitting that much higher, overlooking the engine. But these are beautifully balanced Formula One cars from the mid-1950s. As I mentioned, Juan Manuel Fangio delivering so much. The track may be getting a bit drier in a few places. Actually, that might be putting him under some more pressure from Charlie Martin behind in another of the Cooper T53s. That's car number 22. So this could be a bit more of a challenge from behind rather than John moving forwards.
Yeah, having to be careful of that puddle on the exit there. Willis actually goes through it. So Willis has a stronger traction, it looks like, coming out of St Mary's, but he's hit the puddle on the way into Lavant, and he's off onto the grass. Does he keep it out the gravel? Just about. He just hit that standing water bend as he went to turn in, and he's sinking now down the order. Big puddle through the grass there. That's probably going to drop him down. Maybe he just might be able to stay in the top 6. So that gives breathing space to Nuttall now in the Cooper Climax. There you can see the Maserati has relieved a little bit of their own pressure from the Martin in the 22 Cooper Climax. But as I say that, the Climax a bit more capable on the brakes going into Woodcote corner, so we could actually have a good battle for second place here, because it looks like further behind another of our Cooper Climaxes, but this is the T43, the number 43 in the background, which is actually the older model to the Cooper Climax T53 that Nuttall is in, and it looks like that they were just starting to come up, but there actually the number 2 of Willis has not dropped as far back as I expected.
So no change up front at the moment, and Shaw is making good ground at the moment. Mark Shaw, number 99. Remember, he had to drop to the back because the car didn't come out of the assembly area properly, but they managed to fire it back up. He's just about across the line. Let's see where he has got to now as he comes over. He's actually moved up the order into 13th position, so he's done well. He's making good progress. Remember, originally he had qualified in 6th place, but then started effectively from the back of the field, and he is now moving up. Good chance to get into the top 10, but he's got a little bit more work to do in order to make him do that. Next car that he is heading after is the number 62, Thomas Clereth, in the Ferguson, the four-wheel drive Ferguson that I was talking about. That's the next car that he's going to try and get past. And meanwhile, slightly further back, you've got David Wenman in the Aston Martin DBR4. It's lovely to see that Aston Martin. It's a rare car. It's a Formula One car that never effectively did very well. There's another place gained. He's got past the Ferguson. So there's the four-wheel drive Ferguson, and he's managed to nip past it.
He has. Nice brave move down the inside of St Mary's, bleeds it out. Just going back to that Aston Martin, lovely, beautiful car. Would maybe just get a shot of it. There you go. You can just see it coming out of the rear of St Mary's. A total of 4 of those were made. So there's only currently 3 surviving today, and we are so lucky to have one of them racing here at Goodwood Revival.
Yeah, it didn't work for Aston in Formula One because they'd stayed with front-engined, and again, a little bit like the Scarab, this one we're talking about, the American-built one, they just came out a little too late because they would have been good cars if they'd been out a year or 2 earlier. So, still the battle that's going on for what is now second place, effectively, because, of course, we've got Willis trying to catch back up. So Spears is now second. Third place now is Martin. Oh, and off has gone car number 8. That's a shame. Maybe getting back on Malcolm Cook in the Connaught C-Type. That's another very rare machine. Looks as though the car's okay. Don't quite know what happened there.
Looks like maybe just a spin, potentially, Ben.
Yeah, looks like it. Doesn't look as though he's made contact. Very rare, this Connaught C. This was a Connaught that they created sort of just towards the end of Connaught history. It only did, I think, about one race in its time. It's so lovely to see it here at Goodwood.
Yeah, it's the last Connaught that was actually built as well. So the Scour is making its way still further up the order, 12th place at the moment. Our leader, though, is comfortably out in front with a 5.2 second gap. The number 56 has gone round. The Maserati 250F has had a little spin. That looks like that's on the exit of the first corner. Matrix managed to get going now. They were in the top 10, so they'll be dropping much further down the order. We've still got this battle continuing, and it looks like Willis has managed to get past Martin, and he is now chasing down the Maserati of John Spears.
So let's take a look. I think we're looking back at the spin, yes we are, that Brad Baker had in the Maserati, and it's a place that we've seen that before, and there's plenty of space there. If you go to the inside, you can hopefully hook it back and get back on the road. And he's just been passed actually by Shaw. Of course, we've seen Mark Shaw moving up through the order, so that's gained Mark another place in his number 99 Scarab. There, as you mentioned, our race leader quite comfortably, Will Nuttall, who's won this event several times, and it looks like he's very much on target to do it once again. He has set fastest lap. The gap that he had last time around was 5.9 seconds. We'll just get a quick view of how much that gap has gone up as we wait for the second. Oh no, that is second place man. So the gap's going to be even bigger. John Spears has gone off, and that means that I think we'll see Martin move up. Charlie Martin move up, yes, into second place. What a shame for John.
Yeah, and he's kicked the rear out, still trying to get it off. His shape of the head and a shape of the fist at the same time as well. Looks like the exit of the chicane. I wonder if he's just gone in a little bit too hot. The rear's rotated. It's so slippy out there. We had a lot of dry running yesterday, believe it or not. So a lot of rubber went down. These are obviously very old cars, and there will be, of course, dropping oil and fuel onto the circuit. So let's have a little look, Ben.
He may have been tagged, I gather. There's Willis behind him, Andy Willis, who, of course, is trying to get back up the order. Oh, it was a tag. Oh, Willis will be cross with himself for that, because he's an experienced driver, and he wouldn't want to have touched the car in front, and actually he puts his hand up, I think. But that was a shame, and I can understand John being a bit upset about that, because he had the line, didn't he?
He did. It was a late attempt to make a pass down into the chicane by Willis, and definitely feel John's frustration, and he has every right to be. So he is back underway. Let's have a little look where he's dropped down to, just having a look, down in 7th, so he's not dropped as far down as I would have thought. So he's fighting back still with some cars in front of him. We can see the
Ferrari, yeah, it's the Ferrari 246. That's Richard Wilson. That was the last of the front-engine Ferraris to ever win a race, the Ferrari 246. So now it's Ferrari versus Maserati. So you've got similar sort of liveries in a way from the great Italian brands. But is John going to be able to gain some more places, do you think?
Well, he's having a look at going down the inside. Sometimes when that frustration, that anger takes over, you actually find some lap time, Ben.
You do, indeed.
And maybe we'll keep an eye on the time to see if that's exactly what's going to happen to John. You see, they're just avoiding that puddle on the exit. Here was the crime scene a lap ago. He's desperately chasing down the number 12.
Right. He's pushing harder. He was almost on the grass.
So hard. He's got the Cooper Climax T53 in front of him now. Out front, though, another one of our Coopers. A 10-second gap to Willis at the moment. Setting personal best. Currently has the fastest lap of 155.512. And we might be coming up to some lapped cars, or already we've started coming up, shall I say, to some lapped cars. So he'll be able to, he's got plenty of breathing space to deal with that. He doesn't have to desperately rush to get past them with 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
So we'll keep an eye on Mark Shaw. He's now up into 10th place, so he's got it into the top 10, having started from the back, having had a problem getting out initially, and the Scarab is gaining some good ground, so it's going well. It's a very low front-engine machine, as you can see, so a slight different look to that Maserati and the Ferrari, where they crank the engine over to an angle to lower the weight. Very important, of course, and a part of developing these cars, but he's up against these mid-engine cars that proved to be even faster as we went through this period of learning about the technical aspects of Formula One. It was before the aerodynamics really came in. Drag mattered, but not downforce. That hadn't been thought about too much at this stage in the Formula One world. So there's our race leader, Will Nuttall, still in the Cooper Climax T53 with a gap now of 10 seconds. Having set that fastest lap, he's really in good shape here. I think he's still thoroughly enjoying the race. When you're in a race like this, in these conditions, it's so challenging. It doesn't matter. You haven't got someone behind you, because it's challenging all the time to get the best out of the car.
Yeah, we've still got quite a lot of spray. We just saw the battle between the Scarab and Gillies in the 71 Cooper Climax, and Gillies was just trying to pull out of the spray going down the back straight, so still able to kick up a lot of spray. Another fastest lap for Nuttall, and he's now dived into the 154s quite comfortably, extending his gap to Willis in the BRM. So you can still see kicking up spray heading into the part of St Mary's shortly. Up the hill. Sun's shining though, Ben.
Yeah, he is. He's doing a great job this year. He had a fantastic performance at Silverstone a few weeks ago in the same car. He started 39th out of 42, and he managed to pass 23 cars in the first lap at Silverstone, apparently. And so he is remarkably talented. He's the son of Ian Nuttall, who created the historic racing team in 1976. So he's grown up with this kind of historic racing. Now we've got a nice, still little good battle. In fact, he's been passed now, Mark Shaw, hasn't he, by the number 71 car there of Cameron Gillis, who's gone through. They're having quite a good little race between them.
Yeah, he's been promoted outside of the top 10 now, just having a look at the lap times. Coming up behind is the 60s too, the Ferguson that we saw on shot. He passed earlier on, did Shaw, so he's going to become under pressure from the Ferguson.
Yeah, it could be. It looks as though the Scarab is struggling a little bit more than it was earlier. I don't know whether, hopefully the car's still running okay. Mark is in that 11th place at the moment. And of course, running historic cars, there's always going to be a bit more challenge on reliability and aspects. But look at Spears now. So John Spears is definitely putting a little bit more pressure on Rudy Fredericks. And he hasn't been able to find a way past just yet, as Fredericks actually is now making a move himself on Eddie Williams, and I think Eddie Williams is not going to be able to protect that place, so he's lost a position. Eddie Williams has lost a place, but Spears is trying to gain a place past both of them at this point. So another Cooper Climax has just been passed, and both Coopers in front of the Maserati at the moment. Whether John managed to find a way through as they fight each other, that's what we've got to watch out for.
Yeah, he's staying out of the spray, having a look, the frustration driving him along. He can get himself certainly promoted. Actually, he might already be looking to get himself up into the top 5. Thinks better of it. He's going to maybe try and get the inside, going through the second part of Madrick's double apexing there. Thinks again, I'm going to save that for another day. They'll now streak down to Ford Water. You can see the puddles on your screen there. Still a lot of standing water on that straight to Ford Water. But no, not quite close enough. Next opportunity, that's if you're brave, is down into St Mary's. They come up the hill, then the flat approach, swing it right. A variety of lines, of course, they're taking. But
we've got another fight going on. This is all a bit fun as well. This is a bit further down the order, but it's proving all to be a bit tight. This is actually just inside the top 20, yes, and the leader getting a bit boxed in. So Will Nuttall, who is lapping so many cars now, but with this very comfortable advantage of nearly 10 seconds. Interesting, Willis has just done fastest lap, but I gather he's also just gone off, Alice. So Willis has gone off at 11th, and he's back on, but he had to set fastest lap, so we'll hopefully get another view of that in a moment.
Yeah, looking at the time experience, he actually went purple in the first sector, so that's fastest overall of anyone, did Willis, in the BRM, but he's lost about 3 to 4 seconds in the middle sector, so, and then that is where Lavant is placed, but now our race leader coming up behind to lap the number 24, one of our other Maserati 250s that are out circulating. He's managed to clear that quite quickly through Madrick's corner, turn 1, still drifting the rear out, having fun, and I'm so glad that the sun has decided to come and pay a visit. It will help dry not only the circuit out, but those that are braving it outside earlier in the rain as well.
Clinton McCarthy was having a bit of a slide in his Lotus Climax 18 right behind. I noticed it's a little bit twitchy in the wet, that car, the Lotus 18. Some of these mid-engine cars have got more control, more stability, and I have to say that leading car, the Cooper T53, has got a beautiful balance to it in the wet conditions. You can see he can control it very well. It doesn't snap sideways, whereas many mid-engine cars, particularly from that period, do snap very, very quickly. And it looks to me as though the Lotus 18 is a bit more like that. Obviously, it's also how you set the car up, even in the modern world, on the tyres that you're on, understanding the grip levels you have here at Goodwood. And many of these drivers have done plenty here, particularly Will. He's had lots of success here at Goodwood over the years. He knows the track inside out, as I say. Born into a historic racing family team, it's been a part of him all his life, and he's doing a great job once again.
Yeah, he is way clear out front, extending his lead. Of course, Willis has had enough. Here's our battle continuing. I was just about to say that John Spears has not been able to find a way past the number 43, or has he now? He's just clearing some traffic, just trying to have a look through the big puddle, big splash there.
He's got past the number 12, Rudy Fredericks. That was a good move. He's found just the right amount of grip. And as you say, as the clock is ticking away, that is an opportunity now for John to have gained another place. I don't think he's going to get back onto the podium because there's just a bit too much space up ahead. But let's see how far he can go.
Yes, I'm just looking for the number 12. Is it? Seeing if the number 43, should I say, wonder if that's he did get past, because that's the next car that he was following. So we'll see if maybe they've had a bit of a dice with some of the lap traffic that they're coming up to as well. But already through now is John Spears, potentially up into 4th place. We'll wait to see as he crosses the line. Oh, sideways, avoid that curve. But all cars are certainly in these wet weather conditions. It just managed to save it, bleeds across the line. Let's see where it's going to pop up to. Yes, so he's managed to get past the 43 as well. Yes, you can see actually in the background the Cooper Climax T43 has dropped a couple of spots down the order, but John Spears is free now. He has got a 5.3 second gap though to try and close down with only well, this is the last lap, so he's not going to be able to do it unless Martins in the Cooper has any incidents.
Well, let's see what happens, whether he can get back into 3rd place. As you say, I think that's going to be a little bit demanding in a short space of time that's left. As the race is coming towards an end. It's been a brilliant performance once again by Will Knuckle here in the number 4 Cooper Climax T53. One of the latest versions of all the cars that we've got out there. This is the sort of 1960 car that was at the end of this period of Formula One. But the way he's done it is beautifully done, and the control has been superb. 13 seconds was his advantage when they came over the line last time. The checkered flag will be coming out, and there we've got Spears, and yeah, he hasn't managed yet to catch Martin. I don't think he's not quite there in terms of getting a podium spot. I think Charlie Martin is going to hold on to that 3rd place. So coming up towards the line there for the Richmond and Gordon Trophies race here at Goodwood in tricky conditions, and the race victory goes to Will Knuckle. Once again, he adds to his list of race victories here at Goodwood in this particular event. Oh, big slide for Andy Willis. He's had a very exciting time throughout this race, on and off the track a few times, a long little error, and he finishes in 2nd place and gets fastest lap, unless somebody does something a bit surprising later on. There is some damage to the front end of the car as well, but it made it to the end. And Charlie Martin holds on in another Cooper to take 3rd place, and it's John Spears who is going to take 4th in the background in the front-engined Maserati. That was a bit of a shame. There was that little contact between him and Willis, but he's still waving to everybody, and he did a lovely job. Well done for picking up some of those places towards the end. He didn't get the 2nd place that he kept getting yesterday, and he was on target for it until he had the incident with Willis. But that's the way it goes, and it was very, very enjoyable. The mix of front and rear-engined cars from the 1950s.
Yeah, and great job by everyone in such tough conditions, especially at the start there. Further down the order, this is the conclusion to our top 10. We've got the Cooper Climax, the Scarab just sneaking into the top 10. So well done, Mark Shaw, for that. Of course, he had a stall or an issue coming out of the pits and has to start at the very back of the grid. So he's made his way up into the top 10 in the very rare Scarab Offenhauser.
Yeah, no, he did a good job, you're right, and it was nice to see him 10th place, ahead of car number 10. And funnily enough, that was Tom Dark in the Cooper T51. So, congratulations to Will Nuttall in the Coupe Climax 253 low line. So when aerodynamics were coming into play, and it was very low but rear engine, of course, and very much part of Jack Brabham's world title in 1960 when he took 5 victories in that year to take the championship, and it was a constructor championship for Cooper that year. Well, it was very suitable in a way that the 1960 car is still a winning car here at Goodwood at the Revival. A time, of course, 1960, when Goodwood was a key part of Formula One racing. They would come and do, it was a non-championship race. It wasn't a world championship Formula One race that would be competed here, but it was still an early race in the year, and it would give a lot of Formula One teams, especially the British teams, a chance to test their new cars and get a feel for them. A little bit of a dent to the front of the Andy Willis car. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but we do know he had a bit of an off, but got back on again. It was a bit of an exciting race for him, and I think there was a little tap, actually, wasn't it, on Spike? Yes, on John Spears' car that probably did the damage to the front end of the car, and that was a shame to see that little contact into the chicane, but nonetheless, he finishes in second, and Charlie Martin has taken the 3rd place. Well, very, very enjoyable to watch, and I'm glad that they were able to get out. I know there was a bit of a delay because of the big puddles we had, but once they actually got out there, that rule of running them under safety car gave them a little bit of experience. It worked well, didn't it?
Yes, it did work very well, and as William pulls up into, you can say, the number 1 spot in the middle of the grid there, a good opportunity for us as well. Well done to the drivers, but also to all the Goodwood team and the marshals as well for getting the circuit sorted, allowing us to get racing back underway in tough, very wet conditions. But our race winner, very happy, of course, going over to hug family and team.
That's lovely to see, isn't it? Yes, and this is a family that has been a part of historic racing for a long time. It looks like it might continue for a lot longer too, doesn't it? Wonderful to see as he has taken a fully deserved victory there. The pace that he had, okay, he didn't actually get fastest lap in the end, but he was setting fastest lap most of the time and was backed off a little bit towards the end. Let's go down and join them with Ed Foster.
Well, some very tricky conditions there. Sorry, guys, to squeeze in Will. You must have wondered what happened to everyone.
No, I could see Andy, obviously, at the start, but it's always easier to be behind, because at least he can see where I got some grip. But I knew he was going to kind of give me... I could see he was going to leave me just enough space for me on the outside.
And so quite interesting where the line's there.
Well, there's no grip anyway. I can tell everybody else that, so it's just like an ice ring.
Well done, Will. Top job. Let's find Andy. Where are we? Andy, that was quite an action-packed race there.
It wasn't one of my finest moments. Really sorry to John, who I locked up and slid into the back of him at the chicane and turned him around. Glad to see he got going again, but I think I probably robbed him of a podium. But got back on and kept it reasonably pointing forwards from there on, and brought it home second. So, yeah, it was super slippy.
Yeah, it looked it, but look, well done. Charlie, that was a matter of survival, wasn't it?
Yeah, actually, I thought it had a lot more grip than in qualifying, which was quite a nice surprise because I was struggling a bit. But yeah, no, amazing, really.
And I guess it was a case of just trying to avoid all the massive puddles.
Yeah, but some places there were big puddles where there were grip, so I think at the start you would avoiding them, but then trying to find the grip where the puddles were. But yeah, no, it's good.
Home for a warm cup of tea now?
Maybe a beer. Yeah, ready for that.
Congratulations, well done.
Yeah, time to enjoy after an early race at the last day of the Goodwood Revival, but a very, very enjoyable race, and congratulations to Will Nuttall for taking the victory comfortably in the end in the 2.5 litre Grand Prix cars from that 1950s period. And he showed just how quick it could be, and very, very well balanced in these wet conditions. So congratulations to them all. And yeah, we missed out on seeing John Spears on the podium, but he still did a great performance in the Maserati 250F, finishing in 4th. And of course, they still ended up as the front-engined machine. He was the first of the front-engined Grand Prix cars to come to the finish. So let's take a little look at the full results then. Nuttall taking that win with the Cooper, Willis in 2nd place, Martin in 3rd, John Spears then the first of the front-engined cars, then Rudy Friedrichs, Eddie Williams, Richard Wilson in the Ferrari 246 that's another front-engined car, Manuel Elikab, and then Tom Dark and Mark Shaw, who came from the back. He did really well in the Scarab to come up into 10th position Cameron Gillies, Nigel Batchelor, further down the list. Everybody getting through the conditions quite carefully. Both of the Connaughts making it. Malcolm Cook finished in 17th place and Michael Birch in 20th position. And then outside the top 20, some of the other cars that didn't have quite the confidence in those wet conditions. Nicholas Toplis, Katsuaki Kubota, they were in 22nd and 23rd. And Marshall Bailey brought up the rear in 27th place in the JVW Maserati. So let's take a look at some of the highlights, and it was a good system, I think, to start them under the safety car when they came out and then to go racing. And of course that spreads the grid out a little bit, but we still got some entertaining racing out there.
Yeah, we did. We had a close early battle for the win, didn't we? William Nuttall was under immense pressure from the number 2 Willis. Of course, we had the Maseratis, the Ferraris, and this is where Willis took his opportunity in the BRM to have a little look down the inside on the first lap of the exit of St Mary's. Wasn't able to do it, but then tried to dive down the inside once again and made it stick just briefly, at least, into Woodcote Corner. But William was able to get the cut back on the exit of the corner and through the chicane, and this battle continued for a while until, unfortunately for Willis, he went slightly wide into Lavant Corner, Ben, and he was off the road.
That's right, so that dropped him down. Meanwhile, the Scarab was trying to make ground after Mark Shaw had a problem getting the car out of the assembly area. And then there was this little incident that you were mentioning. Willis had a little look up the inside. He did apologise afterwards because he knew he shouldn't have made contact with the Maserati. John was not very happy, but thankfully it didn't make contact with the tyres, and they were both able to make it to the end of the race. I think he's going to head over for a little apology later.
Yeah, it sounds like it. But we had the Scarab coming through and was making its way up to the top 10. John Spears, with all that frustration, took it out to the track, and he was making his way back up the order in the Maserati.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job. Ended up with the best performance of all of the front-engined cars. And look at the control in that wonderful car, worth a fortune, and yet he still drives it to the limit. Wonderful to see. But the victory, very comfortably, for another time here at Goodwood, went to Will Nuttall in the Cooper T53.
So we are about to get underway with one of the most popular races of Goodwood Revival, the Setrington Cup. So we will see a fleet of Austin J40s being driven by excited under 10-year-olds with a Le Mans style start. This is pure revival. Now, many of the children that are going to take part in this race are children of some of the superstar names that we've got driving here at Goodwood Revival. So there's plenty of young talent to look out for, and one of those is our very own Crun Chandhook. Now, his son will be taking part in this race, so hopefully we'll be able to catch up with him later. The cars are going to the start line now. I've seen some of them take umbrellas with them, as well as a few tyre repair kits. So there's lots to be going on in this race. Who knows what will happen? But we're about to go to our explainer video that will tell us a bit more about what these kids are letting themselves in for.
Well, here we go then. It is the talk of the weekend. It might not quite be Formula One, but the stakes are just as high for the Setrington Cup. Joining myself, Harry Benjamin, alongside me in the commentary box is Alice Powell for this one. A two-part contest, as you've just seen there, for these Austin J40 pedal cars that raced and, well, were produced between 1949 and 1966. And if anything's raced that we had yesterday, Alice, is to go by, it's going to be more frenetic action today, isn't it?
Yeah, we saw some great action out there. This is a Le Mans style start. They all sprint, some of them lining their cars up a little better on the grid. And they go through this fairly simple chicane in the middle of the straight. And it was Luca Franchitti, you can see in the little red 22 car there, with a bit of congestion going on in the middle of the chicane. But he was able to cross the line first from Teddy Horn, the number 100, and then Leo Evans, the number 14, and directed quite nicely, just about avoiding contact, you can see in the background there. And Luca Franchitti was very pleased, got his rosette, but he's got to do it all over again today.
Yeah, less than half a tenth in it right at the very end. It is a Le Mans style start, so all of the pedal cars are lining up alongside, and it will be well, just over 200 meters of forensic pedaling with a chicane involved as well. And you do get bonus points if you come up to the commentary box and give us some information, Alice, which is exactly what the driver and the mechanic of this car has done. Driver Arabella Smith-Fitchett and her mechanic Alexandra, her sister, popped up here to give us some brilliant information.
Yeah, they did. Giving a wave to the camera. As you said, her mechanic Alexandra popped up. This Junior 40 was purchased by Arabella and Alexandra's late grandfather, Jim Fitchett, and specifically to compete at Goodwood. Sadly, he passed away before it could be restored, but it was restored by their father, Arthur, and in their grandfather's memory, it bears his initials. So you'll see on the front and rear, GJF1. So really nice. Thank you very much for bringing that up, and good luck in the race.
Yep, it works every time. If you're sweet to the commentators, it comes back to you. But the rain starting to come down a little heavier again just before this Setrington Cup. So it is, well, the inaugural Cup was well, introduced back in 2012 after a couple of intense years of planning. There are indeed regulations for this. And up until then, well, the humble J40 pedal car, which is celebrating 75 years, was a mere footnote in British motoring history. How things change. Over 32,000 examples of these pedal cars were produced between 1949 all the way up to 1971, with parents tirelessly trying to track down a suitable machinery for their child to campaign, each trying to get a slight edge over the next.
Yes, and calling slight edge, would you believe there has been some cheating in the past, Harry?
Shock.
This is how competitive it gets. They've got a full rule book, but apparently you can alter slightly the throw of the pedals, which of course makes you go that little bit faster. As the rain's starting to fall, all the drivers will be desperately trying to get underway as quickly as they can. So yes, it's competitive stuff. It's not just a pedal car race, Harry.
It's fine margins indeed. We've got over 60 competitors in this race, aged between 4 and 10 years old, and hopefully not too long to go until we get these pedal cars in action. It will be a bit of a hop, skip and a jump into your pedal car before you then left foot, right foot. What is the technique? Some getting their knee or their leg caught on the wheel. It is very precise how you get into these cars. There is an art to it. Some have been practicing tirelessly at home, and you can see the different types of stances going on, trying to find the best way to propel yourself into these pedal cars. Starting a little closer today than yesterday's Le Mans style start, where they were running from the middle, simply because I think it's rather wet out there. We don't want anyone falling over.
No, and starting out, we're underway already. Number 34, you can see the Bear Hughes Ward. Does he manage to get a good start off pole position? They're all, some of them, a little bit slower in the background getting away, Harry.
They certainly are, but it is a slower start for those who are just biding a little bit of time. The 28, I think that's Iris Smith, who was just waiting for a little gap on the road, but it is trying to get an edge, and you can see how ferociously they are pedaling. The leading Austin J40 absolutely finding no traffic in front of her. That would be the 34 of Bear Hughes Ward leading the way, but there's the chicane though, and Bear has got a massive lead in front of them. And the chicane, we've seen incident there before, Alice. So far, so good. I think Kush Chandok got caught up there last year.
Yeah, and slippery conditions, of course, for these little J40s, but they've navigated it well. We're going to have a fight for the final podium positions as well. You can see them frantically pedalling away. Bear have a little check over the shoulder. You're all clear, Bear. Streams across the line and takes the win in this second part of the Strettendingen Cup.
Smooth as you like for Bear Hughes Ward, who takes the win and immediately veers off to the right, heading back to the pits. The top three there in tandem. Bear Hughes Ward ahead. I think it was the number 42 that was really powering, Josh Johnston powering themselves right to the flag, and then stealing that final podium spot in the 50 was Sophia Franchitti as well. And there, contact in the chicane, and the number 10 not happy about that at all. Roberta Fiskin absolutely fuming with Maverick Yanni, went into the back of her, and you can see the frustration as the 29 gets all out of shape as well. That'll be Charlton Jowsey. But for the top three, and certainly for Bear Hughes Ward, that was a sublime pedal.
Yeah, very good, impressive pedal all the way down the straight. Of course, lots of training goes in, lots of nutrition, lots of egging on from the parents. Josh Johnston there, very happy with his performance, giving a thumbs up to other competitors as well. And it almost looked like they were hand signalling maybe some drafting going on, a few tactics. And Jochen Mass was down there, of course. You can see on screen now waving the checker flag with some of our other racers that are still making their way down to the finish line. There you go. You can see a few of them just about crossing the line, all queuing up now, waiting for their parents, their mechanics to come along. Is that a Grain Hill hat I can see bearing by one of our competitors, Harry?
I think so, and you could just see though the racing history that is all throughout, and I think it was actually for the London Rowing Club historic there, and but there is your winner, Bear Hughes Ward at the front, and we can catch up with our competitors down on the grid with Ed.
Well, what a winning margin that was. Let's get the laurel and the goodie bag out of the way. Bear, what a fantastic win. Did you realise how far ahead you were?
No.
And what were your tactics?
going straight in line and in the middle.
Yeah, through the chicane.
Yeah.
So have someone been teaching you racing lines?
No.
Well, you're very, very good at it. Have you done lots of training?
Yeah.
What training did you do?
Like just going up. So where my mummy's work is, I just go up and down there.
Fantastic. Well, it worked. Congratulations. A super win. Let's go to second place. We've got Josh Johnson here, high-fiving everyone. Josh, that was very close at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just had to make it count because it's my last year.
It's your last year. Is it quite tight in there now?
Yes, very. Don't really have that much room.
And what has your diet been? What have you been eating to prepare?
Chocolate.
Well, it's clearly worked. Well done. Congratulations on your second place. Now, we've got Sophia here. Yeah. Yeah, we got an interloper. Don't worry, we'll get round. Sophia, congratulations, a podium. Did you think you were going to get a podium?
I didn't know. I didn't really know that I was going to get it, but my cousin won it yesterday and he did really well.
Yes, there are a lot of Frankittis on the podium, aren't there? Now, have you had any advice from your father?
Yes, a lot.
Almost too much?
Yeah, a bit too much.
Now, I know you like your ponies and horses. Do you think you want to be a racing driver?
Yeah.
Yeah, and follow in your father's footsteps?
Yeah, I'd like to ride horses and also do the racing.
Well, a bit like Sterling Moss. I think you'll be fantastic. Congratulations. I think that's everything from down on the podium.
Thank you very much, Ed. Let's take a look back then at some of that hectic action from the Setrington Cup. And it was all smiles, but then the stern faces arrived and it was straight to your pedal car and pedal for all you might. And it was a strong start actually for Sophia Franchitti, who you saw there, but at the front leading the way from the off, Alice, was Bear Hughes Ward.
Yeah, Bear cruising through. See a huge gap from those behind. We've got congestion going through chicane. We've got a little bit of a contact in the middle there, frustration, but we all got cleanly through, and well done to every single person out there, and congratulations to Bear.
Welcome to Goodwood, the spiritual home of British motorsport. And the epicentre of this motoring paradise is the Goodwood Road Racing Club. From the thrill of the Festival of Speed to the charm of the revival and the exclusivity of the members' meeting. The club grants you privileged access to events that really set Goodwood apart. Not to mention a host of splendid enclosures where you can kick back and relax. Look at this chap, enjoying some shade. Joining the club also works for your wallet, with special prices for your event tickets. This gentleman has managed to save enough to buy himself a spiffing new suit. With the GRRC, you won't just experience the best of Goodwood, you can even embark on extraordinary journeys across the globe. And enjoy exclusive access to social events, track days and tours with people who share your passion for motoring. These ladies and gents are having a smashing time. So, what are you waiting for? Embrace the spirit of adventure, the thrill of the race and the camaraderie of the GRRC. Join the fellowship today and go further with Goodwood. Welcome to Goodwood, the spiritual home of British motorsport. And the epicentre of this motoring paradise is the Goodwood Road Racing Club. From the thrill of the Festival of Speed to the charm of...
Well, I'm here with someone who has stepped right out of the 60s. This is Sarah. We're in the champagne tent undercover, but you already had some sort of transparent cover scarf on top as well, didn't you?
As well, yeah. Essential for Revival, I think, is a rain hat.
I find the attention to detail in your outfit just phenomenal. Can you talk us through your favorite pieces?
So this suit's quite old. I got it a few years ago from a vintage shop in Greenwich. It's crimpline, 60s crimpline, with the scarf. I think my boyfriend gave this to me. And then we've got this was from Vinted more recently. And then the bag is St. Michael, which is old Marks and Spencer's. So that was from eBay.
And I think when you're referencing St. Michael as the old Marks and Spencer's, you really know it's legit. But Sarah, for you then, is the vintage style a part of your daily life, or is it just something for Revival in and out?
No, it's kind of, I wear this stuff all the time. So to work, going out. I'm part of the sort of vintage scene in London. We do a lot of dancing and things like that. So, but I've grown up with this. I've been coming to Revival since I was 14. So a long time.
And what is it about the weekend that means something to you that's so special?
I mean, I really like the racing as well. I think that's primarily what it is, but it's just nice. Everyone makes an effort. I love seeing all the different displays every year, and you know, and I meet up with friends as well and clients of mine. So it's nice, yeah.
I think having this retro fashion around, it really brings the history of the cars to life themselves. It helps you situate what the car's experience was in those areas.
No, it's nice. I think it's the attention to detail is always amazing here, so it's always a good vibe.
And what is it about the 60s that you find so appealing that you decided to dress up as for the Sunday?
I don't know. I think I've always just gravitated towards it. I've always loved, you know, reading about Bieber and Mary Kwan and just all the old films and the style. I just think it looks so classic and timeless. Like just a shift dress, you can wear it, you know, quite simple now, and it kind of works with modern fashion as well, I think. So, but yeah. I find it quite easy to wear. So, and crimpoline's great because you can just stick it in the washing machine. So it's quite handy.
And convenient as well. Well, you look like you're in your element in this outfit. Really nice meeting you. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Well, it's lovely being able to see everybody in their fantastic wear throughout the course of the weekend. I've just dashed back, actually, Bruce, because I was nipped over to the other side. It was getting a bit wet and a bit blocked, so I only just got back.
Well done, full marks. Right, we're looking ahead to celebrating 75 years of the XK Jaguar engine that kicked off in 1949. I don't think they had half an inkling how good it would be, and they certainly could never have thought that it would be a competition engine for fully 17 years and 43 years in the road car range of Jaguars, so they absolutely nailed it with the straight six.
Absolutely, straight six XK engine, and it was a part of Jaguar right from post-war. They were actually doing a lot of the work on the engines before the war came to an end, and then they put it on display. And it was, interestingly, the XK 120. There's many of those. There's D-types, C-types, E-types. But down there to speak to some of the owners, some of the drivers of those, is our own Ed Foster.
Well, hiding underneath this rather beautiful body is one of those XK engines, and I believe this is a very special C-type. Chris, you're in command of the car today.
Yeah, it's the oldest C-type lift in the world, chassis number 4. It was used as a spare car at Le Mans in '52, and was then sold to Duncan Hamilton he was the first private owner of a C-type. It was his road car.
So it's officially the oldest C-type in existence?
Yeah, the Jaguar used the first 3 chassis as experimental chassis, and unfortunately they've been lost. So
and you've got the honour of driving it today?
Yeah, Nigel Webber's very kindly let me take her out and show her off, very slowly. Yeah.
Maybe he saw the weather.
he's an intelligent man.
Well, the whistle's blowing. I'm getting moved out of here, so enjoy your drive, stay dry, and sending it back up to the commentary team.
Thanks, David. Yes, David Green, not Ed Foster. My mistake. It's David who's been looking at some of these cars and learning about some of the history of them as well. The Jaguar C-Type that you're looking at there, absolutely crucial to Jaguar history, because it was the car that gave them Le Mans victories first off, and they were then developed, of course, from C-Type to D-Type. That went on to further Le Mans wins. And then to the E-Type, you're just seeing one pulling out now, number 14. Never won Le Mans, but it was a very successful car, both on the road and on the track.
Absolutely it was. And, of course, the XK, the C-Type was begat. It was the XK 120C for competition and different, very sleek body shape, but still, to my eye, one of the finest racing designs of all time. And you could just really see the effect of aerodynamic designing going in there as well to make it as sleek as possible to go around the race they all wanted to win. And of course at Le Mans you have the long Mulsanne straight, no chicanes back in the 1950s, but it really was a race of survival. The cars certainly were nowhere near as near bulletproof as they are now, but wins in 1951 and 53 for Jaguar with the C-Type really put them on the map. And in those days, of course, Ben, even more so I'd suggest than now, that win on Sunday, sell on Monday was something, particularly after the war, the manufacturers want to put out.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I do think that winning on a Sunday and selling on a Monday was a huge part. It's perhaps changed a little bit in the modern world, but back then, manufacturers winning races and being front runners did have a big difference to the sales of those cars. And
also the very point that the straight six, the XK engine, was in the competition cars and it was in the road cars. And it wasn't just racing they did so well, in rallying as well, most notably with the XK 120s, and Patricia Appleyard, daughter of Sir William Lyons, the founder of Jaguar. She was a hugely competitive rally driver, and she won 4 years running, 1950 to 53, the Coupe des Alpes with her husband Ian. So it ran very close to the family, that bloodline.
It did. No, it was rather lovely, and that they had such great success. And obviously that also promoted the Jaguar manufacturer even further. And Jaguar was so big throughout the 50s, 60s, 70s. I mean, it's still a key manufacturer nowadays, but that was a very big time. And part of that, there's no doubt, was the engine. And you can see some of the saloon cars out as well. Some of the Mark IIs particularly were very competitive. It actually came out earlier on with the Mark VII cars and earlier than that. But the Mark II was the one that did a lot of winning in the early 1960s.
No, it really did. And a lot of the Grand Prix drivers of the day would be driving in the saloon car race using those. But also the Mark VII, you just mentioned that, much larger, really successful in rallying. And Ronnie Adams took victory on the Monte Carlo rally. That was such a test, but also it was about reliability there. There was 1 year where they entered 15 and 13 finished that event.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a little look back at some of the wonderful times in D-Types, because, as we mentioned, D-Types won Le Mans on 3 separate occasions. In 1955, it was Mike Hawthorne and Ivor Webb who had the victory. It was a difficult weekend in some ways, because Mercedes were actually doing extremely well. Mercedes had picked up a lot, but they had a horrible crash and pulled out, and they went on to win that year. But they also then, with Aguirre Cost team, went on to win the following 2 years.
Yeah, Ron Flockhart, Ninian Sanderson in 56. Ninian's daughter Puck is here this weekend. Great to have her keeping that connection with motor racing going. In 57 it was Ron Flockhart again, but with Ivor Webb, who'd won just 2 years earlier with the Works car. But the D-Type with that dorsal fin, you know, that was something to try and get stability, and really also made the driver much more comfortable without so much turbulence behind the head on the straights. But it was something that stood, and lots of other constructors decided a dorsal fin was a good thing for cars racing on high-speed circuits like Le Mans. But for Jaguar, 55, 56, 57, win at Le Mans, that really put them on the map.
And all with the XK engine. Yes, it had been increased in size, but it was going up in power. It started out at about 160 horsepower. By the time it was at Le Mans, it was getting on for nearly 300 horsepower, I believe. So it was all part of the development. And of course, when you run a racing engine, you're going to tune it much more. It doesn't have to do quite the same distance that a road car has to do, but 24 hours, you've got to do all of those.
You absolutely do, and it's down to fantastic team management. It's wonderful to see these shots from the 1950s. Le Mans was rather more rudimentary. Now it's barriers and a lot more driver safety. Also, there's even a pit wall between the pit garages and the main straight these days, but wonderful to see, and success there. Ninian Sanderson and the gang and Ron Flockhart just really enjoyed those things. But for a privateer team to win Le Mans seems anathema, but right now we've got Motorsport trying to do that with a Porsche as well. But the D-Type, it stands the test of time.
Yeah, as you say, Ron Flockhart, Ivor Webb, they were ahead of Ninian Sanderson and Jock Lawrence, and then Jean-Lucas and Jean Roussin, and then Paul Frere and Freddy Roussel, because it was 1, 2, 3, 4 in that Le Mans race in 1957. Remarkable finish that they managed to achieve that year. C-Types, though, had initiated the success at Le Mans, and Stirling Moss was a great fan of the C-Types. In fact, he won the 1951 TT. He won races at Goodwood. He never won at Le Mans, but he was in the lead group. He was leading it when the C-Type first raced at Le Mans, but in fact they had some oil pipe fractures, so that certainly hurt him. But it was the third of the 3 C-Types that had been running 1, 2, 3 at one stage, Peter Whitehead and Peter Walker, that won.
in all honesty, I don't think Sterling Moss really enjoyed the Le Mans 24 Hours. He's quite happy to take the role of the hare versus the tortoise and head off. And for a lot of drivers in those days, because they knew the mechanical reliability was so patchy, if you're going to go out before nightfall, you might as well not knack yourself. The worst thing is to go out after lunchtime on the Sunday when you're so nearly at the end. But the C-Type just really, really put Jaguar right at the forefront. So Peter Walker, Peter Whitehead in 1951, and then Duncan Hamilton and Tony Rolls in 1953 in a race they didn't think they were even going to start. Their car had been disqualified for some technical irregularity, and they went to drown their sorrows in Le Mans city centre. And it was only in the morning when they came back in, they said, what do you mean we're in the race? So a lot of very strong coffee was poured down them and they went on to win. And again, for Duncan Hamilton, a man not short on stories, it was just another chapter in his book.
A lovely book as well, yeah, one of my favourites. Disc brakes were new to C-Types then too, weren't they? They just adopted using disc brakes as opposed to drum brakes, and that was part of their success.
Yeah, and it took the American market a very, very long time to put them on their road cars and racing cars, but that definitely was one of the markers that Jaguar laid down. Looking at the circuit now, it's becoming a little bit wetter. We've had rain in and out so far this morning, and then again, of course, they'd have raced in rain in period, but the car we heard from, this is the oldest C-Type in the world. David Green was talking to the driver on board Nigel Webb's car, and again, it just shows they were very quick to start selling them to the public as well as having them as works cars, and that again just helped fill up the order book. But by then, of course, they were also starting to work them into their road car range, and not just for sports cars, to the saloons, as you said, the Mark 7s, the Mark 1, the Mark 2, and they did great things on the circuit.
And then, of course, it moved on to the E-Type. The E-Type, much more of a road car, and yes, it had a lot of success, but it became a hugely popular road car, both in the UK, Europe, and in the United States, and got massive sales.
Yeah, the XKE, as they'd called it in the American market, and
this is a race version that we've seen going very quickly this weekend, actually, and had a lot of success. So many of them did, with the boot open, as ever. This is a pretty standard sign, isn't it?
A little rudimentary spoiler, perhaps, for the rear. And, of course, the
Yes.
Jaguar E-Type came as... well, let's take a look at the XK engine. It looked the same in the road car as it did, but here it is, one in period in the front of at Goodwood in one of the E-Types.
Yeah, lovely shots from racing here at Goodwood. This was from 1963. We've got the TT race coming up later today, which celebrates these races that took place at Goodwood. They were very key races, major championship races too, weren't they?
Yeah, I think it's very easy in these days to think that any important race in a country is the Grand Prix. If you have a Grand Prix, France and Germany don't these days, which is extraordinary, but we forget just how many non-championship races were, how many sports car races there were in the period, and it was for the drivers, the top drivers of the day. It was a chance to pick up some prize money, which was very, very useful indeed. Sterling Moss very much worked his calendar according to where he was likely to win. Why not?
Absolutely right. And there were other cars as well that used the XK engine, weren't there? Some other manufacturers in the UK.
Well, you can run down the list. There was Cooper, there was HWM, and then later on Lister went for them as well, and Tajero, and it was such a great engine. They knew if they could build their car they thought was tailor-made to go racing as a sports car, then it was one of the obvious choices to put under the hood.
Yeah, absolutely. And these cars then went on to great success. The Listers, as you say, and the HWMs. The HWMs were actually some of the very first to use the XK engine, but the Listers then were extremely successful as well.
Yeah, and you got some other... This is, I think, the Morris Gom-bodied car, the Gom Special. Yeah, that should be, which Rick Milmont's been driving. And again, it was an XK140, but with just different bodywork on it. They thought, well, it's a great car, the XK140, but we can do it slightly better. Then, of course, the XK range through the 120, the 140 and the 150, very, very popular on there. Absolutely beautiful. These were the forerunners to the E-Types, and very popular in racing as well, but rallying too, and it is worth reiterating that.
Absolutely. They had some success in the start of the RAC rally post-war. The XK120s were crucial in all sorts of performance. They set a record at Montpellier for 7 days and 7 nights, and Sterling Moss, I believe, was a part of that, where they averaged over 100 miles an hour for 7 days and 7 nights. It was constantly being driven, and it had the reliability and the speed to do that.
Yeah, in the 50s and 60s in particular, these long-distance endurance tests were very much something that the manufacturers wanted to get across that their cars could perform. There was an 84-hour race around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Most people would be worn out after just one lap of that 25-kilometre circuit, but also that one had rain and almost snow thrown at the drivers. But these long-distance endurance tests were something they very much built their advertising around.
Absolutely. And you can see one or two of the bigger saloon cars too that we were mentioning that were so successful in the time of some of the British saloon car racing, as it was then, rather than British Touring Car Championship. But yeah, they were very, very key to that. But the XK120, it's still that design that when it first appeared that you're looking at there. That's an open-top version, and of course, thankfully, it's not quite so wet out there as it was, but this really appealed to the fans. They actually had to completely change how they were going to build it. It had a wood frame originally, the first few XK120s, but then it all went to steel, and they sold many, many more than they expected.
Well, the SS100 was a forerunner to all of those, very elegant, but once the XK engine came, it very much was the ethos of Jaguar, to make a car of a sporting mean, but also to make it elegant, and their designs through the XK range up to the E-types absolutely proved that.
Yeah, absolutely. The HWM, that's one of the HWM Jaguars, and they raced and did hill climbs as well, and they were very successful. The original HW, one of the original ones, was built for the Australian Tony Gaze, raced it in the UK in the mid-1950s as well.
And of course, Tony Gaze integral to this circuit being here in the first place, because he was one of the drivers or ex-pilots who suggested the perimeter roads here, RAF West Hampton, would really make rather a good circuit. Thank you very much to the Gaze family, and to have some of his antecedents here as well competing is a really nice bloodline.
So this collection of cars, all based on those XK engines, right from the late 1940s. And in fact, the manufacturing of cars, road cars, that still had the XK engine right up until 1992, the last of the manufactured cars. Remember, there was a connection then between Jaguar and Daimler, and then that was all taken in as well. But they continued building what was called a Daimler DS420 limousine until 1992, and that had still used the XK engine, so it lasted a great time. And of course, now in the world of historics and classic cars, we have a lot of XK engines that are still being rebuilt. I'm sure there are many, many experts out there with them.
The last few cars going around, and it's just great to look at the other manufacturers who decided they wanted the Jaguar engine under the hood as well. As we said, Coopers, and Patrick Head's father, Michael Head, raced one very famously for a long time in the 1950s. But we've even got, of course, the Jaguar safety car, the E-Type safety car, that will probably be bringing them back in.
Yeah, no, some lovely stuff from all of them, and they're heading back in. So just having a look at some of the highlights of the XK Engine Parade, celebrating the 75 years since it was launched, and the different cars that had so much success for Jaguar, both in terms of selling them, but also particularly on track, whether it was a rally track or whether it was a race track, and most particularly, of course, Le Mans.
Road cars, racing cars, rally cars, sports cars, saloon cars, the XK engine was the absolute integral element within all of that. So the E-Types looking elegant, but they all worked. Other constructors wanted their engines to put them together, and Lister, such success in sports car racing, there are a couple of those.
Yes, indeed. And you see some really lovely different designs from those other manufacturers that were involved in using the XK engines. And it's lovely to see that they have all been able to be on display. And remember here, if you're at Goodwood this weekend, there's a good chance to have a wander around and take a good close look at some of these gorgeous machines from Jaguar and that period. So the track in pretty good shape at the moment. There's more action still to come, but there's also plenty more of things to enjoy as you wander. And here's a chance to have a look at the Tyrrell shed with our David.
Well, we're here in a rather humble hut for a very special location. This is the birthplace of Tyrrell F1, and this shed has been saved and relocated here at Goodwood on a very special occasion here at Revival. And I'm joined by two Tyrrell alumni, very important, Sir Jackie Stewart and Martin Brunel. Thank you for joining me. It's a very special thing, this, isn't it?
Very unusual. I mean, I don't think in the history of motorsport there's ever been a wooden hut that has been based from the very beginning of Ken Tyrrell's in Formula 3 right through to my end, my career. We were looking, all the work was being done in a wooden hut. And a good number of the mechanics are still here today. Sadly, some of them have passed away. But it's an amazing thing, and I think His Grace having it brought here is just a great thing, because it's going to be here forever.
bringing this down the A3 from Surrey, I think His Grace has done a remarkable thing, and it feels fitting that it's on the Goodwood site now, doesn't it?
It does, and I have so much respect for the Duke of Richmond for his tenacity. He came to us with this idea and said, do you want to participate and do you want to help? And we were like, yes, but I know the number of hoops he's had to jump through, and the team here, of course, to make sure it's taken down in a really accurate and measurable way, put back up. And then there were lots of glitches along the way. And here it is, and thank goodness he's done that, because there's so much history in this shed. When I joined Tyrrell in '84, they had a palatial bigger shed next door. So I wasn't really based in here, the team that I drove for at Tyrrell in '84, '85 and '86. But Ken Tyrrell was a remarkable man. And if it hadn't been for him, I'd never got into Formula One in the first place. And we loved him to bits. Straight talker. Ken would have said, well, he'd have been Sir Ken by now, but he would have said, what on earth you wasted all that money for, moving a shed down the A3? But I'm so pleased that His Grace has, because people can enjoy this and understand. When you see Formula One on the TV today, and just the glamour and the glitz and hundreds of millions spent by each team each year, it's really good to remember where Formula One started in its 74-year history so far.
And it's been brought here with such accuracy. We've even got a little hornet's nest up here. It must bring back so many memories for you, not least for the car you're standing next to.
The people. I mean, I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for them. A lot of people died in my period of Grand Prix racing. And Francois Sever died as Ken's #1 driver for the following year after I retired. It would have been him. I think that this place here is totally unique. So I think that we're very lucky to have it. It's British motorsport at the very highest, and it's wonderful to think that so many people have come just to see this, and they'll be able to walk in here and see how many Grand Prix have been won by Ken Tyrrell.
And I think it's fair to say, I mean, this humble hut, and obviously the great man Ken, this is, not only the birthplace of Tyrrell, but I think one of the instigators of Formula One in this country. And, this team went on to be the Mercedes as we know it now. It's quite an incredible story, really, in the history of motorsport.
It is. I believe the company registration number of the current Mercedes team is still exactly the same as Tyrrell, which morphed into others before becoming Mercedes. So, yeah, the cottage industry of Formula One is in the UK. And 7 of the 10 teams we have on the grid, and in many respects 8 really, because RB, Toro Rosso, whatever it's called in the past, Minardi, is largely now based in the UK too. So we have this wonderful, rich history of employment, of technology, of being dynamic, and lots of British driving. But Formula One's a cosmopolitan business as well, so it's not just about waving the Union flag, but it's a good reminder that we do this quite well.
Well, it's a humble hut, but it's brought a smile to many people's faces. It's going to be here for decades now on the Goodwood site, and it's lovely to see everybody smiling and enjoying the opening. And thank you both for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's rather lovely that they have brought the Tyrrell shed here, and lovely stories as well from those, and an opportunity for people to have a little look around and get a feel for it.
Yeah, I went down to look at it at the members' meeting earlier this year, but now it's fully equipped inside. But I love the hubbub and the faces in the background there. Joe Ramirez enjoying a glass of champagne. But great to have the right people in the right shed.
Yeah, no, it's great to see, and great history from it. So coming up, we've got the motorbikes about to head out on track, race 11, the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. And then we've got the track parade of the D-Day 80th anniversary. You're going to see the most amazing equipment from the Second World War out on the track, and we will be enjoying that anniversary. The RAC TT Celebrations, one of the major races. It's a 1-hour 2-driver race. That's followed by the Glover Trophy, and then the track parade tribute to John Surtees, who has so much history at Goodwood as well as in the world of 2 wheels and 4 wheels. Race 15 is the St Mary's Trophy presented by Motul, and then at 6 p.m. is due to be run race 16, the Freddy March Memorial Trophy. So lots to look forward to this afternoon in terms of parades and racing, and we're really looking forward. Let's hope it keeps a little dry.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Revival's official charity partner for 2024 is St Wilfrid's Hospice, which for 35 years has been providing palliative care for people with terminal illnesses in both West Sussex and Hampshire.
I think every patient we see comes with a very different story, a very different medical history, and we take a lot of care and a lot of time to really pull out the history that that patient has, what's important to them, what their background is. It's really about them as a person and their family, because we're here to support them as well as their loved ones.
We can build up a strong relationship, and for many of our patients there will come a turning point where they're not well enough, but we know them as a person by that point, and I think that makes a huge difference, not just for them but also their families.
There's always smiles, there's always laughter, there's always a degree of happiness around, even when we're working in such a difficult sort of area.
Sadly, most of us know of someone in need of this support, so I am confident the Revival will make a significant contribution to such an important charity. So please do all you can to help us support such a good cause this year.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
Come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
All of the things which we live for, what we love.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
Well, we're looking ahead to the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy, race number 2. Good to see people in the dry in the grandstands. The rain has been blowing in, blowing out. I can see clouds, I can see blue sky, but I can also see people having coffee, having beer, and all of them having a very, very good time. Pork pies too, perhaps, if they're very lucky indeed. But many places, James Hayden, to eat and drink around the circuit, and just great to see so many people to come down with a real group of friends and just have an amazing weekend or day out.
Yeah, there's so much to see here for everyone. Doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter your interest. You know, we've got planes, we've got cars, we've got bikes, and we've got everything. So it's a superb day out.
We've also got fashion, not necessarily in the commentary box, but out around the circuit. People have made a phenomenal effort, and it's really, really good. And there is so much to do. Look at those. Military uniforms, tick, yes. Loud jacket, tick, tick. But having fun, that is really the most important thing. And it really is thumbs up. And any first-time visitor, James, is just blown away by the breadth of things on display.
Yes, they always are, and the attention to detail and how close you can get to it all. And you know, it just really is, it's lovely as we look at the paddocks, and you can see just everyone nosing around looking at some of these cars you just don't get to see it otherwise.
Yeah, and it's just so good if you've got a multi-generational family group where people can just pass down little bits of knowledge that may or may not inspire, but the diversity of machinery on display. But also if you want to ride out around the circuit to get different vantage points, there are tractors going around pulling the trailers we're looking at right now, and places to eat and drink around the circuit. So why not try another corner? Why not try Lavant for the races through today? And definitely I would say go to St Mary's. But it's not just about action down on the ground, it's also aeroplanes that are here to entertain us. And right, we had the fly past at 8 o'clock this morning, and that was exquisite. And the runway being used again, bouncing. This was, of course, RAF West Hampnet in the Second World War. And when you've got Spitfires, Hurricanes, Mustangs up in the sky, you know it's a very good day. This was this morning's display, and the precision flying with the Mustang in the middle. What a job the pilot did of that P-51D, because, of course, he got it wrong. Planes on either side would have trouble, but they literally line up according to the lines of rivets on the side, and it was good news to have the air displays back here at the Goodwood circuit, and they really did get the go. Even if you only heard the sound of that Merlin engine in the Spitfire, the Mark 9, that was enough to get the hair standing up on the back of my neck. And at that point, of course, it was also great to see that we had a bit of blue sky. But a treat. We may all be motorbike or car people, but we all like things that fly in the sky. And of course, these come with history as well. But the quality of flying this morning was absolutely fantastic. And a lot of planes on the infield for all the people to come and visit and take a look at. The Freddy March Spirit of Aviation area, very much a popular element. And there's even a bar with a Spitfire hanging overhead with 2 beer barrels hanging from its wings. Made in jest, but received very well indeed. So action on the ground and action in the skies as well. Well, let's go down to see the very latest and hear the very latest from Grace Webb.
Yeah, the bikes are just getting prepared in the assembly area for the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. Now, this race is for bikes in the pre-1955 category, and I've caught up with Dom Herbertson, who is riding this beautiful Vincent Black Lightning behind us, and Dom's just been telling me about how expensive it is. Dom, how do you feel about riding this bike?
Well, the fact that it's worth more than me is, now I know that doesn't say a lot, Grace, but the fact is it is worth a lot of money. It's a fully restored Vincent Black Lightning, original gearbox, original drum brakes, everything is had to go around a historic library to go find the parts for this. But the fact that these were the bike of the day, these were like set land speed records for crying out loud. And you can see why it's a Black Lightning, because you can just hear nothing but thunder. It's an amazing opportunity to ride it.
It looks beautiful. Now, this is obviously very different to the modern bikes that you're used to riding. So what do you need to do as a rider to get this off the line?
Oh my, I'm still figuring that out, to be honest. So obviously, Waller, who owns the motorcycle, he's come from Switzerland, and it's one of his pirate collections, and it's one of the very few places that you get to ride something like this. And as you know, I've only ever ridden modern machinery. I've done a bit on classics, which are replicas, and they're only a couple of years old. You know, this being from 1950s, it is very different to ride, and you've got to treat it with a lot more respect, a lot more respect.
Now, being here, this is your first Goodwood Revival?
It is, yeah, and the event is absolutely amazing, considering it started in 1998, and the event's only getting more and more popular, and I can see why. It's just the world's best fancy dress party, and you actually don't fit in if you're not dressed the part. It's fantastic to be here, so hopefully I can get to come back.
Yeah, we can see how much you're enjoying it with that smile on your face. But what's the track like? Being a TT rider yourself, to me the chicane looks quite similar to some of the corners that you might find on the TT course.
Yeah, I can see why TT riders go well round here, because the runoff is literally tyres filled with soil and everything, and I feel a little bit close to home here. You know, it's an amazing, the fact that we're so close to the centre of like England itself, and that we've got a racetrack up in the hills here, is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. But as far as the track's concerned, very hard to learn. It's all big sweeping, a lot like Thruxton with less tipping markers, and it just makes it really exciting, because when you've got lads who've been coming here since God was a lad, and you're going, where you all going, you've just got to get the hook out and try and catch on.
Well, we wish you all the best for it, Dom. We'll let you get sorted with your bike, and good luck for the race.
Yeah, keep your fingers crossed for me, Grace, please. I cannot afford this.
I will. Good luck for it. It's lovely to catch up with Dom, but for now we'll get to our explainer video that will tell us a bit more about the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy.
Well, that's the explainer to tell us all about what's going to be going on down there. So let's just refresh. It's a two-rider race, and today it's the amateur or the less experienced driver or rider or possibly the owner who will be starting the bike. And around the middle point of the race, 8 minutes until 16 minutes into this 25-minute race in which the pit window is open. In fact, it was interesting hearing from Dominic Herbison because he was the one who failed to come in within the pit window time yesterday. All is forgiven, though, Dom, but we will have the rider change. We'll have the Le Mans-style start, and you'll explain what that's all about, James Hayden.
Yep, so the rider who's not starting, and today it's the amateurs that start, the professionals who finish. They'll be holding the bikes on the other side of the track, and you stand in a little circle, and when the flag goes down, you race across the track, grab your bike, select in gear, and away you go. So it's a great way of starting.
OK, that's the explainer. Let's go down and join Ed Foster in the assembly area.
Adam, I'm used to putting Rain-X on my windscreen, but I've never seen Mr. Sheen on a visor before. Does that help?
Yeah, but Mr. Sheen has some wax in it, helps the rain run off, so yeah, tricks of the trade.
And how is the visibility when you're doing tracks like that? Is that the biggest problem?
It's not too bad. The circuit's quite clean, which makes a difference, so the dirty water doesn't set on your visors badly, but some of the likes of the road circuits, that the conditions are when the road's dirty, it can be more difficult for visibility, but no, it's not too bad here.
Look, it was a great race yesterday. What's possible today? Because you're on the sort of front row, as it were, but you're lined up. The start seems a bit of a lottery.
Yeah, I think the key is a good start, so it's quite important. Yesterday we had a good start and had a good first stint, so my teammate Fernando's starting first today, so hopefully he can get another good start and we'll see what's possible.
And are you jumping on the bike as quickly as possible?
Yeah, that's the idea. I think we actually had the third fastest pit stop there yesterday, so it wasn't too bad.
It was a cracking effort. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's hope today's race is as good as yesterday's. Yesterday was an absolute belter, and it really came together at the midpoint, James, when the rider changes had been completed, and all the top 5 bikes were covered by next to nothing. Brilliant getaway at the start of the race.
Yeah, it was. It was James Hillier, number 38, who got going, and we saw a few people have some moments. They got sort of stuck into the race, and we can see Josh Brooks there, number 55. He was on the BMW. There's a great little battle here between Herbertson and Plater, and then there is Plater just grabbing the back of Harry Mainwaring Smart on the BMW, having a little fun race. This was one of the changeovers for the Vincent. That was Brooks and Kingham. Then they got out there, and there was Mendes. Mendes had a little touch here with Keith Bush on the Norton as they come into turn 1, but luckily everyone was all right. But it was these men, Michael Rutter and Michael Russell, who came through from row 7 to take the win. They start again on row 11 rather, and they start on row 11 once again today, but they've got a 6.7 second advantage. Remember, it is an aggregate race.
Well, that's absolutely the key. It's about not just finishing first, it's about giving yourself a big enough margin, but also the point there, Russell and Rutter are such a well-balanced crew. That is really the advantage. You don't have so much the AM and the Pro. They're both very close in both of those categories. But who knows? What are the track conditions going to be today? Who is going to have a slip-up? So far this meeting, the bike riders have been on fantastic form.
Yes, they have indeed. And we're just looking at the triumph there of Kevin Rushworth. But it really is going to be, it's obviously wet out there right now, and it's been drying a little bit, but it's not like yesterday. Yesterday was mostly dry with a couple of damp patches. Now it's pretty much wet all the way around. So it's going to be a slightly different race. Also, that does hinder Russell and Rutter from row 11 because there's going to be a lot of spray, there's going to be a lot of stuff coming through. However, they are both, Michael Rutter was famed for being an amazing wet weather rider all through his career, so he won't be too fussed.
Yeah, lots of Manx Nortons in the race. I noticed Glenn English, there he is by bike number 40, definitely looking up at the cloud shape, because you look one way and you think it's going to be okay, broken cloud, but you look the other and go, maybe I should be doing this first half of the race. It's a 25-minute race, but I think there will be changeable weather. Big puddle as the riders come out from the assembly area, so make a fantastic array of sound. And just to reiterate, these are bikes from 1954 and older, back to 1928.
Yes, that's right.
Coming up.
It really is incredible. So we can see there. And the other people to look out for, number 38 is Jackson and Hillier on that match list. So they're in second spot at the moment, down 6.7 seconds. But being on row 3, if they can get a good start and they can get in the flow pretty quick, they're both handy riders. So Hillier, obviously, renowned TT rider road racing. Jackson won the members meeting, and there is that Vincent
It was third in yesterday's race, but in the end it was down by about 27 seconds. So Russell and Rutter, 6.7 second advantage for them. But certainly Josh Brooks went very well. Ben Kingham will start that Vincent Black Shadow, bike number 55. In the first half of this race, but it tends to be with the AMP riders going first, they will have a shorter stint. The longer stint will be given, the lion's share will be given to the riders who are walking out now, waiting to have the bike changed.
That's
they
right.
have to wait until we're at least 8 minutes into this race.
That's right. The pit window is between 8 and 16 minutes, and so that's it. Now let's have a little look at the grid. So you can see the front row is Schwab and Todd on that 1929 BMW compressor, Kingham and Brooks on the Vincent Black Shadow, then Mendes McLean on the Royal Enfield Meteor, Dunlop, Bailey, the Norton Manx. I think they're not sure, 100% sure they're going to be able to start, unfortunately. You've got Bacon and Brogan in fourth. Then it's the Norton and McGuinness and Bowell, the matches of Jackson and Hillier, the matches Norton of Tongue and Child. And then it's Fitchingham at Williams, keep an eye out for them in 10th. And then Bushworth and Hutchinson bringing out there. Then in 11th spot, we've got English and Plater on the Manx. We've got Gooch and Mainwaring Smart on the BMW. In 13th, it's Rhodes and Swallow. 14th, it's Duffus and Williams on the Triumph T10. And then we've got the BMW R5SS of Potlinger and Hornby in 15th. 16th is Perkin and McConnell. They were 4th yesterday, so really good ride from those guys. 17th is Clawson Roche. And then 18th, the North Manx again of Perez and Barrier. And then 19th, Bush and Johnson. And 20th, May and Green. Then the 21st, we've got Paul Lucinel Jr. and Carlos Checa, 2011 World Superbike champ. 22nd, Walker and Pemberton. 23rd, Tossolini and Herbertson on another Vincent Black Lightning. 24th, Russell and Ellison. 25th, O'Brien and Taylor. And then 26th, Stephen and Maria Costello. And then look out for 27th, Russell and Rutter. They are the people who are leading it at the moment. And then 28th, Fabry and Stacey on the Gilera. 29th, Craig and Jenny Tinmouth. And then 30th, Cummins and Dawson on the Norton.
And the last 4 bikes on the grid, there was only the one official practice session. Anyone had a problem in that, they start at the back of the grid for both races. It's double punishment, but from 27th to 1st was Michael Rutter and Michael Russell. Russell will be starting the race today. He's already done one race. He was out in a 500cc Formula 3 car from the mid-1950s, so he's got a feel for the track, but the conditions changing all the time. The red and yellow greasy surface flag was held out at the chicane for all the riders to see, but the riders will line up in their little circles on the right-hand side of the screen. That's the side in front of the grandstands. Their bikes will be held by their teammates who'll be doing the second part of the race there in front of the pits, and there's going to be the scramble across, and it's very, very seldom the bike that is lined up at the front of the line that leads into Madgwick Corner. And yesterday I seem to recall we had the Hillier Matchless powering into the lead, bike number 38 from 9th position in that row of bikes. Let's see what happens today.
Yes, as you can see, it's quite nervy for the riders at the moment. It's wet as well. They don't want to slip or anything. You've got to have one foot in the white circle for when the flag goes down. The bikes aren't allowed to be in gear, so you've got to run across the track, select gear. Remember that first bike you pictured, number 11, that's a hand change as well. So the guys are starting, will be looking soon, just looking for the flags.
And the
green flag has been waved.
And just remember, the bike at the front of the grid is 95 years old. It's a BMW compressor from 1929. We're off, some rather more fleetly than others, but let's see who's going to get onto their saddles first. Some great runs from mid-grid. Again, it's number 38. This time it should be Jackson at the wheel. Has he got it? Yes, he has. Wow, they've mastered that.
They have indeed. And that's exactly what he wanted. Remember, they've got to try and pull back some of that 6.7 seconds on Russell and Hillier, and getting a start like that is exactly what Jackson would have wanted.
And just remember, Michael Russell, bike number 68, the Northern Velocet, is starting from 27. And unfortunately, we're just hearing Jenny Tinmouth's been left on the line. That's been 3 events with mechanical trouble. Really feel for Jenny there. She'd have put up a good scrap. Duncan Fitchin making up ground through. Looking for bike 68, yesterday's winner. Down there somewhere. In fact, he's probably already gained so many places. Will Jenny Tinmouth get going? 2 helping hands, 3 helping hands, and still no life. That is really, really sad. The number 63 Norton International, John Cragg's bike, showing it with Angela Cragg, but is going nowhere fast, I'm afraid.
Yeah, we're also looking at that. This is Tony Perkin, at number 20. He's in second, and he's closely followed by the Manx Norton of Barry Burrell. So Barry Burrell, and he's just in really pushing on that second spot. But it is at the moment, it's Jackson, the winner of the members meeting here on the TZ 350s. And just a look at that in second spot. You also saw that change of position there. So Barry Burrell moving up to second there. The man that races in the British champion in the BMW Cup.
Yeah, so Dan Jackson leading the way, but certainly Burrell is coming in, looking out for bike number 68, should be coming up through the order.
It's just gone through. I mean, they must be 5th or 6th already.
27th to 1st yesterday, 27th to 5th or 6th on the opening lap here, so no fear about the circuit. Look for bike number 68. Yes, it's winning bike. It's actually there in 5th place. First 5 bikes covered by less than a second, and a little bit of a gap to those behind, and still some riders working their way up. But Russell and Rutter today, Michael Russell being the starting rider, trying to get to the front, because that's the easiest maths to do. Otherwise, trying to work out how much is 6.7 seconds, which is the margin after yesterday. Hold on, oh no, there's someone struggling to get a gear out the back of the pack there. Actually, it's 6th place, because Russell and Rutter actually just slowed down a little bit through. This is Michael Russell today. He was 5th going towards the chicane. He's 6th coming out, but there's no doubt about the lead of the race. It's nearly 3 seconds already for the bike that finished yesterday, the matchless number 38, and today it's started by Dan Jackson. He'll hand that over to James Hillier. He's trying to claw back that 6.7 margin.
Yeah, there's that Norton Manx as well. You can see there's moved up of McWilliams and Duncan Fitchett. So Duncan Fitchett up in 2nd, real quality rider him. And look at that, number 68, Michael Russell into 3rd already. So that is slightly ominous for Jackson and Hillier, because at the moment, you know, what he sees is about 3.5 seconds down, and they need 6.7 seconds down. That is the problem. So Jenny Timothy was saying it's just up in front there.
When it got going, she'll get to see the leaders, because they will be catching her come what may. But a really, really strong run through the second part of this lap by Michael Russell, closing in on 2nd place. It's still Barry Burrell in that position, but no doubt about the leader. Bike number 68 is the bike that's giving chase. That's now up to 3rd position, but the race leader pulling clear. Just remember this, it was Dan Jackson leading by 2.8 seconds last time around. Actually, he doesn't seem to have gained a whole lot more.
No, he doesn't, and I think Michael Russell really getting in the groove. Interesting. Oh, we've got a rider down there, but he looks like he's perfectly okay and getting back up on his feet as we look slightly further down the field. That is number 12. That is Ian Bain and teammates with Steve Brogan, so they're normally in the hunt.
They certainly are. So tricky conditions. They've done a really good job so far this weekend, but the gravel has done its job. Let's take a look at the replay up into Lavant.
Oh, so he gets, unfortunately, he gets nerfed off there. That was really unfortunate there for, that was the Triumph GED special of Gordon Russell, and Gordon just got hit on the side and pushed off the track, so through no fault of his own. So an unfortunate racing incident there for Gordon.
Yeah, the track was going right. He wasn't given the option, but that's going to be removed from the gravel. But now it's very tight at the front, because Duncan Fitchett, bike number 27, has closed right up with Dan Jackson on the matchless. And the number 27 bike is a Norton Daytona Manx, and it's a three-way battle, because Michael Russell from 27 is up to 3rd, and the first 3 bikes covered by under a second.
Yeah, and he's having a little look. Couldn't quite make it stick on that time, but this the bike in 2nd, that number 27, is actually a genuine factory bike from 1954, 1952. It was Jeff Duke's bike, and they're saying nothing fits on it. You know, it should be a long stroke in those days, but it's a short stroke because it's a factory bike. You can't even change the wheels from a normal Manx. Everything on that bike is trick, and he's looking for a way on the outside there. Couldn't quite get past Jackson, but you could see his intent, and all the time he's being lurked by number 68, Michael Russell, who's got a little bit of a run there. And it's a interesting bike Russell's on. It's got a Norton Velocet, so it's got a Norton Manx chassis with a Velocet 500 brought out to 640. So it's got a bit of top end, and it seems to be working incredibly well around here.
Yeah, that was very, very good. You can tell that extra power on the exit of the second part of Lavant. Through the kink he was gaining, went past into 2nd place, and how long can Dan Jackson hang on in the race on the matches? The matches finished 2nd yesterday to the chasing bike.
Yeah, now the quickest man on the track on that last lap was Fitchett in number 27 on a 1:47.9 compared to Russell and Rutter. Let's have a look at what they've done on this lap. So it's Jackson was doing a 49.3, but Williams Fitchett is a 1:48.9 with Russell and Rutter 1:48.0.
They're having fun.
Yeah,
they will have nip and tuck. There is space all around the circuit. 3 abreast anyone, not quite, but it's getting as close as could be. Head down, getting as much aero as you can ducking the head out. Duncan Fitchett always super low, that white helmet with the black stripe over the top, getting as low as he possibly can. This is great, and you can see, James, at various points that looks like there's a dry line. A rider goes over it and it still puts up spray.
Yeah, so Russell there taking the lead for the first time. Remember, they were on row 11 of the grid, way back down in 27th. They came through to win yesterday's race, and they're back in front once again. Incredible ride.
Yeah, we have lost, I think, one bike from the race. It's the bike that went so well yesterday. It was Fernando Mendez and Adam McLean. We heard from Adam before the start of the race. Don't know what the problem is, but that one has been parked up.
Yeah, so it's going to be really... Yeah, these guys have got to try and keep Russell in sight, not let him get too far ahead if they're going to want to challenge. It looks like Fitchett has got a really good run coming out of there. Is he going to be able to slipstream as he comes down? He might just get him.
Now, one thing I'm looking for is what's happened to the bike that finished third yesterday. It was the Vincent that was started by Josh Brooks, bike number 55. Ben King have kicked off. He's just outside the top 10 at the moment, but in a gaggle of about 4 bikes, so from 8th place backwards. Bear in mind, it's aggregate. He is, 27 seconds down on aggregate from the race winner yesterday, but still got plenty of margin over a lot of the bikes behind. In fact, the next bike yesterday was bike number 20. And that was the Velocette of Tony Perkin and Billy McConnell. That was 22 seconds behind him, so he has got a push. He might have fallen down on the Vincent to 11th place, but he could be coming back. There it is.
That's the bike you're looking at and speaking about. So once he want to hand over to Josh Brooks as quickly as he can. Brooks was awesome in the wet conditions, top quality rider, double British Superbike champion. So they'll just be trying to count those laps down. Just so you know, Russell just set the fastest lap of the race at 1:47.7. So that's the fastest lap of the race set on that last lap. The guy's really getting a feel for the conditions now.
Look, but we've still got the top 3 bikes covered by under a second, so one little slip from any in that group could break up the pack, and one inspired move could change it all over again. But 27th to first, they liked it yesterday, they've done it again today, but they're not yet escaping.
No, that's right. It will also depend on a little bit of when you come in to change. Do you hold out? Do you go early? So that's really the bit that's going to be the fascinating part of the race. When they change to the next riders, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Let's see, see what happens there as we look at that lovely old 1937 BMW there coming through, and then we're back to the Vincent. So as you say, that is he's currently in 11th, but it's tight that bit all the way down to about 5th or 6th.
Yeah, I think he's actually still in very good position, and Josh Brooks really made the bike fly. Now, the big question up front, Russell and Rutter. No one in front of them, no one putting spray in their face. You can see a lot of the riders still wiping their visors, and they can stay there because they know it's not a case for them that they have to get the AM rider off really quickly, because neither Russell or Rutter really are an AM. But we've had a change for second place there. Fitchett, but Williams just losing position a little bit.
Yeah, Fitchett's actually gone really well on this lap, so it'll be interesting to see what lap time he does. So Jackson just dropping off a fraction. Let's have a little look at that gap as they come across the line. We'll just have a little look at the fastest. So 46.5 for Russell. And look, there's Mendez. Mendez just cruising around on that. Unfortunately, he's got a problem there on that Royal Enfield.
Well, that was the one I thought might have retired from the race, but they've decided to get it fired back up. I spent most of yesterday calling him Sam Mendes. Of course, that's a film producer. Fernando is the name I needed. Yeah. But that was an interesting lap there, because Michael Russell not only set the fastest lap of the race, but the top 3, instead of being covered by 1 second, are now 2.5 seconds over the top 3, so it really is opening out.
Yeah, and they're just starting to come through some of these back marks as well, so there's an advantage to be had if you can. They go past the Gilera San Remo there, number 22, and Russell just doing that really nice job, just hitting his marks, nice and neat. You just see little patches of dry starting to come through in places as well. Blue flags being waved just to warn them that the top riders are coming through. Fitchett gets past cleanly. Jackson just gets held up. Not quite yet, but he's going to be the man. You can see Michael Rutter. That is Russell's teammate. So he's in the pits. He's ready for when it opens. I wonder whether they'll delay it a little bit, keep stretching that lead, or whether they'll try and hand over as soon as they can.
Yeah, again, I guess at this point in the race, if Michael Russell is starting to come up on the tail end, as he's already picked a few off, including the bike that Storm Stacey will be taking over later, doesn't want the spray in his face, but he knows that rider pairing with Michael Rutter is so well balanced that there is nothing to lose about coming in at any time, but they have the choice.
They do. Russell just coming in. Is he coming in this lap? No, I wasn't sure whether he was or wasn't then. It just looked like he had a little look down. We know they had a tiny little oil leak yesterday on the right-hand side of the bike.
Okay, well, why did they start near the back of the grid? Because was it not a clutch problem they had in qualifying? They didn't set a time. They looked really quick on their outlap. Their first right lap, they didn't get to complete. So Michael Russell and Rutter, can they do it twice from the back of the grid?
Well, he just keeps setting fastest lap at 1:45.7, which is exactly a second quicker than Fitchett in second place, and nearly 3 seconds quicker than Jackson in third. So he is flying at the front.
And it was also exactly a second quicker than he'd set the previous lap for the previous fastest lap. So the track is drying out. It's not the case that the fuel load's going down. That's marginal. It's the fact he's gaining more and more confidence.
Yeah, and also on a bike like this, you know, you kind of pinch a bit. You just feel your way into it. The pit lane is open. We're seeing the first swaps come in, and this is the swap for Josh Brooks. Josh Brooks grabs the clutch, gets on. He wants to get going as quickly as he can. It's a fraction slow, but he gets going now. They are. Let's have a little look. So it's going to be the change now. Currently they are down in about 13th at the moment, but they've changed nice and early. It's going to give Brooks a chance to try and get going. Brooks really good in the wet, as we say. You know, still racing in British Superbikes. He's won World Championship events on 600s. So the guy's, you know, got British Superbike champion. He knows what he's doing. So he's having a little look. Did you see that? Russell having a little look at the big screen to see what his gap was.
A great modern invention, but why not use it if you can? You even see athletes doing it during the Olympic Games as they're in the stadium in the longer distance races. Someone catching me, but right now this is just Michael Russell continuing as he goes. Let's see what this lap will be. It might be slow because he might be coming to pits, but then again, he might not. He might be comfortable enough to carry on, and so he does. So his target time, 1:45.797. That's his own mark. It looks like that is going to be better. Is he going to find another second on this lap? Well, not quite. 1:45.0.
Yeah, and you just got to. So he's still getting it, but the guys behind him. So Fitchett's carried on as well. But you've got to wonder whether Jackson hands over. No, Jackson's continued as well. Whether they hand over to their second riding, you know, McWilliams. Is McWilliams going to go slightly quicker than Fitchett? Hillier slightly quicker than Jackson, possibly. So I think those guys might look at trying to take an advantage on the leader now and come in on the next lap, no matter what he does.
Yeah, so let's just remind you after yesterday's first part of this aggregate result, number 68, the bike we're looking at now, the Velocet engine Norton Manx, had a 6.7 second margin. It's leading the race again today, so it really is up to Rutter to complete the job. And now we're going to have one of the stars hopping on board. It's Davey Todd taking over from Herbert Schwab in the 1929 R57 compressor. Yes, I did say 1929 compressor BMW going out to the circuit. He absolutely, when the circuit was at its wettest in practice, this man was a mega star.
Yeah, he was indeed, Davey Todd. Star of this year's TT, won 2 TTs, including the senior. That's a 1929, as you say. Incredible BMW R57 compressor, supercharged. It's got a rigid rear end. It's got a hand change, but it's also got about 60% more power. It's got about 80 brake horsepower compared to the 50 brake horsepower of a Manx. It actually set the land speed record back in 1929 of 134.6 miles an hour. As we look back at the leader, Russell, what's he going to do? Is he going to continue?
No, he's got to come down because his lap time, as good as it is, wouldn't allow him to get in before the pit window closed if he didn't. We did have a bike going past it. Hold on a second. Has he done the maths? Woo. Well, this is going to be very tight indeed.
He is going to be really tight. He should have maybe come in on that lap. Oh, look at that. Fitch is gone as well. So both these guys, there's an opportunity to be had here. The question is, has Jackson come in?
But what I don't understand is why they would do that. They've both got really good co-riders, teammates. We've got Michael Rutter waiting to take over, and Jerry McWilliams is nobody's fool. So certainly I'd have erred on the side of caution, but hey, they've all got pit crews with abacuses or something to tell them how the laps are going past.
Yeah, well, you can see Michael's starting to worry. He's looking around, so Michael Rutter there, I'm sure he was expecting him to come in because they have got that lead. They got that lead from yesterday, and they've got that lead on the road, so they will want to change. So Jackson and Hillier, they have made that swap. And there's Jerry McWilliams, so he's worried as well. So these guys are going to be leaving it tight.
Okay. Let's look next time around at the end of this lap to see how far Josh Brooks has accelerated up the order. He took over on yesterday's third place Vincent from about 11th place when Ben Kingham brought it in, but I think he's going to be lifting his way up the order. We'll have this last few bikes to come in. We've only got the top 2 bikes that have not come in. Were they the right side of the effective gate being closed at the end of the pits, or were they out by just a second?
Yeah, well, we're soon going to see, but Michael Russell's done a great job. He's kept his kept himself out of trouble, come through. He's been fastest lap after fastest lap, but he's got to say, yeah, hand up, he is coming in the pits.
I thought it was between 8 and 16 minutes into this race. It's a 25 minutes race. They should have come in before there was just 9 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
Should they not?
Yep, so it is the pit window is between 8 and 16 minutes. So pit window closed, so they have got a penalty. So that's going to cost them.
Well, that has added jeopardy. I can't tell you what the time penalty will be, but a penalty is surely coming their way, and to Duncan Fitchett's number 27 bike that will also be coming in behind the Dorton Daytona Manx. So Michael Rutter's been standing waiting for a large number of laps. He'll be scratching his head, but now all he can do is try and build up as much of a gap as he can, because some of that time is going to be taken away.
Yeah, very much so. And the same with Williams behind him there. So both of those guys are going to be clean lanes. They both missed it by about 20 seconds. And as you say, it was an unusual decision not to come in earlier when you've got that lead. The question is going to be, what can Jackson and Hillier? They were closest to them, remember. They were 6.7 seconds off yesterday. They started off, when they came on, they were 33 seconds back. They're now 22. They're already in the groove. Hillier's in the groove. So let's have a little look. You just see the pit lanes close there. Michael Rutter. There he's just, and always when you get back on it, especially in conditions like this, it's, the tyres are warm, but it's hard to just leap straight to the limit. You've got to pick it in a way. So Todd there setting the fast lap of the race, 1:44.5. So we'll keep an eye on him. That's on the 1929 BMW with the rigid rear end.
But just remember, this is going to be an aggregate result. So the results at the end of this race will be the result for race 2. Then they have to be combined to get that figure. So mathematicians, please step forward. And that's really referring to the number 11 bike, because that BMW from 1929, the bike that started on pole yesterday, but Davy Todd flying fastest lap of the race so far by half a second from the best that Michael Rutter has done. But they didn't finish in the top 3 yesterday, and the top 3 didn't finish in the top 6, and the top 3 were covered by nearly 27 seconds. That's the margin. This is another bike now with Jeremy McWilliams on board, the bike that's going really well today, but that we also think missed the pit window. Well, no news as yet about penalties. Maybe there's a special leniency on a Sunday, but we won't get ahead of ourselves on that one. We've just got to focus on what is happening on track.
Well, there's James Hillier. So James Hillier, I think, is number 38 there on the match list. Remember, these guys second yesterday. The question is, he's not looking quite as comfortable at the moment, but he's just getting in the groove there. But at the moment, Hillier is in 3rd spot. We'll keep an eye on his lap times. There's a 1:56.2 on that last lap, which they'll need to get going a bit quicker than that. 1:44 is what Todd's doing, and there is Davy Todd. He's the quickest man on the track, and just look at that bike. As we say, a rigid rear end. Watch his hand. His left hand's going to come off. That's the gear change. It's a hand gear change, supercharged, 80 brake horsepower.
1 minute 43.0 seconds. He just found another 1.4 seconds on that lap. He is flying and just looking as he approaches chicane, visually quicker than the bike in front of him.
Yeah, and he's 10 seconds a lap quicker than Jackson and Hillier in front, and he's now, what is he, 3.5? Yeah, he's only like 3 and a bit seconds back, so he's going to get up into 3rd spot for sure on this race. And at the moment, he's 7 seconds a lap quicker than your leader, and he's 29 seconds back.
Well, here comes the move. This is 3rd place being attacked by 4th place. It's Davy Todd on the 1929 BMW. That's bike number 11 in the background. DT on his backside. Is he going to go through on the inside into St Mary, or just be a little bit cautious and wait till he comes out of the corner? Yeah. And as you said, James, he's got a lot of poke from that BMW.
Yeah, he's got a lot of poke, but it doesn't handle very well. You've got to remember, it's the oldest bike in the race, and look at that, it just speeds past in that big old boxer engine. It's a 2-cylinder, it's push rod, 2 valves per cylinder, 500, and a 3-speed hand change, shaft driven, and but it goes like stink. Really does, and as we say, it runs up to 2 bar of supercharged pressure, and look at the gap he's put in with Hillier already. So that is the Gilera there, and I don't know who thinks behind him.
Storm Stacey, he's looking at the lead battle coming up behind him, or potential battle. It's just changed. Jeremy Williams has moved ahead of Michael Rutter, but we do think there might be a time penalty coming for these 2 bikes. To our eye, or what's the point, to our clock, these bikes came in for their pit stop after the pit window closed. All they can do, James, is just keep herring on, and they do.
So we're having a look there, and Rutter's got back past McWilliams, so a little bit more maybe drive there as they come through, and there they go past, that is Storm Stacey there, the youngster who won his first British Superbike race this year, We'll keep an eye on Todd as well. Todd's taking a couple of seconds out of the leader. He's still lapping a few seconds a lap quicker than these guys, but unfortunately he's 27 seconds back, but he's put 4 seconds in between him and Hillier in full, so he's on the podium there. Oh no! That looked like...
well, that's Jenny Timber's bike with Angela Cragg in the second part of the race, and that appears to have just had another problem. Let's hope they can come back next year, or the next time these pre-55 bikes are, and come and have a proper go. Doesn't matter at the moment that these bikes, number 27 leading the way with Jeremy Williams, that's the Norton Daytona Manx, and the 68 Michael Rutter bike. Doesn't matter that there's a potential penalty. This is great racing.
Yeah, well, maybe there's not, and then look at that little touch out. Remember, this is the lead for the race, though. There was just 900ths of a second between these two on the last lap. So for the win of this race, it is between these two, and they are on track. So, you know, whoever wins out of these two is going to do it. What does McWilliams need to do? Well, McWilliams needs to find a lot to try and take the overall win. I don't think that's going to be capable, but he can win this part of this race.
Yeah, that's all he can do at this point. Now, there are certain points on the circuit he may think he's got an advantage, but again, tapping the back of Michael Rutter, who's saying, just let me concentrate, man, as they go down into the first corner, coming up on one of the back markers, which makes the track a little bit narrow. They have to guess which side they're going to feed themselves. Down the inside, most likely.
Yeah.
And we're just hearing that number 27, that's Jeremy Williams' bike in the middle there, is going to be disqualified, presumably for missing the pit window closing. But how about 68, which came in a handful of seconds ahead, may have just squeaked in, but I don't think it did either. So we'll wait and keep an eye, or more to point, an ear on that point.
Oh, what a shame. It's starting to rain again. Now look at that. It was Carlos Checker, number 7, the 2011 World Superbike champion. They're just coming past. And behind him is Sylvain Barrier, the 2011 World Super Stock champion. So these guys nipping on, and that is a bit of a gutter. They're going to be gutted to hear that they've been disqualified.
And what's the figure? There are more than 70 TT wins shared by the riders in this race, which goes to show how star-studded it is. So one, Davey Todd just flying along. He's going to run out of time. He's done fast lap after fast lap on that 1929 BMW. Actually, he's got nobody up ahead of him, but he's closed that gap with every single lap. But he's running in third at the moment.
And he's still like just lapping seconds quicker than everybody else on track. But unfortunately, it's just that 25 second is going to be too much. And look at these guys really dicing it out at the front. Just 200ths of a second between them as they come down. 1 minute 37 seconds left. But Williams back up the inside, but we are hearing he's going to be disqualified, unfortunately. But they're going to get another lap in because they'll get across the line before this. They're going to get another lap.
Yeah, now what is the message being sent out to the pit board? The rider of 68, to Michael Rutter. Are they saying he is going to be disqualified? Or will they? Because otherwise, what if he makes a risky move to try and take the lead of the race? You really hope he doesn't.
Yeah, it's we'll see. I mean, one nice thing about Michael Rutter, he's pretty, he's got a good head on those shoulders. He's been there, he's done it, so I don't think he'll be doing anything silly. And he knows that if he keeps it up like anyway, he'll have the overall outright win.
Yes, of course, starting the race today with a 6.7 second advantage. Will you forget that in the heaters battle? Or do you think I'm just having good old rants with Jeremy Williams? It's certainly great to see, but alas, we've already had the message that the bike in front, the number 27 Norton Daytona Manx, is disqualified for this race.
Yeah, and as we say, such a trick motorcycles. Rutter just drives past him there. It's that bigger engine, that 640cc Bellaset engine, just giving him that little bit more. But that number 27 bike, a Jeff proper original Jeff Duke factory bike from 1952. Incredible to see that out and still going so strong. And looks like they're just coming up to lap the Triumph, the 1954 Triumph T110. So that's Ian Hutchinson, again another TT legend on that one, just in front of them. But Williams going back past now.
Another bike going very well is down in 5th place. It's the number 12 Norton International with Steve Brogan. May just come through. The checkered flag will be out next time around because 25 minutes now elapsed. Yeah. They keep on racing at the front of the races. Jeremy Williams on 27, the original right, nearly 70 years old, and then how late they're going to break into Woodcote, keeping his nose in front just, but as he breaks too late, Michael Rutter on tiptoes on the wet track.
Oh, look at that, Williams having a look up the inside as well into the last chicane, and Williams does get it, and he's just going to come through now. As they come out the last chicane, but Williams really wants to take this win, but he's going to be disqualified. He doesn't know that. Michael Rutter, is he going to drive into the line? They come to the line. He pulled out the slipstream, and Rutter gets it.
You can forget your 6.7 second aggregate. You just want victory in the second race, and they're adding it to victory in the first. So we know our outright winners unless we have any late penalties.
Yeah.
Davey Todd still reaching across the tank, still changing gear and accelerating his 1929 BMW into second place on the circuit. It's second because we've already had number 27 has been dropped out of the results on our timing screens, been disqualified. So Schwab and Todd, they'll be delighted with second place today. Will it be Jackson and Hillier? Because it's going to be very tight indeed, because Brogan was catching all the time. Is it bike 38? Yes, it is. This was second yesterday. This is the matchless job done. But certainly, let's just check. Is that the Brogan bike tucked in behind?
James Hillier here, though. He's going to be taking this. So James Hillier, you can see that Brogan there waving his arms, but Hillier about to cross the line. And actually, it's so we got Brooks and Kingham has just slipped in there as well, and the third spot as well on the track. So it's a little complicated on the aggregate sort of coming through. But just say that original thing was 7,000ths of a second between Rutter and McWilliams. But as we know, McWilliams unfortunately has been disqualified. But Michael Rutter, Michael Russell, hats off on that Manx Norton Velocette, that Bitzer with a Manx chassis and a Velocette engine. Yeah, they are the race winners in both races, and they're also the overall winners. So congratulations to them, especially starting on row 11. Wow.
Hold on, let's just add another element to that, James. Row 11 on a greasy, changeable circuit. There's a little bit of rain coming down, but they kept their nose clean, got to the front so quickly, up to 5th place on the opening lap of the race. But
yeah, so this is, they always have, he's saying sort of tuck in, and Michael Rutter's just got a little bit of a speed advantage. He's coming past, and he's going to reach out and no doubt give his rump a little tap on the way past, or his arm, and just all good-natured spirit.
No, it really is. It's also just to let them know precisely where you are, which is a fairly big safety element, but yeah, plenty of gesticulation. I wonder at that point of the race if Jared Williams knew he'd been disqualified. He was pressing on, he was having fun, he was certainly entertaining us.
Yeah, so here is Michael Rutter, your race winner.
Now, I'm just hearing that the reason that the number 27 bike was disqualified, but it wasn't eligible for points because they had to use a different bike to yesterday. So a mechanical problem, presumably they found another bike, and I'm afraid you'd not like to have one bike for one race, one the other. But I tell you what, I'm delighted that the number 27 Norton was allowed out there because we enjoyed a fantastic scrap. Brilliant racing.
Yeah, it was brilliant racing. So but Williams there, so we will. He obviously doesn't realise at this point that he has been disqualified, the fact that he's pulled back up there. But there is Michael Russell and Michael Rutter, your winners.
And I think doing the very simple maths by finishing, this is by just position, by finishing third yesterday and third today, Ben Kingham and Josh Brooks have taken second place overall. Or have they? No, I tell you what, they haven't, because simply Jackson and Hillier were just tucked behind, and they were second yesterday, fourth today, but there was a big margin between them yesterday. So I think our aggregate order is going to be bike 68, which is Russell and Rutter, then 38, which is Jackson and Hillier, and then 55, which is Kingham and Brooks.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
So it's the same as yesterday's finishing order. So it's Norton, Matchless and Vincent. We like variety as well.
Indeed we do, and it shows how good the rules are. Michael Rutter having a good laugh, and on the left there, Davey Todd. You know, how exciting was he on that BMW, that lovely old 1929 BMW. Just take a look at it as well. Incredible. Yeah, real lovely mix of machinery there, and ages. You know.
Well, we absolutely know the identity of our winners today. The winner on aggregate, Michael Russell, and Michael Rutter down with Ed Foster.
The two Michaels. What an amazing recovery drive. It's pretty lucky that we started you on the 11th row, otherwise no one else would have had a chance.
Well, maybe if we'd been in the front, we wouldn't have had to try so hard, but I mean, that was slippery, but the bike, fantastic. Credit to Richard, who's built it over 25 years or something, and that was just a case of biting the screen and seeing what could happen in the race, really. So, yeah, then Michael steered her home as normal. So it was a great job, really.
It really was. Michael, 2 wins, aggregate win, it doesn't get any better.
It's perfect, you know, and like you say, thanks to Richard, you know, he's brought a brilliant bike here and it was flying, and I had the easy job again. I just I jumped on it at the end. He did all the hard work and got up to the front, and just tried to keep it upright. It was my first time. We had a bit of obviously a problem in practice. That's why we were right down the back of the grid there, and it's the first time I ever raced around here in the wet, so I just didn't know what to expect. So it was first 2 laps were petrifying, and then I got a bit more used to it. And then Jeremy started messing about with me. I think he fancies me or something.
Well, it was fantastic to watch.
This is the last time Richard's going to be here, so big thanks to him.
Well done to all of you. Cracking ride. Let's see if we can get to second place here. We'll start with Davey. Davey, that was some speed at the end. Fantastic to watch.
Yeah, this machine's awesome to ride. It's definitely something completely different, something not what I'm used to, with a hand shift and no rear suspension other than a few springs on the seat. It's a bit different, but it's awesome. It's a little bit easier to ride in the rain, so no, really enjoyed it.
You'll miss the hand shift when you go back to a normal bike?
I think I will, honestly. I was just saying there, I might actually prefer this to my normal superbike in the rain. It handles great.
Fantastic, well done. It's quite a tricky thing to keep in a straight line, this thing, isn't it?
Yes, but yeah, we're getting in and it was okay. And I'm very lucky to be on the podium again, and yeah.
It's a fantastic race. I mean, your teammate's quite quick, isn't he?
Yes, he is much quicker than me. He's very tough.
Well, it takes 2 of you to finish on the podium. Well done.
Thank you, thank you.
Fantastic effort there. I don't think we actually have the third place bike here. So that is everything from the podium.
Well, thank you very much, Ed Foster. That was a lot to discuss. Of course, we've got to do some maths later. We will bring you the results from today's race first, and then we will combine them, and we'll get the aggregate results. So James, on your toes.
Yes, you can see there, so Russell and Rutter taking that win. They were 21 seconds up from Schwab and Todd on the BMW. Kingham and Brooks in third, Jackson and Hillier fourth, Bain and Brogan fifth, English and Plater sixth, Bowell McGuinness seventh, Perkin and McConnell eighth, Rhodes and Swallow ninth, and Rushworth and Hutchinson 10th. And then 11th, it was Williams and Duffus, 12th, Perez and Barrier, 13th, Fulsrosno Jr. and Carlos Checa, 14th, Tosolini and Herbertson, 15th, Odlinger and Hornby, 16th, May and Corner, 17th, Bush and Johnson, 18th, Walker and Pemberton, 19th, Fabry and Stacey, and 20th, Gooch and Mainwaring Smart.
Well, those were all the finishers in the the second of today's races. We're going to do the maths and let's combine them. Here is the aggregate result: 2 wins and a dominant victory for Russell and Rutter.
Yes, indeed, you can see there. So Russell and Rutter on that Norton Velocet, they've taken that win ahead of Jackson and Hillier in second, and Kingham and Brooks on that Vincent Black Shadow in third. Bain and Brogan were not far behind on that Norton International in fourth. Perkin and McConnell, great ride from those guys as well on the Velocet, they're fifth. English and Plater sixth on the Norton Manx, 7th for Bowell and McGuinness on another Norton Manx, 8th for Rhodes and Swallow on a Velocet, 9th for Williams and Duffus on the Triumph T110, and then 10th for Perez and Barrier on another Norton Manx.
Well, let's take a look back at the highlights. The second of the Barry Sheen Memorial races. A Le Mans-style start. Some a little slower off the line, but the intent was there, James.
It was indeed, but we saw number 38, Jackson. Jackson got another great start, just like his teammate Hillier did the day before. And then we saw Fernando Mendes in the Royal Enfield there, number 83, just having a few little problems. But then it was Fitchett, number 27, on that ex-Jeff Duke bike, coming through the field. And he was being pushed all the way by Michael Russell. Then we saw Gordon Russell, unfortunately Michael's father, being just nerfed off the track there and put down quite hard. But then we saw this battle out, Michael Russell, Jackson, Fitchett, all dicing it out on track, different motorcycles, pushing as hard as they can in these really awkward wet conditions. The riders just coming through the chicane there. A late change from Michael Russell to Michael Rutter. But Rutter got out, hit his groove, found his mark, and then diced all the way. But David Todd was so exciting on that 1929 supercharged BMW. There's no suspension on the rear, just 2 little springs on the seat. But look at the thing go. That's him getting into third, passing Hillier, and the speed of the bike was really quite awesome. Then Jeremy McWilliams, number 27, on that ex-Jeff Duke bike, had a real dice out with Michael Rutter, tapping each other, pushing each other, really pushing on. And then right as it came right down to the end of it, still slipstreaming, and this rate lap after lap. And then McWilliams got back out in the front, and we thought he was going to have it. But again, they were just pushing on.
Yeah, we already knew that 27 was going to be disqualified for using his second bike, but at the end, Michael Russer did what he did yesterday and took victory. Therefore, the outright winner, 2 wins, gets the prize.
But how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the toe, it's going to go to the line.
It's lights out!
The journey of a craft maker is far from simple.
I think my craft is an art form.
The moments when you got so close. The moments that set you back. But also, those moments when you got back on your feet. Time and time again.
People often say to me, this is impossible. But for me, nothing is impossible. This is what motivates me, keeps me climbing.
It's about the strive for perfection in all areas. And I think it's just like asking yourself every day, how much do you want it? How much are you willing to give? And for me, there's just no limit to how far I'd go.
What does it take? Craft. That's what it takes.
Revival's official charity partner for 2024 is St Wilfrid's Hospice, which for 35 years has been providing palliative care for people with terminal illnesses in both West Sussex and Hampshire.
I think every patient we see comes with a very different story, a very different medical history, and we take a lot of care and a lot of time to really pull out the history that that patient has, what's important to them, what their background is. It's really about them as a person and their family, because we're here to support them as well as their loved ones.
We can build up a strong relationship, and for many of our patients there will come a turning point where they're not well enough, but we know them as a person by that point, and I think that makes a huge difference, not just for them but also their families.
There's always smiles, there's always laughter, there's always a degree of happiness around, even when we're working in such a difficult sort of area.
Sadly, most of us know of someone in need of this support, so I am confident the Revival will make a significant contribution to such an important charity. So please do all you can to help us support such a good cause this year.
Aloha! You join us here at Tiki Beach, and I've just caught a couple who are fresh from the waves. Aren't you looking dazzling today in your US soldier outfit and your very nicely Hawaiian-inspired look? Do you want to talk us through what you're wearing?
It's just a 1950s sort of inspired outfit, mainly American, I think. So we sort of so we sort of match each other.
It's a very nice compliment for each other. How are you feeling, all suited and booted with the cap on top?
Very smart. Very smart. Making an impression, I hope.
Very good impression. And what have you made of your weekend here at Revival? What has stood out for you? What have you been enjoying?
The rain so far, unfortunately, but just all of it. We just love the vibe, the music. Yeah, it's just lovely. And this bit's very nice. The Tiki Beach this year was really nice. Yeah, it's lovely.
It changes every year. We come to this, we've been coming for several years, and every year is so different, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's good coming to, you don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
But when you get here, obviously the clothing, you come there, you see fit, but we love it. We love coming there, and it's always a really, really good day.
Well, I'll let you get back to your surfing. Sorry to interrupt, or it's the cocktails with the brolly in. The brolly in the cocktail rather than over our head for once. Cheers, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Amy seems to be having fun over there, and we've just found one of our colleagues and long-lost Goodwood regular, Karim Chandok. I think half the story is how you got here, and you actually made it to the ball.
Yes, so it's lovely to be here, as always, despite the weather. Unfortunately, no racing for me this year because I was at Sky F1's commentator's Crofty's wedding. So congratulations to him, first of all. But yeah, so it means I missed all of practice and qualifying. So I thought I'd come in and just enjoy the Sunday.
But Karan, you may not have been racing, but you have got someone in your family who has been racing. So more importantly, you needed to make it back for the Setrington Cup because your little one was racing in that. So how did they find it?
He loved it. You know, I think it's such a unique event, right? And just the sight of watching those kids, you know, their head down and pedaling away, and the cars look brilliant. You know, they have a wonderful time. I have no idea where he finished, but he got his little trophy at the end of it. You know, I was the embarrassing dad. There's me running along the grass with my yellow brolly. God, that's bad, isn't it? It's proper racing driver dad.
No, that's passion. That's passion. But being a racing driver dad, though, and as a driver with your experience, do you give them a bit of a pep talk beforehand? What kind of things do you say to them?
I just want him to enjoy it and, you know, not get stuck at the chicane. That's what I kept saying to him, is just don't get stuck at the chicane. That's the only little bit of advice. But no, they had a great time, and I think, yeah, we'll keep coming back for more.
Yeah.
Did you see some potential there?
I think there's potential in terms of he was looking for the bag of sweets at the end of it. So I found the incentive, I think, when it comes to pretty much anything in life to get him to do it. But yeah, that was the motivation to get to the finish line.
Yeah, a good race nonetheless. Well, we are about to get started with something else on the track now. We are celebrating the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings, and as you can see, this is about to get underway with this brilliant band that's right behind us now. We've got a good view from up here on the balcony, and following on from them, we will see an array of vehicles take to the track. Now, this will actually be Goodwood's largest ever gathering of Second World War Allied military vehicles. We're going to see all sorts on track here. We've got motorbikes, jeeps, cars, weapon carriers, amphibious vehicles, all sorts. But I think one of the highlights that we are going to see later is a boat take to the track, although it is going to be on the back of a truck.
Yes, we're going to have everything here. It's going to be a fantastic, you know, tribute to D-Day. And of course, Goodwood played a big role in those in that Operation Overlord 80 years ago. Not only from RAF West Hampton here, but of course, Goodwood House was a hospital during the war as well. So a really active role during that.
Yeah, and I was surprised to hear that fact actually, which I found out today. And they had wards, an operating theatre. Goodwood House played a significant role, so this is going to be a really incredible moment to celebrate that historic event. So we'll head up to the commentary box now, who's going to talk us through some of the sights that we're about to see on track.
Thank you very much, Grace. Yes, we're looking forward to seeing far more right now, as many of these
classic vehicles come out, and there is one straight away. It's a Rolls-Royce with a great history. It's FLD 99, and it has history from the D-Day. 6th of June 1944, 80 years since the Allied invasion of France during the Second World War. That is what we are looking at here today. And I've been joined in the commentary box by the president of the Military Vehicle Trust, Richard Bedell, who's also been a part of all of going on here at Goodwood. We've just been chatting, Richard, about your experience here at Goodwood, of other work you've done here as well. But you've been a key part of the of this Military Vehicle Trust that has put together an amazing collection of vehicles that will be coming around onto the line, and then His Grace will be giving us a chat about what he feels about the memories of this 80 years since that invasion of the D-Day, and we'll be looking at some remarkable machinery. And that Rolls-Royce that we were looking at, and in fact we've got two of them there, in the back of the FLD 99, we've also got a couple of veterans who were involved on that D-Day, George Chandler and John Dennett. There they are, and they were part of the D-Day into the north of France. It's going to be a very emotional time. Tell us a bit more about this Rolls-Royce, because that has key history, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. During the Second World War, many Rolls-Royces were impressed, and the government took over 9 Rolls-Royces, renumbered them all, FLD 91 to FLD 99. They were all Wraiths, 2020, 2025 and 2530 Wraiths that people gave to the government. FLD 99 was used by Monty, General Montgomery, and FLD 91 was used by Churchill.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, and there's a lot of history to them. And it's lovely to see some of these vehicles, and it's very different vehicles, of course, because we've got some of the early vehicles. Now, James Hayton, who's been commentating on the bike race just a moment ago. James, you're such a motorbike fan, and one of the things that we were going to talk about is some of those bikes that were a key part in World War II of just getting people around. I mean, there's so much of this. We're going to talk about some of this other equipment. This is one of the key ones as well, the Duck. But some of the bikes were fantastic. Have a brief word about those bikes right now.
Most prolific British motorcycle in the war, about 126,000 saw active service, and so we'll be seeing some of them. We've got some of the Harley Davidsons over from America that were used by the Americans and some of the Canadians. We've also got some of the Nortons. We've got a James. We've got some of the little Clockwork Mouse, the little 125cc's. James International. So we got a real nice collection of stuff. These are the mattresses, so lovely to see those as well. So it's a real sort of collection of who's. Here we're seeing there's about 80,000 of these mattresses, and they were the first to gone from the rigid girder front forks to the telescopic front forks. They were like 350cc single cylinders, and they were just so robust. They were easily targeted by snipers, and they had little dimmers on the headlights as well to keep them out of the way. So yeah, a real nice collection of bikes.
Absolutely, and a crucial part, but so much of this other machinery that's coming out, Richard. We saw the DUKW a moment ago, known as the Duck. We'll see it again in a moment. That's the amphibious vehicle, and of course amphibious vehicles were a key part for D-Day, because let's remind everybody, there were no tunnels, there were no other ways of getting across the channel to the north of France, which is where they were taking all of these troops, and so much of the machinery had to be sailed over by the Navy and then get onto a wet beach. It was a very challenging thing to do, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and on the screen at the moment we have GMCs. Now, those GMCs are exactly the same as the Ducks mechanically. That is a Duck with a lorry body, or the Duck is a GMC with a floating body. And the DUKWs had six-wheel drive, the same as the GMC lorry. They had a propeller that ran off the transfer box, and all the controls were from the steering wheel. So to turn, you turned the steering wheel to the left, the vehicle went to the left, on water and on land. You turned it to the right, it went to the right. Very, very manoeuvrable. I sailed a Duck across the channel in 1976. Yeah.
Wow, so you sailed one of these, lovely.
And the second Duck there with the 94 on it, that in fact sailed back from Normandy this summer. That actual duck sailed back from Normandy under its own steam.
Wow. And it's lovely to see people dressed up in the kit of the time, because these were so crucial for getting so many troops across to start the D-Day that ultimately was the way that the Nazis were beaten in France and throughout Europe. But that was the initial day of that incredible transfer. And of course, tanks.
Yes.
Getting the tanks across was not easy either.
No, it wasn't. A lot of the tanks were lost. They obviously, some of the landing craft couldn't get high enough up the beach, and they did lose a number of tanks. A lot of the landing craft were shelled by the Germans, but
the Americans had a very difficult run, didn't they? One of the beaches they went to. The Omaha beach, wasn't it?
Yes, very, very difficult. But that was a Sherman we just saw, beautifully restored tank. And these days, people may be amused to hear, it's easier to get spare parts today than it was 40, 50 years ago
Really?
when I started being involved with military vehicles, because all the military vehicles were still being used by the European armies. The Swiss army were using GMC lorries and tanks right the way through to the mid-90s. So were the Norwegians, so were the Greeks. So they had all the spare parts, and it wasn't until a lot of the vehicles were released that we were able to start rebuilding vehicles properly. I mean, now you can build a Jeep, you can go out and buy a chassis, and you can actually build a Jeep with new parts.
It's lovely to see these tanks, and I'll tell you what, it's a bit of a special moment for me as well to see some of these as well, because my great hero, commentator Murray Walker, was no less than a tank commander in World War II, and he grafted to the right sort of level just before D-Day came about. He was passed out as a second lieutenant in April 44, and then D-Day, of course, happened in June 1944. And Murray Walker was in charge of a tank, having to stand overnight in the turret of a Sherman tank. And that was his role before he became such a great motorsport commentator, of course, later. Not much later in life, but post-war he built it up for many, many years. But so seeing the tanks is amazing. But also, of course, we've got many, many Jeeps out there. So many of them around nowadays still from that period. But the Jeeps were created by the Americans during the war, and they led on to things that you and I both love, things like Land Rovers later on.
Well, of course they did. They were the first four-wheel drive vehicles, and the Bantam Car Company built the first prototype. And then Willis took on the production. But in fact, the company that made the most Jeeps was Ford. You know, the Jeep we've got on the screen at the moment, that's a Ford Jeep. I happen to be able to see the front cross member. And the only thing that is the thing you can tell immediately is the cross member. They were different. Ford and Willis were different.
Really, that's fascinating to know that, because this was the army, basically, the US Army, the military. They organized this system of creating Jeeps, didn't they, and allowed these different manufacturers to come up with ideas and then make them.
Yes, absolutely.
So the fact that there were these different ones. So is that a Ford or is that something else?
I can't see the cross member. But look at the markings on it. That's got M. That means that's British markings.
Right.
The British, we had a different marking system. The Americans used to put USA on everything. So all the American vehicles were marked USA, like that one, like that Jeep there. We had M for the smaller vehicles, L for the lorries, P for amphibious vehicles. P is the rarest. So the chaps in charge of the bridges, when you had vehicles crossing bridges, could look at the vehicle and tell, but our vehicles, the British vehicles, had a yellow roundel on the front, and on that roundel the driver was responsible for putting the weight of the vehicle, so that the officer in charge of the bridge knew whether it could cross the bridge or not.
Okay.
And the Americans followed suit. They actually used that yellow roundel with the number on it because they realised that it was so much easier than the officers actually, knowing. There we are. 4 tons.
Amazing, isn't it? So that's what those signs are. So it just tells you immediately how heavy some of these military vehicles are. And of course, getting them across to the beaches on that D-Day was a huge thing to do. What about the Jeep name? I know there's arguments about where the name came from. Was it the cartoon animal Jeep in Popeye, or did it come from the Ford version being GPW, and then they called it a GP, which then became a Jeep?
That is what I think happened.
Okay.
And it was called a GP, and of course the soldiers just called it a Jeep.
Fair enough, and it's become a very popular term ever since. And Jeep then were continued to be built for many, many years. The military versions were stopped being built after the war, weren't they? But Willis kept the Jeep name, and then they went on to build the sort of road versions or farm versions in the 40s.
Well, you're nearly right.
Okay.
The Hotchkiss, the French Hotchkiss company, bought the permission to build Jeeps, and they continued building Jeeps until the late 70s.
Okay, really? So in that original US style, they were built
Absolutely.
for that long? Yeah. No, it's amazing, isn't it? Really lovely. So, yeah, we're seeing plenty of Jeeps, and that is great to see.
And one or two people think that if a vehicle has a star on the side, it's American, and that's not right. Before D-Day, all Allied vehicles had to have a star.
Well, a lot of these vehicles are arriving on the grid now, so let's go down to David and Grace, who can meet up with some of the people there.
Yeah, so we started the day with a fantastic display of historic aircraft that flew over the motor circuit. We saw a Spitfire, a Thunderbolt, a Mustang, and now we're in the middle of the day surrounded by these incredible vehicles that played a crucial role during D-Day, and we're hoping to grab a few people to speak to that are going to be driving these incredible machines around the track.
Well, the atmosphere is just fantastic down here. All these vehicles are so incredible, and everybody's gathered here. You promised us boats, great, and we have one, an amphibious vehicle here. And I believe is it Nigel? You're what do we call you? A captain, a pilot, a driver?
Skipper.
I should have got that. Tell us about this wonderful machine.
This is Duck 94. She's a duck from DUKW, from the war. This one's 1945. And this is the duck which landed the Piper on Arromanches for D-Day 80 this year.
That's quite incredible. Now, I believe you have a little personal thing yourself. You're the only person to drive this across the channel?
Yep, so we landed on the beach with 47 Commando Royal Marines off the landing craft, and then we had to get home. And I'd heard that the ferries were quite expensive this time of year, so this duck is the only duck to have made her own passage unsupported across the English Channel.
How was that?
Terrifying.
I'm glad you said that, because you're a braver man than me. Thanks for turning up in this. It's a wonderful, wonderful machine.
Yeah, that is amazing. And I was going to ask as well that obviously Goodwood played an important part during the World War. So for you guys getting to take this round the track now on the 80th anniversary, this must be a special moment for you.
This is amazing. We're so proud to play our part. We did in June for D-Day, and it's so great that Goodwood is doing it today. And my son Ryan here, he's 14, he came across the channel with me, and we're both very fortunate to be here today with you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Right, let's get back to the commentary team now.
Yes, and it is a very important time now as His Grace, the Duke of Richmond, takes on the story of the D-Day.
Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, as we stand in the heart of this unique theatre of motorsport, it's vital to remember that this ground once played host to a very different kind of theatre, one where the stakes were far higher and the outcomes shaped the world that we live in today. 80 years ago, in September 1944, the world was entering the 6th year of a war that threatened the very future of civilization. The land we stand on now, once peaceful farmland, was transformed into RAF West Hampnet, a crucial satellite fighter base to the nearby RAF Tangmere. It's almost impossible to imagine, but Goodwood, along with much of the south of England, was on the front line in the battle for freedom that would ultimately sweep through Western Europe and beyond. The early years of World War II were defined by rampant Nazi aggression that forced the Allies into a series of grueling retreats. France fell under occupation, leading to the desperate evacuation at Dunkirk in May 1940, a moment that underscored the dire situation. Then came the Battle of Britain, a fierce struggle fought in these very skies above us, where a handful of extraordinarily brave young pilots defied the odds to repel an enemy force that far outnumbered them. And then there was the Blitz, a relentless terror that rained down on London and other cities, leaving devastation in its wake over the winter of 1940 and 1941. During those dark days, Winston Churchill's stirring words, "We shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets," felt less like rhetoric and more like a promise of what lay ahead. But by 1944, the tide of war was beginning to turn. The Allies had moved from a defensive stance to planning the greatest offensive of the conflict. As Churchill rightly said, "Unless we can go and land and fight Hitler and beat his voice on land, we shall never ever win this war." The planning for D-Day, the pivotal moment that would mark the beginning of the end, had begun as early as 1941. However, the Allies faced a daunting challenge in the form of the Atlantic Wall, a coastal defense system stretching from Norway to Spain, bristling with fortifications, artillery, and minefields. The failed Dieppe raid in 1942 had starkly highlighted just how difficult it would be to breach these defenses. But the Allies were undeterred. They employed a combination of clever deception, convincing the enemy that the invasion would come via Calais, and an intense air campaign to weaken their defenses. They also engineered the massive Mulberry harbours, allowing them to offload troops and equipment without needing a permanent port. And of course, they relied on the unmatched courage of the men who would storm those beaches. By 1944, southern England had become a vast staging area for the invasion. Here at Goodwood, the airfield buzzed with activity as 36 Typhoon aircraft prepared to play the part in the support effort in the air. Goodwood House itself was transformed into a military hospital, standing ready to care for the expected wave of casualties. Nearby Southwick House served as the nerve centre of the entire operation, while just down the road at Selsey, the Mulberry harbours were being constructed. As the day of the invasion drew near, a colossal armada of ships began to gather at every available harbour along the south coast of England, including Chichester, Shoreham, Newhaven, Littlehampton and Portsmouth, among so many others. These harbours became the launch points of one of the most significant military operations in history. Thousands of vessels, from massive warships to smaller landing crafts, set sail under the cover of night, carrying with them the hopes of the free world. The scale of this operation was unprecedented, a testament to the meticulous planning and immense coordination required to change the momentum of the war. On D-Day, everything had to align perfectly. The weather, the moon, the tides. The air operations required clear skies and a full moon, while the naval forces needed calm seas to safely deliver the troops. The soldiers on the ground had to land before high tide, when the German defences would be most vulnerable. The success of D-Day hinged on these factors and on the bravery of every soldier, sailor, pilot, paratrooper, and medic involved. The vehicles assembled before us today represent a tiny fraction of the massive force that landed in Normandy, a mere half of 1%. Yet they stand as a powerful reminder of the sheer scale of the operation, the largest amphibious invasion in history. The war was not won on that single day, of course. D-Day was a result of years of planning, and the fighting that followed would rage across Europe for another 11 months. But D-Day was the turning point. It marked the beginning of the end of Nazi tyranny and changed the course of history forever. As President Barack Obama said on the 65th anniversary of D-Day, so much of the progress that would define the 20th century on both sides of the Atlantic came down to the battle for a slice of beach only 6 miles long and 2 miles wide. Today we are deeply honored to have with us 2 veterans of that historic day, George Chandler and John Dennett. Their presence here is a poignant reminder that the freedoms that we all enjoy today were hard won by the sacrifices of those who came before us. These men, and all who served alongside them, embody the very essence of courage and commitment to the ideals of liberty and democracy. As we stand in this peaceful place, let us remember that it was their actions, their bravery, that secured the world that we now inhabit. It's a world where we gather not in fear, but in freedom. And for that, we owe them our deepest gratitude. I now invite you all to turn to the screens for a short film narrated by my sister Nimi, after which we will all observe a minute's silence to reflect and honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you very much.
The 6th of June, 1944, D-Day, one of the most resonant dates in military history, and perhaps the most pivotal day of the 20th century. The Allied campaign to liberate Western Europe, launched on D-Day, was the result of years of meticulous preparation and planning on multiple fronts. Operation Bodyguard, which deceived the enemy and kept the details of the invasion secret. Operation Point Blank, a long-term offensive to establish air supremacy. And Operation Neptune, the amphibious invasion, all building up to Operation Overlord, the Battle of Normandy, to break through the Germans' Atlantic wall defences and establish a foothold in mainland Europe. The scale of the operation was staggering. 15 different nations were involved in the Allied effort. 11,590 aircraft provided essential air support. 6,939 boats crossed the Channel, carrying 287,000 personnel, 12,000 vehicles, and 1,550 tanks. 132,000 soldiers landed on 5 beaches: Gold, Juno, Omaha, Sword, and Utah. Another 24,000 paratroopers were dropped from the air behind enemy lines. It was the biggest invasion in history. But bare numbers alone cannot tell the whole story. They cannot convey the ingenuity or the planning, the absolute veil of secrecy that was essential to success, or the impact on communities all along the south coast of England, including here at Goodwood. Nor can numbers describe the horror of battle or the devastating toll on those engaged on the front line. They cannot capture the selfless heroism of young men, many of whom had never been on a boat before, crammed tight into landing craft, pitching and rolling across the Channel under the light of a full moon to take on an unknown enemy. Of arriving at first light and wading ashore through breaking waves towards an unrelenting barrage of enemy machine gun fire. The price, in human terms, was beyond comprehension. By the end of that day on the 6th of June, there were more than 10,000 Allied casualties, with 4,414 killed. On Omaha Beach, 90% of soldiers in the first wave were killed or injured. As news of the invasion filtered through, the nation, indeed the whole world, held its breath. As King George VI said in a radio address that day, 4 years ago, our nation and empire stood alone against an overwhelming enemy with our backs to the wall. Now, once more, a supreme test has to be faced. This time, the challenge is not to fight to survive, but to fight to win the final victory for the good cause. At this historic moment, surely not one of us is too busy, too young, or too old to play a part in a nationwide, perchance a worldwide vigil of prayer as the Great Crusade sets forth. The war wasn't won on D-Day, but the ingenuity, defiance, bravery, and, in far too many cases, sacrifice of those involved paved the way for victory. The actions of everyone involved truly changed the course of human history. We who remain owe them a debt far greater than we can ever express.
Well, a very emotional moment for everybody here. That was Tosh MacDonald of the Jedburgh Pipe Band just playing out the music. And it also starts the parade in just a few moments' time when we will be seeing these vehicles beginning to move off the line and going around the whole of the Goodwood circuit so that we get a really great view of them. But the film and what we've heard all about D-Day, absolutely absorbing, and of course it was a very, very important time. And interestingly, as I mentioned, Richard Bedell is with me, the Military Vehicle Trust president, who's been involved for many, many years. In fact, in the 1970s, you put together one of the first sort of collections to go over to France to remember those days, didn't you, I believe, with some of these vehicles?
Yes, I went across very early on in 1974 with, I think, 30 or 40 vehicles, and we were amazed at the reception we got. We were very young. We were amazed at the reception we received when we got to France, and through all the villages in Cherbourg, the mayor was there at 6 o'clock in the morning to receive the ship. We were given a glass of champagne and a cheese stick. In the next village, they'd heard we'd had a glass of champagne and a cheese stick, so we had 2 glasses of champagne and 2 cheese sticks, and that went on throughout the entire day.
Wow.
On our trip to our campsite, and it was people were visibly moved that we'd taken these 40 Second World War military vehicles across, coming out of their houses shouting "Les Libérateurs," giving us drinks, it was an extraordinary occasion. And since then we've been across every 5th year, and this year there were nearly 4,500 Second World War military vehicles that came from all over the world, from South Africa, from America, from Australia.
Wow.
And including every European continent, to join in the parades. We had a fabulous parade at Arromanches. We had a fabulous parade at Bayeux with thousands of spectators. Every hotel was full, and it was extraordinary.
It is amazing, and what we're looking at some of the technology that came about very, very quickly at this time. It was a time when the first scale invasion, where science, technology and innovation really had to play a big part, because some of these amphibious vehicles that they created them in quite short space of time. A little bit like we talk about in motor racing sometimes, where things have to be developed, like every Monday after a race, people get on with it and change something. But in this period, it was very similar in the military world, wasn't it? And some of the creation of vehicles that we're looking at was done very quickly over the war.
Yes, well, Vauxhall produced the Bedford QL, for instance, in 12 weeks.
Wow.
They had the Bedford MW. We've got a couple of Bedford MWs in there somewhere. And the Bedford QL was produced in that short space of time and was a very successful 4-wheel drive 3-ton lorry. And eventually the Americans joined in, and you know, we saw more GMCs and Dodges. Behind the duck on the screen is an ambulance. Now that is a lovely Austin K2 ambulance, which lives on the island of Jersey, and the owner of that vehicle has owned that vehicle for 45 years. He comes to all our events in England, and he also takes it over to France. And he's a really knowledgeable person on the Austin K2 ambulance. The Austin K2 ambulance was the vehicle that Princess Elizabeth learnt how to be a mechanic on. You've probably seen some of the films where she had to learn how to change the plugs and maintain a vehicle, and it was the Austin K2 ambulance that she learnt on, and she learnt to drive a big vehicle on one of those.
So Queen Elizabeth II, as she became, started her system on this actual ambulance. It's a remarkable story, that, and it's so lovely that it is part of this collection and part of all of this. And we've, as we mentioned, we've got George Chandler and John Dennett, the veterans on the day, who are being celebrated. George now 99 years old, but he was 19 years old on board a motor torpedo boat on D-Day, and part of the escort of, in fact, of the USA Rangers to Utah and Omaha beaches. And I've seen some of what he said. You know, it was a very difficult time for them because they couldn't actually help them. They were about a mile away from the shore. Their job was actually to protect against German boats coming across, but no German boats did come across, so they just sat there. But they saw a lot of Americans being killed because they'd landed in slightly the wrong area, and they were having to climb big cliffs, and it was a horrible time. But he was one of those that was such a key part of that D-Day that ultimately, as we know, did have a key part in taking World War II.
Yes, and you'll notice that in this wonderful parade today, there are a number of cars, and one of the cars is a large blue American car, which is a 1942 Pontiac. And in the film that we just saw, there were a number of these cars in the background of one of the places, and the Americans supplied many vehicles. There she is, 1942 Pontiac torpedo, 8-cylinder, straight 8, goes extremely well, and the markings on that are RAF headquarters, RAFQ, and that stands for RAF headquarters. And they had their own markings as well on the vehicles, because obviously they had to have vehicles on the different airfields.
Fascinating. And so much of the machinery was so important to what was going on with D-Day. In fact, during World War II, the German army was the one that used most motorcycles in the war. But in the on the Allied side, World War II, the motorcycles from some of our legendary producers. And James, just wanted to talk about that a little bit, because as you mentioned, some of the big names like Harley-Davidson, for example, were very involved, and BSA, Royal Enfield. It was a key part, and technology-wise, they were modifying things on the bikes to make them suitable for military.
Yeah, that's right. We just had a little look at the matches there, the G3. Very popular. About 80,000 of these saw a military service, and 349cc air-cooled single, 16 brake horsepower, 4-speed. They were mainly used for escort bikes, dispatch riders. Now we're looking at some of the Harley-Davidsons, obviously the Americans. The WLAs are the American version, big 738 flathead. The W was the series, the L stand for high compression, 5.1, not very high these days, but it was back then, and the A for the Army. The WLC was the one the Canadians used. So we've really got a lovely mix. We've also got some of the older Nortons in there as well, some of the Norton 16Hs, again a 490 side valve. So lovely to see some of those, and some of the Norton Big 4s as well. Similar look into the 16H, but more of they had the enclosed valve gear, a 633cc engine. So lots of sort of different stuff. Some of these stuff was glided in, some of the smaller bikes, and some of them came in on the landing gear on the D-Day themselves, and yeah, they were an important part.
Wonderful way into military vehicle ownership is one of those motorbikes. The Jeeps have become a lot more expensive, and but that's a wonderful way into ownership. I'd like to just mention one thing here, because a German invention actually helped us to win the war. And this is a German invention that everybody here, is aware of, and that's the jerry can. The jerry can was invented by the Germans, and various jerry cans were captured by the British, German-built. The Jerry's was the name that the Germans were referred to by the British, and that is a German invention, and that's why it's called the jerry can. There were hundreds and hundreds of thousands of jerry cans built. Those are British jerry cans that we can see on the back of there with the flip-up top. The Americans, of course, did things differently and had a screw top, which took apparently 15 seconds longer to open. The British and German jerry cans were better favoured, and the jerry can has continued being built, and all around the world, everybody around the world knows the jerry can.
I love the story, Richard. It really is a lovely story because as racers as well, we've all used jerry cans. Everybody around here will have had jerry cans.
I've got 5 in my garage.
And the fact that you've been able to tell us that they were invented during the war by the Germans, but they were taken on by the rest of us, that's a lovely story. And so many of them are being carried on these vehicles, aren't they? So many on the Jeeps, for example.
There were 27 different companies produced jerry cans in America, Great Britain and Canada during the Second World War.
No, it is amazing. We've got a few other vehicles as well. You can see some of the sort of more road-based vehicles from pre-war. There are a few around, aren't there?
Well, there's a little Morris 8 military wireless car, a little open Morris 8, and most of those cars were lost at Dunkirk. We had to leave most of our vehicles behind when we left Dunkirk. And this little Morris 8, which is in there, a little open car, is a very, very rare thing. They built 5,500.
Really?
And that is the only one. There she is. That is the only one that the Morris Register knows of. Original military Morris 8. That was in down in Dorset. On an aerodrome tucked away because somebody damaged it before the war, and it didn't come out until the early 70s. Very, very rare. And all this pre-war stuff, all the pre-war military cars and bikes for that matter, are so rare because sadly we had to leave them all at Dunkirk.
Is this a car you know rather well?
It is a car I know rather well. I'm one of the people that was responsible for saving it.
I wondered if you might be. And
but you asked about pre-war cars,
No.
so I thought I'd slot it in, you see.
Absolutely, but it's absolutely crucial, and it's lovely to see. And I'm surprised that so few of them survived. But as you say, that early part of the war, so many of them would have been destroyed. Yeah.
That's right. Absolutely.
And we go from the size of those pre-war machines to some of these massive machines, don't we, that were then used. And, of course, transporting so many people. I mean, the 150,000 troops were transported on D-Day. You needed these very big vehicles as well. The Jeeps were more important once they got out there to get them around. But to actually get the transportation done, you needed some of these very big vehicles.
You've got a wonderful Leyland Hippo there. I mean, what a fantastic vehicle. There's also an AEC Matador. And those were big British vehicles with diesel engines, unusually. Most of the vehicles were, in fact, petrol engines during the Second World War.
Right.
One or two diesel, but going back to jerry cans had to carry petrol, diesel, water. These GMC trucks, they carried food. They carried everything that an army needs to keep it going. Everything you can imagine. Clothing, uniform, everything that needed to be carried was carried by these big trucks.
That's what, and you know, for so many of us growing up in much easier times in our life, you know, you sometimes forget, my goodness, how did they manage? Because they couldn't go and buy anything going to France like we do as travellers nowadays. Now they had to take, as you say, absolutely everything with them that they needed.
Dentist lorries, dentistry trucks. They had to take bakeries.
Yeah.
They had to take, kitchens, mobile kitchens. They had to take every single thing with them. And when they ended up with 100,000 troops over there, that was a heck of a lot of stuff that had to be carted about.
Incredible.
And ammunition.
Yeah, of course. And of course, some of these are carrying ammunition, aren't they? We're seeing some of them towing ammunition around at the moment. And it really is amazing to watch this huge collection. And there were so many different vehicles that were developed. Of course, we are seeing some of the tanks as well, but the armoured ramp carriers, the Sherman tanks, of course, they were a very key part of it as well. The DD tank, I think there's a DD tank actually, I'm not sure it's come out onto the display, but they managed to build an ability to float a tank, didn't they?
Yes, not desperately successful.
No.
Unfortunately, but they did do that. Some of them did get ashore, and that enabled the tank to carry on. But some of them, I'm afraid, sank as they came off because the water was too deep.
Yeah, it was quite rough in certain places, but it was a Polish engineer, Nicholas Strausler, who created the DD flotation equipment, and I had noticed there is one of the tanks over in the park where many of these cars and vehicles are being kept over the course of the weekend, and you can see that. And some of them did make it through, some didn't, as you say. There were about 102 of them used on the D-Day landings, with some of them having to carry 2 miles across the sea.
Half-track with Polish markings. That is an American half-track. There were three or four companies, Diamond, White, Universal, who made half-tracks. And although they're very heavy, they are armoured, and they are propelled by their tracks. They do have a front axle that can be engaged as well. And we saw one just go past us there. There's a lovely vehicle called a Dodge Carryall just turning in there, American Dodge Carryall with the roundel on the front saying 4 tons.
Yeah, I noticed that 1 or 2 of those have got 2 numbers on that little yellow disc. What is that? Why do they have 2 numbers?
The second one is the weight of the trailer.
Okay, so there, for example, 22.
Yeah, that means that when he's towing his trailer, 2 tons and 2 tons.
Okay, so that's the limit of the trailer.
That's the limit of the trailer and the limit of the vehicle, and the officer in charge of the bridge would know if the bridge was capable of carrying 4 tons. He'd know. So if he'd have to look and see if it was towing a trailer.
Sure.
But that's what that means. It's very simple. RAF markings on that one, which is nice.
No, really fascinating. And of course, all of these Jeeps that we've been talking about, it's lovely to see so many of the Jeeps here this weekend. There is a boat back in the collection that hasn't been brought out on the tow today, hasn't really had a chance, and that's the MASB 27 gunboat built by a British powerboat company in 1941, a very special machine that's actually sort of been restored since 2016. And it's nice that has also been seen here. They haven't actually taken it out and about. It's a big, heavy machine, and I think it might have brought rather a lot of mud out when they were towing it around.
And it's heavy.
It is very, very heavy, yes. But it is lovely to see.
A nice British marked Jeep there, M.
Yeah.
The British markings were much easier than the American markings.
Another British car sitting on the other side too.
Sweet little Ford.
Yes. In fact, it's a Ford. Yes, that's right, the Ford on the other side, as they're all starting to make their way back now on this D-Day anniversary, seeing these remarkable machines that was such a key part of what proved to be a vital part of World War II, and getting all of this equipment and carrying so many people out to the beaches in France, and an opportunity to start pushing the Nazis back. And yes, it did take about a year really for it to all come together and make it work, but this was the important beginning.
That thing on the front of the Jeep that you can see sticking up, that is for wire cutting. The Germans used to put wires across some of the roads to try and decapitate the people in the Jeep. And so the Americans, in fact, invented a very simple system. They put this big bar up there to cut the wires.
Yeah, amazing. That's a fun way of travelling too, isn't it? And youngsters also finding a way to really absorb what these machines are like and what you can do with them.
Yes, but at least the Union Jack's the right way up.
Well done. A quick note, I mean, of course, there were people involved in the war, and I had mentioned Murray Walker earlier on. I found a book not long ago, actually. It's been published relatively recently by Brian Lightbody, called Motorsport's Military Heroes. And Ken Miles, the racer and engineer, and a man of a star racer, and there's been a film made about him. He was actually a key part on D-Day. He was out there. He landed on D-Day +2, actually. He wasn't actually on the D-Day itself, but he was part of armoured vehicles, part of a group that was sent to recover broken down vehicles, whether they were tractors or recovery vehicles. That was Ken Miles' job when he was
Was it?
Well, yeah, before he became a racer post-war.
We've got a Diamond T wrecker at the back, a big American recovery vehicle, highly capable, built by the Diamond Company.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty remarkable machine, isn't it?
Lovely, lovely truck.
Yes, yes, and you can see that I bet that its ability to get everywhere and carry stuff must have been remarkable.
Yes,
that was the sort of machinery that really allowed them
and
to go to another level. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then of what has been a very emotional D-Day 80th anniversary parade, and seeing these remarkable vehicles, many motorbikes out there, James, and also some pretty serious cars and equipment. But James, it has been an amazing display all round, hasn't it?
Absolutely incredible. It's been unbelievable. It's been so lovely to hear in such deep knowledge, you know, what some of these vehicles are that we don't see, and it's just a big hats off to all these people that you know, gave so much to give us our freedom.
Yeah, and Richard, thank you so much for being a part of us this weekend and telling us so much, because you've been involved in these vehicles and you know so much about them.
Yes, well, it's been a great pleasure. I have to say, I've been in the tow lane for 23 years since the Goodwood revival started, and it was decided that we wouldn't be in the tow lane this year because there's so much less to actually tow.
Well, it's been lovely to have you with us. Thanks so much, and this is all part of the D-Day parade.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Dita Fontes, what a pleasure to see you here. Now, revive and thrive, that's what we're all about here at Revival. What does that mean to you?
Well, I think about reusing and wearing vintage. Like, one of the reasons I love vintage is that it's like clothes that you can buy that retain their value, you know, with conscientiousness about who's going to wear it, who wore it before you, whether you know or not, who's going to wear it after you. It's kind of, and instead of just buying things meant to be landfill, thinking more thoughtfully about what you wear and buying less. And you know, I fell in love with vintage because I couldn't afford designer clothes, like designer jeans that my friends were wearing in school, and I've just never looked back. I was like, oh, I can, you know, kind of emulate high fashion with vintage. So that was first how it started, was like, oh, I can't have a gorgeous Vivienne Westwood suit, but I can buy a 40s suit and kind of like pinch it in and give it, you know, my own spin. So
really make it your own. And how have you experienced that here at Goodwood, this Revive and Thrive?
What I love is seeing so many different like styles, you know, people that are dressing like, you know, 30s style, 40s, 50s, 60s. It's really fun to see in all the different like genres, whether you're dressed like a glamour girl or whether you're, you know, wearing their high-waisted, you know, red line jeans. You know, I like seeing all the different ways people interpret this and look to different areas of vintage instead of just one, you know.
Absolutely. What a pleasure to have you here, an absolute icon. Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you.
Well, we've got the trumpeters playing and we've got the big race of the weekend, the RAC TT Celebration. It's a 2-driver, hour-long race, and Harry, we are in for a treat.
I know. I mean, let out the commentary box to come and see this at the start line. It's brilliant. But yeah, the early 60s closed cockpit sports cars as well. And what I love about this is the sheer diversity of kind of shape that we've got on offer. On the front row, we've got the E-Type lining up. We know how much Adrian Newey loves his E-Types, and Harrison Newey put in a great lap yesterday to go, I think it was 4/10 clear in the end, so fantastic. But you also got the likes of the TBR Griffith up there at the moment with that short wheelbase, and you think, how on earth is that really going to make it round? And then it does so as they get drowned out as they come out of the assembly area. But it's shaping up to be one of the races of the day, I think, if not the race of the weekend.
No, it absolutely will. So look, why don't we find out a little bit more about it?
So here we are, we've got the cars out for the Royal Automobile Club TT Celebration, and this is absolutely very much a race to look forward to. Ben Edwards and Alice Powell with you up in the commentary box. And Alice, we love this combination of AC Cobras, E-Types that we've all been talking about, but such a great mixture of other machineries. We've got Porsches, we've got Chevrolet Corvettes, all sorts in this mix, and we'll be looking through all of them in a little bit more detail. But right up front, the E-Types have been working so well in wet conditions, but of course we've got this slightly difficult conditions now where we've got a bit of wet, a little bit of dry. I think that will suit the E-Types, don't you?
I would say so. I think it would certainly suit the E-Types. But I found across the weekend, okay, there's still quite a few puddles of standing water, but actually the track's dried fairly quickly because it's still fairly humid outside. We've got an E-Type starting on pole position. That's the Newey and Newey, so Harrison Newey and Adrian Newey, the 26-year-old Harrison. They're starting on pole, but they've got not an AC Cobra next to them, but they've got Tom Ingram and Mike Whitaker in the TBR Griffith. Alongside them will be Christensen and Fred Waitman in the Lister Jag Coupe, and then behind is a row of Cobras. So such a wonderful mix of cars starting in those first sort of 5, 6, 7 places. But if anything, the race last year was fantastic, when actually we got some rain during the race, didn't we, last year as well. It started damp, so I'd say slightly drier conditions that we have here. Started to dry, and then the heavens absolutely opened. I mean, hopefully we don't get a downpour in the middle of this race. We had several cars go off into the barrier, but it was such a brilliant, close race that we got to witness. It was an E-Type that actually won the race last year. Andy Prio was able to gather the win up. AC Cobra of Gordon Shedden won it the year before. So the E-Types and the Cobras are the favoured cars here this weekend. weekend in this RAC TT celebration.
Absolutely, and it is celebrating the final 2 years of the RAC TT that took place here at Goodwood in the 1960s, in 1963 and in 1964, and it saw some of the finest drivers of the day then, and in fabulous machinery. For example, Graham Hill took victory in the final 2 years with Ferrari. In 1963, took it in a 250 GTO of John Coombs. And then in 1964, he took the win in an open-top Ferrari 330. There are always lots of E-types, and including some of the special lightweight models. In fact, that lightweight model that's on pole position, we're looking a bit further down the pack at the moment. You're looking at the number 80 car just there coming through. That's Yukihori Suzuki and Richard Atwood, the Porsche 906. But yeah, starting up on pole position is one of those original lightweight E-types that were made. So it's a wonderful collection of cars, and it's a lovely opportunity to go and join Ed Foster to take us down the grid.
Well, thank you, Ben. I am stood right next door to that lightweight. Now, it is a wet track. It may dry, we don't know. If there's no more rain, I think we will have a dry line by the end of it. I can tell you right now, I'm so sorry, don't you worry, that this bit is the worst bit for the drivers, the sit and the wait. We've got Adrian on pole. Adrian, I've just been saying that this is the worst bit, the waiting, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously tricky conditions as well, so yeah, it's just trying to keep it on the road and have a fun.
What was the lap like?
Pretty slippy. The safety car could have gone quicker, I think.
All right, well, look, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Let's head over to, we'll try and complete the front row. We've got Tom here chatting to Mike in this sort of TVR, which is quite a short wheelbase GT car. Tom, let's, what are you discussing?
We're just discussing what the circuit looks like. And
what does it look like?
It looks the same as it did yesterday, if I'm honest. It's still, this first corner still goes right. After that, it just looks a bit wetter than it was yesterday.
Right, I'm going to hear it from the horse's mouth. You've been very useful, thank you. Mike, it sounds as though it's pretty slippy.
Yes, it's wheel spin in any gear of choice, or just on the outlap. There's a little bit, there's a few sort of dark bits, which you would know, Ed, from your racing days, suggests it's drying, it's starting to dry, or go drier, but it's wet everywhere, but it's just, there's a couple of bits where you can probably pick a little bit more grip up. Like the outside of Woodcut, you can see there, probably the people who've been there before us have just took a bit of some of the water, surface water off.
At least you're in a confidence-inspiring car, though.
Craig Davis and I were joking that we're top of the Suicide League, where the Corvette and the TVR. Yes, you know what it's like. It's really short and really snappy. My main thing is to keep it on the island, keep it in the chase, and then, you know, if it's 20 minutes when I can hand over, it'll be 20 minutes in a second, and I'll give it to Tom, who did a stunning job to put it here in qualifying.
Cheers, Mike. Best of luck. Yeah, so obviously it's an hour-long race. A lot can happen in that. These are old cars. You've got to nurse them. Some of their brakes won't last. Some of the tyres won't last. Tom, we haven't even had a chat yet this weekend. It's your kind of conditions, this, isn't it?
I don't know. It's not dark. It's not night, is it?
But look, you've been chatting to Fred. So what news? Car's running all right?
Yeah, car's running good. As we saw yesterday, we were really happy with it. But of course, in these conditions, it's incredibly slippery and different. And we will line a little bit offset on the grid he's allowed because of some oil from you have had a parade before. So that's what we discussed. Other than that, it's just go for 1 hour's enjoyment of these fantastic cars.
Cheers, Tom. Best of luck.
Thank you.
So let's work our way back. So this race tends to be sort of a battle between the E-types and the Cobras, and the E-types in the wet do tend to have an advantage because they've got independent suspension and they can put the power down. These Cobras are notoriously difficult. I'll tell you what, let's get around the front of the Snake Eyes. If the track starts drying, watch out for these Cobras coming through the grid. This is the second row of the grid, obviously filled with Cobras. So what's going through your head?
Just keeping it on the black stuff, really. It's quite slick out there, so I think a cautious couple of laps until we feel out the conditions, and then we can see how we go along from then.
And have you gone for a reasonably soft setup with the car?
We have. We've softened up the shocks, although we haven't done anything much more than that because we're expecting the conditions to dry later on in the race. Although this is England, you never know.
All right, best of luck. Safe to share with Gordon here. Gordon had a fantastic stint last night. A joy to watch. More of the same today?
Yeah, going to be a little bit more entertaining today out in the Cobra. So these conditions are perhaps slightly suboptimal for a Cobra, but the quicker it dries, the better. But you know what? What a fantastic grid of cars for the TT once again. I've just walked from the back to the front of the grid, and it just never ceases to amaze how many of these fantastic cars are being driven on the absolute edge for this event.
Now, I mean, obviously there are a lot of good drivers on this grid, a lot of quick cars. Is there anyone that you're particularly got your eye on?
Oh, everybody. I think probably it's E-type weather to start with. If it dries, the Cobras might come back in. But it's just unbelievably competitive. Every year, the performance moves up a notch. People get faster. There's some hooky pairings, some really fast combinations of pairs of drivers. So, but you know what? That adds to the spectacle. So it'll be fantastic.
Cheers, Gordon.
Cheers.
Right, let's wander on. I'm glad my theory of here's Romain Dumas. My theory of the E-types versus the Cobras was proven right by the likes of Gordon Shedden. Romain, it's a cracking race yesterday through the field. More of the same?
Well, let's see. We start 12, so for sure a very good teammate. So with this weather, normally I was always in a Cobra, struggling on a wet. So right now on a E-type and it's wet, so it should be not too bad.
And what you can obviously soften the car to kind of get a little bit more grip, but there's not much else you can do, is there?
Yes, exactly. I think, and it's also very difficult to judge what will happen with the weather. I think, it's a 1 hour race, so for sure right now it's a little bit humid, but you can see yesterday on a St. race how it went dry so quickly. So, to have the right setup for 1 hour means at the end of the race, I think it's very difficult, and you will see a lot of difference between the cars, I'm sure.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, let's cruise on past. We've got Al Bunkum here. So just before we get here, so all of these cars run on Dunlop Historics. They are notoriously ungrippy, as they were in period, and in the wet, any handling traits you have just get worse. So if you have a little bit of oversteer in the dry, you'll have loads of oversteer in the wet, and probably a bit of understeer as well. It's sort of chops and changes. This looks like a very serious conversation going on here. What are the team tactics?
Don't know really. I mean, it all depends on the weather. I mean, look, if it stays like it is, we were just saying then, I don't think it will dry very quickly, going off how it was this time yesterday. So yeah, look, it's going to be tough out there. Jack on the outlap just said it's really slippery. So yeah, just try and keep it on the island and just got to let the race come to us, really.
Jack, you're starting the car. Is it a case of just trying to get through the first lap?
First corner, yeah. No, those military vehicles, I think, have brought a load of mud onto the track, which doesn't help, but I'll just feel my way. It'll be all right. I'll just hand over to him and let him do his magic.
Perfect. All right, guys, best of luck. Let's cruise on. We've got Rob Huff over here. We've got a few whistles for people to move off the grid, but I think they might give us a little bit of time. Rob's giving me a dodgy look. Rob, this is made for you. An E-type in the damp.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You can ask for anything more than Goodwood circuit in an E-type in the damp. It's just a joy. It's brilliant.
I guess you're hoping for a shower of rain at some point.
Hoping for a massive dump of rain at any moment would be fantastic.
Or even all the way through.
Yes, straight through would be definitely beneficial to us. Jack, the Cobras just got that extra bit of grunt, which they can use in the dry. In the wet, they can't use so much. So no, an E-type's where it's at for this one. We saw it last year, obviously with Prio and William in the other E-type. So yeah, fingers crossed we can get up there this year.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Right, let's see if we can get a couple more interviews before we get thrown off. I've been thrown off a few grids in my time. Look, this is a good place to go. This is the last year's winner. Got William in here. Now, dare I say it, the conditions perhaps reminiscent of last year.
Well, you're absolutely right. We've got a great car, a great team, same car, same team as last year, similar weather conditions. But let's not forget, this is the most competitive field in historic motorsport in the world, so anything can happen, and we're not taking anything for granted today. But looking forward to a great race with everybody out there.
Yeah, best of luck.
Thank you.
So William is sharing with Andy Prio, who is notoriously good in the wet. Chris, how are we doing? Are you any nerves, or are you cool as always?
No, for sure, there are always nerves, especially at an event like this and in these conditions. But no, I'm looking forward to it. It should be a good race.
Someone once said to me, if you don't have nerves, you're doing it wrong.
I agree, exactly.
All right, cheers, Chris. Right, let's crack on. We've got Gary here. Obviously celebrating the XK engine here, and Gary's driven so many of these. Another XK engine. It's not a bad view, but I'm guessing you want to be a little bit further up.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
But in the middle of the grid, it's the spray, isn't it?
It's the spray. It's going to be slippery first corner, middle of the pack. Yeah, it's going to be a fraught first corner. Bit of, I don't know, caution's the right thing. Exuberant caution.
Perfect. And what you really want right now is some tall bloke asking you questions.
That's absolutely fine. No, I've been here before, haven't we?
Cheers, Gary. Best of luck. So I'll tell you what, let's get a bit of a pace on, because there is one car that's very out of position. And they're right down in the back. Ollie Bryant, who is a previous winner in the TT, and in this Cobra, they are starting from the back of the grid. Jake did a fantastic job in practice to get the car sort of right up there, but a small technical infringement, give them a wave, small technical infringement meant that they are starting from the back. But let's go and ask them the impossible question to answer of how far up they think they can end up. Ollie's getting his balaclava on and helmet. Jake, I'll come to you. I've literally walked 50 metres and I'm quite out of breath. Look, it's starting from the back here, but I mean, are you looking at top 10, a podium? What do you think is possible?
In all honesty, I think a top 5 is on. And if we get lucky with a safety car, you know, then a P3 or maybe even higher could happen. You know, I really have a lot of faith in Ollie. You know, I think he's going to be right there. He's going to come through pretty hard now, I think. And it's up to me then, isn't it? We'll see how we get on.
I mean, you've seen enough Goodwood races now to know that so much can swing on a badly or a well-timed safety car.
Correct, and you know, it's not just that element. I mean, look at the surface. You know, look at the sun that's out. We've got the changing conditions that are going to happen. So for sure, you know, the Cobras aren't the quickest thing in the wet. The E-types tend to come through. So we've got to just try and you know, pick our battles wisely to begin with. Ollie's got to try and do a better job as he can to get to the front, and you know, then hopefully I'll be in for a good stint at the end.
Cheers, Jake. Best of luck.
Thanks, guys.
As you can see, there is no one else behind me. So that is literally from the front to the back of the grid.
Thank you so much, Ed. It was lovely to see you heading down the grid so quickly there and managing to make it down to the end and speak to Jake. And that's going to be fascinating. We've actually got an onboard camera, haven't we, Alice, with that car, starting from the very back of the grid. So we might get some pretty amazing views of them trying to force their way up, as he said, maybe top 5 or even top 3.
Yeah, that's probably one of the strongest driver pairings that we've got out there. Ollie Bryant, very quick. Jake Hill, of course, extremely quick. Currently leading the British Touring Car Championship and battling actually with Tom Ingram, who is starting on the front row. So really looking forward to the shots we're going to get in that AC Cobra. It is I am starting to see dry patches out of the commentary box window, Ben. You were just bringing up your weather radar. so what's it saying? Are we expecting some more rain?
It's looking as though it's going to stay dry, actually. We might get the lightest of showers, but I don't think, I mean, I'm probably wrong, commentators' words, you know, but I think we could end up it drying out, which means, of course, from what they were saying, that the E-types could well have the advantage early on in the race, but the Cobras may well be coming back a little bit more later in the race. So it's fascinating to see. And then up that front row, you've got the TVR that Mike Whitaker's going to be starting at. You're looking at it, number 86, right there in the middle of the front row. And that's a car, as Mike said, can be a bit twitchy, a bit tricky to handle, but it is a good car, and Tom Ingram's going to be taking it on later on in the race as it starts to get a bit drier as well. So that is a contender. We saw how happy Rob Huff is. He's looking forward to getting into the E-type that he drives. Richard Mines is starting that from the 3rd row of the grid. So we've really got a lot to look forward to here, haven't we?
Yeah, Rob's going to be down in the pit lane doing his rain dance, I think. And Tom, well, when he takes over, he's good in whatever the weather. Mike clearly trying to stay out of trouble, get a good start to then hand over to Tom. Well, that TVR is a 2-time Spa 6-hour winner, and I'm sure during those 6 hours at some point it would have been racing in the rain. So, but it is the E-types that are much better suited to these damp conditions, but that have the AC Cobras, and they've got a whole host of them behind. Will be charging down on them as this track starts to dry. So it's all about trying to stay out of trouble. 1 hour long, and it's only after 20 minutes does the pit lane open. It'll be open for 20 minutes. So that's then the chance for the drivers to come in and swap. We saw a little bit of confusion yesterday in the Sterling Moss Trophy, didn't we, where we had a safety car and we saw Jimmy Johnson, who was actually out there in an AC Cobra starting on row 5. He was waving frantically, wasn't he, because he wasn't sure whether he needed to pit under the safety car. The pit lane will be closed if the safety car does come out, and we saw some drivers yesterday get a penalty because they came in when the pit lane was still closed. So hopefully the rest of these drivers have read up on the rules and regulations, and we'll see no errors if we do have a safety car during that pit window.
Well, it's rather lovely that there's a bit of brightness around now, and I'm really looking forward to this race getting underway, and it gives us a lovely view of the cars as well. It's going to be challenging on these opening laps, as we've heard from all those very experienced drivers, just getting off the line with these rear-wheel drive, very rapid machines, particularly the AC Cobras with their big V8 engines. They've got so much power. Your throttle control has got to be really, really good, hasn't it? You can't just floor the throttle changing up through the gears, as we heard. You're going to get wheel spin in each of the gears. That's what Mike Whitaker was telling us, that middle TBR on the front row. So we're going to get a green flag in a moment, so that will give them a little bit of practice as to how much grip they've got on the grid. They're just leaving now. A few of them will get some wheel spin, others taking it a little bit easy. Yeah, we can see a few cars wobbling around just a little bit. Everybody getting off the line okay, that's good news. And right at the back, of course, is the red and gold AC Cobra. The number 100's going a little bit lower. That's Afshin Fatemi. He's got it going now. That's all right. That's in the rather rare Tajero EE Ford, which is rather lovely to see, down towards the back. But that Cobra that I mentioned, that's the Ollie Bryant car that we know has got tremendous pace and could be a key factor late in the race if they manage to get a good opening lap and build up from there.
Yeah, exactly, Ben. The Jag E-types, they miss a few horsepower compared to the big American AC Cobras. So I'm pretty sure that those listers and the Jaguars starting on the front row are pretty pleased that it's slippy for them, because that will maybe limit, as you said, Ben, the Cobras getting off the line. We've got some Chevy Corvette Stingrays out there to add to the list of some of the more American cars that we're seeing out there. There's the number 1, so we'll have the onboard camera right on cue. Just perfect timing.
Good point to mention the Stingray, though, because one of the others also had a technical non-compliance that put them back, and that's the car of Craig Davis and Darren Turner, which is only just ahead of Ollie Bryant here, car number 9. So we'll keep a bit of an eye out on that one as well, although these wet conditions will not suit the Chevrolet Corvette Stingray quite so much. It's a heavy machine, but it has nearly 600 horsepower to play with. The problem is getting the 600 horsepower onto the track. You can just see it coming up now, blue and white, towards the back. That is another potential contender, particularly as the track dries out a little bit more. As I say, Craig Davis and Darren Turner will be sharing that during the course of the event.
Yeah, I would say actually that the Chevy, or the Chevys that we have on the grid, are probably one of the heaviest, if not the heaviest. They are much heavier. We can see it there, a fantastic livery just in front of the number 1 car, the AC Cobra of Hill and Bryant. Certainly a lot heavier than the Cobras and the E-types. We've got 9 Cobras actually on this stellar grid of drivers.
I sort of hope that these two don't fight each other too much on the opening part, both of them trying to come through. I rather doubt that will happen. Yeah, I would imagine Craig, who's got loads of experience of racing here at Goodwood, of course, he may think, well, I might just let him through. Let's have a quick look through the grid then. So it's the Newies on pole position. We've got the E-Type ahead of the TVR and the Lister Jaguar, and Tom Christensen will be taking that car over later on. The Cobra's on the 2nd row. Jaguar E-Type, the one that Rob Huff will be taking on, that's starting from 7th place. And William Paul and Andy Prio starting 9th with their E-Type. Brundle in 10th place. He'll be taking that car over from Kent later on. Further down the order, the likes of Marino Franchitti will be taking over later from Phil Cadore. I'm glad they've got that car out. It was damaged yesterday. So just looking down, you can see the Chevy Corvettes, the AC Cobras further down the list, and then right down towards the back. Keep an eye on, in 29th place, the AC Cobra of Bryant and Hill, and number 9, the Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. That's also a pretty rapid machine. Probably not quite as quick in these conditions as the AC Cobra, but nonetheless it will be fast. There you are then, starting from the back. Ollie Bryant, who took victories on a couple of races yesterday. What's he going to do from the back this time? with Jake Hill sharing the car. But up front, we are looking forward to Adrian Newey starting from pole position. Yes, the great designer in Formula One. Off the line he goes, and it's a good start by Adrian Newey. He makes an absolutely brilliant getaway off the line.
He did. I wonder if that was a jump start, though, because we've seen some of that, some brilliant getaways get penalised yesterday, but he's heading down into turn 1 with the Cobras, the number 7 getting squeezed onto the car, onto the grass, but they're all safely through the first part of Mandarin's corner.
Yeah, a really good start then by Adrian Newey. We'll look back at it, I'm sure, but it's all battling up behind him very closely. Saif Hassan, number 7, is being passed by the other Cobra, the TBR, just missing out a little bit as they come down through there. And it's Andrew Smith who's doing such a fantastic job in the cream AC Cobra. Andrew Smith has launched through. He started on the 3rd row of the grid in 6th place, and look at the lead he's taken already.
He was so brave. He was on the grass at one point, going up through Boardwater, heading through the first part of St Mary's. Now then, they'll swing it left, still jostling for position. The TVR of Mike Whitaker squeezed on the inside there, but already look at the lead from row 3. The Cobra of Andrew Smith has a good gap going into Lavin.
That's really impressive. We've seen how quick he can be. There's some good battles going on further back, some side-by-side action. You see Bobby Vernon-Rowe in his silver, very distinctive AC Cobra. He's being a little cautious on these early laps, just not wanting to get into too much difficulty. Richard Kent in the number 88 E-Type, he's up there as well. But what a big lead this is for Andrew Smith, the car that's going to be shared with Dario Franchitti, a winner yesterday at the end of the day with Jimmy Johnson. Well, this is a very good start for the combination between Dario and Andrew Smith. Andrew getting off the line brilliantly well. Further down, there's some great little fights going on as well. The Porsche 904 being driven by Neil Yarni. That will be taken on by Chris Ward a little later. But the gap's going to be quite big, even across the line on the first lap.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I'm just trying to see, is that the 88 Jag E-Type that's come also from the way back row 4, the Brundle and Kent E-Type? I think that has snuck all the way up, managed to dodge the traffic and headed up into 2nd place.
Fred Wakeman under a bit of pressure here from Saif Hassan, but Fred Wakeman has got that AC Cobra back up into 3rd place. And I'm just keeping an eye on where Ollie Bryant, who started from the back of the grid, is. He's just crossed the line in 14th place, so it has got away well for Ollie Bryant. Craig Davis has got up to 17th from the back, but it is Ollie Bryant, as we expected, who's making up some good ground. Meanwhile, coming under a bit more pressure, Mike Whitaker in the sort of blue-coloured TVR, as he's trying to hold off a few more of the E-Types, a pair of E-Types right behind him at this stage, and that's Gary Pearson in one of the lightweight low-drag coupes, as also you've got this fight that's going on between that very distinctive number 17 that Tom Christensen will be taking on later. Fred Wakeman driving right now, very unique Frank Costin designed and Lister Jaguar coupe. And let's go on board and get a bit of action as well up in that front group. This is the number 77 car that we're on board, Gary Pearson. So he's actually made a pretty good start, having started from 12th place on the grid. It'll be Romain Dumas later in the car. I think I'm pretty sure it's Gary who's in the car right now.
Yeah, it's Gary in the car right now.
And he's a part of this battle as they're coming up towards the final end of this lap up into Woodcote. And everybody, you can almost see they're just being a little cautious, but battle for the lead, I think, is actually going to be starting to build up. As you said, that leap forward by Richard Kent, he is now catching the race leader as well, so that's going extremely quickly. And it also looks to me as though Bobby Vernon-Rowe, number 94, is beginning to put a bit more pressure on Fred Wakeman for 3rd position. In the background, I'm keeping an eye open for Ollie Bryant, and you can see him in the background now with that gold centre on the red AC Cobra in the background. Meanwhile, this fight for 3rd place is continuing. Fred Wakeman just fending off Bobby Vernon-Rowe, and Ollie Bryant has got himself up into 10th place already.
Yeah, you can still see from the rear view shot we're getting at the moment, still a bit of standing water, variety of lines there, a bit more use of curve from the AC Cobra that we can see, the snake-eyed using a little bit more curve. It's a bit braver on the brakes, a bit more stable on the brakes heading into the first part of St Mary's. Swing it back to the right-hand side for the left part. But certainly, looking at our sector screen, Ben, the Kent and Brundle Jaguar is hunting down, closing down on the Smith and Franchitti car. We're going to have a replay. Let's see what's happening in the background. A bit of rubbing of door, well, nearly fag paper width there between the TVR. But here, this is the race for the lead, Ben.
It is, absolutely, and this is a very, very close battle. It's wonderful to watch. Is this going to be a change? As we could see Kent trying to come through at the moment. It is proving to be a really good challenge. Richard Kent in second place at the moment, as Andrew Smith took that brilliant start from 6th place on the grid. And Richard Kent has managed to close the gap and set the fastest lap. 1:47.211 was the previous lap. It had been a second between them, 1.1, but over the line this time that gap has reduced even further. Now, how hard does he go for it? Remember, the E-Type in the wet conditions can have a bit more balance than the leading AC Cobra. So we'll just have to see. Mind you, that Cobra has gone so well in these wet conditions, but it may be coming under quite a lot more pressure as we continue. Meanwhile, it looks as though Mike Whitaker is going to lose, yes, another position as Whitaker. Oh, in fact, Ollie
Bryant's in the top 6.
Yeah, he's moved up even further now. So Ollie Bryant into 6th place. Jake Hill was telling us he knew that top 5 was possible. I think even more is possible now as he goes chasing after Gary Pearson. And there's no doubt that Mike Whitaker is missing out a bit with the TDR. He did say it is tricky in the wet, and he is losing a little bit of time at the moment, but he will be handing over to Tom Ingram, remember? Well, big slide there for Ollie Bryant. But remember, this is the car that started from the very back of the grid, and it is already in 6th position. And he's chasing down after Gary Pearson, who's a very successful Goodwood racer over so many years. He's been doing this event really since it all began in 1998. He's very involved in the restoration and of cars as well. We've still got the battle for the lead going on though as well, and this could be a change. Richard Kent is having a move to one side and then the other. Which way is he going to go?
Yeah, they're down into the tricky braking zone into Woodcote. Both of them seem to get the car stopped nicely. We've had the 13 has gone off into the gravel. That was a bit further down the order. Sean Lynn, actually, I think he might have gained a couple of places. It's the AC Cobra Le Mans Coupe, but back to the battle out front. A little bit wide for Smith. Is going to open the outside door, or is it the E-Type squirming all over the road, desperately trying to get some grip? But I think he may have done it. He may brave it round the outside. Does Kent? Let's have a little look.
Yeah, let's have a look. Where's the dry bit? There's a dry bit on the inside initially, but now he's trying to go around the outside. Richard Kent around the outside, through the Madwick corner, and yes, he thinks he's done it. Yeah, he has. Brilliant move. Well done to Richard Kent, who has gained a big number of places in this. Started down in 10th place on the 4th row of the grid, and now he has taken the lead of the race. Fabulous stuff. He will be handing over later on to Alex Brundle, but we've still got a little while, at least 12 minutes before they are allowed to come into pit to make a change. Interestingly though, Ollie Bryant has just set a new fastest lap, a 1:46.2, and I think Ollie may have actually already gone past Gary Pearson, because they were very close. Yes, there you are, look. He's just gone past Gary Pearson. He's now in 5th place.
Yeah, storming through. Let's keep an eye on the sec times. He lost a little bit of time, but as soon as Richard Kent has got past, he's blitzed the timing screen fastest of anybody in the first sector. So here's the start. Oh, that's close. I'll have to see that again to see. You've got to go when the flag drops. So we'll have a look. But a great launch initially by Adrian Newey. The number 7 getting squeezed slightly, the Cobra getting squeezed onto the grass, but they all managed to filter through quite nicely, all kept out of trouble. Now, this is the onboard we want to see.
This is
Onboard with
yeah.
Ollie Bryant. I mean, how many cars has passed already? 2, 3, 4. Just trying to stay out of trouble. Pick your side and stick with it. He's gone in the middle. Let's have a look. The number 9 tries to go around the outside. That's the Chevy Corvette, the Turner Corvette. Keeps it nice and gently, keeps to the outside. Does he have enough room? He does. Tucks in behind the Corvette. We'll keep an eye to see everyone keeping it nice and steady. It's a hard, tricky place to start. A lot of spray in front, and he dives down the inside of Ford water through the puddles, the standing water, and there's
somebody had a spin.
Spinner.
Yeah, number two.
Number 2 car.
Joe Twyman in the Bizzarini. He had a spin, and it was that wet patch, so he did well to sort that.
Very well to sort that. It's hard to avoid when you're going around that corner in the dry, let alone the wet. But he's already on the back of the number 17, charging it down. That is the Wakeman and Christensen Lister Jag Coupe, and he's really within touching distance. Set fastest lap that last time round. The gap at the front is extending. The Kent and Brundle Jag E-Type starting to pull away at the front, but he's all over the back, kicking the rear out through the first part of St Mary's, sliding it through the second part. You can see the Lister in front also drifting over the road. Such tricky conditions here in that drying, damp phase of this race.
This could be a good exit, because look, the Fred was just a little bit wide, wasn't he, on the exit of Lavert, and now as they come on the straight, this is where the power comes to play.
Squeeze it down. A few more horses has the AC Cobra compared to the Lister, and that proves it right there. Steams round the outside, will then have the perfect line heading into Woodcote Corner. We can see just there, it's just starting to dry. A dry line is starting to form, which will favour the AC Cobras compared to the Jag E-Types, but already up another spot.
Yeah, brilliant. This is Ollie Bryant, who's now into 4th position, having started from the back, from 29th position, effectively, and that is just superb. Now, what is going on up front? Well, Richard Kent is really pulling away. He's opened up a gap as they cross the line, 4.4 seconds, as you can see on our timing board. So he's really opening up this gap very, very effectively, I have to say. The E-Type, the Cut 7 E-Type, is working beautifully well at this stage, and we'll just have to see how it continues, because, of course, with Alex Brundle, who's going to be taking this on, who has so much experience, lots of success here at Goodwood, they're in a great place.
They are in a very good place. He's already coming up to a little bit of traffic, but as you said, handing over to the 2016 European Le Mans Series champion, and that is Alex Brundle. He's been driving all sorts of cars here this weekend. Stick Alex and anything, and he is fast, and he certainly will be fast once he steps into the Jaguar. A bit further down the order, we've still got battles continuing wherever you look, some very close battles on circuit. We've got the 78, the Paul and Prio Jag E-Type that won this race last year. In front, there's Adrian Newey, so he is still circulating. He's dropped from pole position down into P9, so he'll be hoping that Harrison Newey, his son, the 26-year-old former F3, F4 and Le Mans racer, will take over and push the E-Type slightly further up the order than it is now.
That's a good point, and actually because William Paul, who shares with Andy Prio, and they took that win last year, they're down there too. So you've got other sort of contenders potentially in that. But look at this now. Ollie Bryant is now challenging for 3rd place. He's right behind Bobby Verden-Rowe. And I'm not sure that Verden-Rowe's going to be able to do much in the way of defence in his AC Cobra, although he's a very rapid driver himself, of course, Bobby Verden-Rowe. And he's in the Smoke Eyes car, which has always gone well here at Goodwood. With the Snake Eyes, I should say, not Smoke Eyes, coming through the silver, past into the silver Cobra. I think this is going to be another easy move for Ollie Bryant. Yeah, he's going to take what is a potential podium already.
Yeah, another one ticked off the list. And you can see the sun glinting off this drying circuit. Finally, the sun has come out here at Goodwood. He actually has the fastest lap of the race. And I've been keeping a close eye on the overall gap between him and the Kent Brundle Jag that's currently in the lead. It was around about 18 seconds. It's dropped to 17.7, and it's sort of stabilised as he tries to mix it through the traffic. But the Jag in the lead at the moment, the 88, has set fastest of anybody in the first sector. So Richard Kent still pushing out some solid lap time.
Yeah, interestingly, Adrian Newey is now back up into 8th place. He's actually gained a position there. Saif Hassan has dropped back just a place in the number 7 Cobra. And it's a real little bunch of cars together in that group at the moment. Gary Pearson, not too far away. Brian Caldwell actually in the number 72 car that he'll be sharing with David Brabham. That is a part of that in the top 10 as well. So this is the sort of lower group in the top 10, still potentially cars with an opportunity, and they're all really bunched up together, aren't they? We've got this real mix of Cobras and E-types together in that group. Oh, and also joining in the fun and games, yeah, absolutely, towards the back is the Corvette, Craig Davis getting in there as well.
Yeah, so the Corvette's come from the back of the grid, just starting just in front of our number 1 car that's currently in 3rd place. So as you said, a great battle here between the Cobras, the Chevy, or one Chevy, and a couple of E-types. They head through Woodcote Corner now. Still dry patches starting to appear on the circuit. They've got quite a gap actually to the TVR, the Whittaker Ingram TVR in front of around about, well, it was last time round, which was about 12 seconds. So we'll keep an eye. There is the Corvette that started way down.
Oh, look at that, trying to put the power down. That's our story, because it's so powerful. Oh, is he actually pulling over? Did something break off there? Because he had a lot of wheel spin, and I thought it was just the fact that it runs so much power. We know it's one of the most powerful, although one of the heaviest, but there's smoke too from the back. There is definitely a problem.
Yeah, well, I was just our camera crew doing a job to try and pick if there was a part that come off the car there, but there's the rear collapse, that smoke from the left rear. Let's have a little look. We can see now, Ben.
So is this something from the drive shaft? Oh, yes, look.
Yes. Yeah.
I think something, yeah, it looks like part of the drive shaft system has broken, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you can see there, and that's just in front of, is that the number 78, the Jag E-Type, just managed to avoid the parts flying off there. So good job there, but a real unfortunate for the Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Let's see if they are pulled over on the side somewhere, or whether they are just bringing it back home. But times keep tumbling, Ben. We've got a new fastest lap, and it is from the car that started at the very back of the grid. So Oliver Bryant, there's our debris, but Oliver Bryant now into the 136s, and yes, Craig Davis is able to pull the car off into a safe place on the side of the track, so well done there.
So shame for Darren Turner, who won't get to go and play, but a new fastest lap has been set by Ollie Bryant. Here you are looking at him in number 1, having started from the back of the grid. He is definitely in contention for race victory yet again this weekend. We'll find out. He's done a brilliant lap. He's done a 136.7, whereas those around him have been in the 137s, 139s, the majority in the 1 minute 40s. So it's very, very impressive the way he's closing up that gap. And even though we've got a 10-second lead at the moment, as Richard Kent has that advantage, I don't think it's going to last for very much longer. Meanwhile, we've got this fight going on further down for 9th with the number 7 car, Saif Hassan, being fought at the moment by Alex Buncombe. Alex Buncombe in the number 24, having a little look down the inside, car that is sharing with Jack Tetley, and they were saying, you know, it isn't easy in the wet, but he's up against another Cobra, so it's just trying to find where can you get that little bit more grip to play with. Where's the outside line, the inside line, and he's just trying to have a look. Maybe a little look down the inside. No, not going to happen through the left-hander as they come down towards 11th. Often you try and make a move, but quite often you wait, actually, and go onto the straight, get the toe, and then try and make it work. Let's see what happens here, Alice.
Yeah, having a look at 11th corner to go around the outside. Very difficult. You want to get the car stopped, get it rotated, then get, if you can, on the gas as soon as possible. There's still all cars squirming on the exit there, down this very long, slight uphill straight. You see the crowd packed on either side. He's having a look as they go through this very high-speed kink. Then they'll stamp onto the brakes, and actually that looks the driest part of the circuit. He's having a little look down the inside. Not enough room. The number 7, Sam, closes the door firmly. They'll bleed through the final part of Woodcote Corner, but right behind as well is the Caldwell and Brabham AC Cobra that's joining in the fight even more. They're going to have a little bit of traffic in front of them. That's the Suzuki and Atwood Porsche 906 that will be a lap down, but there is Bryant now. He is closing the gap down to the overall lead. No, I say take that back. He's not closing it down. The gap was 17 seconds. It's now 19 seconds. And the Kent Brundle Jag has just set the fastest lap of the race.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, you're right. So Richard Kent's just gone fastest and is maintaining that lead. in the number 88 car very, very effectively. But what it is meaning is that Ollie Bryant is closing up on second place. You can see the cream-coloured AC Cobra just up ahead. And there it is, number 79. That is currently in second place, and it's now coming under threat from the number 1 car that started from the back. So, although he hasn't had fastest lap, and remember, sometimes you get the fastest lap here and don't when you're in the middle of traffic. He's dealing with quite a lot of traffic. They're all dealing with traffic now. They're already lapping the lower parts of the grid. So sometimes that can slow you down. There's no doubt, though, when you look at the track surface, you've got a pretty good line most of the way around. It's not fully dry. That is a little error there from Saeed Hassan. He's running in that top 10 battle, but I think that will have dropped him just outside the top 10 now, for a few cars have managed to sneak past him as he's been off the road. So that's going to, that'll frustrate him. He's going to be handing over to Gordon Shedden when he can. Let's have a look here. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, I wonder if there was any contact around, or it was just gone a little bit deep. Yeah, I just think went a bit too deep into Lavant corner and then managed to drift sideways on the grass. Good job not to spin it. The grass still it's saturated with water. But there we go, Ben. Pit lane is open. It's such a narrow pit lane here at Goodwood. Some cars will start coming into the pits all ready to hand over to the pro drivers. So we'll keep an eye out, see which drivers are coming in. But it's already, looking at my commentary box window, very busy out there.
Yeah, in fact, William Paul's going to be handing over to Andy Prio, and of course they were the winners last year, so they've called that at absolutely the right moment, the earliest time they can come in. Quite a few cars are now coming in for the pro drivers to go on board. In has come the race leader, in fact, so Alex Brundle is now getting on board, so they've done it very quickly, even though Smith was actually going extremely quickly and drove a fantastic first into that race.
Yeah, so Brundle getting strapped in. It's the mechanic helping on one side, and then Richard helping on the other side. The Bryant car has not come in just yet, so they're staying out at the moment. Track continuing to drive. We saw Jake down there in pit lane with the helmet on. Still, look how congested and busy it is. So I wonder whether the Bryant Hill might just wait to let this congestion die down. I wonder if our 88 car is back out. Let's have a little look. Just leaving the pit lane now.
Absolutely. So we're seeing some more changes now as well, as we are watching to see who comes out next. And I think that's Romain Dumas climbing on board. So he's taking over from Gary Pearson. As we saw, Richard Kent handing over to Alex Brundle, nice and early in all of this. And I think that is going to be a major contender as well. We shall see how Romain Dumas gets on. He's already had some pretty quick performances over the course of the weekend, but so has Ollie Bryant. And Ollie Bryant, who will be handing over to Jake Hill. How long before he comes into the pits? Well, there's the sign. He's going to be coming in, and we shall see how this goes once all of those front runners that make a stop do come in and make a pit stop.
Look how busy it still is down there in the pit lane, Ben, so they'll hope. We saw yesterday in the Stirling Moss, didn't we? It was so congested, so crammed. Some drivers had to wait. They were queuing in the pit lane. It was that busy. So here, we'll stick and have a close look. Jake will throw Ollie out. Look, dragging him out. Come on, Ollie, get out there. They're very tight to get in. He'll then help Jake, who slots nicely in. Trust me, it's very hard to do your belts up with a helmet and a hands device on, so you always need someone there to aid you, and Ollie is doing a good job. Mechanic going around making sure, checking to see if everything's okay. Some words of advice on the circuit there, passing on to Jake.
And remember, you have to be in the pits for a certain time before you get released, otherwise you get a penalty. So you can't just dash, you wait until the clock says yes, you're there. And he's just waiting now, he goes. Okay, so away he goes, and Jake Hill now heading out in the number 1 car that started from the back, but which has made incredible progress thanks to Ollie Bryant's initial drive, and you're riding on board with it now, and we'll get a bit of a better view when they are all out once again to see exactly where this is going to settle him into this race. Trying to see at the moment. Certainly Alex Brundle is up ahead of it by a bit of a margin still, because Alex Brundle, having taken over from Richard Kent in that leading number 88 E-type that was so strong. This is the actual official leading car that Dario Franchitti is due to get into, but it's not a driver change as yet. So it's still Andrew Smith who is driving this car at this point. This is the official leader, But I have to tell you that Alex Brundle's in good shape and still ahead of Jake Hill. That could be a very interesting battle.
That could be a great battle. You can tell Rob Huff is on the circuit in the Jag E-Type. He's just set the fastest lap of anyone. They're down in 18th place as it stands at the moment. A few cars in front of them due to stop. That car once driven by Nigel Mansell many years ago. There is the 88 car, who is our theoretical leader, coming up to a little bit of traffic. An AC Cobra in front of them, trying to navigate. Alex will try and navigate this traffic as quickly as possible. We've also got the new E-Type just in the front there as well.
But that's Gordon Shedden in the number 7 car now, so he took over from Saif Hassan. So you've got a different driver. So he's actually got a bit of a race on his hands in a way, isn't he? Even though he's a lap down, but he still might sort of hold him up a little bit. It's harder to get past him, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look out to see if there is some blue flags at all being waved out there. Remember, these drivers, they will get the blue flags, but they're in their own race at the same time. Can't see any at the moment, so Alex Brundle might be getting a little bit frustrated being stuck up behind him. But back to our drone cam. Oh, Brundle has gone off, maybe trying to get past Shedden or trying to clear the traffic in front.
And this will be interesting because Jake Hill was 8 seconds behind when they went over the line last. And presumably that will have brought him a little bit close. He's still behind because he didn't lose too much time by running wide there, Brundle. In comes with the official leader that hadn't yet stopped, and it's Dario Franchitti is going to be taking on the driving. And this will obviously be a front runner as well, but will it be battling for the lead? I'm not so sure about it. As we ride on board with Jake Hill, and Jake also doing some lapping here. He's trying to close that gap down to Alex Brundle. Goes past the number 24 car. That is a car that was running reasonably well in that top 10 battle. We'll see how that operates. That has made the stop now as well. So Alex Buncombe is in there from Jeff Templey as now it's Jake Hill just trying to pick up that pace a little bit further, but you can see that Cobra behind him has got just about the same pace as well, so he's got another fight on his hands, even though that car is effectively a lap down at this point from him.
So the gap at the front closed down to 5.1 seconds now. Alex Brundle, so we'll try and see and find out what happens. Just passing through shot there. Actually lost around about 3 to 4 seconds with his trip across the grass, so not as bad as we first thought. But there in shot, Jake Hill will be chasing down. He'll have the Jag in his sights. There we go, through the second part, should I say, of St Mary's, using a little bit of inside curve as Alex Brundle takes it all the way out to the side of the track. So let's have a look, Ben.
Yeah, so this is when Alex, it went wrong for Alex. So he took the wide line. Oh my goodness, he did well to get it back on without losing much time there. And he was just, all he was trying to do was use a wide line, but he discovered it was still very slippery out there.
Yeah, still super slippery, and very good control to get that back onto the circuit, because actually we saw Jake Hill, was it last year, ventured off into the wall there, so Jake will know how slippy it is. But there in the shot, and seems to be getting closer, is the AC Cobra of Hill.
But I tell you what, as you mentioned, there are some other fastest sectors coming up from other people, and both Rob Huff and Tom Ingram are putting together some very good laps. Ingram had just gone fastest a moment ago, and now it's Rob Huff again. They're quite a long way down. Ingram is down in 9th place, Rob Huff in 12th, and we've got Jake Hill up here in 2nd. So these are all current British Touring Car racers who have all been winning races in the British Touring Car Championship this year. They are all putting in remarkably impressive laps at this point.
As we expect, and this what makes Goodwood so special, whether it's a members meeting or revival. We get a whole host of fantastic drivers come along, and here we are following the quickest car on the track, Rob Huff behind the wheel of the E-Type, and he was so excited. He was like a kid at Christmas on the grid, desperate. He wants a bit of rain. It's not come for him, and doesn't look like it's coming at the moment, but it's not slowing him down at all. Still setting fantastic pace out there.
But he's down in 12th place, so he's got a lot of work to do. He's going to be catching some other car. Oh, and we've got a car stopped at the side, and that's Romain Dumas. Oh, we've got the onboard camera with Romain. What has happened here, I wonder?
I'm guessing that's an issue. He's trying to reset. He has actually pulled off into a safe place, so
yeah.
he's in the runoff, or the escape road, we could call it, is the chicane. So good job for pulling it off to the side. Looks like he was just doing a reset, turning it on and off again. Yellow flag is out down there, so no overtaking for those that are getting close. And wow, Ben, look, the lead, it's close. It's very, very close.
On the challenge here, we've all got a battle for the lead already. You're on board with Jake Hill in second place. He's fighting the leader, Alex Brundle, in the E-Type. And there's nothing between them to choose at this stage. The track is drying up a little bit, but as we've already seen, it's easy to make mistakes. Alex Brundle did make a little mistake just a bit further down the lap a moment ago. Now to the inside. Oh no, guys, don't make contact. Oh my goodness, there's no need for that. Jake Hill backs out, and they, for a moment, side by side, they're still behind each other. Is Jake going to have another little look? He's being cautious now. He's going to choose a moment where he feels he can get past. This was the area that Alex went wide. He's kept it together so far.
Yeah, he has. Jake will be used to a bit of door rubbing, wheel bashing in British touring cars. It literally looks like both drivers are absolutely pushing it to the very edge. It's going to be hard, I have to say, for Brundle to keep the more powerful AC Cobra behind. They're going through that corner now. We have that long straight all the way down to Woodcote. So let's have a little look to see if he's able to keep it behind. Which side is Jake going to choose? Sticks behind for the moment.
Goes to the left, that's the outside line effectively going into the final Matchwick section. That's a tricky place. Where's the grip as well, because we've still got the track drying out. It's not a fully wide dry track. There are dry areas, and at the moment he still hasn't been able to find a way past. But remember, we've got just under half an hour to go in this race. It's not like he has to make it happen right now. He can build it up. There's still that yellow flag down at the show. Oh, the safety car, right, okay. So safety car period because of that car that we saw of Romain Dumas having pulled over. And my goodness, let's take a look at the contact. I noticed there is a little bit of a dent now on the E-Type.
Yeah, and I think, in fairness to Alex, it was just a bit of a snake on the throttle as he was moving over. It was not intentional at all to squeeze Jake that much. These are so powerful, really powerful machines, and well done to Jake for holding it. It didn't even bat an eyelid. Look, he didn't even wave a hand. He knows it's close racing. He probably understood as well that Alex didn't mean to there, but. We get to breathe for a moment at least anyway, Ben.
You're on board with Jake Hill. He's getting to breathe as well. But what a battle he is putting on. Remember, this is the car that started from the back with Ollie Bryant driving it initially, who made up tremendous territory through so many cars. And now that Jake's got it, he's really battling for the lead, and very little to choose. But there is, as you say, a little bit of a moment to take a breath or two, take a little break, just strap himself in a bit more tightly.
Yes, he's pushing so much that his belt had slipped off his hands device. He was just trying to move it back onto his hands device, you could see there, but gives them all a chance to regroup. Just looking outside now, that stricken Romain Dumas car has not been moved. The lights appear to still be on it as well, but having a little rundown, Ben, still a couple of cars that's still required to pit.
Yeah, I agree with that, and let's just run through the list at the moment, actually, because it's Alex Brundle who's driving now in the lead car, Jake Hill in second place. So Dario Franchitti, who took over the number 79 AC Cobra, now running in third place. Andre Lotterer is now in fourth place in the car he's sharing with Bobby Rowe. Tom Christensen is now out, of course, and he's just been putting together a pretty good lap. But behind, Tom Ingram in the TVR that started from the very front row of the grid, that has just set fastest lap before the safety car came out, a 1:25.8, and that is very much the quickest. We're seeing others into the 1:26s up near the front. Jake Hill had done a 1:26, but nonetheless, Tom Ingram has put together a good lap, and he is now in sixth position. And the other advantage, of course, now, Alice, is that we've got a safety car, and it just closes all the gaps up. So whatever gap you were behind, now you're right in a pack of cars once again.
Yeah, you certainly are, and the marshals are still down there trying to move the Dumas and Pearson car that's obviously got some kind of mechanical issue, the Jag E-Type lightweight stricken down there, and I wonder if it's almost, oh no, they are pushing it now. I can see out of the commentary box window, but look how much and how quickly the track has dried, and Woodcote corner, which they're going through now, looks the driest of all.
Yeah, it's a great shame that this car is not going to make it through. But I tell you what, I think we're going to end up with 11 cars basically together across the line before we get into cars that have been lapped. And you've got some of the superstar drivers in those 11 cars on a track that's drying out that might suit some of those cars that are further back now. So it could lead to a lot of interest. Let's just take a bit more of a view of the onboard earlier on. This was from the start earlier on.
Gary Pearson.
Yeah.
So you can see very congested going down into turn one. Does he brave it? No, he actually gets one of the cars that got squeezed onto the grass. But he made a good clean start. No bumping of doors, no bashing of wind mirrors at the moment. He manages to gain a couple of places. So Gary, it's a real shame, got a really good start there and was able to gain a couple of spots through the water. Was also maybe, well, looking to switch for the wipers actually is what he was doing as he casually went through the kink at Ford Water.
Oh, that must have been a bit of a challenge. Another view. This is from the man on the front row, Fred Wakeman, in that beautiful coupe-style Lister. And, yeah, it didn't quite go to plan in the same way. It wasn't a great getaway. Lost a few places from the outside of that front row.
Yeah, down in 5th place at the moment. Tom Christensen has taken aboard 9-time Le Mans winner and holds the record as well for the most wins at Le Mans, but you can see the bonnet flapping a little bit from the Lister Jag Coupe, but dropped back slightly. But with Christensen behind the wheel, he will definitely, that car will, I expect, will be moving up 1 or 2 spots potentially. So lights on the safety car are still flashing, Ben, so we've got a little bit more time to let's actually see. Maybe
it won't be long.
No, the car has been moved, so there we go, right on cue. And what we like to see, the lights on the safety car are out.
So you've got this sort of lead group pretty close together now, although Jake's got to quickly catch back up again. 3rd place, Dario Franchitti. So there are some lapped cars in between in a couple of places, but not between the top 2. And they want to try and get them all together if possible. As I mentioned, 11 cars are on the lead lap. Oh, that all got a bit tight. They weren't all expecting it to be slowed down so much. I think, I'm wondering actually, the safety car almost asked them to sort of get together a little bit more, slow it down. Right, now it's Alex Brundle who has the front line to try and get away from Jake Hill, who was already putting under massive pressure. And you can see the power of that AC Cobra, as ever, the big American V8 engine in the front end of an AC Cobra. When you've got the grip that you can actually go to full throttle, it can be an advantage over the 6-cylinder E-Type. So let's just see whether there is going to be an opportunity here. Defensive goes Alex, that's quite right. But round the outside is Jake's opportunity. Does it? He goes round the outside. Jake Hill takes the lead in a car that started from the back of the grid.
Sensational, that is fantastic. I did say Alex Brundle will be hard to fence with the extra power that the Cobra has, and also the Cobra is better suited to dry conditions, which is near enough what we have at the moment. So great job though by Jake Hill. He now has clear track in front of him. We've still got some of the lapped cars. You can see in the background there the Chevrolet in amongst our front running cars. So the blue flags will be out to allow them through. But this is just the restart that Jake wanted, not so much for Alex Brundle.
Absolutely right, and the restart, of course, always allows for some more battles. This one's way down. This is down in 24th position, in fact. But a race leader there, Jake Hill, now ahead of Alex Brundle running in 2nd. Dario Franchitti, number 79, the cream car. They're also going past the lap car, but still under a bit of pressure from behind as well. And that's all a bit tight, isn't it? In fact, going up the inside there is Andre Lotre. So Andre Lotre, number 94, he's managed to nip through. That 24 car is actually not part of it. They are lapped out. But that car there, Andre Lotre, is closing up on Franchitti now that he's getting past these lap cars. And Andre Lotre could well be threatening in the battle for 3rd place.
Let's have a look. Pit window is now reopened, and we're going to have a little look at the times to keep an eye. The Franchitti car chasing down the Brundle Jag is slightly faster on that lap last time round. I've been told in my ear that they are adding 3 minutes onto this race for the time we lost in the safety car, which is, of course, fantastic news. We get to see some close action, and these cars are being pushed to their absolute limit around this drying Goodwood circuit. And it's actually Dario Franchitti that is fastest in the 1st sector compared to those in front and behind.
That very distinctive number 17, the Lister Jaguar Coupe, that is now Tom Christensen, and it is beginning to come through. As you can see, you're on board with him now. You're riding with Tom Christensen, the super multiple Le Mans winner, and he has gone, that is a lapped car that he's gone past, so he hasn't gained another position yet. But Tom Christensen is not far behind Andre Lotterer and Dario Franchitti, so still very much in the fight, potentially for a podium. It may be a bit harder to go after the win, because Jake Hill is just easing away up front. He's got a 2.1 second lead now, I think. Well, maybe more than that, actually. Let's just see as they go over the line. 4.1 it is.
Yeah, Franchitti, though, he is all over the back of Brundle, so he's going to hope to try and clear Alex, who will, of course, put up a strong defence to try and keep Franchitti and the AC Cobra behind. But Dario will know that he's got the legs on the Jag, and he'll want to get past him as quickly as possible, because, like you said, Jake Hill out front has really stretched the gap much more than it was a lap ago. Battle's still raging on slightly further down, so we will have a good battle, I believe, for these podium places.
And it's rather fun watching Dario Franchitti in that Cobra, the number 79. It's one of the relatively rare original right-hand drive AC Cobras. It was built as one of the first of the three initial independent Cobras with right-hand drive, and it's been a very competitive car, competing here in the past as well, and this is a real opportunity.
Yeah, the Cobra fighting on all cylinders, trying to get past the Jag. Alex Brundle's covering the inside. Izzy, they head into Woodcock Corner, late on the brakes for both cars. You see that both desperately trying to get the car stopped. Slightly different lines in suited to one car to the other. Brundle really taking it all the way to the edge of the track, desperately trying to keep the charging Dario Franchitti behind. So he's done a good job this lap round to keep the Cobra back. How much longer can he keep him behind, Ben?
Yeah, and both of them being joined, as you say, there as well by Andre Lotterer. So this is proving to be a very, very interesting fight. This is all about second place at the moment. And Rob Huff, by the way, still going very, very quickly. Rob Huff has set another fastest lap. He is currently in 7th position, but he's got a bit of a gap to try and move up. Meanwhile, here's the battle for second place. Dario Franchitti up the inside. Franchitti has got past Alex Brundle. Can he hang on to it? It's looking very promising.
Yeah, he's managed to sand it down the inside into the first part of St Mary's, but look out, Lotterer's having a look on Brundle as well. He's going to opt for the outside into Lavant Corner. Is he braving it, or is he going to force Brundle to defend and try and get... You can see the front inside wheel of the Cobra just lifting up, not quite got enough to get the cutback. Look at it, using a little bit of curve as well as they're charging at the slightly uphill Lavant straight. He's going to have a look round the outside of the King. Has he made it, Ben? I think he might have just.
Yeah, but they're both being caught by the TVR behind him, Tom Christensen, number 86. So he's joining in as well. Front, a bit of a shake in the front bodywork there. I think it's okay. Maybe it's just the front bonnet. But Tom Ingram is very much a part of this. Christensen is behind them a little bit further back. But Tom Ingram is flying along, just as Mike told us earlier. Mike Whitaker, who started in the car, look at this, it's going to be a three-way battle now. Round the outside goes Andre Lotterer. Andre Lotterer gets 3rd place, past Alex Brundle, but Brundle may well lose 4th place any moment.
Yeah, he might, and I'm just looking at our timing screens, and Brundle's about to lose another place to Tom Ingram, but we've got a possible penalty coming up for the Wakeman and Christensen and the Kent and Brundle car. I'm not sure what those are for at the moment, some kind of infringement, maybe a pit stop one, but we'll keep you updated. Rob Huff has now set another fastest lap. He's absolutely flying and closing down the gap to those in front of him, but out front the Bryant Hill car is continuing to open a gap. Tom Ingram now, look at, he's all over the back of the Verdun Row, a lot of 94.
Yeah, but Tom Christensen is also having fun here. As you say, there are kind of two battles going on here. Here comes Tom Ingram on the outside in the number 86 TVR, and all the way round, and he's made it look very straightforward. That TVR is absolutely flying, isn't it, at the moment? It's the only TVR on the race, the TVR Griffith from 1964. That had history of racing here at Goodwood in the 1960s. Lovely to see it running so competitively here once again. And Tom Ingram gaining another position. Little move up the inside, that's a bit further back. Meanwhile, also, we're keeping an eye on some other battles. There's Rob Huff, number 5, who's setting these very rapid lap times. He is currently though in 7th place, but I think he might be about to gain. That's actually a lap car that he's going past now, but he's trying to catch Alex Brundle. He's still a few seconds away, though. He's still 6 seconds away. He's still got plenty of work to do to catch Alex Brundle.
Traffic can come into play as well, remember. Franchitti has closed the gap down to Jake Hill at the front. Was over 7 seconds, it's now 6.5. Huck still doing a great job, currently holding fastest lap. He will know, he'll just keep pushing to the very end. We've got just under 19 minutes remaining, still unsure of the penalties, but Rob's trying to clear the traffic and get through the 24, which is it is being lapped at the moment. Slightly further down the Earl, that's the Tetley Buncombe AC Cobra, so he's found his way through. But some impressive lap times popping up, and actually the England car is flying, and that isn't too far behind. Say that, Tom Ingram's just done the best of anybody in the middle sector, and he's only 1.6 seconds behind. Well, that's definitely not 1.6 seconds now. He's right up to the back of the Franchitti car.
You're right. I mean, Ingram's pace right now, here you are watching Tom Ingram. His pace is fantastic. Right, we've just had a note that they are 10-second penalties for pit stop infringements, as you thought they might well be. And here comes Ingram. Tom Ingram moves it up into second place. The number 86 TBR that started on the front row originally with Mike Whittaker, lost a few places in the wet. It was very tricky. So it is pit stop infringements that have affected the cars of Tom Christensen and Alex Brundle. They've both been given 10-second penalties, so we need to add that 10 seconds to their list that we're being seen at the moment, and of course that really will affect them. It doesn't really give them any chance now to take victory. Brundle has already been losing places, and I'm actually surprised at the pace that Rob Huff has got in an E-Type right now, because, you know, we've been talking about how the Cobras have got such good horsepower, and that's what's been working for them. But Huff has been flying along in the number 5 E-Type. There he is. He's still got a bit to find, but he is catching that group up front. I wonder, with the 10-second penalties up ahead of him, maybe there's still a chance for a podium, although it's not going to be easy. Right.
Here's one of our penalty cars, Tom Christensen. Changing down gears, coming into Woodcote corner now, running wide, just about making the apex. So he may be aware, I'm not sure they do show it on the start line if they have penalties. Sometimes they do. I'll have a check out the commentary box window to see if I can see anything. But he may not know, or he may know if he's got a penalty. But certainly the battle's slightly further down between the 17 and the 94. We're just on board with Tom Christensen. He's now under pressure.
Yeah, he's under pressure from a great Le Mans racer himself as well, of course, Andre Lotterer. And let's see how it's going to go between these two. It's going to be fascinating to see with all the experience that they have. And we'll see. Oh, we've got it coming into the pits, so car number 3 with a problem there. That's one of the E-Types from further back down the order. And Frank Stippler, I think, is in the car now, but obviously it must be a mechanical issue, sadly, that has brought that to a halt. Jake Hill still comfortably out in front at the moment, but it's Tom Ingram in second place, who is setting those incredibly rapid laps. The gap is between them, and it was 5.5 seconds when they last crossed the line. But I think on these, looking at the sector times, Ingram is definitely a little bit quicker than Jake Hill at this point.
Yeah, he is. Last time round, at 9/10 of a second, he was quicker than our race leader, and this is something we're used to seeing, isn't it, Ben? Tom Ingram and Jake Hill both fighting at the front of the Touring Car Championship. Jake leading Tom Ingram at the moment by 9 points, so it's extremely close between the two of them. And again, another fastest lap by Tom Ingram. He's the first car to break into the 123s during this race. He's closing the gap. 4.7 seconds is the gap now. He's going to have a little bit of traffic from the Porsche 906 that's just in front of him, but you can see it's going to be a real workout for Tom, constantly fighting the wheel, and meanwhile Alex Brundle's still in some battle. Rob Huff has just passed him and has gone on through, moving up a place.
Yeah, he has. So Rob Huff has gained that other place. We know that Brundle's got this 10-second penalty anyway, so he would have been beaten by him anyway. But this is important for Rob Huff to try and get as far up as he can. The next one that he will be going for is about 6 seconds ahead, and that is Andre Lotterer. So there's still plenty of work to be done. Whether he's going to be able to have the pace, what have we got? Just under 15 minutes still to go in this race. It's proven to be an absolutely fascinating race. But what a performance by both Ollie Bryant and Jake Hill. They have control right now. They have the lead of 4.7 seconds, and although Tom Ingram has great pace, I have to say Jake Hill is responding to that and doing virtually the same sector times around the lap. A fraction slower in the middle sector. He's just done a personal best in the final sector as you watch Rob up that lovely slide. This car's got a beautiful balance, and Rob loves it so much. He really enjoys the flow that it has. Be careful not to get on the grass though, because then you lose with a bit of wheel spin.
Yeah, he just makes it look easy, doesn't he, Rob Huff? He's pushing the car to its absolute limit. He's got a bit of a gap to close to the Vernon Lotterer car, which is the next car for him to track down. Still keeping an eye on this battle for the leads. It's stabilised a little bit, but saying that Tom Ingram's just on the fastest first sector of anyone. There is our lead car. Actually, this car won the RAC TT celebration race back in 2021. Will it win another one today? Well, not long until we find out. 13 minutes of the race remaining.
Absolutely right. Meanwhile, Dario Franchitti in third place. He is under a bit of pressure there from Tom Christensen. You're on board with Tom Christensen. Tom is currently running in fourth on track, but he does have a 10-second penalty that will be applied later. It won't stop him racing now, though. If he can find a way past Dario Franchitti, still an advantage, because then, of course, your 10-second penalty will drop you slightly less far back, hopefully, from his point of view. But let's see, because Dario, of course, had a brilliant win last night. He's in confident mood. In a different car today, but he seems to be enjoying himself, so it's not going to be easy for Tom Christensen to overtake.
No, it's not. Ingram, again, another fastest lap, and I'm just looking on our map tracker to see where they are. Jake Hill is about to approach some more lapped cars. I think he's got 2 or 3 in front of him, so that he'll be hoping that he's able to clear that quite quickly. We can still see the car of Dario Franchitti, the Cobra, under pressure from the Lister Jag, and that Lister Jag creeping up to the back. They go through Fordwater, and then they'll head into the first part of St Mary's, and then into the second part. Let's have a look. I think our leader, Jake Hill, is now on the back, or at least in amongst the traffic. He's just going through Lavant, so this is where our cars slightly further back now. Our second and third and fourth cars, should I say, heading through. So we'll keep an eye on the traffic for our leaders.
Yeah, so there's a lot to watch out for in the remainder of this race, with 11.5 minutes to go, as we're still focusing a little bit on that battle for third place at the moment. But we've also got Andre Lotterer here. He is running in 5th place in theory at this stage, although he would actually move up to 4th anyway, because he's less than 10 seconds behind Tom Christensen. But he is being caught gradually by Rob Huff, so we'll keep an eye on that particular gap. It was 5.6 seconds when they last went over the line. So we'll see how that goes on this lap, because we know Rob is also lapping very quickly. Not quite as quick now as Tom Ingram. There's our race leader. And the gap this time when they went over the line has come down to 2.6 seconds. So there is no doubt Ingram is going quicker every lap at this stage. He got the fastest first 2 sectors on that lap. New fastest lap. And Jake Hill has not got this all in his bag just yet, because that car chasing him, the TVR, is rapid.
Yeah, I wonder if Tom's just come across a little bit of traffic, trying to see. I think he's cleared it from the shot in the background. Let's have a look. Yes, he is. He's managed to clear the lap traffic. So these 2 drivers now will be absolutely pushing to the limit. There's more traffic in front for Jake Hill, and once he clears these couple of cars, there you can see on your screen there, and he then will have a bit of free air to try and rack some laps in, or at least try to rack some laps. And he's just going past the Porsche 904, the Piro car, Piro behind the wheel, and then navigating his way past the Sunbeam. He's managed to do so he gets a clean run into the chicane. Next up will be Tom Ingram, who gets ever so close to the barriers on the right and then the left in the chicane, and Tom's going to hope that he's going to clear them down the straight, and just like that, he easily does.
is down to 1.8 seconds. Look, this is like the British Touring Car Championship. The gap between them at the moment in the British Touring Car Championship is 9 points between these two in British Touring Cars. They've both taken several wins in touring cars. They are going to be battling for the title this year, the 2024 title. And now they're going to be battling for the RAC TT race here at Goodwood. And we're going to see how it works out, because the speed Ingram's got, we've got just over 9 minutes to go. It's not going to be easy. Once he's caught Jake, it's one thing to catch him, it's another thing to get past him.
Exactly, and Jake will possibly know what Ingram's driving style's like. They know each other very well from racing each other. As you said, in touring cars, they've actually had a similar route to get to where they have in their careers today. Both starting their car careers in Ginetta Juniors many years ago, back when I was sort of just leaving Ginetta Junior side, but know these two drivers very well, always up for a laugh, and most importantly, so fast on the track. So I'm really excited to see if he can close that gap. And looking at the sectors, it's going to be even closer. And actually, we don't need the sectors, Ben. We just need to look at the screen.
I agree. They've both been getting a pretty clear lap this lap. There's not been too much traffic around, but there's no doubt that Tom in the TVR has got a little bit better pace than Jake Hill in the AC Cobra. Over the line they go, 1.1 seconds. Well, there's no DRS to offer if they go under a second. It's all about normal racing from the period, but it'll still be a real opportunity when he's nearly under a second away from the race leader. And remember, one car started from the front of the grid, one car started from the back. Currently, the car that started from the back is leading. The car that started from the front is in second, but chasing him down.
Yeah, you can see actually the compression of the TVR. It went through the very bumpy section of Fourwater into St Mary's. So much so the bodywork blew a puff of smoke as it rubbed onto the tyre. So Tom pushing to the absolute limit. Jake will be fully aware. I'm sure he'll have a pit board out as well, and the team giving him information of the gap, but he won't need that because he can see the TVR coming up behind. So great stuff from these two racing. 7.5 minutes left to go. They're charging down the straight now. The roaring engine, the roaring V8 from the AC Cobra, heavy onto the brakes into Woodcote, and he's got ever so closer. Tom just able to have a bit more grip as he goes through Woodcote. He's going to be right on him by the time they get to the chicane.
Yeah, he's not attacking just yet, but Jake taking an interesting line to get a good traction out. He's using that power to get a good traction out of the chicane. That's where the Cobra has that little bit of advantage. But you can see in those fast... Woodcote is not the fastest corner. This is a very fast corner. I want to see the difference here between the two cars. Is there much of a difference in pace? If anything, the Cobra is good through there. It did look through Woodcote, which is a slightly slower corner, that the TVR has the advantage in the slightly slower corners. There's not much difference in the faster ones.
Yeah, oh look at that shot, getting very close, not much room there. Tom getting actually a kick of oversteer. That's probably that hampered his exit compared to Jake Hill. Sectors are fairly similar. First one, actually, Tom Ingram is slightly faster, but he's again back as they have into Lavant Corner. They'll then have the very long straight down to Woodcote. So Jake will be foot to the floor as hard as he can to get the Ford V8 underneath the bonnet of the Cobra, absolutely pumping, and the TVR of Tom Ingram will sneak into the toe, and it looks like he's just streaming it in as they head into the brakes.
Yeah, and this is where we saw that Tom actually is very quick through this section, and again, he's able to break that a little bit later and then maintain a little bit more speed through the corner. You see, he's got it right in behind, but then on the exit of here, Jake focuses very much on the traction, getting a straight line and using the horsepower, and it does then maintain the gap. Doesn't actually really pull him away, but it means that it's not an area Tom can initially attack, but he can under braking. Oh no, he's got a wheel on the grass, but he's on the inside. Now Jake's going to come back on the inside and try and retake it once again, which he does. My goodness, the two British touring car stars at this current time in 2024, they are having such a fight here at Goodwood.
Yeah, you hear the gasp from the crowd as well, the cheers. You can tell without looking at the history that they're touring car drivers. They don't always need to use the tarmac, they use the grass as well, and I'm glad that Tom was able to get that stop. Now they're coming into the sector, they've come into the sector, should I say, which is seen to be stronger for the TVR, and it's got good power up to Lavant, and then down the back straight. Again, we're looking at the back of Tom Ingram. You can see desperately fighting on the wheel. Look at the lead, even the front inside wheel bobbing and just lifting momentarily off the ground. The same, similar can happen with the Cobra. But here, the charge, once again down into Woodcote.
We've got 4.5 minutes to go. Is he going to have a move into Woodcote? This is always one of the most difficult areas to overtake. Not impossible, but very, very challenging. And if a clever leader just positions the car in the correct place, it makes it very difficult for the driver behind. Tom stays behind for the moment, but the gap is very small. Now, the exit of this chicane, crucial as well. Don't put a wheel too wide. They both did that beautifully. And as they head down in towards Madwick, this was where the attack went last time. Is it going to happen this time? No traffic around, and it looks as though Jake Hill's got a pretty clear run in.
As I said, they'll know each other's strengths and weaknesses. Maybe not so much in these cars, but Tom's been behind a large number of laps now, heading into Fordwater. Oh, I thought he was going to have a look down the inside. Thinks better of it, gets a kick him over. So there's the puff of smoke I was talking about. Jake's covering the inside line into St Mary's. Oh, we have a spinner, a couple of spinners.
That's a battle for third place.
That's our battle for third. You're right there, but back with the leaders, and Tom wasn't able to go down the inside, and that's damage for the Tom Christensen car.
And Lotter has gained advantage, but in the meantime, as you say, Tom Ingram is having another look here. And I think traffic could be a big issue for the pairing here, because if they get caught up in any single bit of traffic, which one is it going to hurt more? Because they are absolutely together at this stage, but that's part and parcel of when you're racing. You have to deal with traffic. Here comes Tom Ingram as close as ever, but Jake Hill as late on the brakes as he can be, yet maintaining control of the speed through the first part of Woodcote, tightening up into the second part. Get on the power, but then oh yes, they are dealing with some traffic, but that was actually relatively straightforward. That didn't hurt Jake Hill. They're both coming out of the chicane in much the same sense, but there is so little to choose between them. Jake Hill and the number 1 AC Cobra still in front of this brilliant TVR from the 1960s, both 1960s sports cars. But let's see how this works out, because we've got current superstar British touring car drivers who are fighting for the championship this year in very different cars, and yet fighting just as hard as we've seen them through the rest of the year and on the British circuits.
Yeah, so close, so brave. He's going to try and get the switch back and have a look. Sell Jake the dummy. Jake's wise, he's experienced. He says, no, not today. Thank you, Mr. Ingram, and lives to fight another day as they head through St. Mary's. 2 minutes left to go of this race. At the moment, Jake with the upper hand, but he's soaking up immense pressure. He's like a sponge, taking the pressure from Tom Ingram in the TVR. I'm having a look. Have they got traffic? Not a lot of traffic ahead of them, so they have got clear space. And Tom is getting all out of shape on the exit of Lavin.
Oh my goodness, he's got a chance to get alongside this time. Tom Ingram is alongside, he's got in front. Can he stay in front? This is a place he can probably break a little later. But Jake Hill, this is where the car has a good little bit of pace, but is Jake going to be able to come back in it? You're on board with Jake Hill. Is he going to find a way down the inside into the chicane? No. He settles back, tries to get the good exit. It's out of this one that the Cobra is sometimes very rapid, but Tom Ingram has got the lead. We've got just over a minute to go. Tom Ingram is now pulling away a little bit.
Yeah, the TVR's got the legs on the Cobra down the straight, so it was so close, heart and mouthed up, but great job by both of those drivers. We're going to catch a replay, and so late and so brave on the brakes from Tom Ingram. He was through and passed by the braking zone, and Jake did a good job at trying to get the Cobra stopped as well. But really nice, what a battle, and we have gone on to the final lap of the race as well then, I believe. And Tom Ingram already, he's pulled a gap from Jake Hill.
I've just had a message from Aaron, who's very proud about all this. Another British Touring Car champion, Jason Plato, saying they're both protégés of mine in the KX Academy. He's delighted to see what's been going on, these British Touring Car stars. But I have to say, Tom Ingram and Jake Hill have put on great show here.
Yeah, they have. Jason, I'm sure, as you said, proud protégés of him back in the day. But what a race. What a comeback, firstly, from the AC Cobra of Jake Hill and Ollie Bryant starting at the back of the grid, but from Tom Ingram as well. He's had to fight his way through to get back up the front. Jake actually is fairly close going into the chicane. I don't think he's going to be close enough, though.
So here we go then, coming into the chicane after this incredible battle that has existed throughout the race. And coming across the line to take the checker flag, and victory goes to Tom Ingram and Mike Whitaker in the TVR. Second place goes to Jake Hill and Ollie Bryant. And let's just catch our third place battles that have been going on as well. It looks as though it is going to be Dario Franchitti who takes that third place after a great run that they had in the early part with Andrew Smith as well. So Dario's had a good weekend, second podium for him. It's a second, I think it's a third podium for Ollie Bryant, but he didn't quite get the win this time that Ollie was getting yesterday. Fourth place for Verden Rowe and Lotterer. Rob Huff with Richard Mines got up to fifth place in the end. Gordon Shen with Saeed Hassan, they got up into sixth place. Tom Christensen has taken seventh, and the other cars now just coming over the line. Oh, what a remarkable race that was, as Jake Hill just misses out in the end.
Oh, we feel it too, Jake. He worked so hard, but wasn't quite enough in the end. But what a display of great driving. And actually, you can still continue to see these two drivers up against each other. I know we've said it plenty of times before in the British Touring Car Championship. They will be fighting to take the crown in that. And it's so good that they've been able to have a scrap here at Goodwood today. I
totally agree. It makes the Touring Car Championship look even more appealing going forward. But what a great display it was. And I'm so impressed that the TVR has beaten all of the AC Cobras, the Jaguar E-Types, and you know, it's a car that we've seen here at Goodwood, and it made its origins really here at Goodwood as a racer. And Mike Whitaker, who is the owner of it and the racer of it, he's had it a long time. He's always loved using it. He's had various different drivers who've come along, but the performance that Tom Ingram has had, I can't wait to see Mike Whitaker as well when they get out of the car and they're all celebrating, because this is a tremendous result for him too.
Yeah, it certainly is. And even Tom Ingram at the wheel, but it's had a World War II fighter pilot at some point during its day behind the wheel as well here at Goodwood back in June 1965. So great stuff. And the crowd, now they've been treated through a fabulous race here today.
That car actually won at Donington earlier this year as well in the HRDC All-Stars race. But to win here in this TT race when you're sharing it with a top driver, well, I think this is going to be a memorable time for Mike, absolutely, and for TVR fans as well, because to beat so many of the other great racing cars from the 1960s, famous names, TVR put their name back up right at the top end. So some wonderful racing all the way through. Thank you for everyone being involved, whether you're here at Goodwood or you're watching with us online. I think we've been able to enjoy a truly classic race in the RACTT celebration of this race. It is one of the key races of this Goodwood Revival weekend. All on sustainable fuel, remember. All of those cars have come through on sustainable fuel and operated just as effectively, if not even better, than we've seen before. And a damp start to start the race, that was a bit tricky. Drying out throughout, always trying to find the grip, find where you could put the car. They all did that extremely well.
Historic racing really does have a very bright future with this host of drivers that we've seen here today, but like you said, Ben, on sustainable fuel as well. Tom Ingram, high five to the mechanic on the grid, door open, and a round of applause from everybody down there. You can see what a drive. Such a fantastic drive by Tom Ingram, and he'll have such a big smile on his face as well.
Yeah, let's just absorb this. Ollie Bryant with Jake, and he's just trying to say, you did brilliant, mate, you did brilliant, which he did.
He did a very, very good job, and so did Ollie Bryant, charging through. Jake, he's quite tired from that, gave it his all, that is for sure, as he'll take the hands device, the helmet off, get out the car, get some fresh air. Can get quite hot in those historics, but yes, well done, Tom. Fantastic. And you can see, even without taking his helmet off, he's got a big smile underneath there.
Yeah, truly wonderful. And, of course, we're going to be seeing Dario Franchitti down there as well, having got that third place finish too with Andrew Smith. And, yeah, so that really was very, very well done. And now they're having a chat about it, these two. Of course, they know each other so well. They're racing against each other so often. Let's go down and join them with Ed Foster.
Mike, well, I don't even know where to start. You must be absolutely delighted.
We are truly delighted. You know, this car raced here in '65 with a World War II fighter pilot in it, and I think Tom's qualified to do a Spitfire today. But I thought I'd left him too much to do. I had left him too much to do, and but my God, he pulled it off, didn't he? He absolutely pulled it off. What a superstar.
What a superstar indeed. Tom, you were a little bit nervous with this car in the wet beforehand, but I bet you love it now.
I said, so Mike and I came and did a test last week, and God, I've gone really lightheaded all of a sudden.
It's looking up at me.
I think that's exactly what it is. And within about 3 laps, I was down at a 24 flat, and I was like, this just feels phenomenal. You know, you jump in it, and Mike and, you know, CMS, I mean, all of his team put such a magnificent car together that you jump in it, the brake pedal's firm, steering straight, track's right, car feels good. And it just gives you confidence. And, you know, from the second I drove it, I fell in love with it. And I think, like anything, the second you sort of jump into something and it's, thank you, mate. Is that vodka? That's water. The second you jump into it and it feels good, you just connect with it straight away. So it was, it's been a pleasure to drive, it really has.
And a great battle with Jake.
I just had to go and apologise to Jake for the first corner incident. I jumped on the brakes and it went straight into rear lock. Now, the good thing is we're racing superstars like Jake, is he's aware of that. And even when idiots behind make mistakes, Jake's on it enough to see and not cause a crash. So full credit to Jake. As soon as I jumped on the brakes, it went into locked rears. I'm thinking, oh, this is a suboptimal place to be locking rear brakes, if I'm honest. So I knew it was good. The car felt fantastic all the way through. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. A huge thank you to Mike, a huge thank you to everyone here, and to Goodwood for allowing us to come and have a play and play with a great car and a great weekend.
Well done, guys. A fantastic drive from you both. Let's squeeze past Mike. Well done. Top drive. Let's come and speak to the second place car. Ollie, I mean, it was always going to be a tall order from the back of the grid, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, you know, the start in the damp there, when on the formation lap, I thought we might be able to have some fun out here. And yeah, the start went really well. Just be really careful picking my way through, and managed to end up in P2, which was more than I'd hoped for on that first stint. And then came in, got Jake in, and then it looked like we managed to get into a great position straight away. And then, of course, the safety car brought everyone back up, and all the gaps we'd opened up brought everyone back into contention. And he was pushing like mad to try and hang on, and he just couldn't keep up with the TVR at the end. So, no, but delighted and glad he brought it all home in one piece. So, really pleased.
Jake, it was a fantastic drive. There wasn't much you could do.
It's just got so much go in a straight line, you know, I can't live with it. But no, huge well done to Ollie. I mean, he put in an amazing first stint. I think we could all agree to come from last to second on the road, you know, and huge thank you to the Bryant family, Ollie and his father, Graham, you know, for letting me drive their precious Cobra. You know, I absolutely loved it. My first TT and we finished second. You know, I didn't quite get the win. I'm absolutely gutted right now, even though I'm happy that we were on the podium, and that's what we aimed for, you know, but when you're leading for so long and it gets snatched from you at the end, a little bit heartbreaking.
Still a podium, as you say, in the first TT. Well done, guys. Let's go and let's get over to the other side of the start-finish line. Excuse me, thank you very much. Let's go and find Andrew and Dario getting their pictures taken. Speaking to Dario up here all the time this weekend. Andrew, let's start with you. I mean, what a fantastic start.
Yeah, I mean, I just sort of saw the gap and went for it and just sort of kept the boot in, and it seemed to do the trick.
I spent a lot of the time on the grid saying how Cobras aren't very good in the wet, and then you did that.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, it just sort of all came together and managed to hang on in there. And I think this sort of gaggle of cars behind me managed to sort of break away and get a bit of a gap. But then, yeah, I just couldn't keep that E-Type behind me. But really enjoyed it, and fantastic to share with Dario. And of course, thanks to Brendan for letting us drive the car, and to Gary Spencer for preparing it. It's just awesome.
Dario, you're spending quite a lot of time on the podium this weekend.
That's a couple, isn't it? That was, yeah, well, that was a lot of fun. She's a bit more physical than the Aston, the old Cobra, but Smithy did a most incredible job. And I tried not to screw it up. Tom and I had a little incident at the first corner. He just spun and then collected the side of the car a wee bit. I thought I had got a puncture, but when I went through St Mary's, I realised it was okay, so I kept my foot in. But yeah, what a great weekend. Had so much fun. That was a great race. I had nothing for Tom, but he came past and he was gone. And I tried to hang on for about 3 corners, but he was great. I was watching probably shouldn't say this, but I was watching the battle for the lead on the big screen. But yeah, wonderful.
Fantastic, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. It's fun to hear that he's using the screen like so many others here at Goodwood. Even though he's driving around at incredible speeds, he has the talent and the ability to be able to look at a screen as well and see what's going on in the battle for the win. So here we are, the final standings of the RAC TT celebration. The victory for Whittaker and Ingram in the TVR ahead of a bunch of 3 AC Cobras. But Jake Hill, frustrated, but it was still a brilliant drive with Ollie Bryant. They finished in 2nd place from the back of the grid, of course, with Dario Franchitti and Andrew Smith finishing in 3rd. The Lotterer Verdon Row AC Cobra was in 4th place. Rob Huff with all those good laps earlier on. They brought the Jaguarite up into 5th. 6th place for Shedden and Assam. Christensen and Wakeman, they were in 7th place. Andy Prio and William Paul were in 8th place. Adrian and Harrison Newey in 9th. And Alex Brundle, in the end, ended up down in 10th place. That was a shame because they were leading earlier on. Further down the list, various cars to see that had some good performances. Buncombe and Tetley, Johnson and Lynn, they were in the top 12. And then Neil Yarney and Chris Ward, they finished in 13th place. Matt Neal in the Bizzarini, he finished in 14th place. And we were so focused on the battle up front, we didn't see too many. The Pirro family finishing in 20th place in the Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. So let's have a look at some of the highlights, Alice, because that really was a remarkable race right from the beginning. And we saw some amazing moments, and of course celebrating the D-Day here as well. But as the race got underway, a great start by Adrian Newey from the line, but some good starts and some poorer getaways.
Yeah, Newey, a great launch off the line, and it got a bit argy-bargy, or a few squeezes going down into turn 1, and the track was a totally different condition, but Ollie Bryant was sailing through the pack, driving sideways as much as he was driving straight, as he was carving his way through the field.
It was such fun to watch that car, the red and gold car, coming from the back. There were 1 or 2 people getting into trouble. Sean Lynn running wide at one stage in his AC Cobra. The track was still pretty damp at that stage, and then mechanically there looked like a drive shaft or rear axle failure, sadly, on the Corvette, the number 9 car that took it out. That's Craig Davis's car that went out of the race. But we didn't lose too many, I have to say. There was pretty good reliability all round. We got into the pit stops. Alex Brundle had that little off. He was leading at one stage, but the E-Type, which had the pace in the wet, didn't really have it in the dry.
Yeah, and he was squirming all over the road, trying to get his foot to the floor. That he made contact with Jake Hill, who put in a good save in the Cobra. He was then eventually able to steam his way past Brundle as they headed through into St Mary's. Good job for him. Then he was almost set free, and it was trying to push fastest lap after fastest lap from Jake Hill. More battles further down the order, and actually I think this might be where Christensen spun towards the end of the race, and it was collecting, nearly took out Dario Franchitti, who said there to Ed, he thought he had a puncture, but it was all right through St Mary's, and that is so close.
That onboard, wow.
Great onboard shot, but he was able to, both cars were able to carry on, and this is where the move for the eventual win happened, Ben.
Yeah, Tom Ingram making a fantastic move on Jake Hill. These two really fighting very cleanly, and it was very nice to hear Tom actually thanking Jake for something that had happened slightly earlier where Tom felt he'd made the mistake, but that was perfect. Absolutely perfect. He got it done before they got into the final corner there, just a lap in advance before the checkered flag came out, and Tom Ingram managed to take the win. Poor Jake Hill, he was leading for so long after Ollie Bryant did such a great first stint, but ultimately the TVR was the car, and Tom Ingram managed to take the victory. So, a great day, a very enjoyable. Ollie Bryant is also enjoying getting another podium here. Well, what a great RAC TT we've been able to enjoy.
As the official luxury cruise partner of Goodwood Revival, visit our spacious cruise ship at Gate 2A as we celebrate the romance and glamour of luxury travel. We'll capture you looking your very best. You can chat with the crew and enter to win an unrivaled VIP experience with Regent 7 Seas Cruises aboard the world's most luxurious fleet. Come on board and discover why Regent is the best luxury cruise experience on the 7 Seas.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, hello, hello. Fancy going to a drive-in cinema, anyone? Sky Cinema are putting on the nostalgic era cinema of dreams with bucketfuls of popcorn. You can sit yourself down in one of these lovely pinstriped deck chairs, aloha, under the shade, or saddle up in a nice 1936 Ford pickup truck, or that lovely rusty Cadillac from 1956 over there, and just look at these guys up front having a lovely time. I'm expecting to see someone skating by on roller skates, but maybe not on this grass. The rest of the thing on the grass is the fun fair. Have a look. We've got the Ferris wheel, the merry-go-round. We've got the amazing jumbo slide. I'm going to go off with my popcorn, and I hope to see you down here with me. A jumbo slide hoot, that is a helter-skelter. You can tell I haven't been at a fairground for a long time, but that slide looks like it's only for the brave. This is also for the brave. This here has just finished a race for the tiny tots. So if you've got some kids with you at Revival, bring them down here to test their skills at the Austin Touring Cars. And we're going to discover who is the future Goodwood champion. Meanwhile, wow, look at this merry-go-round. Speedy Gonzales, flags are flying. I'm going to saddle up on one of these ponies and test their horsepower.
Goodwood sets the standard. On September 18th, 1948, Goodwood Motor Circuit hosts Britain's first professionally organised post-war motor race meeting. At the 2023 Goodwood Revival, the Ford Water Trophy was the first historic race in the world to run on sustainable fuel. And now the 2024 Revival, all cars will race on sustainable fuel. Another significant first for the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Goodwood, racing green.
Goodwood Racing Green, and we are all about reviving and thriving across the weekend. It's been absolutely fantastic to get a glimpse, especially of the fashion and the vintage on offer, reflecting Goodwood's commitment to sustainability, while still celebrating the rich heritage of the mid-20th century. And, well, we continue to celebrate heritage going forward now into our next race, the Glover Trophy. This for 1.5-litre Grand Prix cars between 1961 and 1965, and well, let's find out a little bit more about what it entails. Celebrating the last and fastest Formula One machines to compete at Goodwood in period. Really looking forward to this one as they form up on the grid ahead of the green flag lap before we have 25 minutes of racing ahead of us. Changing the commentary box, my name is Harry Benjamin. Alongside me is Bruce Jones. Bruce, we really are celebrating, well, I suppose the non-official F1 championship race Goodwood became so well known for.
Yeah, there were many non-championship races back then. The drivers did it not just for success, but for the prize money that went with it. And for the works teams, that was very important too. But this this was a revolution in Formula One. They were starting to dwindle the number of cars that could run with 2.5 litre engines there, and then they did something quite stringent. They went, OK, it's 1.5 litre engines from now. In the first season, 1961, Ferrari was more than ready for it. The British teams kept on thinking, no, we might keep 2.5 litre engines. They were on the back foot, but the years that followed with these little cigar tube shaped cars were really, really great for racing. We had 4 different world champions across the 5 years. We had 2 titles for Ferrari, 2 for Lotus, 1 for BRM. But it was the quality of these racing, not a lot of horsepower from 1500cc. The cars were very close together, but you needed to keep the momentum flowing. And we had the great names down there.
We certainly did. Well, we have a Lola, a BRM, and a Lotus BRM lining up on the front row. But, I mean, these cars really ushered in a generation of tall-tired, as you can see there, low-slung, that cigar-shaped tubular sort of chassis as well. Less power, as you say, but weight as well, proving such a massive factor with this generation of Formula One cars.
Yeah, these cars were light and nimble. They were hardly any bigger than the Formula 3 cars. Side on, they looked pretty much the same. But, of course, in 1966, it all changed. The engines doubled to 3 litres. And then within a couple of years, the first aerodynamic aids, the wings were starting to sprout, but these cars stayed almost uniform in shape. But then, of course, in the middle of that, 1962, Lotus went, you know what? We're going to produce a car that's a monocoque, no longer just a tube frame with clad in metal, and that gave their car the rigidity that just made it handle superbly. And then when they put it in the hands of Jim Clark, well, the rest is history. 2 of those 5 titles won by Jim at a country mile.
Certainly was, and so fantastic to celebrate that in this Glover Trophy. And of course, on the back of Revive and Thrive as the theme across the Goodwood Revival this weekend, all of these cars being run on sustainable fuel. So celebrating the past and looking forward into the future at the same time. Indeed, this event has been run every single year since the Revival first started back in 1998. And of course, the Glover Trophy celebrating how this race evolved into a non-championship Formula One round back in 1955, racing that as the grid slowly starts to be cleared.
Now, of course, the works teams had the works cars, but they also supplied customer teams as well. And on the outside, the front row, we've got Martin Stretton in Reg Parnell racing Lotus. That's the 24 from 1963. And the team also even fielded it in a Lola that year. So it was running period for Chris Amon, the driver who just somehow didn't win a Grand Prix, did everything but. The middle of the front row, we've got the car that won last year. It's the BRM number 1. It's P261, an ex-Richard Atwood car, raced by Jackie Stewart in period, but it's in that dark green livery with the orange lipstick around the nose. And a Lola on the front row. Lola did not do winning in Formula One to a great extent, and it's Ben at the wheel of Richard Smeaton's Lola Climax Mark IV, and that's from 1962. That's another car that Chris Amon raced in period. So he's got 1 on the outside of the front row, 1 on the inside.
There is power in numbers, isn't there? And you mentioned Ferrari a little earlier. We do have a Ferrari in the field as well. It's the Ferrari of Joe Colasacco. Of course, he won back here in 2018. Does go from a little bit further back in the pack, though, down in 14th. He's got a Cooper Climax, the T53 low line for company on that row.
Yeah, and Joe wasn't sure the Ferrari 1512 was exactly what he wanted on a wet track. That's what they had for official practice on Friday, but today it's got hotter and hotter. It's really quite humid here at Goodwood. So the cars going off onto their formation. The green flag is waved. It looks so all in the field. We should have 30 cars that are going to get to go out and play.
Looking forward to this one as they speed up down to Madgwick on this green flag lap. They'll come back round again, line up on the grid, and we will get the 25-minute race underway. The Glover Trophy for 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars that raced between the years 1961 and 1965 as we speed towards the end of this 26th year of the Goodwood Revival, and the weather now playing ball with us, the sun coming out. Of course, if you do get onto that grass, it will still very much be, so you'll be trying to avoid doing that, but really celebrating one of the most romantic eras the sport has witnessed. Here is your grid. On pole, it is Ben Mitchell in that Lola Climax. Alongside him, the BRM of Andy Willis that won here last year, and Martin Stretton in the Lotus BRM. Behind them is Mark Shaw's Lotus Climax 21, alongside the Climax 25 Lotus of Andy Middlehurst. Then it's Cooper Climax T60 of Richard Wilson, another Lotus, the 24 of Katsuaki Kubota, and then another BRM P261 of Philip Buhofer down in 8th, with Nick Taylor and Andrea Stortoni in 2 Lotus Climax 18s rounding out the top 10. Then it's Dan Collins just behind them. at the Lotus Climax 21 alongside Kyle Tilley, and then we have Alex Morton in the Lotus Climax 21. The Ferrari we mentioned, the 1512 of Joe Colasacco just behind him 14th, along with Flavio Puccinelli in the Cooper Climax T53. A Lola Ford T55 of Patrick Jaminis 16th alongside Nick Fennell's Lotus Cosworth, and another Cooper Climax of John Clark with James Hagan and Frank Trouillard in a Lotus Climax, well, two Lotus Climax, but they're from different years. Then in 21st, another BRM of Charles Mackay, followed by the Derrington Francis down in 22nd, Jason Wright and Sid Hoole in a T66. Then it's a BRM, a BRP BRM of Kurt Delvine and the Lotus Climax 24 alongside. A couple more climaxes for you in the Lotus Variety with a Brabham Ford BT14, Tom DeGrees in 28th. And on the back row, we'll see the Maserati of Daniele Soldoni and the Lotus BRM 24 of Federico Buratti. And that is a meaty grid, 30 cars, and we really are hopefully going to see some fantastic racing along the way, Bruce.
Yeah, and across the years we've had many successes for Andy Middlehurst. He'll be starting 5th. Look out for his car. There it is, just coming to chicane now. It's the Lotus 25, number 25. That gives us a helping hand. Green with the yellow stripe in his helmet, very reminiscent of his hero Jim Clark's. Dark blue with the white visor stripe, but it's coming to a halt on the circuit that is pretty much dry. Still offline, it's a little bit damp, but it's getting suddenly the last hour and a half it's become a lot warmer here at Goodwood. I think that will help them, but this race is going to be quick fire. It's 25 minutes. Ben Mitchell on pole in the blue Lola with the red nose. Andy Willis, the dark green BRM with the orange nose, is in the middle of the front row, and Martin Stretton in the Lotus 24, another car, dark blue with the red. In fact, his is bright green, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, well, do watch out for that Lotus 25 on the second row with Andy Middlehurst. Is a former winner. He's a bit of a titan, really, of the Glover Trophy. An 8-time winner around here in this race. So he will be looking to get a good start, and it will be a little bit frenetic going into Madrid Turn 1 around this Goodwood Motor Circuit. Let's hope everybody can get underway. The last car to line up will be the Lotus BRM 24. There we go. We get the green flag flying at the back. On pole is the Lola alongside the BRM and the Lotus as we go racing for the Glover Trophy, and it's a nice clean start from our front row. One of the cars bogging down further back in the pack, but everybody getting underway. Andy Willis though managing to come through from the middle, sweep round to take the lead through Madrid.
Yeah. Andy Willis already had a race in an earlier Formula 1 just earlier today. That was a brilliant start. Look, absolute all square on the front row, but he got his nose in front, got a couple of car lengths clear in his BRM, and in behind, very tight indeed. Andy Middlehurst being challenged. One of the cars further back, the Lotus 18, appearing to be smoking a little bit, but up front, it's all fair, it's all square. The first 6 or 7 cars starting to get away.
Certainly are, and a nice clean start as well from everybody in this Glover Trophy for 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars from the 1961 to 1965, and already actually starting to pull away ever so slightly is Mitchell in the Lola, I should say it's Andy Willis in the BRM. With a good start, further back, just struggling to get it turned in there in the Lotus 24 Katsuaki Kubota as we go side by side through the King of Labant, just about holding it tight.
Well, Andy Middlehurst gaining a position there. Another driver who's gone incredibly well was Alex Morton, started 13th. He's just coming shot now with the gold band on the green nose of his car. That was he's gained about 6 or 7 places, but from the middle of the front row, Andy Willis leading this field away. There is his BRM coming through. From the outside the front row being chased by Martin. No, Martin Stretton's back and forth. I beg your pardon, they've been chopping and changing. Ben Mitchell from pole is in 3rd position. But leading car, 7/10 of a second clear.
Yeah, it's the BRM P261 that leads. Then comes the Lotus 21 offshore. Then down to 3rd, the Lola of Ben Mitchell, who started on pole. Andy Middlehurst, an 8-time winner here in the Lotus 25. A titan of this sport is down a spot in 5th. Good start from the Lotus 21. That is Morton at the wheel, and that further down in 6th. But a decent start from Alex Morton from 13th on the grid, already up into the top 6 as the sun beautifully glints off that beautiful BRM in the lead, and the Lotuses and the Lolas that follow suit.
Obviously, bear in mind when these cars went out to qualify for this race, it was on Friday. It was very slippery and wet indeed, so it was almost like an entirely different circuit for them. Mark Shaw, though, he's moved up from 4th place in the Lotus 21 on the grid up to 2nd. Can he keep Andy Willis in his sights? Again, Alex Morton going well, the number 75 up into 6th place, but the first 4 cars are making their break at the head of the field. Then there's a second gaggle of 4 cars, so they're splitting up. But here is our lead quartet. Andy Willis is definitely being kept honest by the chasing Mark Shaw in the Lotus number 99. Ben Mitchell, our pole starter, down in 3rd, but looks like he's got the pace to come back, and they're taking with them a man with a bit of a record in this race, Andy Middlehurst, to the Lotus 25.
Absolutely, as we get to the end of our opening lap, and we start lap number 2. We've got a car in the wall, and that is the last thing we want to see. Looks like a bit of damage to the front left as well. Perhaps as the suspension taking a hit there, that wheel looking a little bit out of sorts. We'll try and get a closer look and see who that was.
It could be Nick Fennell if number 29 isn't still going, or could it be 21? It's green. It certainly could be Dan Collins' Lotus 21. We'll get sight, and if it's anywhere, I think it's just around the corner on the exit at St Mary's, but no sign of safety car, no sign of anything else. Oh, maybe there was oil down there, but Andy Willis out of the lead of the race, so suddenly we've got Mark Shaw in the lead from Ben Mitchell, from Andy Middlehurst. Will anyone else get out of shape on that oil down there?
Disaster for our leader, losing the car and well, making contact there with the barrier of the circuit. Can he get it back out? It was a very light touch. Okay, let's take a look at this. So this was the first incident we caught a glimpse of. We can see
it's nothing to do with oil. Andy Willis just simply went too deep and got the right-hand rear wheel onto the grass, and that lost its grip. You can see just in the diff on the exit of St Mary's, the car that went off the lap before, which is Ben Collins' Lotus. Just had confirmation of that. And Andy Willis, well, he had a little spin in an earlier race day, but made a recovery drive. But this time around, he will not be so lucky.
Yep, so we do think that is the number 21 of Dan Collins down the Lotus 21.
He has got going a go. He's
excellent.
So well, we'll see what Andy Willis can do again. He was last year, right at the front of the field and took victory in that BRM P261. Not too surprised there. We've got the safety car out because in the dip, it's a blind exit to St Mary's. That is where Dan Collins' Lotus 21 is sitting on the left-hand side of the track. But should anyone else lose it, as we saw the following lap, someone did, not just anybody. That was our race leader, Andy Willis. Luckily there was no contact, but it makes sense to get that car cleared up.
Well then, we take a little bit of a respite. The clock still continues to count down, just at the safety car conditions, and leading the way is the Lotus 21 now of Mark Shaw, ahead of the man who started on pole position, Ben Mitchell's Lola. Then comes Andy Middlehurst up into 3rd, the 8-time winner here in the Lotus 25, followed by Philip Buhoffa in the other BRM, who is now down and up into 4th, and then the Ferrari actually of Joe Colasacco, the 2018 winner in the Ferrari 1512, up and rounding out the top 5 slots.
Well, as I said, Joe Colasacco wasn't too happy when the track was wet. He said before he wasn't going to be too happy, but clearly on a dry track, that Ferrari 1512, 1.5 litre, 12 cylinders, that's how the nomenclature works for that, is suddenly in the mix. Of course, the safety car is bringing the field close together. Good chance to get a look at some of the other cars. Just see Patrick Jamin, his Wilman Racing. There it is. Sorry, that's not his car number 15, but the Wilman Racing car, red with the white stripes. Just had a sight of that. Then the second red car we saw with the pale blue wheels, that's the Joe Colasacco Ferrari. He's got Alex Morton, who, as we said, went from 13th to 6th on the opening lap. He'll be absolutely chuffed, and that's car number 75, the car that actually did most of its racing in South Africa, Cinderviva, and then Neville Ledell.
Safety car then still out for, well, the incident that occurred with Dan Collins' Lotus 21, now out of this race. Looked like he was out of the car as well, which is always good to see. That is the reasoning for the safety car, immediately followed by the spin of what was our leader, Andy Willis, in the BRM. Where has Willis actually recovered to? He's fallen all the way down. I think he's around about 20th spot at the moment.
Bang on 20th.
And he'll try and then catch back up as we get, though, a red flag. So upgraded from safety car to red flag. That is race stopped, and we believe it's due to oil on track.
Well, maybe, just maybe, Dan Collins was leaking oil, spun on his own oil. You get it on your rear wheels and round you could go. Or maybe he simply just pulled off there, because you can see, actually, between the first part of St Mary's and the second part, with the sun low on the track, there is a trail of oil on the inside line. Not everyone will go there, but should someone do so, they'd then sweep out to the outside of the track, and then it would be a game of billiards. So as ever, the marshals moving in as fast as they can with some quick dry to put on there to remove the greasiness from the oil. But again, better safe than sorry, particularly with cars as valuable as these.
Absolutely, and the marshals always doing a great job to march into action as quickly as possible and finding that oil. And because they're cutting the chicane, there might well be a little bit more oil down there through on the racing lines, and the marshals directing all the drivers to cut the chicane while they get to work trying to dry up that oil, the potential oil that is spilled there too. So the last thing, if you hit an oil patch, there's literally nothing you can do.
No, well, I begin to wonder if that's the start of the oil train that goes the whole way around to St Mary's, which would make Madgwick very interesting. Ford water enough to make your eyes open so wide they might just pop out of the sockets, but then St Mary's is the one where it's most critical. And Andy Willis, I mean, he did run a tiny bit wide, but maybe that's because he had moved across that trail of oil, and that gave him little option. But anyhow, the sensible thing is to do what we're doing now, clear up anything else that will give drivers little option. This is at the chicane right towards the end of the lap, and we know if you don't get much grip coming out of the chicane as you're starting to accelerate, you will be on the grass, and the grass has been wet all weekend. The cars are now stationary behind a safety car in a sort of dummy grid formation. Look at car 21, that's the Lotus 21 of Dan Collins' long-time Lotus aficionado. It's a very important car for Team Lotus. It wasn't the first Lotus to win a Grand Prix, that was Sterling Moss in a Rob Walker racing car, but it was the first Works Lotus, and as Colin Chapman liked it, it was the race that gave the biggest financial recompense. It was the United States Grand Prix at Watkins, so you can this Ireland would have absolutely loved that moment.
Right then, well, we managed to get 3 laps in then before the red flag was called out. So it will, and we're not going to take it back either. So that we saw this in a race yesterday where we actually took it back a lap or so after the red flag was called, and that could almost reinstate some positions, which could help somebody like Andy Willis out. But we're being told that that's not going to be the case. Well, stay in that 20th position all the way down the reshuffled order. We'll bring you confirmation of exactly the rundown as soon as we can, but you can see that the marshals getting to work quickly. Oil really all throughout the race line throughout the chicane. This is Andy Willis's BRM, the Jackie Stewart car. Can we see any damage close up? He went in and it made contact at the rear, didn't he, after spinning? But it felt like it was quite a soft touch, so might have got away with it.
Yeah, I think he has. I can't see any crimping of the bodywork just above the gearbox there, so he's going to have a charge. Not that he's averse to that. He's certainly had plenty of those over the years. So the car that should be on pole position when we get going all over again is Mark Shaw, who made that great start in his Lotus 21 from the second row in a car that was raced by the Works Lotus team, not in a Grand Prix at the start of the season. The 61 went into 62, but in the non-championship races of the South African series. And the car, like so many in the days, was left out there, and then it was run by the Lawson organisation for Ernie Peters. So, right, is there a bit of a crimp? You look from this side. Oh, yes, it is slightly misshapen, the bodywork, but it's just simply a cowling. Yes, you can see it squint from one side to the other. I'm not sure that will have an enormous performance differential, but is it squeezing down atop those exhaust pipes? Anyhow, it was a light touch.
That'll buff out.
Absolutely.
Well, that is Andy Willis's spinning car, which is now onto the grid. And it will, starting from will be what the original pole sitter Ben Mitchell in the Lola.
And I think an interesting point about the Lola, I was just mentioning before the start of the race that Chris Amon had raced 2 of the cars, of course, that were on the original front row, but the most important driver in the Lola, run by the Bowmaker Racing team, was a certain John Surtees, who of course we're celebrating 60 years this weekend. In fact, just after this race there will be a celebration of that first World Championship when he became person to win a championship in 4 wheels, having done so on 2, so an illustrious car. But Lola's time at the top in Formula 1 was fleet, and of course they came back in 1997. Grand Prix money, any work was withdrawn. in the 1960, Lola was one of the go-to constructors of racing cars.
And that Lola, the first ever F1 car made by Lola, as you say, John Surtees, the main driver, Chris Hayman's first drive in an F1 car that was. Other drivers who have been a part of that and driven that car, the likes of Roy Salvadori and Mike Halewood as well. So there was a lot of prestige on that. But straight after this race, once we do get back underway, we'll be celebrating the life of the legendary John Surtees. So do stick around for that.
Right, the car just looking in the middle of the pack was car 99. That should be the one that's shuffled to the front. That is the Mark Shaw driven Lotus Climax 21 car from 1961. There it is now. His regular blue and white helmet. So he's sort of pointing out, no doubt, that he'd quite like to be pushed towards the front of the grid. But often when you get a safety car coming out, it will necessarily not pick up the driver at the front of the field. But we will have that restart. So it'll be Shaw, Mitchell, Middlehurst. Yes, we've heard of him before. He's won so many races, Glover Trophy races over the years here, and the Lotus 25. And a driver who made a really tidy start was Philip Buhofer, car number 50. He started 8th, and here he is 4th. Yes, we've had a mishap for Andy Willis, but he gained clearly 3 places. Not regarding that. And in fact, that's a car that won the Glover Trophy with Barry Wizzo Williams, the much missed, inimitable 17 teenager, I think, way of describing him. Just so much enthusiasm. But a car raced in period by Graham Hill.
Yep, and that back in, 1964 and 1965, that ex-BRM team car. So there really is just a huge range of history and diversity up and down this grid. We have had no notices yet to bring you as and when we can get this race back underway, but as you can see, there are still course cars on the track, and this is another long streak of oil that they have found and are now getting to work covering up. So I wonder if what you said earlier, Bruce, whether it really is just the entirety of the lap almost.
Hot work in your orange overalls. A lot of brushing work there, and they've got to really make sure deeply into to have a look on the exit of oh gosh, it's the exit of Matchwick. It's all the way through Fordwater and all the way up to St Mary's. So there is a huge oil trail. In fact, if that's the case, I'm amazed that we didn't have any more drivers going off the circuit. But the right thing is to clean it up.
It certainly is. So thank you to all the marshals who continue to do a brilliant job out there. The Ferrari we've mentioned a few times. Joe Colasacco out there, as we continue now to see actually the 21 of Dan Collins is Lotus 21, which is now starting to get moved out of the way too. The marshals still brushing up the dust to cover up the oil, and there's a flatbed truck there that it's just being wheeled onto. So that is good signs of progress as well when we clear the car out of the way and to proceed forward to racing action. But we've got that Ferrari in the field as well, which is always eye-catching, of Joe Colasacco, the 2018 winner in the 1512. That again, another ex-John Surtees car. It's actually the second of 3 1512s constructed. So have a look out for that. It's the red one in the pack. Be an easily spotted one at the moment before the red flag. To 5th. So good start from Joe, from down in 14th.
Yeah, it's a car. It was at a time when John Surtees was absolutely determined to win the title, but it was a season after his Formula 1 title, and Ferrari always had a penchant for having the 12-cylinder cars, and John often reckoned the 8 was better, so it was a time when he was at loggerhead with the team management. Certain circuits he thought the 12-cylinder 1500cc Ferrari was better, and certain a lot of others, but there's nothing not direct about what he wanted. Very, very good engineering brain. We'll have more of that after the Glover Trophy when we have the third demonstration parades of his illustrious career. But again, I think, to my eye, a great time in the Formula 1 World Championship. People sort of were slightly despairing. We don't want cars 100cc. We saw the better. And 1961 to 1965, the 1.5 litre Formula E, and then and only then did they say, you know what, we can have a bit more power. And of course Ford came in there in introducing the Ford Cosworth DFV, and that let an awful lot of manufacturers, constructors come and play.
But is it because, especially this era of cars that we're celebrating between the early 60s, really 61 to 65, so often described as one of the most romantic, revered eras in Formula One's, motorsport as well, category? Why is that? What stands out for you on that front?
Well, it was when I was either not born or just a nipper, but it's when you read the history, and I think it's also the drivers were all a little bit older. They all raced in lots of the support races, so they would travel around as a circus, and I think it was access to the paddock. And you know, Formula One now is such big business, and you can't, if you don't have the pass, you don't get through the gate. It was more open, the gates, and I think the drivers were sort of more different in terms of character. You'd have the sort of bushy moustache storytelling Graham Hill on the one hand, charming but sort of quite relatively quiet Jim Clark on another. You'd have Jackie Stewart coming in as the hot shot, and Richie Ginther, little Richie Ginther from the States, and so many different characters. And I guess that was just a way, but also you had to dig harder to find out about it. There was no social media, and I think that gave it a bit more mystique and a bit more of a cachet, whereas now you have instant access in terms of at least knowing what the cars are doing, knowing what the drivers are doing. But everyone has been hopefully not back to the pits, but I thought merely to the front of the grid at the time of the period, more to the point when the flag was thrown. He noticed, won't it? Kind of the formed grid, but a bit
come back to their cars to help them fire them up if there are any issues while they've been stopped, of course, trying to keep the heat in but then stop them overheating. The temperature's certainly starting to ramp up as we get towards the end of this, the final day of this year's Goodwood Revival, and what a fantastic Goodwood Revival it has been. The 26th year of it, all celebrating glamour, style and that competitive action that we've seen all throughout the weekends running so far from the past, and looking forward sustainably as well to the future with all of the cars and vehicles you've seen out on the circuit racing, powered for the first time ever by sustainable fuels. The first Goodwood event entirely run on sustainable fuel for those cars racing, which is a fantastic move towards the future. So this is good progress then as we steadily get towards a hopeful start time, and indeed more progress, Bruce. We've been told the next duration of the remainder of the race, the new duration.
Yeah, 15 minutes should be. We were starting with 25 minutes on the clock. We'd gobbled up a few of those when the racing was going on, but play on the is Mark Shaw. So he's effectively got rid of the entire three-car front row from the first start. They're behind. In the middle of the front row should be number 4, the blue and red-nosed Lola, and Andy Middlehurst. No, that needs to be in the middle, so they've got to sort it out. Andy Middlehurst, Lotus, in the classic colours of green with a yellow stripe up the middle. His Lotus 25 should be, I don't know what's going on here, that should be on the outside of the front row, but it looks like they're trying to put him on the middle. Out to the experts down there. So come on, mate. The one made the brilliant start getaway from the front row in his BRM. His winner. And then, of course, just that moment with a tiny lead, got a bit loose on him, dropped it probably on the oil they've now detected, looped at some areas. The car back into the pack. He's starting, we think, in about 20th position. It was damaged to the rear of that car, but not too bad. The bodywork at the very tail, and hopefully that crimping, even if it affects him slightly, there's only a 15-minute restart.
Exactly. Just having a look there at some of the cars further back in the pack. We just caught a fleeting glimpse of one of the Lotus 18s from 1960. That was the number 20 car further back, winner of the 1961 Monaco and German Grand Prix, with a certain driver by the name of Sterling Moss in that one. So absolute icons of the past up and down the field as we start to take a look at how this grid is going to be formed up. So they put Ben Mitchell on the far right as we look at it by the looks of things. Just try and get another glimpse of that in his Lola. They have.
And there's Alex Morton tucked in behind in the number 75 Lotus. Well, it's a great track, a track that gives, wow, it's a track that's got a stripe on it. That stripe is a clear reason it's quick dry material, special sort of drying dust being put over a trail of oil that caused a little bit of carnage. And in fact, seeing how far it went around the circuit, at least half the lap, I'm surprised we didn't have more people skating off on it.
No, really a good job for the drivers to try and avoid that, but also from the marshals who've done a superb job in doing that as quickly as they can. We will get the rest of the Glover Trophy underway shortly as the cars just being reshuffled into their right positions ahead where they were once the red flag was called out now, about 5 to 10 minutes ago. We'll get a 15-minute sprint to finish for this people lively to Grand Prix. 1965 as on their pit lane, their truck cleared and out the way. That's one thing to
the order is not expected. Trying to look, it looks like they put the number back. If they counted, we thought they were not going to do, because I just saw a BRM on the front row, not only in the front row in provisional pole position, waiting for confirmation. It does seem that Andy Willis may be given the gift of having everything back again. 15 minutes of racing rather than the original 25. So they've definitely counted back to lap 3. We were waiting confirmation.
Okay, they have.
Lap 2, of course. So, it was lap 3 they'd finished, but lap 2 was where they counted back to. So Andy Willis on pole position in the BRM P261. He must be going, that's not bad, is it? Tumbled down to 20th place, I'll back you first. Mark Shaw shuffled across the middle of the front row. Ben Mitchell to the outside. So BRM, Lotus and Lola. The second row, the car of 1963, the Lotus 25, in which Jim Clark, in this car, won 7 of the 10 Grand Prix. What a year he had. He took victory in Belgium, in Holland, in France, in Britain, in Italy, Mexico, and finally, just as the year was coming to a close, right at the end of December, in South Africa.
Fantastic, and you can see those iconic colours. Green, the yellow stripe down the middle, the sun painting off his helmet. Forgetting yellow wheels too, and the low slung design of these cars with the high wheels, ushering in a new generation of tall tired Formula One machinery, and celebrating the last of the 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars. There alongside will be Alex Morton in the Lotus 21. That car in its very original, presented in the South African green, and exactly as it was 19 when scoring World Championship, and a little bit road. The B far left, starting on 3 winner here. On the far right in third, the man who was originally on pole dropped back slightly. He's now back onto the front row, but in the Ben Mitchell.
Alex Morton's car, I mispronounced the name of the driver who raced in South Africa. Spelt to me Neville Ledderle, but Neville Lederley. Thank you, Marcus Pye, for correcting that. Mind you, as a child, when I was reading early race reports, I always thought his name was Carlos Pace. It was only once he came on TV I found out it was pronounced Pache. So one does need all this sort of intel to put into the store.
We've all been there before. Just a few moments away then from getting this Glover Trophy underway. We hope it will be a 15-minute sprint to see off this race, as we still have a couple more races to go before we end the day's running, and indeed this year's spectacular Goodwood revival. So much on offer, so much to do outside of the circuit as well. Took a trip over to the aerodrome, and fascinating up close, wonderful D-Day celebration and memorial earlier on today, which was fantastic to listen to and watch. So really a wonderful day out here at the Goodwood members meeting, whether you are here wandering around in a prime seat in the grandstands or enjoying it and watching it from home as well. We hope you've enjoyed it, all of the action that you've been able to catch so far this weekend, but we promise there's still more to come.
Just enjoying was that shot from high up, looking down to Chichester and down on the circuit. We'd have taken Thursday on Saturday first, but we've come through with flurries of rain today here now. Here there is so much to do for all ages. There's the fun fair, there's over the road, there are so many stalls, and just so many people have engines are firing up again. The 15-minute Glover Trophy.
Umbrellas are up, but not for rain this time, to keep everybody out. It's starting more, so it will be Ben Mitchell in the Lola on pole. In the middle, then, will be Mark Shaw's Lotus 21, and on the far right in third will be that number 4 of Ben Mitchell, I should say, on the far right, lining up in third spot in the Lola. So we'll get things underway shortly as they all hopefully fire up again seamlessly. Everybody just about getting away. A couple of slow starts in the middle, but no harm done there as we get the green of the resuming.
So the drivers know what the conditions are, but they also need to just check that line of oil is being cleaned out. They'll see the quick dry any moment now as they go through the first corner. The middle of the order there, just looking at Nick Taylor's Lotus 18. That's an earlier model, running the white colours of Scuderia Colonia. And again, it's worth pointing out, Harry, how so many of these cars were run by customer teams as well as the works outfits, because those teams needed to make money. And that's how it works. And so many drivers were, because of the chance pond. Just BRP5 system. Well, so up and grid. Got a with the numbers that what's happening. Things I love on the championships, won the races, and were there in the mix. We have some that were historic failures as well. Look out for number 150, the Derrington Francis. It was actually a car that hardly troubled the scorers, you'd say, in cricket terminology. It was a modified ATS, which was an Italian team, very, very short-lived at the start of the 1960s. Al Francis took it over, sponsored by Derrington Auto Parts, and that gave it a new name, but unfortunately didn't give it any extra speed. Now here's the new grid. Okay, then another grid, and 15 minutes of racing ahead of us. It's the BRM P261 of Andy Willis on pole. Alongside him will be the Lotus 21 of Mark Shaw. Then will come the Lola of Ben Mitchell. Behind them, Andy Middle, Lotus 21 of Alan Morton. Ferrari and a Lotus. Philip Buhoff for Joe Colasacco and Martin Stretton with the top 10. Rounded out by Carl Tilley and the Lotus 18 of Nick Taylor in the top 10. Just outside it, Katsuaki Kubota in the Lotus 24 alongside an 18, and the Cooper Climax T60 of Richard Wilson. Behind them, the Lola Ford T55 and the Cooper Climax T56 of John Clark in 15th. Ahead of the Climax 18, the Lotus with James Hagan. Sid Hool as Cooper Climax T66s alongside with the Lotus 24 in 18th. And BR ahead of Tom de Grey's 20. Ginelli's Cooper Climax T53 alongside the Lotus, another Lotus 18 in 22nd, and a Lotus 21, 24, Frank Trouillard in 23rd. Ahead of that Derrington you just mentioned there, Bruce, Jason Wright down in 24th. 25th it is another BRP of Kurt Delvine. Then it's Federico Verratti, the Lotus 18 of Klaus Bergs, and Nick Fennell in the Lotus Cosworth 30 strong field down to and then caused a red flag while we tried to dry up and clear up that oil. You can see the remnants of the cement dust that's been put on pretty much almost the entirety of this track to try and dry it out. Now they've had a moment to see what the conditions are like. We will get this race back underway. The Glover Trophy, 15 minutes on the clock for racing these 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars. So let's just refresh your memory. Andy Willis on pole position, the BRM number 1, middle of the front row, car number 99. That's Mark Shaw, his Lotus 21. Waiting. Up it goes. Car starting for the pit. Mark Shaw trying to get at the inside of Madgwick.
side by side as they breeze out of the corner. Who's going to come out on top on this one? Can Andy Willis hold firm? He picks up quite a bit of dust. There's also water on the track as well from some of the puddles that have pooled there from the rain earlier in the day. A couple of cars forced to drive their way through it, but still side by side, the BRM versus the Lotus 21. Andy Willis keeping Ben.
But Mark Shaw has now and Ben Mitchell dives through as well, so Andy is going to have to do it all over again. He'd already flunked, he'd already got a we had the count back position having fallen to 20th, but right now Mark Shaw is getting up and going. Ben Mitchell's trying his best to keep up, and Andy Middlehurst, number 25 for the Lotus, the green and yellow work. Title-winning car with Jim Clark is moving up into third place, so not the best opening lap from Andy Willis.
Well, it was such a good start, wasn't it? A good launch, but now fallen back, though, for the BRM, who does indeed just get taken there of Andy Middlehurst, who does almost make it. I think that was a bit of contact with the inside of the inside barrier of the chicane, but I think it was tyre to flat wall, so might well get away from that one as we are back underway then. 15 minutes now down to just over 13. It is indeed Mark Shaw who leads.
Well, you talk to 13, and 13 is the number of Joe Colasacco. He's gained 2 places. He's already up just the back of his pack in 5th place in the one and only Ferrari in this race, but Andy Middlehurst is looking very keen. Up the inside of Ben Mitchell, he goes into 2nd position, and then with the dust being kicked up by Mark Shaw, the pack behind trying to sort the but yeah, there's Middlehurst in 2nd. Just before St Mary's, Ben Mitchell back to 3rd, but he's staying in there. Andy Willis coming back in. And do you take
wide line?
Oh, the really wide.
Bit of the chicane, wasn't it?
Bill coming his way. Any of the push. Very hard by Andy Middlehurst, but while this is happening, Mark Shaw is just getting a bit of breathing space at the front of the race. The clock is counting down from Middlehurst cannot rest because Ben Mitchell wants to get back in there. The Middlehurst can be relentless in this Lotus 25.
The Lotus 25. The Lola can defend that inside line. Does Andy Middlehurst coming through the chicane and out on. He tries to ahead of him in the Lotus 21, so we come across the line once more, but look out for the Ferrari as well of Joe Colasacco, who's trying to find a way down the inside, but he's very much putting his Ferrari in the fight as well.
He is be wet, but better and better in the drive. Maybe the 12 cylinders is the better format for him rather than the 8 that Ferrari also ran. But this is classic Formula 1 racing in the period. That's why the 1.5 litre formula was so good. The cars are small, they're nimble, but you do have to carry momentum. This driver who nearly ran wide again. I was just double checking before I spoke another word, and it's Andy Willis. That's number 1. It's the BRM with the orange nose. He has been able, as the 2 cars ahead of him, to sort of get onto their tail. You don't get much of a tow with these cars. They're so low, they don't really punch much of a hole in the air. But likewise, Joe Colasacco in the Ferrari in 5th place is closing on all of them.
The top 5 split by your shot there, led by Lotus 20. Joe Colasacco in the iron line. And he's desperately trying to find a way, but leading them through the chicane first. That will be Mark Shaw. Then really taking a tighter line. 55 of Andy Middle. Right on his back. Now with Andy Willis through on Andy Willis's BRM as the Ferrari makes up a space.
Answer me this question: who's the slowest car in this? It's the race leader, but a slightly delayed. 7th. Oh boy, show when you can gain 2, and the Ferrari now up into 3rd place, and Andy Willis back down to 5th. Ben Mitchell to 4th, chopping and a chain.
25 ahead of Andy Middlehurst, and then still at the head of the field, the Lotus climb being able to escape as out wide indeed goes Andy Willis in the BRM.
I talked about momentum, maybe had a little too much, but suddenly Mark Shaw's got Andy Middlehurst behind him. This is the one that's a monocoque, the one in the front of the race. The Lotus 21 is a standard tube frame. Much chase. The car that Andy Middlehurst knows so well, and unfortunately looping around there, Charles McCabe's earlier BRM, that's the P57. He'll get it going. Can he get it back on the black stuff? Yes, he can. St Mary's strikes again.
Back onto the start-finish straight then, 9 minutes on the clock for the Glover Trophy after 4 laps completed with a red flag in the middle. It is still the Lotus 21 of Mark Shaw that leads the way, but he has got Andy Middlehurst in the 25, which just looks a bit quicker. Has been trying to find a way through, looking left, looking right, takes the right-hand side, tries to get alongside. He's got to be careful though, because the Ferrari is lurking behind. Through for the lead goes Andy Middlehurst, takes it away from Shaw. Lotus on Lotus, the 25 coming out on top, but now the 21 of Andy Middlehurst, which has fallen down to second, will have to look in his mirrors at every corner, because the Ferrari of Joe Colasacco is right there and waiting to find a way through, and Ben Mitchell is not down and out of this one either in the Lola.
No, it's been incredible. A couple of cars have dropped back, most notably Ben Mitchell, but he comes back every time. But still the car with the fastest lap of the race is the Ferrari with the pale blue wheels, the Ferrari in third place. Middlehurst leads the race, Shaw in second place. If Middlehurst can get clear, I think, to me, the key is whether Colasacco can strike very, very soon and get up into second place past Mark Shaw. If he cannot, I think Andy Middlehurst should escape. But look, wow, what a stern-resistant break, late braking from Mark Shaw, holding on to second place in his Lotus 21. Fabulous low shot, so period.
Told you the red flag will be worth the wait, and just look at the difference of lines there once again coming through the chicane. Andy Middlehurst in the Lotus 25, now the leader of this race, just taking that much tighter line through. That puts him a little bit at risk going down the straight, but he's got the confidence, carries the speed through into Madwick, and Shaw could do nothing.
All racing beautifully. Andy Middlehurst in theory ought to pull away, but look at the punch and the pace that the Ferrari is coming up now. The big question is, will they catch back Marcus? Because the leading quintet are way quicker than some of the drivers at the tail of the field. And what Andy Middlehurst wants, okay, we're already going past one of the back markers already. That's the Derrington Francis, so that pulls out of the way. Hand up, nice acknowledgement to those chasing. This is just like the cover of my Waddington's Formula 1 box, the game I played so much as a child. These cars, that's why they stand in my mind.
That was Jason Wright just getting out the way in that Derrington. Okay, so good move then last time around for Joe Colasacco in the Ferrari. It's just getting them a little bit out of shape. Mark Shaw having to really work his steering wheel on board that Lotus 21 as he tries to keep the car behind him. The Ferrari now up the road, trying to chase down the Lotus 25 of Andy Middlehurst. Nothing between them, a couple of tenths of a second split. The lead is indeed a second, 2 seconds covers the top 5. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to Philip Buhofer in the BRM P261. He's a bit on his own at the moment, rounds out the top 6 as we just come back and look a little further back in the field. That's Katsuaki Kubota in the Lotus 24. He's a little bit further back down in 14.
But what's good news there is the fact this dicing is all the way down the field. The Scuderia Colonia Lotus is in the mix there. That's car number 8, Tapigon Trips, raced out in South Africa. Yes, Ferrari hero, but he did go and race a Lotus. Just the once down there, and ducking and diving again, Katsuaki. Kubota having a look and getting a face full. Oh, that was really, really unfortunate. Stefan Jerbsel going really well in his Lotus Climax, looped it round, and Kubota, who was tucked in behind, got skyward, but luckily back to terra firma. Hands up for the Japanese driver, he's okay, hopefully he'll bring that. So he was right at the end of the lap. Let's take a look. It's this gaggle coming down towards Woodcote. The track has a little bit of kink. Look for this one, car 22. He turned in, it was just breaking away, maybe turned in a bit sharply, but suddenly Kubota had nowhere to go. And the Scuderia Colonia Lotus with Nick Taylor on board had even less option, but luckily he avoided the incident. So a little bit of a scuff on the nose of Jubstel's Lola, but that was a scary moment.
Yeah, that was a scary moment. Nothing really Katsuaki Kubota could do. But pleased to see that wasn't any worse. Another car off wide. That's the 22 just trying to find a way back and rejoin.
Yeah, but Harry,
Lotus
what happened in that lap was the fact that Middlehurst and Konosako, they had become the fastest cars in the race. They've really dropped Mark Shaw. He was only 3/4 of a second behind. The Ferrari's coming so much punch out of the chicane. Will he be shown the inside line? Andy Middlehurst will be clean and absolutely obvious, but he's not going to offer this race on a plate. Maybe that's why he's won the Glover Trophy so many times. And Ben Mitchell is still in third place. He's lost another second. He's 1.6 seconds back. Just as a little bit of lappery going on. Some of the back markers keeping out of the way very nicely. Franck Trouillard, one of those, and then Middlehurst. Well, he needed to move across a little bit, and these two will be loving this scrap. They've got to keep it clean, but it's Lotus against Ferrari. How period would you like it to be?
How brilliant. I'm just thinking the same thing. This is absolutely fantastic. The sun shining at Goodwood for the 26th revival, celebrating 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars from between 1961 and 1965. And how is this for a battle for the lead in the Glover Trophy? It is Lotus against Ferrari. At the moment, the Lotus 25, Andy Middlehurst at the wheel, a titan of this trophy race, an 8-time winner here, keeping at bay for the time being. Joe Calasacco in the Ferrari, who won back here in 2018, but that Ferrari has been steadily making waves up through the field, tries to get alongside, but will have to settle and tuck back in as they arc their way through the right-hander. Middlehurst holding on for the time being, taking that much tighter line, that defensive line through the chicane. And we think, well, with just over 3 minutes to go, how many more laps are they going to get into this one? As he tries to get that toe down the main straight, moves to the outside this time around for the Ferrari. Not close enough to sweep round.
No, but it's so interesting. Andy Middlehurst isn't taking the fastest line. He's having to take the defensive line, and that is really quite dangerous out of the chicane. Not in simply because we've got so much punch and the better exit line for the Ferrari, and we know it's great in the straight line, but Middlehurst cannot afford to put a wheel wrong. We talked again and again, lose momentum, but get off the racing line, and it takes a while to get it back. And now they've got some back markers in front of them. It's Teffian Salisbury, the Lotus 18, that's car number 20. And again, Middlehurst been a little bit compromised, but no, not so bad for Konosako, but it puts him very wide on the exit of St Mary's. He might have to slightly lip, which could give an advantage to Andy Middlehurst. Into Lavant they go. The door is not being left open for the Ferrari, but those in by Mark Shaw in third place, Ben Mitchell in fourth place, and Andy Willis third, fourth and fifth, nose to tail. They were all given the chop.
They're having a really good battle, though, over that final podium position. Was just, well, barely a tenth in it between Ben Mitchell and Mark Shaw over third and fourth. But we're focusing on the battle just in front for the lead of this race. Andy Middlehurst in the Lotus 25 trying to hold on to this one, but now this is as close, I think, as Joe Calasacco has been side by side, but he just has to give way on that outside line. Can't hang it around, but he's really piling the pressure onto Middlehurst as they once again cut through the chicane, onto the throttle, up through the gears, down the main straight once again. A minute and 50 on the clock as they cross the line. We might get 2 laps left of this race.
Exactly so. I mean, anybody loves racing in these conditions, in these cars at Goodwood, but there's racing and there's real racing. That's precisely what we're seeing between two people who are absolutely at the top of their game. Andy Middlehurst leading the Lotus 25. And the Ferrari 15-12, Joe Konosako, as you pointed out, a victor here before. But chopping and changing behind them because Mark Shaw has just moved ahead of Ben Mitchell. I'm not sure it'll stay like that for the remainder of the race because they've chopped and they've changed, and Andy Willis in fifth place in the number 1 BRM may yet still get towards the podium. Into St Mary's they go. From shade into sunshine, back into a little bit of shade, but into the dip. But there's a back mark up ahead. Andy Middlehurst has to think, is he going to give me space? Has he seen me? I want to go up the inside line. Not close enough. No. The first part of Lavant, the inside line was blocked. No gain for the Ferrari driver Konosako or for Middlehurst. But is there enough space? Oh, lucky there. As Sid Hall just got his Cooper out of the way.
Just about, but Andy Middlehurst is clinging on to this one for dear life. The Ferrari comes back at him again, side by side, as the battle for third behind still goes on, but just managing to get that little bit of extra grunt, slightly better on the brakes with the advantage of track position as well. Andy Middlehurst in the Lotus 25, brakes won't be for the last time though for the chicane. He'll have to do one more lap with 30 seconds on the clock as they come down to the main straight. Tucked in behind them, the Ferrari of Joe Calasacco trying to get even a little bit of toe, but he's a bit further behind this time around, not able to try and attempt to move round the outside. line. He's got one more lap to do it.
And there are no back markers immediately ahead of them, so it's absolutely going to be clear from here to the end. Mark Shaw's nailed down third place. And in the background of the shot, you can see Ben Mitchell in the Lola, that's the one with the red nose, and being challenged and potentially passed by the orange nose BRN. Yes, through goes last year's winner, Andy Willis. So racing from first to last. Have we got any more overtaking manoeuvres in the book? I'm not sure we have, but Joe Conosacco faster through the middle part of St Mary's into the dip, up the other side of the compression. If he's going to move, he's got to make a move down the inside to Lava, but he's only being shown the outside. What are his other options? There's no space into the chicane. That means he's got to do it either on the blast down the chicane or somehow, just somehow, on the run down to Woodcote. And we're getting towards that now. Through the Lavin King they go.
Only a few more corners then left for Joe Colasacco to try and find a way through. He's been following Andy Middlehurst all race long. He knows the lines, he knows the moves. That Lotus 25 takes a much tighter line going into the final chicane, which is just a couple of corners away. But time is running out for Joe Colasacco. He'll have one more realistic chance to do it. He's not going to be able to keep it cool, calm and collected out of the chicane. Can he get any kind of toe across the line? It's going to be nip and tuck, but it's going to go the way of the Lotus, which sees the checkered flag first in the Glover Trophy. A fantastic drive from Andy Middlehurst by less than a tenth of a second, seals the win ahead of the Ferrari of Joe Colasacco, and then it will be another Lotus, the Lotus 21 of Mark Shaw, which rounds out the podium ahead of Andy Willis's BRM, and then in fourth, in fifth will have to be Ben Mitchell in the Lola, settling for that top 5 position. A couple of cars off at the end, but my word, Bruce, we had a red flag. We had to wait a bit, but it was worth it.
38 one-thousandths of a second was the margin of victory for this man, Andy Middlehurst. He's done it again in the Lotus 25, but there was that incident coming into the chicane on the final lap, and 2 into 1 did not go, and Tom de Gresse was very much the innocent party there in his white Brabham. Round it went, hopefully no damage there, but as we said, racing from first to last. Fastest lap of the race set on that final lap by our second place charger, Joe Colasacco. And still racing for the final few finishes.
Oh, and it's spinning out for Hagan as well in the 54. James Hagan in the Lotus 18, still racing as another car has to bump off and through the tunnels as well. All of the final lap. And that was the Lola Ford of Patrick Jamin, who also involved in that and gets to the line. Not so much can be said for James Hagan. Hopefully he can get that back around and take the checkered flag. Let's get another look at this then as well. Actually 3 cars in here, but the 15 I think behind just not really getting involved. And James Hagan, a little bit of a lock-up on the inside, and round he went.
Yeah, and then it's always a case of who can avoid around the outside, and Patrick Jamin did precisely that in the ex-Wilmot racing Lola, but a very, very good run from Andy Middlehurst. He started fifth, we weathered the red flag, we had the reformed grid, but that was a tussle. I'm trying to work out how many drivers led the race. Mark Shaw led the race, Andy Middlehurst led the race, Andy Willis led the race, and it seems an extra lap has been done by Andy Middlehurst. He's obviously so fired up that he didn't quite notice the checkered flag, or maybe he's going, I did such a good race, I just deserve a second slowdown lap. But that was tip-top racing. The Glover Trophy has absolutely produced again. No wonder it's one of the most popular races on the agenda, but the racing was the whole way down the order. That's one of the many great things about it.
Yeah, it really was. Not a moment to breathe in that one, as we've got all flames and fire and getting out of the car, and that's a great job from James Hagan to really tell the driver that you're on fire, get out of the car, pulls off and notices it immediately and gets out of the car. I think that let's get another look at who
it's number 15. It's the Wilmot Racing Lola, the red with the white stripes. It was Patrick Jamin.
Who indeed had that off right at the very end as well. And
well done. Also pulling over by a marshal's post.
Perfect.
Great intelligence, and they were very quickly down. And can't tell if he's got a charred suit. It was a black suit to start with, but the important thing, Patrick Jamin out of his car, and what a hot way to end the race.
Yeah, but good to see him out of the car, and the marshals putting that fire out straight away. So safety an absolute paramount here at the Goodwood Revival, and not the way he would have wanted to end this race, but we did see the checkered flag in the end, and Andy Middlehurst with a sublime drive in the Lotus 25, pipping the Ferrari of Joe Colasacco. And here we go. Look at this. And he seems to be a little bit unaware, and he pulls off. And then it is the 54 that has to come through of James Hagan and tell him, your car's on fire, mate. Get out, get out.
Well, he's telling him. I think Patrick was already looking for a marshal's post. I could see he was looking to the left, but to the right. But that really it went up very quickly. Look how fast the marshals went there. If you parked somewhere else, that might not have been a happy story at the end.
No, and fireproof overalls as well, doing their job there, and just gives himself a little bit of a pat down as well. So a bit of a scary moment there, but all under control. And that's the risk when going and racing these cars, isn't it? We want to celebrate and keep these cars going, but of course things like that can and do happen.
Well, the top three are down there after a very, very hard-fought race. Fastest lap of the race to Joe Colasacco. He ended up in second place, 99. That was the car that came third for Mark Shaw. But there is the man with the biggest smile, and one extra bonus lap for Andy Middlehurst. A winner again in the Glover Trophy in the Lotus 25. And his ensemble seem to rather like that, and I'm sure we'll be going down there very soon. But he will pop out. I tell you what, Andy Middlehurst is very fast, and so is our man Ed Foster down there to interview the top three.
Thank you, Bruce. You say very fast, but I'm very bad at placing myself. I've approached from the wrong side. Andy, you're a very, very tough man to beat in this race, but I thought you'd give everyone else a chance after your qualifying position.
Yeah, that didn't go according to plan in the wet, really. Didn't get a good lap in, so fifth. And I thought if it's raining, I'm sort of snookered, but I've got dry weather and it's brilliant. And I must thank John Bowers for supplying the car and Louis for doing a good job in the car and Classic Team Lotus, because that all Emma wouldn't have won today.
It was a fantastic drive. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Let's speak to Joe. I think we can probably reach across. Joe, that was a masterclass in defensive driving, wasn't it?
Yeah, but, you know, I probably would have done the same thing. I just wish I had 5 more minutes. Unfortunately, you get some and you lose some with the red flag there. It got us regridded because the leaders had checked out, but it just qualifying killed me. But I knew there was pace in the car. I want to thank my crew, thank Larry Oriano, who's back home, the whole family, my wife's here, the crew. And I love racing here, and I love it Goodwood. You guys do a great job, and racing with these guys is the best.
Well done.
Thank you.
Let's try and find Mark. There's a little bit of Mark, thank you very much. You should be on more podiums, much easier to find. Mark, at that moment, you can never relax in that, could you?
No, not at all. I mean, it was lots of happening. I mean, I couldn't have done much more, to be honest. We led as much as they could. These guys in these cars, hard to keep them behind. The red flag messed me up a little bit, but I'm happy. It couldn't have really gone much better.
I was going to say, if someone told you on Friday that you'd end up on the podium, you would have taken that, wouldn't you?
No.
But typical racing drivers, well done.
Yeah, they're gone for it, but anyway, we did today, so yeah, that's it. Good. Another good day. Thanks.
Well done, Ed. Good work, as always. And, well, we had the red flag. We got things back underway. And it was an absolute nail-biter of a finish between that Lotus 25 versus the Ferrari 1512. Andy Middlehurst winning out, and you can see the margin there ahead of Joe Colasacco. Mark Shaw in the Lotus 21 managed to get onto the podium as well. Andy Willis held on for fourth in his BRM, and Ben Mitchell led the race at 1.2. Indeed, started the race, the original race, from pole, ending up in fifth in his Lola. Ahead of Philip Buhoffer, best of the rest really for the BRM P261 ahead of Kyle Tilley in the Gilby. Martin Stretton down in 8th ahead of the Lotus 21 of Alex Morton, and Richard Wilson's Cooper T60 rounding out the top 10. This was the Glover Trophy for 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars that raced between 1961 and 1965. This, the initial start of the race, everybody getting away well. And indeed, coming through at the start was the BRM Bruce of Andy Willis.
Yeah, neat and tidy from the middle of the front row. He got away. Martin Stretton was in the mix, but Andy Middlehurst, car number 25, the Lotus 25, soon getting up towards the top end of the field. There was more to come from him. And the same again for Joe Colasacco in the 1512 Ferrari. But we did have the red flag, and then it was Andy Willis being harried by Mark Shaw. And then, of course, we had some cars going off on oil, and it was a stop-start race. But when the race got going again, this is Andy Willis actually that caused the red flag in the end. That needed to be recovered from there. There was a lot of oil on the track. That was cleaned up, and when we went to the restart on a reorganised grid, they knew that almost the entirety of the lap was going to have oil, but covered with dust to give it a little bit of a chance of grip. Brilliant start to the second part of the race. Andy Willis blasting off again, but the order was to change, and pretty soon.
Yeah, we lost Dan Collins in the Lotus 21 in the red flag, and it was side by side all throughout. Initially, the advantage going to Mark Shaw as the Lotus 25 of Andy Middlehurst, an absolute titan of this track, really finding every single inch of it, and some going over the line as well and clipping the grass. But then we really had this fantastic battle for really the top 5 positions, and it was the Ferrari of Joe Calasacco that was picking them off one by one. First of all, it was the 99 of Mark Shaw's Lotus 21. He said goodbye to a little bit of an incident right at the end. Not much Katsuaki Kubota could do in his Lotus 24 at the end, as this was the frenetic action right at the checkered flag. Traffic getting in the way as the Ferrari tried to do its best to get the Lotus, but in the end it was Andy Middlehurst who sealed the win in his Lotus, pipping the Ferrari of Joe Calasacco by less than half a tenth of a second. A fiery end though for the likes of Patrick Jamin in the Lola, but he was able to get out of the car safely, and the Marshals doing an excellent job to put that out. But a wonderful race, a fantastic race for the Glover Trophy.
Been quite life-changing, really.
Welcome to Goodwood, the spiritual home of British motorsport. And the epicentre of this motoring paradise is the Goodwood Road Racing Club. From the thrill of the Festival of Speed to the charm of the revival and the exclusivity of the members' meeting, the club grants you privileged access to events that really set Goodwood apart. Not to mention a host of splendid enclosures where you can kick back and relax. Look at this chap, enjoying some shade. Joining the club also works for your wallet, with special prices for your event tickets. This gentleman has managed to save enough to buy himself a spiffing new suit. With the GRRC, you won't just experience the best of Goodwood, you can even embark on extraordinary journeys across the globe. And enjoy exclusive access to social events, track days and tours with people who share your passion for motoring. These ladies and gents are having a smashing time. So, what are you waiting for? Embrace the spirit of adventure, the thrill of the race and the camaraderie of the GRRC. Join the fellowship today and go further with Goodwood.
We have got our best dressed ladies for the final day here at Revival. Julia, Bryony and Margaret. Wow, what a range of outfits and styles we have. Julia, let's start with you. I'm loving the breeches.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, they're World War II original Land Army trousers.
And why did you decide to go for the army look? You're just feeling it this Sunday?
I love a casual look, and when the weather's like this, it's the best thing. I do glamorous other times, but I thought I'd be very practical today.
And what element about your wardrobe are you most pleased with having found?
Probably my jumper, which was knitted for me by my stepmother. So, yeah.
Well, that is Revive and Thrive all over it. Make, do and mend. Fantastic. Many congratulations, Julia. And Bryony, what an absolute treat for the eyes. You are so exquisitely decorated. Tell us about your inspiration.
It's really the 1940s Hollywood starlet, sort of my inspiration, yeah.
And how are you feeling in that lovely hat you have on?
Yeah, it's quite secure. It's pretty good on there, so yeah, it's fine.
It's a tough competition. There were some very impressive judges over there. What does it mean to you to come second here today?
Yeah, it's really amazing. I never expected it at all, so yeah.
Well, you're a real treat to look at. Many congratulations. And our winner, the best dressed lady of today, is this swinging 60s, Margaret. What was the inspiration behind the dress for you?
I just really love the 60s. Obviously my hair, it's very hard to curl, so I was like 40s, 50s, not going to happen. 1960s is the look that I went for, and then I was just searching on eBay, thought I'd have a little look, found this 1960s German Betty Barclay number.
That's a Betty Barclay dress. Must be a relative of mine. I'm Imi Barclay. Are you wearing my grandmother's clothing?
Maybe. It's incredible if it is. Pamela Mann tights, so it's like a 1960s brand that's still around today, and then thrifted shoes. Very, very make do and men's.
Well, it's all come together absolutely beautifully. Many congratulations to all of you, and enjoy your Sunday at Revival. Well done.
And we are back to some great stuff on track right now as well. We're going to be enjoying over the next few minutes, but it is some beautiful equipment, and all in celebration of John Surtees, CBE, who passed away in 2017, but the one man who took world championships on both two wheels and four wheels. A remarkable career, and I'm joined in the commentary box by John Watson, who raced Formula One for him in the 70s, and James Hayden is with me as well. And James, of course, you are the motorbike expert, motorbike racer and commentator nowadays, and we've just seen at the right at the front of this parade a wonderful display of the bikes that are out there, a real mix. We've also got our own Corinne Chaddock in one of the Can-Am cars, the Lola T70 Can-Am car, with which John Surtees won the Can-Am Can-Am Championship in 1966. But it was that blend, wasn't it, right from the beginning of his career on two wheels that really set him off before he went to four wheels.
Yeah, I mean, the only man to ever win a two-wheel and four-wheel world championship at the highest level, and what a star he was on two wheels. Firstly, 7 world championships. He won MV their first world championship in 56, and that was their first ever 500cc. And then he did 3 doubles, winning the 350 and the 500 world championships in the same year in 58, 59 and 60, and then moved across to Formula One at the young age of 26, and incredible really. And he rode a variety of machines. Obviously his dad was a Vincent dealer in South London, so he started off on Vincent's and off-roading, then little Triumphs, and moved his way through, and an incredible talent and an incredible man.
So we're on board the Can-Am Lola, and John, I know the Can-Am Lola system in the mid-60s to early 70s was a very competitive world, but actually John Surtees took that first title. It was before McLaren started to dominate, and he set up his own team, taking on the Lola. Even though he was a Formula One driver for Ferrari, it wasn't under contract, that he couldn't actually build his own team, take the Lola, and he went on to win that first Can-Am championship in 1966. Very impressive. He actually won $76,000 that year, which apparently is worth over $700,000 in modern money. That was more than you could win in Formula One.
I suspect it would have been, but at the point when John went into Can-Am, that would have been the back end of 1966, and of course John's career at Ferrari ended mid-season 1966 because there was a disagreement amongst the management of Ferrari with John. We don't know the full insight into what did take place, but it resulted in, I think it was around about the time of the French Grand Prix, that Reims that John was no longer a Ferrari Grand Prix driver, and he conveniently found himself driving for the Cooper team with an Italian engine, but this time a V12 Maserati engine.
That's right, yeah, he got a front row at Nürburgring and finished second in the damp to Jack Brabham there. So, yeah, there was a switch that year, but taking the title in the Can-Ams, and it was the first Can-Am title. He had actually raced the Lola T70 and 65 before Can-Am became a championship, but to go and win the title was fantastic in 1966. He took 3 wins, Dan Gurney took 1 win, Mark Donoghue took 1 victory as well, and so did Phil Hill. So there's quite a mixture, but it was an important victory, yet another championship to add to the motorbikes that James was telling us, and of course he'd already won Formula 1 by that point, and he set up his own team doing Can-Am, but then of course to run in Formula 1 as well, and early on the Formula 1 car was actually pretty effective for him, particularly at the Gold Cup at Alton.
Yes, he had a great success. That was I think the only Formula 1 race that Team Surtees won. It was a non-championship race, and we're looking here at number 4. This is a car that, in fact, a hero of Goodwood, Derek Bell, is driving. He scored, I think, in the 1970 USA Grand Prix, a 6th place result, which gave him 1 single point in the World Championship that year. Derek behind the wheel of not maybe the particular car he drove, but an identical car to the one he raced at Watkins Glen.
And then behind was a later version of the Formula 1 cars for Team Surtees. Now, I think that's actually one from just after you were doing it, because you were a racer for him, for the Surtees team. Now, you're looking here. This, of course, is a very crucial car, because this is the one that he won the championship with Ferrari in 1964, his World Championship victory. And we can look back at some wonderful images of the period as well, when he was competing for the Ferrari team. Here was at the Nürburgring, the German Grand Prix in 1964. This was one of his 2 victories that would go on to leading and then winning the World Championship at the very final round. It was all a bit up in the air until the last lap. In fact, it was until the checkered flag of the last lap in Mexico. But at Nürburgring there, that was a very, very important victory for John, wasn't it?
I think every victory in those days, remember, the points that you scored for a victory was only 9 points, not the massive 25 points you get in contemporary Formula 1 days. So you had 1st place down to 6th place. Those are the championship scoring positions. So if you got 1 point in a championship, you got 9. Those are valuable points.
Absolutely right. He went on to win this other race in Monza as well. And I'll tell you what, of course, because his connection with Italy, winning in Monza, that was absolutely crucial. He was such a rider for MV Agusta, a driver for Ferrari, a winner at Monza. He could speak Italian. And then this was Mexico. Now, he didn't win this race, but by finishing in 2nd place, it was enough for him to take that 1964 title and to become the only person ever to have taken world championships at the top level in motorbikes and at the top level in cars as well.
Yes, and I think I mentioned on Friday, I think it's very, very unlikely we'll ever see another competitor do what John Surtees did, win a world championship in Formula 1. And that was on top of all the world championships he won on motorcycles, particularly in the 350 category and then the 500 category with MV Agusta, a fantastic operation created by Count Agusta, who wanted to beat the Gilera team, who were the dominant team in the mid-50s with their 4-cylinder Gilera bikes. And Count Agusta, but John Surtees cemented those victories.
James, we're looking at some of these beautiful bikes that he raced.
Yeah, that's actually his 1960 World Championship winning 500. Beautiful machine. There's 2 of them here, actually, and one of them's got a factory MV chassis, but he didn't really like that so much, and he got them to copy the Norton Featherbed chassis, and that's the one in that bike with the yellow number 1 on the front plate, and that is actually the bike that he won the World Championship on. And beautiful to see that here. Here we can see him at the TT, and look at this. Look at the conditions here. John on his MV coming out of there, and what a magnificent ride he was. You know, obviously part of the World Championship then, and you can see he's off the bike here trying to warm up there. Got his hands trying to get them warm again after those terrible conditions there. But again, we're seeing him here. This is at the TT again, and just that lovely sort of style of his, very sort of tucked in, coming to take another win. He was the only man then to have taken the senior TT victory 3 times in a row. So an incredible achievement.
Yeah, that was his last win at the TT, because that was the 1960 season when he was then switching to cars, which he did remarkably effectively. And his first try of racing was at Goodwood, invited to test an Aston Martin by Reg Parnell, but he decided to decline the option to join at a high level at that point. And he raced a Formula Junior Cooper for Tyrrell here at Goodwood, finished second behind Jim Clark. That was his first ever car race, and that was a brilliant start to his career. So John, you worked with him. It's lovely to celebrate John Surtees' career. Sad he's not with us nowadays. He would have been 90 this year, but what a parade of cars that we've been able to enjoy as well.
Well, aside from his success as a competitor on the racetrack, as a constructor, a Formula 1 constructor, a winner of the Formula 2 European Championship in 1972, is a remarkable career. And of course, in 75, when I joined the Formula 1 team, it was a single car entry. It was a matter of just trying to keep the name and the team alive and try and do the best we could in 1975. But inevitably, as Formula 1 grew, a single car entry was never going to be the way forward. And reluctantly, I think John had to say, enough's enough.
Absolutely, that was the way. But it's so great to enjoy the mix here of the bikes with which he won 7 world titles, the cars with which he won the Formula 1 World Championship. It's been a great weekend of celebrating John Surtees.
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, here come the boys. We are standing with the best-dressed men of Revival today. We are just missing young Alejandro, the Spanish child who was dressed by the mother, so gracias a la madre. But I'm just delighted to be here nonetheless with second place and first place. Let's start with this 60s, 70s number. You tell me. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute surprise and I'm delighted.
How did you get the inspiration for the look, and what a great suit on you. It really does fit so well.
I found it in Wellington, New Zealand, and the fit is pure chance. It hasn't been altered at all. They tell me it was made in about 1967, and I think this would have looked pretty sharp and pretty avant-garde in the late 60s in the Southern Hemisphere.
And are you going to keep any elements of your outfit today going into the week? A bit of a cravat, a bit of a floral shirt on a Wednesday at work?
Why not indeed?
Well, Well done, you. Congratulations. And over to our first place winner. Now, I have never stood in front of a British Airborne chaplain. Is that right? You tell me more.
Yes, absolutely. This is a uniform of a British Airborne chaplain. It would have been worn by him in 1944, probably dropped from a plane as well, to support the troops on the ground on D-Day. It's made of serge wool, so in the sunshine it's a tad warm, but I can't complain because people used to fight in this. Stiff collar as well, because everybody wore a stiff collar back in the day as well. And you might notice I've got some World War I ribbons on there, because being the age I am, unfortunately I would have had to serve in 2 world wars, and you were allowed to wear your World War I ribbons on your uniform during World War II.
Well, you are really honouring D-Day today, which is very appropriate, of course. And even with the gloves holding that champagne, we don't want it to get too warm, do we? So I'll let you go off and enjoy that. Many congratulations, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bill, Mini's on the front row, but it's dry. So really, the car behind you is what you want, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. I've just had a deal with all the boys in the Minis, and I'm going to give them the biggest tow they've ever had in their whole life.
Have you been sticking a bit of Velcro onto your back bumper?
I've told them to lasso the tow bar on the back and just get in there, boys. No, I think I've got an advantage of straight line speed, a bit. Jag, of course, I don't know. We don't know. It's a mix-up. Everything is a lottery now, because we had damp qualifying, wet everything. We don't know what we're going to do.
And there is also the amateur that is known as Max Chilton in a Cortina behind you as well.
Who's Max Chilton?
Yes, he's the amateur driver. He's never done anything. He's definitely not the fastest person at Goodwood.
I recognise the risks involved in what I'm doing.
Excellent. Well, look, Bill, enjoy it. I know you always do.
Thank you very much indeed.
Bill Shepherd there talking to Ed. He'll be going from the second row of the grid from 4th in the Galaxy 500 for our next race, which is the St Mary's Trophy presented by Motul Part 2. And this is how it goes. Well, there we have it then. We were having a cracker of a St Mary's Trophy Part 1 yesterday. Of course, for those production-based saloon cars that raced between 1960 and 1966. We had a fantastic race yesterday with our professional and celeb drivers doing battle this race, seeing the car's owners take over driving duties. But Alice Powell, who has joined myself, Harry Benjamin, in the commentary box, there is still all to play for, because the overall winners will be decided on the aggregate result of both races. So with that in mind, who are you looking out for in this grid?
Well, our race winner from yesterday, or our race winning car from yesterday, starts down in 15th place. That's the Alfa Giulia. Alex Ferrani is behind the wheel, so he's going to have to try and make his way a little bit further up the order.
Well, the man with the best view in the house is Nick Swift on pole. He's down talking to Ed.
Nick Swift, I've been chatting to one of the Galaxy drivers who says he's going to give you the biggest tow you've ever had.
I could do with more of a tow rope, more than a slipstream tow. Yeah, 120 max down the straight, 210, I think, for that one.
But look, there's other minis on the grid, so I'm guessing you want to keep your nose out of trouble and beat all the other minis.
What we want to do is we want to have mini fun. We love mini fun. So it will be great. Let's just see what happens. Obviously, it's fully dry. We can only go backwards. But as long as we have lots of fun, Ben Colburn with the little orange mini, I think he's equally as fast. Obviously, he's 30 kilos lighter than me, so that makes a big difference.
It's been raining pretty much all weekend. You go near your mini to race and it dries up.
I know, isn't that ridiculous? We got, wellies on, sou'westers and everything else this morning, and
and look at it now. It's like a glorious summer's day. Sod's law, I call that. So, but there we go.
Look, best of luck, enjoy it.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Nick Swift talking to Ed Foster down in the assembly area behind the wheel of his Morris Mini Cooper. And, well, I suppose he is right, Alice. He can only go backwards. The Mini's much better, of course, in those wet mix conditions.
Yes, alongside him will be Chris Ward in the Mark II Jag, which didn't finish yesterday. So Chris needs to have a good result to push him further up the order. It was Brundle, actually, that finished 10th in the Nick Swift 76 Morris Mini yesterday. Remember that fantastic move around the outside of St Mary's. There's our cars waiting to go. Actually, just look at the size of the little Mini there, the 76 next to the Jag Mark II. But wait until you see the Ford Galaxy. That is massive, and the first one of those will be Bill Shepherd, and that car started at the very back of the grid yesterday. Romain Dumas came all the way up to P3. It was a stunning drive, some great overtakes, some great moves. So keep an eye on Bill Shepherd, who will also is a very fast pedaler. He'll be looking forward to trying to navigate through the Minis and the Jags.
Certainly will. Another one to watch out for from the third row is we've got a lot of Cortinas in the field. The Ford Lotus Cortina Mark I, the number 6 on that, will be raced by Max Chilton, who owns the car, but there might be a name that's familiar to you, former Formula 1 driver, and of course the man who holds the hill climb record here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed in the McMurtry. Very different machine he's got, though, underneath his feet this afternoon, as the weather has absolutely come out to play with us. Yesterday's winner was Frank Stifler in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GT-A, so that has done a very good job. Alex Furiani now taking over that car. That's the 133 numbered car down in 15. This one of the Ford Galaxies just coming their way through, and there's plenty of Alfa Romeo, as you see it coming through in red through your screen. A BMW in the field as well, the 1800 out there, one of the only BMWs in the field. Actually, we're mainly heavy on those Galaxies, but also we've got another big machine in the form of a Plymouth Barracuda, haven't we, Alice?
Yeah, we have. So the Plymouth Barracuda, Jake Hill was at the wheel of one of those yesterday. He had a great drive, finished second, manufactured by Chrysler, small block V8 engine, V6 Chrysler, weighs around about 1,400 kilos, so certainly a lot heavier than the Morris there. We've got the number 95, Abby Eaton was at the wheel of that Plymouth Barracuda yesterday. She finished in 13th. Duncan Pittaway, starting 14th today, is out there. He's got, you can just see in front of him, the Alfa Giulia that we were talking about. There is our onboard camera, and you can tell by the sound that it is one of, I believe that is one of our Thunderbirds.
And just having a beautiful look inside of Bill Shepherd's Galaxy 500. And you can see their lovely interior, but it really is absolutely stripped out all around the seat, to the roll cage inserted in as well. And that's what I love about this St Mary's Trophy. You mentioned it earlier in terms of the sizing difference, just a huge amount of diversity that we have on offer in the form of the shapes on offer as they make their way round to form up on the grid. And then we will have a little bit of a wait before we get the green flag lap underway, and then we will be racing. Ahead of us, a 25-minute race is what we will have on offer. So absolutely, you've got to look out for those big 5-litre Ford Galaxies. They're the rather unusual Plymouth Barracudas that we've just seen. Duncan Pittaway at the wheel of one of those, and that, of course, is a name everyone at Goodwood will know, the man who tamed the beast of Turin a year in, year out in that magnificent machine.
Yeah, apologies there. The Thunderbird actually won last year, another American V8, Romain Dumas and Bill Shepherd at the wheels of that. So they've experienced a wave to the marshal as he pulls up into his grid slot. This is probably my favourite camera angle, because you can see the driver's hands, feet, and lots of it. This was great with Dumas yesterday. We saw him dicing on the wheel, but also the heel and toe that he had to give it with the down changes. I thought that you could tell he was a man on a mission, but not only because he was speeding through the pack, but he's quite aggressive, forcing that gear lever into gear, and this was the Alex Buncombe car that started on pole yesterday, dropped a bit further down the order than he would have liked, finished P10. There's our 133, the Julia. That was our winner from yesterday, starting in 15th. There's all the cars being guided. We've got the BMW slightly in front there. Tom Sharp, the 180, is just in front. That's 1.8 litre BMW, so a nice wide variety, Harry.
Yeah, that Alpha, Alex Furiani taking over from Frank Stippler, who took the win on the road yesterday in part 1 of the St Mary's Trophy. Of course, a reminder, it will be for the overall winners, an aggregate result of the 2 races. So we'll be one to keep an eye out, that Alpha with the 133 number on the side. Alex Furiani at the wheel to see where he can finish. Equally, the same goes for the Galaxy, the 92 of Bill Shepherd. And of course for the others in the field, a bit of work to do though for the likes of Dwight Merriman in that Plymouth Barracuda in the hands of Jake Hill, finished 2nd yesterday, down in 24th.
And actually the 133 that we saw, which was yesterday's race winner, Jochen Mass used to race that car. He was out on the grid yesterday as well, so it would have been probably quite fun for him to see that car come through. But look at the sheer size. I reckon you could fit that little Mini in the boot of that Ford Galaxy. Maybe be a bit of squeeze, but if you haven't been down to the paddock and you're still hanging around, please do after this race, and you can go and see these cars and you can really see the sheer size of that Ford Galaxy.
Jason Stanley there in the Austin Mini Cooper. That was with Alex Buncombe yesterday. Found in a junkyard about 8 years ago, that car. And then this, another one of the Mini Cooper S's. Didn't think he'd be racing a few days ago, did Ben Colburn in the orange Mini with the 55 on board. And has, was on the reserve list and then bumped up for the race. And brilliant to see him in this race. And what a view on the front row, sharing it with Chris Ward and Nick Swift. Ben Colburn from 3rd in the field. This Rusty, affectionately known as, this the other Mini, the Austin Mini Cooper S, found in that junkyard about 8 years ago. Highly rusted, but almost complete state and lovingly restored over the past 4 years to exactly its original specification by Bill Shepherd's expert team, and they affectionately call it Rusty now for the condition that they found in. So it's quite nice really that Bill Shepherd's lining up alongside that car too.
I mean, what a beautiful sight. You don't get a sight like that anywhere else in the world, do you, apart from here at Goodwood. The 2 little Minis, the Jaguar Mark II in a sandwich there, the Ford Galaxy behind, we've got the Julias, BMW, so a lovely mix where the drivers are keeping a keen eye and having a look to the start. So the green flag will be waved. They'll then go on to their formation lap, try and get an idea for the conditions that are dry, but these cars qualified in the wet, hence why we have the little more nimble Mini Coopers or a handful of Morrises on the front row, characterful cars, 1.3 litre engines there, much better suited to the wet. You can already see that plenty of drivers weaving left to right to try and get some tyre temperature in. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly they adapt to the drier conditions from what they were used to in qualifying. Of course, some of these drivers have been racing in other events today, so maybe they'll have the upper hand. Chris Ward is one of them.
Quite possibly a little further back, look out for that the Sob BMW Tom Sharp, raced at several Goodwood meetings in that that car has in the past decade, including the likes of Eddie Cheever in the St Mary's Trophy. So don't expect that really to threaten too much at the front, but starting alongside 2 Alfa Romeos as well. There is 1 BMW out there in the field, and this is what it all looks like. It will be that Morris Mini of Nick Swift. He doesn't have high hopes of holding on to that lead though. Chris Ward and the Mark II Jag alongside, and Ben Colburn bumped up from the reserve list in his Mini into 3rd. The Ford Galaxy Bill Shepherd, expect that to power through. Jason Stanley's Austin Mini Cooper S in 5th. Then we have another Morris Mini of Martin Overington. The first of the Cortinas, Max Chilton at the wheel alongside former Formula E driver, current Formula E reserve driver Joel Eriksson, racing at the Jaguar Mark II ahead of Bruno Spengler, a BMW Works driver in years gone by, touring cars, German touring cars in the Mini Cooper S alongside Gregor Fiskin, and another one of those powerful Ford Galaxy 500s. Then we get the Alfa Romeos, the Giulia Kia Sprint GTA. Nicholas Ditting, first of all, in 11th, ahead of Matthew Holm. Then that BMW of Tom Sharp. Just behind them, the Plymouth Barracuda, one of the rather unusual cars you'll see out there. Duncan Pittaway at the wheel, ahead of the winning car from yesterday. Watch out for where the 133 finishes in the Alfa Romeo. That's Alex Furiani at the wheel, ahead of another Cortina duo, Sean Lynn and Nick Jarvis. Then comes another Jaguar Mark II of Richard Butterfield, and it's Niall McFadden in a Cortina, and Tim Crichton, who's been racing all weekend long, this time for this race in a Ford Galaxy. Another Austin Mini Cooper S, Rick Turner in 21st, ahead of Ian Dalgleish in another Galaxy, and then the Ford Anglia of Michael Sheraton down in 23rd, ahead of the second Plymouth Barracuda that was powered to second yesterday by Jake Hill. Dwight Merriman with a job on his hands from 24th, ahead of Roderick Jack in the Alfa Romeo. Another Alfa follows from Francois Rivaz, then Matthew Moore's Galaxy 500, the Cortina of Christopher Stahl, and at the back we'll have the Alfa Romeo of Mike Hilton and the Alfa Romeo of Christian van Landschot towards the rear of the field, and they will line up right at the back of this 30-strong field, Alice.
Yes, they certainly will indeed. We haven't really talked much about the Lotus Cortinas. We've got quite a few of those that are starting out there on the grid today. Very popular car back in its day, on and off track, and a very popular car here too at Goodwood, whether it be the revival or the members meeting. 1.6 litre engine, 4-speed gearbox. Not quite have the grunt compared to some of the bigger cars like the Plymouth and the Ford Galaxy, but it looks like the final remaining cars, which is our two Julias at the very back there, are just coming on to complete lining up on the grid.
Max Chilton in the Cortina going from the third row, just being told to just move a little bit forward. You've got room to mark up into your grid spot by the marshal there, and Chilton, then a former Formula One driver, just lining up. But we will get this race underway then. 25 minutes for the St Mary's Trophy Part 2. Saloon cars from between 1960 and 1966. It's 2 minutes on the front row with a Jaguar in the middle, but it's the best of starts for the Galaxy 500 of Bill Shepherd that barges his way through. Nick Swift would have seen him coming, would have known he was coming, but Bill Shepherd wastes no time at all, and the other Cortina trying to find his way through. Chilton also having a good start, but Nick Swift is not going to give this one up without a fight, but the Galaxy just loses the Mini on the straights.
The Galaxy says bye-bye to everyone else behind, the Mini included, but the Jag Mark II, Chris Ward having a go round the outside of Four Water, then straight down now into St Mary's for the very first time. Look at Max Chilton, he's trying to join the party as well. Nick Swift keeps it there on the inside. Have they touched? I think they did, Harry, through the second part of the St Mary's. They've actually caught up to the back of our new race leader. Great stuff, and already the top five have broken away.
Fantastic start to this race. Chilton in the Cortina with the number 6 on the side, just having a good battle with Ben Colburn, who's lost position, started third, and now at the back of this gaggle in the top 5. But I tell you what, now the Jag Mark II, Chris Ward, has gotten through on Nick Swift's Mini. It's actually just through the corners, especially closes up on Bill Shepherd's Galaxy, but you can see the grunt, the might of that Ford Galaxy is just no match for the cars behind as the sun glints off the window, slings it through the right-hander and pulls that gap. And Chilton now closing onto the back of Chris Ward in the Jag Mark II as we come through the chicane for the first time in this 25-minute race, and across the line to end the first lap of racing. It is Bill Shepherd in the Galaxy, followed by Chris Ward in the Jaguar Mark II. Then comes Chilton in the Cortina, followed by Nick Swift, who is holding on in his Mini, trying to challenge the Cortina ahead, and it's being helped and willed along by the other Mini, the orange Mini Cooper S of Ben Colburn. Just behind is the Austin Mini Cooper of Jason Stanley, who's trying to catch up, but he has got another of the Galaxies looming in his rear view mirrors. Gregor Fiskin behind him.
Yeah, and take a breath after the first lap. So Ben Colburn, he's had experience with racing front-wheel drive cars, often regular with the Westbourne Motors, his family team. Slightly further down, we've got another battle between a Cortina and the Ford Galaxy. Julio is having a look on the outside of a Cortina as well, heading through St Mary's for the second time. One of our Cortinas having a good amount of chew on the inside curve, and off goes, and just about, Harry, keeping it on track. Fantastic stuff. The yellow flag waved momentarily there. Catch the number on the side. I missed that number. I think that might have been... no, it wasn't the 59. We've got a spinner. The 176 has spun.
It's the Alfa Romeo further back in the pack of Mike Hilton, which started on the back row, just having a little spin. Also just spotted that Tim Crichton as well in the 83 Galaxy. I'm not sure he really ever got going either, so that's a real shame to see one of those Galaxies out. He's fallen all the way down, unless it's a transponder issue. We had those over the weekend, but so far doesn't look like Tim Crichton has got underway in this race. Back up front then, and it is Bill Shepherd who leads the way by almost 3 seconds, but then comes the battle for second. And here we go then. Have we got Chilton down the inside, locking up that front right into the chicane. Contact with the Jaguar Mark II. A rim goes flying off into the distance, but they both still power through. The Jag still ahead of Chilton in the Cortina for the time being.
Yeah, Chris Ward slammed the door shut as he tickles the grass on the exit of St Mary's. Chilton's going to have another look up the inside. Is he into Lavant? No, he was locked up, had nowhere to go. And Chris Ward's run wide in the Jaguar. Does he keep it through? The Minis might say, well, this is our chance to pounce. They're going to tuck in the back of the toe. I don't think they will have a chance now. They're on the back straight, but the Jag is going to have a look on the inside of the King, down the Levant straight. No, he doesn't. Then into Woodcote corner, heavy on the brakes. You can see the much lighter Cortina is able to brake ever so slightly later than the slightly heavier Jag from behind. Oh, we've got a spinner. That's the 214.
Matthew Holmes, Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, the Alfa has taken a trip off somewhere. I have a look. I think that's on the exit of Lavant corner. We'll see if we can catch a replay of that. But for now, we are going to get a little replay. Let's have a look. Oh, was there maybe some contact there? It was good to avoid, just about avoid the barriers, the Alfa, so good job there.
Racing it out with one of the other Jaguar Mark IIs in the field. I think it might have been Richard Butterfield just coming through there. Butterfield currently down in 13th. But shame for that spinning car. 3 laps gone then, 25 minutes on the clock, already down to 19 minutes and 40 seconds. And, well, Bill Shepherd now with almost 3 seconds of lead in his Galaxy, charging away out front. Chilton now starting to stabilise at the wheel of his Cortina in second, but he can't get too lazy, because he has still got Chris Ward and that Jag Mark II right behind him, and then they will not be deterred. The 2 Minis, Nick Swift and Ben Colburn, getting up the inside for Swift though, as the Jag has a big slide on the rear. Is that going to allow Swift to try and get the throttle down? No, because the Jag just comes straight back through again. So while those Minis are so nimble and quick in the corners, they just cannot be a match for the car in front on the straight.
No, certainly won't be able to. This 124 was actually experimental GT prototype, a 3.8 litre engine, and I have to say, Nick Swift said he was going to get dropped, but I think these Minis are doing a very good job to hang on, and we're getting a replay of the start, and look at the Ford Galaxy. That gap was closing. There was definitely contact there between
at least
Nick Swift. Yeah, we're going to see the onboard. You can see the gap's closing. He thought, well, I've got to keep my foot pinned. He did have a little lift of the throttle, checks the mirror right, checks the mirror left, and then he's not looked back since. 2.7 is the gap. But saying that, last time round, a very decent lap time from Max Chilton. He's actually starting to drop this gaggle of cars we've got behind, and he's actually starting to reel in the Ford Galaxy that's out front.
Race on, perhaps. Can Max Chilton try and claw in a bit of time? Mistakes can happen, especially as we get later into the day as well. Chris Ward is not able to get away from the 2 Minis behind him. They will be watching for the smallest of mistakes. Perhaps could have been a teamwork go well here for the 2 Minis to try and find their way through on the Jaguar, but the Jaguar just so good in the straights. You can see here, this is where the Mini comes into action through the corners, gets a good exit, and then just cannot do anything. Slots back in behind the Jaguar to try and get a little bit of a tow, but then the Jaguar just leaves them for dust.
Yeah, that Nick Swift and Ben Colburn will be jumping up and down in their seats, willing the little minis on. Yeah, Ben a little bit more confident on the brakes as he heads into Woodcote compared to Nick. And you can see the closing speed on the brakes. So it's pretty even Stevens by the time we come to the end of the lap. Filter through the chicane. Chris Ward, a very experienced racer all round, especially with historics. He checks the mirror, but he won't be phased. He's not going to be troubled by the lesser powered mini as he heads down into turn one. Max Chilton, he set a personal best on that lap, but so did Bill Shepherd, and that was fastest, 7/10 faster that last time round compared to Max Chilton.
Nice little battle going on a little bit further down in the pack, and just making a move up, keeping an eye out for this. That was yesterday's race-winning car. The Alfa Romeo was the race-winning car that's just coming through. That's Alex Furiani at the wheel this time. It was Frank Stippler yesterday. He's just gotten through on Jason Stanley, who we ride on board with now in the Austin Mini Cooper. So Furiani has now gotten up into 7th. And a reminder, the overall winners of the St. Mary's Trophy is determined by an aggregate result over the 2 races. So really important then for Furiani to try and get as high up as he can in the field after Frank Stippler's brilliant drive yesterday in that Alfa Romeo. Little bit of traffic then to deal with those. We head back up front for the Jaguar and the 2 minis that chase down a battle over 3rd at the moment. The gap out in front between the Galaxy of Bill Shepherd and Max Chilton's Cortina, around about 3.5 seconds for the time being. Last lap around, it was very much in the favour of Bill Shepherd, who might have just had a lap or so where he was taking it a little bit steady, but has absolutely wiped the floor last lap around on Chilton. We'll see if Chilton can do anything and try and close that gap, but it will be difficult knowing the might of the wonderful Galaxies. There he is. Those are your 2 leaders. First comes Shepherd in the Galaxy, then comes Chilton in the Cortina, and then comes this, Chris Ward in the Jaguar Mark II, Nick Swift in the Morris Mini Cooper, and then Ben Colburn, who didn't think he'd even be racing in this a couple of days ago, tucked in just behind, in 5th at the moment in the orange Mini Cooper S. And you know what? The longer they battle, including the 2 minis battling it out, Gregor Fiskin not too far away behind in the other Galaxy 500 on his own, down in 6th. He's got a chasing Alfa Romeo Furiani behind, so it's just something to bear in mind for this battle over 3rd. They could be joined in another 6 or so seconds by the likes of Fiskin's Galaxy behind.
Yeah, it could be. I think Chris Ward has spent more time going sideways trying to dice the Jag Mark II around the track. Nick Swift's going to have a look, and Ben Colburn's almost willing him along, and he's got
Teamwork.
back in front. Teamwork from the little minis. However, the Jag with that XK engine puts his foot down and off it goes. Chris Ward was he had stuck his hand out the window there. I don't know if he was getting rid of something in the cockpit, but Nick Swift will have to try once again. A puff of smoke coming from the wheel of the 55 as it locks. It's all going into Woodcote corner. So you see Max Chilton has escaped. Nick Swift's having a look. No. Look at the wheel work that Nick Swift is doing in the Mini, but also Chris Ward as well. And has Ben Colburn got a problem? He's slowing down in the Mini behind, as I think he's just pulled into the pits, Harry. Yes, he has.
Such a shame for Ben Colburn in the Mini Cooper, who is making his way and into the pits. Then that will be race done. There are no pit stops in this St. Mary's Trophy. The door opens, so perhaps he's spotted an issue and has come into the pits. That promotes everybody up a position. There's a little bit of work going on the passenger side. The door open, but that is it, though. That's a shame. His dad there looking so disappointed on the right-hand side. The mechanics as well having a really good fight. But that is the day done then for Ben Colburn. Such a shame.
Yeah, his car finished 25th yesterday. Christian Horner was at the wheel of it, but we get this battle continuing. It's only a 2-car battle now as the 76 tries to get the cutback at Lavant Corner once again. But again, he'll be outdone down the straight. Chris Ward, he has a little look. He's putting his thumbs up to Nick Swift on the outside. Great racing from the Nick willing on, saying, I'm trying to keep up with you, but I've not got the power in the little Mini. Great stuff.
Oh, brilliant racing here from the Jaguar Mark II and the Mini chasing behind us. Love seeing in tandem both getting the rear ends out, sliding their way through the corners, stamp on the brakes for the chicane. Chris Ward absolutely wringing the neck of that steering wheel. But with a good exit for Swift in the Mini, can get right up behind, but all that Jaguar has to do is put his foot flat to the floor. This happening a little further back in the pack. Two cars going off the Mini, almost losing it. The Cortina further back in the pack. I think that's Michael Sheraton's Anglia, actually, Ford Anglia, just finding the grass along with the Mini behind as well. But no harm done there, both rejoining that racing up and down the field. But this, the tightest action that we have at the moment. Yesterday's race-winning car, the Alfa Romeo of Furiani, now at the wheel, the 133, currently in sixth, ahead of Duncan Kitaway in the other Plymouth Barracuda, has now worked his way up into seventh.
I think, if I saw my eyes correctly there, that Max Chilton has really closed the gap. Yeah, he has. So traffic may be coming into play here. Shepherd under a little bit more pressure from Max Chilton. Nick Swift's got past. You can see he just knows he's going to be done down the straight. Oh,
he's almost telling him to go through. I'm enjoying this too much. Let me try again.
Plenty of news, and it's making us chuckle for sure, and I'm glad to see that Nick Swift is having a laugh as well. Having a look at the gap. Let's have a look at the overtake first. So a bit too much curb on the inside for Chris Ward. Does Nick Swift going to go around the outside? Is he? Is he? Around Lavant Corner? Yes, he does. Look at that. He just knows he's got to send it. And waving immediately on the exit. I tell you what, Nick Swift's doing a lot of waving in there. And actually, I can see the smile through that open face helmet as well. As he just enters into Magritte Corner, turn one, fighting at the wheel. And the 55, unfortunately, has broken down once again, did get out, and that is the 99. That's one of our Ford Galaxies that's gone off.
Dalglish at the wheel.
Just pulls out in front of one of the Ford Lotus Cortinas further down the road. He actually heard the crowd gasp there, so have a look. See in the background comes steaming on the grass. So the Cortina maybe wasn't aware, and that grass, you can see, so wet.
Well, that's one way to do an overtake, isn't it? And then, and then brought a lot of grass and muck back onto the track as well. And Nick Jarvis in the Cortina behind, getting a face full of grass and a face full of Galaxy there further back in the pack. Right, as the battle continues between Chris Ward and the Jaguar Mark II, and then Nick Swift. Here comes Gregor Fiskin. I told you to watch out for him. He has closed up to the back of this pack in one of the other Galaxies, and you can just see three completely different cars racing it out for the same bit of tarmac here at the Goodwood Revival in the St Mary's Trophy. Fiskin has taken about 6 to 12 seconds to catch up to the back of this pack, and now is right up behind them. Meanwhile, I think your eyes weren't deceiving you, Alice. I think Chilton is steadily closing the gap to this man out in front in the lead car. That's the Galaxy of Bill Shepherd. Last lap around for Shepherd was a 1:32.1. Chilton was actually quicker, a 1:31.8.
Yeah, I'm amazed Bill can see over that steering wheel. We could barely see him in the car. He sat so low. You certainly wouldn't have that problem. All 7 foot of you, Harry. That's a perfect car for you. But Fiskin has joined the battle, so that's going to allow Ward to maybe escape a little bit up the road. They've got another Jag Mark II they need to pass just in front. So lap traffic coming into play, the Jag indicating there to allow them. Nick Swift now decided to use I would call it the touring car style tactic. Turn on the lights, try and make a distraction. And Nick, he got ever so sideways, did Chris Ward, but again, he knows that this is the straight line. The Mini's going to have nothing. Those little Mini lights, like they're full blaze, and through, sails on in the Ford Galaxy V8 is Fiskin. So this is going to be interesting now, because Chris Ward has got to deal with 2 cars, and Nick's trying to brave around the outside. He's going to be squeezed onto the grass. Wood could just about save, just pulls it back on through before our turning board there on the outside.
Oh, it is absolutely brilliant to watch this, isn't it? The Gregor Fiskin in that much mightier, much more powerful Galaxy now trying to make a move down the inside of Chris Ward's Jaguar Mark II. He says, I've caught up to your battle. I've seen what I've seen what I've seen, and I've decided to overtake both of you and let you get on with it again. So Fiskin gets 2 positions in the space of, well, less than half a lap. The first was this against Nick Swift, who was really saying, no, 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 I'm going to hang out for as long as possible, and in the end had to bail out, found himself on the grass at one point, swings it through the chicane. That was how Fiskin got Swift, and then Fiskin getting Ward as well down through Madgwick, that Mark II being displaced, as I think actually maybe the Mark II might have got back in front. We'll have to wait and see who comes through the back of the shot. We're looking at the gap at the front at the moment, which is just over 2 seconds between Bill Shepherd's Galaxy and the chasing Cortina of Max Chilton.
But Harry, and the big but here is there's a lot of traffic for our leaders to navigate coming through, who of course are in their own battles. They're coming through. The traffic's just gone through the chicane now, which is what Bill is entering along with Max Chilton. They've got a whole host of cars that they need to get through. Nick Swift's dive down the inside at Woodcote Corner. Has he finally got past the Jaguar for good? Chris Ward is going to, of course, give it a go down the front straight. They've both got a little bit of traffic to navigate in front of them. Oh, and Nick Swift just avoids the back of the Alfa Romeo there. That's Van der Lashkot down in 25th place. The Jag's going to try on the outside, and he's not able to do so.
No, has to settle. The Jag now behind the Mini, but will he catch back up? Is he just playing a bit of a game of cat and mouse? There's Gregor Fiskin's Galaxy, which has now gotten through and found himself a bit of daylight in between. The Jaguar tries to come back, but through the corners, that's where the Mini has the power, but then on the straights, it's a bit more difficult for the Mini to keep up, but so far, this is the longest Swift has managed to stay in front of Ward's Jaguar.
Yeah, and he's gone through the second part of St Mary's there. You can see Fiskin's not got too far up the road, actually. So Nick Swift is deciding to take a little bit of the grass as well to try that line. Let's see if he does that next time around. Of course, that won't work, but I think he might have escaped here. Now, here's the traffic I was talking about for our leaders. He's got past one of the Alfa Romeos. He's got another one in front of him. We've got the Plymouth Barracuda that was being raced yesterday by Jake Hill. It's Alex Ferrani at the wheel of it today. Max Chilton has got an Alfa he needs to get past. It's going to be a little bit harder for him to get past. Not as powerful as the Alphas, but of course blue flags will be waved. But like I said before, they are in their own battle.
Yeah, Chilton then in the Cortina just trying to get through on the Alpha of Roderick Jack as we have might be the Anglia out on the grass there. This though, the battle between the Galaxy, or the leading Galaxy of Bill Shepherd. The gap has come down as they navigate the traffic, but Chilton is trying to navigate it better. 1.8 seconds now under that 2-second mark. Last lap around when there was clear traffic, they were both pretty much dead on in terms of pace. There comes the Plymouth Barracuda, and out wide for Chilton onto the grass. That's going to cost him all the time he was making up. Such a shame for Max Chilton, who manages to feed it back onto the circuit. No harm done, but a lot of time lost.
Yeah, and we said the traffic could play a part, but I just want to give a shout to Nick Swift in the Little Mini. He's just set fastest final sector of anyone. Well done, Nick. He's giving it all in the Mini, but that's really played into the hands, has it? That's relieved a lot of pressure. Last time round, 1.8 was the gap between Shepherd and Chilton. It's certainly going to be a lot more this time round. Chilton trying to get past the traffic on the outside, and we've got one of our Minis, the number 3, has spun round. Our race leader coming through to get past. Yellow flags were out, but of course that car was moving extremely slowly. So I wonder if there's been contact there, or if the Mini just ran slightly wide at Woodcote.
Yeah, it was Rick Turner's Austin Mini Cooper there, having the little skirmish back on the track. They're just coming through. Then comes Dwight Merriman, the Plymouth Barracuda behind. Here we go then. And this was the recovering Mini, who I think just saw him coming right at the very end, darted to the right. But that could have been a little bit hairy for Bill Shepherd, who then had to go quite deep into the corner for the chicane. But He's got that little bit of extra daylight after Chilton's little excursion off into the grass in his Cortina. Still in second, though, is Max Chilton. Then comes the other Galaxy of Gregor Fiskin in third, ahead of Nick Swift, and looks like we might have another Galaxy off as well.
Except St Mary's, our leaders come round, trying to point out what number that is, but green flag wave, so Max Chilton is still trying to navigate the traffic. This is the number 30 car that's had a spin round, Matthew Moore. Yeah, he's gone off on the exit there. The young Ford livery you can see on the side of it there. And Max Chilton's finally getting through this little bit of traffic, but 5.2 is the daylight between him and Bill Shepherd. The Plymouth Barracudas having a battle with our Mini that had a spin just before the chicane. And we're going to have a look at the replay. This is going to be the Ford Galaxy, yeah, just dipped a wheel on the grass on the exit of St Mary's in front of our race leader. So they're all trying to make sure that Bill doesn't win this race. And good avoiding reaction by Bill, because if he'd taken to the grass, that would have been... well, that could have been easily game over, but Max Chilton breathing a sigh of relief to get past that traffic. The gap, actually, 3.6 seconds, has come down once again.
Well, I'll tell you what, in the traffic, Chilton lost a good 3 seconds to Bill Shepherd ahead, but that last lap around was an absolutely stonking effort from Chilton, a 1:34.2 compared to Shepherd's 1:35.7. Shepherd hasn't had it easy either with traffic, and also a couple of spinners in front of him nearly taking him out. But Chilton is a man on a mission here. He's fast in that Cortina. He knows he's got the pace to try and get up to the back of that Galaxy. It's just, though, a matter of time, and with less than a minute on the clock, it's going to be a tough ask, but it's not impossible, as that other Galaxy further back in the pack of Matthew Moore, just trying to keep it on the track.
Yeah, he is in a traffic watch. There isn't much traffic ahead for our leaders. That last time through the first sector there, Max Chilton was slightly quicker, 0.2 quicker than our race leader. They're just coming through the timing being for the middle sector, and it's come down even more, nearly a second. So Max could be right on the back of Bill Shepherd in the next couple of laps. And there's our race winner from yesterday, with some more action going on. Nick Swift, right, we've forgotten about this battle. He used to right up on the back of Gregor Fiskin. He's going to try the sneaky undercut. Oh, using some of the grass. They don't make contact, thankfully, but of course the American V8 is going to put his foot down and steam away down the straight.
Well then, final lap we go. The clock has counted down to 0. The checkered flag will wait for the next time around for Bill Shepherd to come across the gap. 1.5 seconds between himself and Max Chilton. It's been a mighty drive from Chilton so far, but there's mighty drives going on all throughout the field. Nick Swift fancies a last-minute gasp attempt to get himself onto the podium. We leave that battle for the moment and focus for the lead of this race. Chilton absolutely pushing that Cortina to the absolute maximum. The rear sliding out of his control, but holding it nicely. He's made up so much time in the space of a couple of corners, right up to the back of Bill Shepherd.
I think Bill might have a bit of an issue here. He's from the previous lap times he was doing, he's 2 seconds slower, so I'm not sure if he's got some kind of issue, and he's nowhere near as fast as he was, believe it or not, not from our pictures, as down the straight as he was before. Can we have a couple of more laps, please? That's certainly what Max Chilton would be saying.
We're out of time, though. He closes up mightily through the corners, but through the straights he cannot get it through into the chicane. Just about holds it. Can Chilton do anything in the Cortina to blast past and take it on the line? No, he's run out of meters. The St Mary's Trophy Part 2 goes to Bill Shepherd with a mighty drive, though, from Max Chilton to close right up in the Cortina, right at the very end. Perhaps some problems, though, for the Galaxy in those closing stages. Through, we'll see, hopefully in third, it will be Gregor Fiskin takes the final spot on the podium. A reminder, though, the overall winner will be decided by an aggregate result from yesterday's race and today's result, so that puts certainly in a good position Alex Furiani in the Alfa Romeo Romeo. That was the car that won yesterday's race, finishing this race in 6th spot. So a good drive there from the Alfa Romeo. Did Nick Swift manage to get Gregor Fiskin? No, he didn't. He did manage to get the better of the Jaguar Mark II, though. Chris Ward finishing in 5th, just ahead of that Alfa Romeo of Furiani. But the battle's all the way to the bitter end, with the BMW trying to stay ahead. Tom Sharp trying to keep ahead of the chasing pack behind, and he just does so. That will be Ditting's car, who just has to slot in behind in the Alfa there. That's the top 10 result, and a rather enjoyable St Mary's Trophy Part 2. The spoils on the road go to the Galaxy of Bill Shepherd, and well, it was a mighty start for him, wasn't it? Coming through that tiny gap off the line, but Chilton, perhaps maybe managing the traffic better without that off into the grass. Could it have been a different story?
Yeah, took the words straight out of my mouth, Harry. If he didn't have that off, it could have definitely been a different story. But there we go. That's how it's gone. The 133 Alfa hand out the window, waving, as do everyone else behind. And this is the final stretch. And just look at the braking distance. So I wonder if the Galaxies ran out of brakes, that heavy American beast. And Max Chilton was desperately trying. He had a look down the inside, but unfortunately for him, into the chicane wasn't close enough. And I'm sure Max would have known heading out of the final corner that his little Cortina wouldn't have the legs down the straight to compete with the V8 of the Ford across the line.
No, but a rather enjoyable race, our penultimate race of the day, of the weekend, of what has been an absolutely fantastic 26th Goodwood Revival. And for those of you who have stayed with us in the grandstands especially, we see you there enjoying the action. Brilliant spot to watch from as the weather has come out to play in the second part of the afternoon. That is the checkered flag on the St Mary's Trophy Part 2 saloon cars that were raced between 1960 and 1966, and it's the Ford Galaxy of Bill Shepherd that once again shows its grunt, taking the win on the road. Alongside, pulls up the Cortina of Max Chilton. He's got a real passion and a love for that car as well. Obviously a professional racing driver, but he's the owner of the car too.
Yeah, he absolutely loves coming to Goodwood, very close to his heart. He really enjoys racing here, whether it be going up at the hill climb at Festival of Speed or racing here at Goodwood Motor Circuit. A great effort from him. He was super close. A cheer from the crowd, and even, look, such a gent, opens the door for Bill Shepherd, who really sinks into that seat. He clambers out, takes his helmet off before he gets out, and he's almost enjoying himself. And I believe our very own Ed Foster is down to speak to him.
What a race. Bill, it looked also under control. It got a bit close at the end.
Yes, it was a bit of a surprise. There was some oil down on the track, and I thought, oh, Lord. And I had a few sort of understeery moments towards the grass, and I thought, that's not the right thing to be doing. So I thought I'd better be sensible. But he was keeping me honest completely. I could see him there, and I thought, don't rain, don't rain, don't rain. But good old Rusty, he's a wonderful, wonderful car.
And there was quite a hairy moment at St Mary's as well, with the car spinning in front of you.
Yes, it was a purple haze, a bit like last night.
Well, well done. Great drive.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Let's go find Max. Max is over here. Max, despite trying to lighten your car on the way with the little headlamps around, it's what a drive, but there was nothing more you could do.
Oh, I mean, there's always more, but I gave it everything. I'm always pretty conservative with back markers, but he just had the legs on me, and my chance to gain the time back was going quicker than him through the back markers. But I touched doors, it just made me catch an inside front, went wide. But we got him right close across the line. It was fantastic. I had a cheeky thought of lunging him at the final chicane, but then I had a picture of having some plant pots on my roof and it not going too well. So I wanted to get a wreath and a cigar, and we got it, and the guys have done a fantastic job. The car is running right on the limit, and it didn't miss a beat.
Well done. It was great to watch.
Thank you very much.
Let's go find Gregor. Gregor's over here. Sorry, we've got a bit of a walk. Follow me. Gregor, Fantastic drive there. Those minis are quite annoying, aren't they?
Oh, they don't give up, do they? And the thing is, you know, I didn't know which mini it was. I just knew there was something in front, and everyone's racing out there. And I have to say, I think we shared a lot of woodcut together. And I was thinking about 2 years ago when I had a lovely Dutch GTA on my outside, and we, you know, I think we were all very respectful, well, in a non-respectful, sort of just about getting away with it kind of sort of way.
Well, look, it was great to watch. Well driven.
Thank you very much, and what a privilege to be at Goodwood, and a big thanks to all the marshals, everyone who puts this on. I know it's been very hard work for everyone with the weather, but everyone keeps smiling, and it's Goodwood, and we never want to leave. It's the most magic place on earth.
Well said.
Thank you.
Well said indeed. One of the most magical places on earth. But he was absolutely right, wasn't he? Those minis did not give up. And they, especially Nick Swift, putting on an absolutely brilliant race. This is how the race ended on the road. Bill Shepherd in his Ford Galaxy 500. In the end, just over half a second between him and the chasing Cortina of Max Chilton. Gregor Fiskin getting on to third, making it 2 Galaxy 500s in the top 3. Nick Swift didn't give up, and he was rewarded, finishing ahead of the Jaguar Mark II. He had a pretty much race-long battle with Chris Ward behind him 5th. Now, important this, Alex Furiani in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. That's the car that won yesterday's race, finished in 6th today. We'll see what that does for the aggregate on the next slide. Duncan Pittaway in the Plymouth Barracuda down in 7th, ahead of another Austin Mini Cooper. Jason Stanley 8th. The BMW with a good result in 9th. Tom Sharp at the wheel, just ahead. That went right to the checkered flag. Nicholas Ditting in another Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. And then the combined results then, and after a superb drive from Romain Dumas yesterday from the back of the field onto the podium, and the win today for Bill Shepherd in the Ford Galaxy 500, they take the overall win of the St Mary's Trophy presented by Motul, just ahead of Frank Stimpler, yesterday's winner on the road, and then a good job from Alex Furiani to help them secure second. Then it was the other Galaxy, Gregor Fiskin's third place, securing them third, just ahead of Nick Swift. Alex Brundle was in that car yesterday as well. They finished 4th, and then it was the Buncombe Stanley Austin Mini Cooper S in the top 5. The Plymouth Barracuda of Abby Eaton and Duncan Pittaway 6th overall, ahead of Gordon Shedden in Dalglish's Ford Galaxy 500. The Huff Lynn Cortina Mark 1 in 8th, ahead of that BMW, and then the Cortina Mark 1, the Malin McFadden machine, rounding out the top 10. For saloon cars that race between 1960 and 1966, this was the St Mary's Trophy Part 2. Part 2 of what we had yesterday, which was an absolutely enthralling race. And Alice Powell, it was an absolutely mighty start for Bill Shepherd in the Galaxy.
Yeah, just about a 4 Galaxy gap in between the Mini and the Jag Mark II there, and he stormed through, and here is our onboard. And actually, that's the 4th win in a row for Dumas and Shepherd. Last year it was the Ford Thunderbird, this year in the Ford Galaxy, but racing continued, and the Jag and the Mini, they tried to hang on to the back of the Galaxy but weren't able to do it. But through comes Max Chilton. You can see him lurking in the background there. Chris Ward drifting sideways more than in a straight line as he had contact from Max Chilton behind. But this battle between the 2 Minis and the Jaguar, and even a little cheeky wave out the window from Chris Ward.
Yeah, Ben Colburn in the second of the Minis, the orange one. It wasn't a happy end to his race, had to come into the pits, went back out and then peeled back off into the grass in that battle. But it was all going so well for Max Chilton, but then the traffic came and then the grass came, and that lost him a lot of time at the end of that. And well, Bill Shepherd had a few things to navigate as well, lots of spinners in front of him, but this was the relentless Mini of Nick Swift that just would not give up, chasing that Galaxy. But Bill Shepherd in the end managing to just about hold on to that gap, taking the overall win as well, with Romain Dumas's superb drive in yesterday's St Mary's Trophy. To the line it was. Chilton pushed him all the way, and the Cortina would have to settle for second in the end, though. Bill Shepherd taking the win on the road, with Romain Dumas making that the overall winner of the St Mary's Trophy. That's all from us in the commentary box. Let's head down to Grayson Caroon.
Oh, what a race that was. It looks like the grip's coming back on track a bit, but there's still plenty of skids off on the grass there, Curran.
Well, the grass is still wet, so you drop a wheel there, you're off. You know what, the Ceremonial is one of my favourites, maybe my favourite race. It's just, there's such a mix of cars. Like that shot of Nick Swift in the Nick Swift's little Mini alongside the Galaxies and so. That just sums up that race. It's utter madness and a lot of fun. And, you know, Bill Shepherd's won that and he's run straight along and jumped into the car behind us.
A busy guy. Well, it was a brilliant penultimate race, but we've now got a tribute to the Goodwood 9-hour races of the 1950s. So this race has made an appearance at every revival since the inaugural event in 1998, and it's going to be a stunning conclusion to the weekend, Curran, to close the weekend.
Yeah, listen, I'm so glad that the track's dried up, because the cars we've got here, again, you know, it's a bit of a mix, but it's from a smaller era. Cars from 1952 to 55, I think. We got Jake Hill on pole. He's got to be the favourite. But you got Tiff Needell, Gary Pearson, you know, Bill Shepherd, I just mentioned. Lots of drivers who we see as regulars here on the revival, and I'm sure they'll have a great time out.
Yeah, lots of drivers to look out for in the Freddy March Memorial Trophy. Let's take a look at our explainer to tell us a bit more.
Jake, the sun is shining, you're on pole position in this glorious machine. It doesn't get better than that, does it?
No, I mean, the weather's cleared up a treat, isn't it? You know, it's really brought Goodwood to life this evening. So, yeah, I mean, what better way to finish the revival than to drive this lovely Jaguar HWM behind me, and hopefully we'll try and get a good result out of it.
Now, Jake, you're a young man, but this car is 1954. This has got to be the oldest car you've ever raced, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. It's the first all drum brake car I've ever raced as well. I mean, I raced it last year. You know, Gregor Fiskin and JT, the owner, very kindly let me drive it last year, and we got second last year, which was fantastic. So, looking to go one better. But yeah, she's an old girl, but oh my God, it's such a treat to drive.
Are we about as far away from a modern touring car as we can get with this car?
We really are at this stage, yeah. I mean, you know, the Cobra and the Barracuda that I've been in as well this weekend, you know, totally different bits of kit, but even compared to this, you know, I mean, it's quite interesting, really. It handles quite well because it's so light, you know, and it's got good power. It's, you know, basically an E-Type Jaguar engine, but just the drum brakes give you a little bit of unease every time you're in the braking zones.
It's a lovely way of putting it, unease.
Unease, yeah. You know, you're just not quite sure what you've got every time you get on the brake pedal, but yeah, a little pump of the brakes before we get to the braking zone just to make sure they're still working.
Well, you were on pole by a massive 3 seconds. Conditions were different then. How do you think the race is going to unfold?
Yeah, interesting. You know, I really don't know how our competitors are going to fare in the dry. I don't know whether it's going to be a breeze for me or I'm going to have my work cut out. But either way, you know, I'm going to have a great time, and you know, hopefully, I just want to get one win this weekend at Revival.
Well, that would be nice. But you're always smiling, you're always enjoying it, and we love having you here at Revival. Enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Best of luck.
Goodwood sets the standard. On September 18th, 1948, Goodwood Motor Circuit hosts Britain's first professionally organised post-war motor race meeting. At the 2023 Goodwood Revival, the Ford Water Trophy was the first historic race in the world to run on sustainable fuel. And now the 2024 Revival, all cars will race on sustainable fuel. Another significant first for the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Goodwood, Racing Green.
A fantastic spectacle across the weekend indeed for Goodwood Racing Green. Revive and thrive the ethos here for the first time, an entire Goodwood event running on sustainable fuels, which has allowed us to celebrate the illustrious past of motorsport whilst continuing to race it through into the future, which is fantastic to see. Okay, final race of the weekend, final race of the day. It's the Freddy March Memorial Trophy for those sports cars that raced in the spirit of the Goodwood 9 Hours in those races between 1952 and 1955. Myself remaining in the commentary box, Harry Benjamin, alongside now Bruce Jones.
I popped in, you were just saying the last race was your last race, but we've got you back for the final one. This should be a special race, and if it really lives up to the drama that was always associated with the Goodwood 9 Hours, they were races that frequently had a twist in the tail. This one's rather shorter, 25 minutes, but I think one very valid point that we heard from Jake Hill down with David Green was the fact that drum brakes aren't always a driver's friend, and you don't know what you'll get. How did you describe it? Gives you a little bit of disease. Or is that disease? I don't know.
Yeah, so I wonder. I lean to the latter. But, I mean, this really is a proper celebration of a race, isn't it? We've got such an array of cars in the field, including so many Jaguars as well. We've been celebrating 75 years of that fantastic XK engine. So, I mean, Jaguar were always the firm favourites, weren't they, back in the day, having won Le Mans, and against the odds, they were humbled.
Aston Martin seemed to come good, but all the time, Jaguar taking all those victories at Le Mans, and that was where Aston Martin was desperate to win. They didn't pull that off until finally did so in 1959. But the races here were absolute epics. Look across the front row, we've got two HWM Jaguars, sorry, an HWM Jaguar, and in the middle we've actually got a Richard Woolmer's Cadillac-powered car. That's car 38, which is just off the right-hand side of our image. Car 64, Jake Hill on pole. Outside of the front row, the brutal-looking Allard. It was a monster of a car. It was Ken Watkins' worst car. There is the second HWM. That's the Cadillac engine one in the middle of row one. And in the background, you can see a car looking a little less sports car-like. It's the Cream Battlebird, car number 99. So sort of effectively a racing Thunderbird. And if we pan round a little bit more to the right of the screen, there it is, the brutal dark green number 77 Allard 2X. Just such a fantastic car. Loads of power under the hood, that one.
Yeah, a field with 26 drivers in it, and also when we mention those Aston Martins, a couple of them to watch out for, those stunning Aston Martin DB3 S's in the field. The first of which you come a cropper with Maxime Castellan down in 15th position, back on row 6. We'll run you through the grid shortly as and when they get going on the formation lap as the grid begins to be cleared, but that is your front row there on the far left. It will be Jake Hill in that HWM Jag, then Richard Woolmer in the middle in the HWM Cadillac, and on the far right in that Allard, the works car, Scott Malvern. Just thinking though, for that Thunderbird of Bill Shepherd, I mean, quick work from him to get out of one car, get out of the Galaxy and into the Thunderbird straight away.
Nonsense, simply warmed up. Young man like Bill, that's all fine. Really unusually, the two HWMs on the front row both started life in a couple of years earlier than this bodywork when they were Formula 1, Formula 2 cars. Hersham and Walton Motors, but again, sports cars was probably where the money was going to be, so it was a very wise move across, and the fact that so many cars up and down this grid actually are described as ex-Moss cars. It shows how Sterling Moss jumped from pillar to post and was always looking to put as many wins on his very, very busy race card as he could. Fabulous, great-looking cars here. 25 minutes of racing up ahead of us. Who's it going to be? But Jake Hill was on pole by really quite some margin, but those were tricky conditions, of course, in practice when it was wet. But Jonathan Turner, the car's owner, will be looking on with I think a fair degree of anticipation. Can his car pull it off?
Indeed, just getting a look there as well. A little bit further back, that's the Fraser Nash of John Yore there, starting... well, there's a bit of a gaggle of Fraser Nashes in that neck of the woods. He's got two Fraser Nashes in front of him. We've got the Le Mans replica and indeed the Mille Miglia.
Actually, what we're looking at there is a C-type Jaguar, which is number 7, and the D-type with the dorsal fin alongside. As you said, we've had lots of celebration. 30 seconds to go, but some of these cars, everyone has their favourite in the field, but we have been having a huge celebration. 75 years since the XK engine came to be, and Jake Hill's got one of those under the nose of his pale green number 64 HWM Jaguar. That will be starting from pole position.
Indeed, and yes, those Fraser Nashes, my apologies, just ahead of those C-types and the D-type further back in the pack. We've got a Connaught right at the rear of the field as well in the hands of Paul Griffin, just making his way through. There is the Cooper Jaguar. That's Guy Harmon starting down just next to those Jaguars, the D D-Type and the C-Type alongside him on the road. Further back in the pack, weaving left, weaving right, trying to get that all-important heat into the tyres. The temperature, well, it was at one point this afternoon, certainly going quite sky high. Just starting, I think, to cool off a little bit as we get towards the twilight hour upon us to wrap up a wonderful day of action.
Yeah, it almost became shirt-sleeve weathers, but the tweed jacket's being popped back on now. But it's come good. It was so wet up on setup day, but today, here we have the grid for the final race.
Indeed, it is Jake Hill on pole in the HWM Jaguar, followed by the HWM Cadillac of Richard Woolmer, and then it's that Allard J2X of Scott Malvern. Behind them in the C-Type is Tiff Nadell going from fourth. Then it's the Ford Thunderbird, the Battlebird of Bill Shepherd rounding out the top five. The first of the Aston Martin DB3s of Matthias Selecki going from sixth ahead of the C-Type of Nigel Webb. And then comes the Ferrari 750 Monza of Tazio Otis, with a Maserati and a Jag C-Type, Joseph Rettenmeyer and Gary Pearson, respectively, making up the top 10 of the grid. Just outside of it is the C-Type of Ben Cousins, followed by Rick Wilmot in the XK140, the GOM Special. Then comes Martin Hunt's HWM Jaguar. There's a couple of HWM Jaguars with Padding Dowling just behind. The other Aston Martin DB3S, Maxime Castellanic down in 15th. That was a car that raced back in period Goodwood. The first of the Fraser Nashes, the gaggle of them, Cliff Gray in the Le Mans replica, 16th ahead of Philip Champion in the Mille, and they're split by the Aston Martin DB3S of Wolfgang Friedrichs, with John Ure in the Le Mans replica down in 19th. Fraser Nash with Katarina Kivalova down in 20th in the Cooper Jaguar T23. It's a D-Type in 21st with Steve Brooks sharing it with a C-Type of Nicholas Burt. And then it's the Cooper Jag T33 again of Guy Harmon. Penultimate row is Hans Martin Schneeberger in the C-Type with a D-Type alongside Jonathan Turner. And right at the back is that Connaught of Paul Griffin in the ALSR.
Yeah, that was a car that didn't get set qualifying at all, so it may be one that works its way up the order. How high it will go, we do not know, but really it's all eyes on the front row of Jake Hill in his HWM Jaguar. Alongside, in the middle of the front row, Richard Woolmer in his HWM Cadillac, and on the outside with the big cycle wings, the taller black Allard, very dark Allard, the J2X of Scott Malvern, a driver who did great things in single-seaters. Didn't quite work for him. He's moved across, raced in GTs, but really adapting to historic racing very, very impressively indeed.
It certainly is. Final race of the day then ahead of us, the Freddie March Memorial Trophy for sports cars, raced in the spirit of the Goodwood 9 Hours back in 1952 to 1955. 25 minutes ahead of us with 26 cars in the field. The green flag flies at the back. It's Jake Hill on pole on the far left in the HWM Jag. Richard Woolmer in the middle in the Cadillac, and on the far right it's Scott Malvern. But with a brilliant start, Bill Shepherd in the Ford Thunderbird Battlebird with a brilliant start, but can't find a way through. Tries to find a Thunderbird shaped gap. It's only enough to get him up to second. Jake Hill hangs on to that lead as they make their way through Madrid.
Yeah, and a really impressive start from Tassio Ossis. Look, the white and blue striped Ferrari on the outside. That's the 750S, but Tiffany Dale fighting back. The orange helmet in Margaret Jackson C-Type Jaguar goes into fourth place. Nice clean start, but at first the sheer grunt of the Battlebird that propelled it up past three rivals. It's running in second place now. Let's take a look at the tail of our race. There is Jake Hill smoking slightly, but not him. The car is leading.
Well, quite possibly, but just then it's that big Thunderbird currently in second place with a brilliant start, as a clean start really from all of them as they make their way through the field. One of the Maseratis, Joseph Rettenmeyer there with a decent start too, and the rear of the field with the Connaught lining up at the back. But it was a good start initially from Jake Hill, but then I think zipping through, coming through Magic, it was, well, it fell back a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
Hill is now down to third.
Yeah, it's Richard Woolmer who was hanging the tail. He's in the Cadillac-powered car, and as he exited St Mary's in the lead, he was really hanging it out. A lot of drivers wait to get a bit of heat in their tyres, but he's decided now is the moment. I've got the Battlebird between me and the pole starter, which is the car in third place now, Jake Hill in the HWM Jaguar. He has got to get past the Battlebird if he's going to head off after Richard Woolmer. Woolmer is going, yeah, did it well.
Yeah, really nice stuff on this first lap as they break for the chicane for the first time in this race and come across for lap number 2. It is indeed out in front now, Richard Woolmer in the HWM Cadillac Cadillac, followed by Bill Shepherd in the Ford Thunderbird. Then comes Jake Hill in the HWM Jag, but he's really hanging on to the back of Bill Shepherd enough to just get a taste of the inside, sling a nose down the inside. No, not quite. The corner comes too quickly, but he's almost pushing Bill Shepherd out of it. Gets alongside. Can he find a bit later on the brakes? He's already through before they come into a braking zone.
Well, Jake Hill's HWM was always going to have more handling, just prepared to go that much faster into the first part of St Mary's, and by the second part he's put about 5 car lengths between him and the Battlebird, but now his sights are set on the Cadillac-powered HWM.
Slow.
Richard Woolman, looking down in the cockpit, weaving, about to pull off. That was the car that moved up to second place, just demoted to third, so the Battlebird of Bill Shepherd over and out.
Such a shame then. It was looking like it was hanging on for a real challenge here, but Bill Shepherd then realising a problem, pulling well off into the grass and looking down in his cockpit. I wonder if it's something to do with the gears. Has he lost a gear? Has he lost his gearbox? Who knows? But out of the race then, it looks for Bill Shepherd. Richard Woolmer leads though in the HWM Cadillac, now being chased down by Jake Hill. Battles all throughout the pack though, as Selecki in the Aston Martin just making their way through on the Ferrari of Tazio Otis.
Hold on, it's in the spirit of the Goodwood 9 hours. What always happened in that? Jaguars went well and Aston Martins came through to win, so maybe it could be one for Matthias Selecki. This is the car that finished second at Le Mans with the Whitehead brothers back in 1958. This race rather shorter, 25 minutes rather than 24 hours, but the C-Type's in the mix as well. The Gob Special XK140 just tucked in behind the number 24 car, the C-Type of Nigel Webb. That's an ex-Duncan Hamilton car, having a great scrap, but all eyes should be in the front. Richard Woolmer was 2 and a bit seconds clear when they came to the finish line. Jake Hill's halved that to 1.2 seconds down, and he's faster than the race leader by half a second in the first part of the lap. So would it be the number 38 Cadillac-powered HWO in the lead? Yes, but not by much, because you can see actually looking more settled is the Jaguar Park cars. Double waved yellows for the drivers as they exited St Mary's. So what is off? Is that just simply down to Bill Shepherd? I was wondering if they were heralding something off at Lavant. Talking of Lavant, we've done Lavant 1, Lavant 2, now it's the power down. Is it Cadillac Grunt or is it Jaguar Grunt that's going to win on the charge down towards Woodcote? But at the moment, it's Cadillac still, just Richard Woolmer in front.
Here we go, though, the battle for the lead, teetering up nicely. Jake Hill, who started on pole, initially with a good getaway, but then just losing out, coming through and out of Madwig. And in the end, Richard Woolmer having led so far. Still a long way to go in this race, just over 20 minutes time, but you can tell Woolmer is pushing, dips a wheel onto the grass, through the chicane, the rear steps out of him as well. And that was all the invitation Jake Hill needed to get his HWM Jag back into the lead of this race.
I must say, Richard Woolmer on the opening lap, and then again there, he doesn't have the grip, but he's prepared to push. But the Jaguar-powered one, number 64, the HWM of Jake Hill in the lead. Look, early in this meeting, you would not have gone anywhere near the grass. It's been wet all since Thursday morning. Wet grass, as we know, is an accelerant, not a helping hand. But again, going wide on the exit of the chicane, Jake Hill didn't have to do much apart from nip to the left. Will he pull clear? He certainly gained a second on that lap. But can Woolmer in second place with almost 20 minutes on the clock hang on? They're way clear of the rest. Scott Morgan 6 seconds further back in third.
3 laps gone then. Just over 19.5 minutes left. Tiff Liddell has had a steady start to his race in the Jaguar C-Type, holding on into fourth. He's got about a second between himself and the chasing Aston Martin DB3S of Matthias Selecki. But now out in front, as Jake Hill has got finally in front in that HWM Jaguar. Now starting to just get a bit of daylight between himself and the HWM Cadillac of Richard Woolmer. Then comes Scott Malvern in the Allard J2X Works car, who was kind of in a little bit of a race on his own at the moment. But this is the chasing Aston Martin I mentioned a moment ago, which is catching up to the back of Tiff Liddell's Jaguar and already through on the Jaguar. So through goes the Aston Martin and down goes the C-Type.
Well, again, it looks like the DB3S has fantastic acceleration out of Lavant, because that was easy on the run down towards Woodcote, and the metallic Aston Martin Racing Green with the yellow nostrils, I suppose you could say, on the front of that. Matthias Selecki, yeah, he's happy with that. The pit crew will be too, but the battle... Well, I tell you what, that's also Tiff Liddell having great experience, not trying to make it too difficult. He could sense the movement of the crowd there. It was the movement as they looked to see him being caught, and unfortunately for Tiff, passed, but that was gentlemanly behaviour.
Nice move from Matthias Selecki, then now up into 4th. And how quickly then can the DB3S close in on the Allard of Scott Malvern, currently in 3rd. Out in front though, the gap just under 1.5 seconds. Last lap around. Well, I think Wallen might have got a bit of traffic because a little bit of time between them. We'll see what it is, but actually they're pretty much in tow as the lights start to come on the HWM Cadillac behind as slowly the sun begins to set here at the Goodwood Revival. But this the battle for the lead then in the Freddie March Memorial Trophy. This the final race of the day, but Jake Hill just looks like he's got this one in tow for the time being.
For the time being, I actually think Richard Wood was only shedding a tenth of a second here or there. I think he's hanging in there, and traffic could be an issue. And as I say that, we see the first of the back markers coming up ahead. It should be fine for Jake Hill because he should be able to pick off. I think it's a red D-type up ahead. Let's wait and see what it is as it comes into view. Yes, indeed it is. It's car number 12. And that is Jonathan Turner's car that started very near the back of the grid. And importantly for Jake Hill, he got past before they got to Madgwick. This is a replay. Let us see what is about to happen in the world of C-types and Fraser Nash's. John Ure in the dark red one going around the outside. That's one of the Le Mans replicas. Very good, tidy move.
Yeah, really nice going around the outside, making it look easy ahead. That's going on further back in the back. Indeed, they're still battling further back as they both breeze past now. The Jag C-type of Ben Cousins, that's one that's lost out to the Fraser Nashes. The second one going through the Le Mans replica in the second of the Fraser Nashes in your screen, coming through the chicane now. Nice battle brewing.
Great battle, and it's Matthias Selecki went past Tiffany Dell last time around, and the C-type number 8 went back down to 5th. I'm just hearing he might have lost another place. Guy Harmon, yes, he has, because you can see Harmon, the number 62, flashing past. That's the Cooper Jaguar, a much sort of lower front end, and there's a 10-second penalty for car 8 for a full start, which is, oh God, if you just lost the place, now you've got 10 seconds added to your time as well. That will drop him down to the tail of the top 10, possibly just out beyond, but it's Hill from Woolmer from Morgan. They're the top 3, covered by just 10 seconds at this point. Now, who's going to lose the brakes first?
That's the question, isn't it? Speeding through comes Tiff Nadell, trying to then now make up for what he's got with a 10-second time penalty. Just have a look on the second row on the left-hand side. As the flag went up, I think I did see that C-type just edge forward, and you can't move forward at all until the flag comes back down.
I really rather feel for Tiff there. That was absolutely on the edge. Bill Shepherd was moving about a nanosecond afterwards when he was making his charge in the battle bird. But Tiff will fight on. He'll enjoy the battle on the track. He's got another C-type behind, Nigel Webb, car number 24. And then tucked in behind, we've got another charger in the form of Martin Hunt in another HWM Jaguar.
I think we've got a slow-moving D-type. I think it was just having a little bit of an issue there. That's Steve Brooks at the wheel, a little bit further down in the pack. No, seems to have been going strong again. So down in 15th at the moment. So seems to still be going along.
Back to our lead battle. It's 64. It's HWM Jaguar with Jake Hill on board. Richard Walmer is on the timesheets. It's nearly 2.5 seconds back. Is that what we're looking at now? I think it's slightly less. I think through the twisty parts, particularly St Mary, the HWM Cadillac looks a more wieldy tool, or certainly being driven rather better. Okay, right. There are moments and moments. I think we picked up the end of that.
Now it makes sense.
Not the divot, but that was Steve Brooks going very, very sideways. That's why he shed a few places and probably a few heartbeats as well, as he got the D-type very sideways into Woodcote.
And a nice wedge of grass on the track as well for his troubles. Okay, 14 minutes left on the clock for the Freddie March Memorial Trophy. Across the line to start another lap comes Jake Hill in the HWM Jag. The gap come down slightly, 1.8 seconds. Richard Walmer chasing there, coming through Madgwick, as now Hill also gets a bit of traffic ahead of them, manages to get through it okay, but they will be getting more and more of that through the pack. But it is coming down. Walmer's pushing.
Yeah, it's a case of where they're going to find it. Walmer down to 1.9 seconds, just beneath a great Fraser Nash battle there. John Muir in the dark red car, still just in front, but having a great chase. Cliff Gray as well, in the sort of rather more rudimentary number 22.
Yeah, the Le Mans replica of Cliff Gray in front, behind, and trying to catch up. And actually, they're just having to still deal with the Jag behind. There's the grass divots left on the track, just off the racing line, thankfully, as the Fraser Nashes once again come into the chicane. John Muir leading the Fraser Nash brigade just ahead of Cliff Gray in the Le Mans replica as they make their way down the start-finish line, just leaving the Jaguar behind. And then actually it's the Cooper T33 that is starting to close. That's Katerina Kivalova just starting to close in on the Jaguar in front, as the Fraser Nashes have to go side by side for that slow-moving 12 car further back in the pack. Jonathan Turner's D-type.
Yeah, they had to go either side. A little bit discombobulating for some of them. Up front, though, 1.8 seconds was the gap between first and second between Jake Hill and Richard Woolmer. Guess what it is this time? 1.8 seconds. It's we're dealing in a fraction of a second either way. Scott Wolven 10 seconds further back in number 77, the Allard that started from the outside the front row. And in fact, we've got Jonathan Turner retiring. He's putting it, or maybe he's just let it. Oh, well, that's why it was getting a little bit sideways and slowing down a bit. Left rear puncher. How unfortunate for him there.
Certainly is for Jonathan Turner in the Jaguar D-type. Started on the penultimate row down in 25th. Puts his hands up, lets them know the race leader coming through, given the warning. So good driving from Jonathan there, just to stay well clear and out of the way. I'm lucky to get a puncher, really. I haven't seen many of them, but that does not deter Richard Woolmer from pushing on in his HWM Cadillac, but that gap maintaining at the moment at around that 1.8 second mark. They've really got the lead on their own, because Scott Melvin is quite a way behind, 12.5 seconds behind in third, and will have Matthias Selecki not too far behind in the DB3S.
Right, eyes drawn back towards the Fraser Nash battle. It's the Le Mans rep, number 22, ex-works car driven by Tony Brooks and Ken Wharton, just holding off John Muir. And Ben Cussen's fighting back in the family C-type. It's been their family for years, the third production C-type, and enjoining that battle. But now a bit of smoke from the number 4 D-type that went very sideways for Steve Brooks. That was the one that did not replace its divot when rejoining the course, but pressing on. Is that bodywork rubbing on the tyre? Or is it something more sinister? Not too long to go, 10 and a bit minutes. Maybe he can last. Maybe he's getting a bit of oil on his rear tyres. He's really skidding around a bit, and then tucked in behind his number 84, which is the XK140 GOM Special, Rick Wilmot at the wheel. So race is going on. Lead battle. Now the pendulum is swinging towards our race leader, Jake Hill, 2.5 seconds clear.
Indeed, but that Jag still smoking of Steve Brooks in the D-type, currently down the order slightly in 14th. It's got about a second back to the next car. Passes the scene of the crime where he slid across the grass earlier and bounced back onto the circuit. So I wonder if that just unsettled the car slightly, as he suggested. Is something rubbing on a tyre there, but seems to still be making his way around, and it's just on the left-hand side, isn't it? There it is.
You know, OK, he sensed it. He's going to retire to, well, he's certainly acknowledging it to the pits. He's missed the pit in. I'm just wondering if he's actually slightly fractured the exhaust when he went bouncing over the curb. Pretty much the point these cars are coming past. First and second, the two HWMs, the Jaguar-powered one of Jake Hill in the lead, go past the grass and muck that was thrown on the track by number 4, which was Steve Brooks. But the sun is getting lower. It will go down behind a cloud before it goes down behind the horizon. But still, great moments for people out around the circuit getting that soft evening light. But Jake Hill's counting the laps down. 9 minutes, 20 seconds remain.
Gaps extended, though, at the front momentarily. Jake Hill just able to eke out a little bit more of the gap after 10 laps, but it's coming down. Woolmer does not let him get away with that one for much longer then, as we see a little bit of traffic. That is the 24 Nigel Webb's Jaguar C-type just making his way through. The Maserati is Joseph Rettemeyer in the red coming through the chicane, just ahead of the 74 Theo Hunt's HWM Jaguar. That nice little battle there happening over 7th and 8th at the moment. Rettemeyer and the Maserati winning that one out as we go back to the Fraser Nashes.
Another battle where it chops and changes. And, oh dear, we've had, not so long ago we saw the number 62 Guy Harmon-driven Cooper Jaguar, but that has rearranged the flowers and rearranged its front end. That's going to come back round. Would he park it up at this point in the race? He's going to try and limp back to the pits, but it's a little bit biffed and bashed. But oh, big shame there for Guy Harmon. Round it went.
That bodywork really rubbing against the front tyre there as well.
And he was going so well. He got himself up into 5th place, quietly picking off Nigel Webb, Joseph Otto Rettenmeier, Theo Hunt, and just pressing maybe a little too hard, or maybe there's fluid on the circuit. Bear in mind, we've seen the number 4 coming around the circuit, smoking away. That could have been dropping oil, the Steve Brooks D-type. But anyhow, Guy Harmon was the one who got caught out.
Indeed, which is a shame. He'll have to make his way back to the pits. He is still putting his foot down, just trying to get back if he can. So at the moment, the car holding up and then leaving a sea of smoke behind, and just about keeping it on the road, struggling to get it turned into the left with that wheel kind of rubbing and on the crumple zone of the front end of the car. And he's got 2 cars behind him who will be getting a face full of smoke and won't be able to see anything, as I think he does just ease off to try and allow them the space to see in front. Nigel Webb coming through in the C-type. So this is essentially 4 position as he does the right thing, Guy Harmon, and slows right down and gets out of the way.
And that was the battle that he just worked his way to the head of. That was the battle with Nigel Webb, Rettenmeier, Hunt and Needell. They carry on unabated, but our lead battle has come down from 1.5 seconds. It was 2 seconds on the start-finish line. It's not even 2 car lengths now, but what's in front of our race leader, Jake Hill? 3 others, what's alongside him? Richard Walmer, who is challenging from 2nd place. Who's going to guess right on the traffic? My money at the moment is on Walmer. They're side by side. They're going either side of the C-type. Car number 11 of Ben Cousins, which has been enjoying such a good battle.
And then they'll get the Fraser Nashes as well, as Walmer has to take to the grass, bouncing over. They both make it past the Fraser Nash. Of course, the surface might well be slippy from that incident earlier of Guy Harmon, but through then into the lead, making use of the traffic, Richard Walmer, but Jake Hill is coming right back at him, but through the chicane then, now back into the lead of this race is the number 38 of Richard Walmer, the HWM Cadillac, but side by side out of the chicane comes the power of the Jaguar, and it's a drag race to the line and a drag race to Madgwick, and on the inside I think Jake Hill's going to win that one out.
He certainly did. He had far better exit from the chicane because Richard Walmer hung the tail out a little bit in his desperation to get onto the straight, couldn't put the Cadillac power down. Jake could put the Jaguar power down, so our pole sitter back into the lead of the race. Now take a look, how do you divide the traffic? The 2 Fraser Nashes ahead, you go on the grass, you bounce up and down, because the front wheels came off the ground entirely, so that was a real rodeo ride for Richard Walmer, and Jake Hill probably thought, well, I wanted to take keep the lead of the race, but look at that head-on, amazing camera work, brilliantly caught by Richard Walmer as he came back down to earth.
Yes, those 2 Fraser Nashes getting a prime seat of that battle there. Still going on, less than a second between these 2 in the fight for the lead with just over 5 minutes to go. Scott Malvern down in 3rd in the Allard, really having a race all on his own in the 77, keeping Matthias Selecki, Aston Martin DB3S at bay, a few seconds back in 4th, and then comes Nigel Webb's Jaguar C-Type. That rounds out the top 5, and the Maserati having a good run from Joseph Rettenmeier in the 300S up into the top 5, but Jake Hill then trying and getting back into the lead and just extending that gap a little bit more as they come through the chicane again.
Right, well, let's take a look at what happened to Guy Harmon, just very slightly sideways, and then unfortunately the tail catching, the nose wrapping, and he got up to 5th place. That was a shame. That was a drive that was going very well, and then clearly not at all. Very quick to get back on the circuit, but desperate to get it back round, but clearly a car that was going to go no further. That was parked up in the pits.
Almost seemed like just such a light touch as well to both the rear and the front end, but doing the damage there, which is a shame to see. That gap has gone up very quickly indeed, with Jake Hill getting back into the lead.
Shall I tell you why?
3 seconds, please do.
He just set the fastest lap of the race, so suddenly it wasn't a case of Richard Walmer having had that sort of bouncy ride across the grass maybe affecting his car. It was a case of perhaps Jake Hill just getting more confidence on the brakes, not having it. The last 2 laps have had a lot of traffic in front of them and just finding his natural pace, but it did look as though Richard Walmer might have a chance when we came to traffic. We got to traffic, he got his chance, he took it, but since then Jake Hill has struck back simply because he had a better exit from the chicane, and now he's going to power clear because Jake Hill is going to keep things very clear, very clean, surely with just probably 2 more laps beyond this one to defend. Oh dearie me, it does seem as though if you're driving a Cooper Jaguar, you're in problems. So there's Katerina Kivalova travel over on the grass as well. An ex-Bertie Bradnat car being parked up.
Yeah, and she's straight away gesturing to the marshals to try and help her, as I think she's switching it off, trying to see where they can recover that car too. But see how far that is off the circuit in terms of whether we might get a double yellow flag. A little bit of traffic for Jake Hill just to navigate, coming through the chicane, held up slightly, but then he does get through. Richard will have to deal the same as the Fraser Nashes and the Jaguar C-Type of Ben Cousins, which sits right at the rear of this gaggle, continue to battle it out.
Yeah, just tucked in behind it and pulling to the left and going past him is the Allard that started the outside the front row, the dark green car with Scott Morgan at the wheel, Nick Jarvis's car. He's now fallen 15 seconds behind Richard Woolmer, who in turn is the best part of 3 seconds down on race leader Jake Hill. I think Jake Hill's got this one in the bag, but let's not count. We've already had one car suffering a puncture. And Matthias Selecki running on his own, actually just 2 and a bit seconds down on Morgan. He's closed the last 2 laps in that Aston Martin, so maybe the rub of the green for Aston Martin yet again will happen to do with a race that has some connection to the Goodwood 9 Hours.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think Scott Morgan will be a tad annoyed at the Fraser Nash Le Mans replica, because that was really kind of challenging him, almost for position at one point, until it did get out of the way and gesture for the Allard to come through. The Fraser Nash is embroiled in a great battle further back, but that did just hold up Scott Morgan in the Allard a little bit too long for his liking, I'm sure, as the Matthias Selecki car, the 25, the Aston Martin, the DB3S, comes through, and we'll have to deal with the same traffic.
Has the grunt. Now, you don't want to go 3 wide, but just before the kink managed to get in front of the Aston Martin, because you find yourself in no man's land if you're on the right-hand side for the driver's point, because the run from the kink after Lavin is in itself kinked, where the track goes down from 3 car widths to about 2. And if you're on the right-hand side from the driver's point of view, there's often not much in front of you. But Jake Hill now 2.5 seconds clear. I must say, Richard Woolmer is still hanging on in there. The Aston Martin right across Jake Hill's bows. And what have we got left on the clock? 1 minute 18 seconds. This could well be the last lap. He may just not. He may just have the flag fall before they complete their 25. When they complete their 25 minutes at the end of this lap, or he may have to do one further lap. But with 2.5 seconds clear, Jake Hill doesn't have any particular impediments. A little bit of traffic in front of Richard Woolmer, who's giving chase but not catching the Cadillac-powered HWM. And surely at this point, a driver of Jake Hill's caliber has got this under control.
Yeah, currently chasing the British Touring Car Championship title is Jake Hill with just a couple of rounds remaining. It's within his grasp, and within his grasp for certain will be the Freddie March Memorial Trophy, with now the gap 2.5 seconds to Richard Woolmer's HWM Cadillac. That is Jake Hill in the HWM Jaguar. Then in third, has been there pretty much all race long, as the Allard J2X of Scott Malvern. Then comes, still chasing down, Matthias Selecki, the Aston Martin DB3S, and Nigel Webber's Jaguar C-Type, having a nice run into 5th.
Don't forget that the Royal Automobile Club TT celebration was a driver who drove superbly. His name was Jake Hill, but he was pipped at the end, so his shoulders were down. The hand is up. Oh, he's timed that to perfection. The checkered flag just coming out, hadn't pressed on. He might have just had time to do another lap. None needed. But his margin of victory in the HWM Jaguar, the one we're looking at there, car number 64, 3.5 seconds over Richard Woolmer. That was a good race, but let's just find out who's going to finish in 3rd place. Will it be the Allard of Scott Malvern, or will it be the Aston Martin, the chasing Aston Martin of Matthias Selecki? They've still got a distance to go.
A strong drive then from Jake Hill, who takes the checkered flag and finishes the Freddie March Memorial Trophy and finishes the day here at the Goodwood Revival with the win in his HWM Jag, ahead of a challenging Richard Woolmer in the HWM Cadillac that just couldn't mount that challenge into the final few laps. Okay. The Allard coming in 3rd, but the battle for 5th is far from over.
Yeah, the charge of the flag, it looks so the Jaguar C-Type of Nigel Webb has just come out ahead of that pack. 5th place will go to his C-Type, Joseph Otto Rettema, the bright red. Maserati takes 6th, Theo Hunt takes 7th in number 74, which is another HWM Jaguar. And 8th place to Tiffany Dale. Don't forget he had a 10-second penalty as well, but I think he'd have stayed in that position. No, he's dropped. In fact, Wolfgang Friedrichs, with that time penalty being added, moves up a position. But it was all about the HWMs at the front. Would it be Jaguar Power with Jake Hill? Or would it be Cadillac powered one of Richard Woolmer. In the end, it was Jake Hill taking victory. He seems to be enjoying it so much.
Well, we did see the finish. He's come around again full beans just in case as Jake Hill, because we did get the checkered flag, so we did take it last time around and decided to go around another time just in case he missed it, as we continue to see those Fraser Nashes further back, which were having a lovely battle with Ben Cousins, who was, behind more often than ahead. This Ben Cousins, Jaguar C-type behind, currently down in 16th, behind the 22 of Cliff Gray, Fraser Nash's Le Mans replica, as they come across the line. But I think they've all gone round again.
They have.
Because we did have the checkered flag. That is what we saw.
We had our allotted 25 minutes and a few more added in the minds of some of the drivers. But come what may, Jake Hill, victor. And alongside his Django Pad HWM, it's car number 38 with the Cadillac lump under the front, another HWM, and it's Richard Woolmer.
Lovely work from everybody in the Freddy March Memorial Trophy for those sports cars in the spirit of the Goodwood 9-hour races that were held here back between 1952 and 1955, and lovely to see in tandem the HWM Jag of Jake Hill and the HWM Cadillac of Richard Woolmer. Pushed hard in the early days, it was advantage Jake Hill right from the off with a sublime start, but then Richard Woolmer was able to see himself into the lead for the opening part of this 25-minute race, but then the writing became clearer and clearer on the wall for Woolmer in his Cadillac-powered HWM, as the Jaguar power of Jake Hill managed to find his way through into the lead. Bit of traffic management to be had as well from them, and really all on his own. Scott Malvern in the Allard J2X, that's the works car. Really, well, had a couple of seconds in the end. So Matthias Selecki was pushing right up to the flag, but just couldn't quite overcome that 2-second barrier in the Aston Martin DB3S.
Yeah, perhaps a few more laps he might have done it, but the traffic was blocking some laps, not blocking others, and you really had to seize your moment. There's the Allard in the background, car number 77, with Scott Malvern. Very much a welcome addition to the historic racing roster, but he'll keep his contemporary career going as well. So with the lights ablaze as the light in the sky dwindles at the end of the 26th Goodwood Revival meeting, I think that was a very fitting way to bring it to a conclusion, and a good, honest race at the front of the field. But in the end, it was Jake Hill, disappointed to be just second in the Royal Automobile Club TT celebration. But I can see right there, very, very happy indeed to come out on top of the Freddy March Memorial Trophy to bring the meeting to a close.
They've all enjoyed their revival. Have you enjoyed yours, Bruce?
I always enjoy my revivals. It's the variety, it's what you can do when you walk around, and just the sheer joy, not just of the racing, but everything that goes with this amazing event. This is your first revival, Harry. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. Well, I'd love to come back, because it really is like stepping into another world when you come through the gates. The attention to detail, and not only for the little shops and the events outside of the track action, absolutely phenomenal, but then just to see the huge, again, I echo your sentiments, the diversity on offer in terms of car, but also the caliber of driver that this event attracts as well. I mean, some massive heavy hitters in the world of motorsport all coming here to have a good time and racing out, and all share in this passion that we all have of motorsport. And Jake Hill, I'm sure, with the biggest smile of anybody right now.
It's also a circuit that just provides brilliant racing. It just is the format. You've got to be able to carry your flow. We're going to be going down very shortly to find Jake Hill. Ed Foster will be that final cluster of interviews. But the Hill family with Simon, who's father of Jake, he loves every form of racing, and just if his boy can go ahead and win a race, but also have a good race, that's what's counting. So let's go down to Ed Foster with our race winner, Jake Hill.
Jake, I'm sorry, I gotta jump in here. Jake, I know you just missed out on a win in the TT, but surely this makes up for it.
Of course it does. You know, what better way to end the revival than with a win, you know? So, yeah, huge thank you to Gregor Fiskin and JT, the owner, and all the guys at Brazil Engineering. You know, those guys have done a fantastic job, and car's absolutely faultless, you know. I mean, huge thank you to all those guys. It was quite literally a lovely Sunday drive.
I'm starting to think you were born in the wrong era.
Yeah, me too.
Right, well done, Jake. Where's Richard? Here we are, Richard. I mean, it ebbed and flowed, but it certainly wasn't from lack of trying, was it?
I was giving it me all. No, I mean, I could see that Jake was just judging his distance to me. Yeah, he was playing it very, very well.
I mean, but you drive this so well and dramatically.
Thank you. Well, I am known for a spot of the dramatics, so.
If you can't win, get noticed.
Damn right. Damn right.
Well done. Let's find Scott. Here we go. Scott, bit of a lonely race, but I mean, Goodwood into the sunset is not a bad place to have one.
No, and it's my first time here, so I'm pretty pleased to be here.
How did you find it?
It was fantastic. I mean, it was a lonely race in this one, obviously, but yeah, it's an unreal experience.
It's great to watch. Well done.
Thank you.
A race on his own, but a race that saw him finish in third position in that Allard J2X behind the battling HWM Jaguar of Jake Hill and the HWM-powered Cadillac. But Richard Warmer, in the end, despite all his might, couldn't quite keep up with Jake Hill. Matthias Selecki rounding out in fourth in the first of the Aston Martin DB3s, and Nigel Webb with a nice drive in the C-Type to fifth, ahead of the Maserati 300S of Joseph Rettenmeyer. Martin Hunt's HWM Jaguar was seventh, Wolfgang Friedrich's Aston Martin eighth, Tiff Nadell with a penalty for a jump start, remember, as well, ended up in ninth in the Jaguar C-Type, ahead of a good start to the race for the Ferrari 750 Monza of Tazio Ossis, but just fell back as the 25 minutes unfolded. Nicholas Burt in the C-Type in 11th, ahead of Maxime Castellan, the Aston Martin DB3S, a car that raced here back in period. Rick Wilmot's Jaguar XK140 was 13th, and then we had a brilliant all-race-long battle. Cliff Gray, John Yor in the Le Mans replica Fraser Nash's, with Ben Cousins getting a lovely view of it, trying to throw his Jaguar C-Type into the mix. He did manage to finish ahead of Philip Champion's Fraser Nash, the Mille Miglia. The C-Type of Hans-Martin Schneeberger was behind in 18th, and the Connaught ALSR of Paul Griffin down in 19th, the last classified finisher. The final race of the 26th year of the Goodwood Revival, the Freddie March Memorial Trophy for those sports cars that raced in the spirit of the Goodwood 9-hour races between 1952 and 1955. And it was a good start initially, well, actually for Bill Shepherd, who was really trying to force his way through.
He came up into second place. Richard Warmer with the Cadillac-powered HWM took the lead at the start, but it was a story about how Jake Hill would try and work his way back to the front. He started on pole position, and he came a-chasing in third at that point, but then the Battle Bird would just not have the handling. Here comes Jake Hill moving from third into second through Ford Water. By the time he got to St Mary's, the move was done. In the background, the Scott Malvern in his Allard taking to the grass. This is how hard Richard Moore was fighting, coming into the chicane, trying to keep Jake Hill behind, but getting sideways was not what he wanted. Jake Hill was able to keep his car straighter and then would take the lead by the time they got to Madwig.
Indeed, pushing hard though all the way, and this was that very moment, just a little bit loose on the edge of the chicane. Further back though, a hop, skip and a jump for Steve Brooks's Jaguar D-Type over the grass, and did he end up with a bit of a problem after that. There was some smoke coming from the exhaust and a puncture as well for the number 12 further back in the pack, Jonathan Turner's D-Type, then having to get that one back home.
Good news for Jonathan Turner. One of his cars was leading the race, but this is an unfortunate moment. We had Guy Harmon, who worked so hard from almost the last row of the grid to get up to 5th place, and then his Cooper Jaguar went for a spin. Hal Crawley done all the work.
Indeed, and putting a lot of smoke into the faces of those battling behind. It was the traffic that proved tricky, and indeed, for Richard Warmer, was forced onto the grass, bouncing along. That did get him back in front of Jake Hill, but again, the might of that Jaguar powering itself through to take the win of the Freddie March Memorial Trophy to end a fantastic day here at the Goodwood Revival.
to hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
You know, I see it Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Well, can you believe it? After a weekend of rain, the sunshine finally made an appearance for the close of Goodwood Revival 2024. But do you know what? We've still seen plenty of smiles across the 3 days, whether it be people putting up an umbrella to watch the racing or putting on their dancing shoes in the Revive and Thrive area. And David and I are joined by 3 smiling faces here who all look like you've had a great weekend. Imi Barkley, Ed Foster and Karun Chandhook. Now, Imi, I'll come to you first because we're speaking of dancing shoes. I've seen that you've been speaking to the best dressed of today, and something I noticed that was the same about all of them, not only that they were exquisitely dressed, but they all had muddy shoes. So I loved how much people were just getting stuck in regardless of the weather. How was it over the road today?
It's been so fun with the best dressed this week, and just during the whole weekend. You're right about the shoes. And I have to say, actually, I'm feeling pretty pleased with this jacket that I got this weekend. This is my Revival souvenir. I got it from the Vintage HQ in the Arcade d'Aubigny on the first day. It's from 1968. It's Welsh Guard, and it's a nice authentic piece, and that's what we were enjoying about the best dressed as well. It was the hand-me-down pieces, something that had a story, had the authenticity.
You got that, and I got a plastic Hawaiian suit. I'm not quite sure what I did wrong.
Well, we've all got a souvenir then, at least, Ed. But talk to us about what you've been up to. You've been getting to speak to all the drivers and riders, but as well as your souvenir, what else has been your highlight?
Well, look, it's been absolutely fantastic, and I'm such a lucky person to interview the winning drivers on the podium because they're always delighted, and it's an easy interview. But for me, highlight of the weekend was that TT race. It was fantastic, and Tom drove that TBR so well, was on the absolute limit, just managed to catch Jake. And I feel so sorry for Jake because it was his first run in the TT and the win was on the cards, but there was nothing he could do about Tom coming through there. You know, the British Touring, both of these guys race in the British Touring Car Championship and they're battling each other every weekend, but I don't think it's going to be any more exciting than that.
Yeah, it was certainly a highlight race of the weekend, wasn't it? And Karun, you unfortunately only joined us for today. You managed to miss the majority of the rain, but it's great to see you nonetheless. How have you found your day?
Listen, I love coming here. It's I think my 13th time coming back, and you couldn't keep me away. So glad I managed to make it for today. Yeah, just brilliant. You know, I got to drive a Lola T70 for the first time in the John Surtees parade, and you know, paying tribute to a fantastic icon of our sport. You know, I think the only person who probably will ever win on both bikes and cars, the World Championship. So it was nice to have a go on that. But I was watching from afar. I was watching my friends Jimmy Johnson and Dario Franchitti winning in the Stirling Moss race yesterday. I don't think we'll ever see an Aston Martin DB4 go any quicker. It was seriously impressive to watch. So yeah, listen, I love coming here, and we'll be coming back for many years to go.
Yeah, you've squeezed a lot into your day. I feel like a newbie compared to you, but I'm enjoying it all the same. And David, we've been stuck together the whole weekend, but talk to me about what's been your highlight.
Yes, rain or shine, it's been fantastic, actually. I think the program in particular at this revival has been great. You know, the track parades, the celebrations, the tributes, and of course the racing, as Karun said. But for me, it was happening over in the corner of the field, which was the most interesting part. A little humble wooden shed had been, you know, saved by his grace. It's the Tyrrell shed, and it was Ken Tyrrell's original workshop where he founded that Formula One team that is now, you know, the mighty Mercedes, if you like. And, you know, it just shows the sort of dedication and how good Britain is at F1 and how it's the powerhouse for making F1. And his grace has saved that shared for decades now. It'll live here on the Goodwood circuit. We opened it today with Sir Jackie Stewart and Martin Brundle, and it was just such a really emotional but fun day, and all the staff there were from Tyrrell who are still around, and you know, everyone just really enjoyed it. And I think it's a really historic but great thing to have done.
Yeah.
Still got the hornet's nest in it. That was the most impressive part. They managed to transport it down the A3, which is a very impressive feat.
Yeah, I did get over there today, and it's phenomenal to think of the change, but great as well that all the visitors can go in there and take a look around and actually immerse themselves in it as well.
Yeah, they're saying they're going to develop some apprentice schemes in there as well, so it'll serve another purpose now that it's here on site.
Fantastic.
And how about yourself, Grace? I mean, you've had a great weekend, hey?
I've had a great weekend, yes. And for me, when Goodwood puts on a celebration, they don't do things by half. So when I saw the D-Day celebrations today, I thought it was a really moving moment. So this year marks the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings, and we saw actually the largest gathering at Goodwood of World War II Allied military vehicles. So we saw tanks, motorbikes, amphibious vehicles go around the track, and I thought it was a really touching tribute, especially as Goodwood played such a significant role during the war. Well, even considering the wet weather this weekend, it has been a successful Goodwood revival. And from myself and all the team, it's been a pleasure to talk you through the weekend. And we cannot wait to be back here for Goodwood Revival 2025. Set your alarms for that one, because we'll be right back here at the motor circuit. We'll see you next year.